Every time Suyu encounters danger, time slows down. In elementary school, during a car accident, time decelerated tenfold until Suyu vacated the school bus. In middle school, during a fire, time slowed to 50 times its usual pace until he exited the classroom building. In high school, during an earthquake, time stretched to 100 times slower until he departed from the town. Now, time has nearly come to a standstill, yet Suyu remains oblivious to the unfolding events. Chapter 1. Awakening to a Standstill. It was a bustling Saturday. Suyu had to rise at 7 a.m., and after a quick 10-minute wash-up, he would rush out to catch the subway. Even with such haste, he would only arrive at the office by 7:59 a.m. to clock in, commencing work promptly at 8 a.m. Any tardiness would result in a forfeited day's wages. Thus, Suyu cherished setting his alarm for 6:30 a.m., allowing him an additional 30 minutes of slumber. This brief interlude of 30 minutes bestowed upon him a morning filled with bliss, a crucial source of happiness. For the role of a customer service representative at MT could be quite exasperating. However, today he awoke at 6:29 a.m., which left him discontent, as one more minute of sleep would trigger the alarm, and foregoing it would mean a loss of precious rest. His perfect sense of happiness plummeted to a mere 95. Should I sleep or not? This dilemma proved challenging for the indecisive Suyu. Typically, in such trivial quandaries, a minute would swiftly elapse, yet he found himself mired in indecision, and that minute lingered on. Suyu clicked his tongue in frustration, then flopped back onto his pillow, counting down the seconds she had a mere few moments left to sleep. Yet this single minute seemed interminable, until he drifted into a deep slumber, oblivious to the world, and still the alarm did not sound. He continued to bask in an exquisite sleep, so content that he wished to drift away even further, yet the alarm remained silent. Eventually, he opened his eyes, staring blankly at the familiar ceiling. Still, the alarm did not ring. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. Could it be that he had overslept and failed to hear the alarm? Such incidents had occurred before he would expect the alarm to ring, only to awaken to find it was already 7:30 a.m., leading him to suspect either a malfunction of the alarm or a temporary deafness. In any case, being late was inevitable. He decided to embrace the situation, taking a shower, drying his hair, and enjoying a quick breakfast before heading to the office, inadvertently risking his workday. Suyu lay there with his eyes shut, pondering for what felt like ages, before abruptly opening his eyes to glance at the clock. 6:29 a.m. A wave of relief washed over him, for the minute had not yet passed. He attempted to return to slumber, but yet again, he was struck by a sudden thought. Could it be that the alarm was malfunctioning? Otherwise, this minute was dragging on far too long. That it was merely a minute, a mere 60 seconds, yet it felt interminable. Suyu had purchased an electronic clock that did not display seconds, leading him to suspect that the alarm was faulty. He hastily turned over and pulled back a corner of the curtain outside. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Based on his experience from the previous day, it was indeed around 6:30 at this hour, indicating that the alarm was functioning properly. With a resigned sigh, Suyu nestled back into his slumber, now truly at ease. It became apparent that a restful sleep was not contingent upon the quality of the bed, but rather the timing. What use is a splendid mattress if one cannot awaken naturally? Henceforth, he yearned for a life where he could awaken at his leisure, for sleeping until one naturally rises is among life's greatest joys. With such musings, he drifted into the realm of dreams. However, upon awakening, he found himself grappling with existential doubts once more. The alarm had yet to sound, so you turned to glance at the clock. How could it still read 6:29? This minute feels interminable, as if time has come to a standstill. Wait, something is amiss. Suyu suddenly jolted upright, fully drawing back the curtain to gaze upon the familiar street below. To his astonishment, the usually bustling thoroughfare was now eerily silent. The hurried pedestrians, the vendors selling breakfast, and the passing vehicles were all utterly motionless. Faced with this simultaneously familiar and alien scene, Suyu recalled an unusual phenomenon that often accompanied perilous moments in his life. Each time he encountered a life-threatening situation, time would decelerate. In elementary school, he experienced a harrowing car accident, during which time slowed to a tenth of its usual pace until he escaped from the school bus. In middle school, a fierce fire caused time to stretch to 50 times slower until he exited the building. In high school, a magnitude 9 earthquake rendered time 100 times slower until he fled the town. Yet this instance was even more terrifying, for time seemed to have come to a complete halt, and Suyu remained oblivious to the danger he faced. Maintaining his composure, Suyu opened his wardrobe, revealing an assortment of various timepieces, all vintage and each equipped with a second hand. However, at that moment, every single clock had ceased to tick. Suyu had a penchant for collecting these antique clocks, yet he refrained from staring directly at the ticking second hands. For if he did, he would inevitably begin to count subconsciously, attempting to ascertain whether time had indeed slowed. Under such circumstances, focusing on work or even falling asleep would be a daunting challenge. Thus, his alarm clock lacked a second hand. He retrieved a sleek, new black wristwatch upon his touch. Its second hand sprang to life. The display read 6 hours, 29 minutes, and 39 seconds, with the second hand advancing with each passing second. Yet, the other clocks remained frozen in time. Suyu then procured a magnifying glass to scrutinize the other timepieces, comparing their readings to that of the wristwatch. To his dismay, a minute had elapsed, and none of the clocks had moved a fraction of a second. Time had slowed to a point perilously close to a complete standstill. Suyu could hardly believe the unfolding reality. If this were indeed true, it signified that he was on the brink of confronting a cataclysm of almost insurmountable odds for survival. He donned his attire and descended the stairs, only to be met by the sight of people frozen in time upon the streets. Approaching, he seized an iPhone 13 Pro from the grasp of a young female student, brushing against her delicate fingers, yet she remained ensnared in the stillness of time. In contrast, the device resumed its function, and he accessed the search application to peruse news concerning any recent disasters. Strangely, the world seemed eerily tranquil, devoid of any alarming reports. Realization dawned upon Suyu perhaps humanity had yet to recognize the impending calamity. He remained composed, aware that panic would serve no purpose. Drawing from past experiences, he understood the necessity of identifying the nature of the disaster, lest he flounder aimlessly like a headless chicken. Venturing into a CF, he poured himself a cup of cappuccino, savoring its flavor while engaging in profound contemplation. His unique trait was that the more lethal the disaster encountered, the slower time would seem to pass. Presently, with time seemingly at a standstill, it indicated that his chances of survival were minuscule, rendering escape nearly impossible. In essence, no matter where he fled, he would inevitably be affected by the disaster. This could only imply that a global catastrophe was imminent. Chapter 2. The Earth's Demise, No Cause for Alarm. This should be a global catastrophe, Suyu remarked, removing the notepad and pen from the hands of a nearby waitress, diligently analyzing the situation. A global disaster could manifest in several forms. First, nuclear annihilation, a nation deploying nuclear weapons against others, prompting retaliatory strikes and plunging the world into nuclear winter. Second, artificial intelligence, scientists creating hyper-intelligent robots, which then conspire to exterminate humanity. Third, extraterrestrial invasion, a highly advanced alien civilization intent on invading Earth, leaving no human unscathed. Fourth, dimensional erosion, incursions from other realms seeking to obliterate mankind. Fifth, sixth, the possibilities were endless and numerous. To ascertain the underlying cause, an investigation was imperative. The first avenue that came to Suyu's mind was the big data system known as Skynet. Months prior, the nation had established the Skynet system in the Southwest, reportedly constructed with cutting-edge artificial intelligence capable of monitoring the nation's cyber data. Should this AI have rebelled, the potential for human annihilation would indeed exist, albeit with a low probability. However, if the AI remained loyal, so you could leverage it to uncover vital clues. He made his way to the southern Grand Market, seeking an automotive company, from which he procured their prized Lamborghini. Logically speaking, as I embark on a quest to save the world, commandeering a single vehicle should not be deemed excessive, right? So you pressed down on the accelerator, and the roar of the sports car's engine reverberated through the air. Moments later, he drove his Lamborghini into the gas station. One should not expect the car dealership to fill up the tank for you. So you located a stationary gas station attendant and seized his fuel card. Inserting the card into the fuel pump slot, he pressed the button, removed the nozzle, and filled the Lamborghini's tank to the brim. During the refueling process, he also ventured into the gas station's convenience store to procure several bags of bread, chips, and cola. In this frozen moment in time, even microorganisms stood still, eliminating concerns about spoilage. Once seated in the Lamborghini, Suyu pressed the engine start button and floored the accelerator. With a resounding roar accompanying the engine's growl, the crimson Lamborghini sped out of the gas station and headed straight for the highway entrance. Along the way, he observed a flock of pigeons suspended midair, a pet dog leaping but unable to descend, and an electric vehicle caught in midair due to an accident. Time was halted, and everything else remained motionless, save for Su and his Lamborghini. As he approached the gas station entrance, he suddenly realized that traffic was at a standstill. With no other option, Su exited the vehicle, dragged the driver from the car blocking the way, drove it aside, and then returned the driver back to their seat. This exertion left him drenched in sweat. "I need to figure out how to pilot a helicopter," Su mused, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. What to do about traffic jams during time freeze? The only solution was to move people and cars. After all, isn't the sky rather spacious? Why not fly? Su resolved that, after visiting the big data Skynet, he would learn to fly a helicopter. Once through the entrance, he finally reached the highway, where he sped along with remarkable swiftness, arriving at City C in record time. Upon exiting the highway, he inevitably had to relocate yet another vehicle, but at last, he arrived at his destination. He chose not to rush to the big data center, but instead decided to spend the night in the presidential suite of the finest five-star hotel in the area. This presidential suite came equipped with a bathroom featuring speakers and colorful lighting. The grand bed boasted automated massage functions that moved up and down, complemented by a sophisticated high-tech massage chair. The lighting was adjustable, ranging from standard to vibrant pink, orange, and deep purple. Su harbored grave doubts that this was merely a presidential suite. It felt more like a suite for a president and their spouse. Alas, in this frozen world, he was the only living soul, thus left to revel in solitude. After a restful night, Su made his way to the big data center the following day. The building loomed tall, exuding a futuristic architectural style. Ordinary individuals would certainly be barred from entry, but with time halted, security and access controls were rendered irrelevant to Su. He casually approached a staff member frozen in time, appropriated their ID card, and used it to access the elevator, making his way directly to the operations room of the big data center. Upon entering, he placed his hand upon the artificial intelligence computer before him. In the next moment, the previously dormant computer sprang to life. Su extracted his ID card and swiped it across the machine, uttering, "Search for information regarding potential global catastrophic events." He recalled a documentary that seemed to depict this very process. The artificial intelligence promptly activated, retrieving data from the vast expanse of the internet. Every trace left online would be searched and filtered. As Su meticulously examined the results, he encountered numerous reports of earthquakes, tsunamis, and typhoons, none of which aligned with his intentions. Search for all information concerning disasters capable of annihilating humanity. In the blink of an eye, a plethora of absurd comments from netizens on forums, such as Doomsday Bar, 2012 Forum, and World End Circle surfaced, yet they proved futile. However, a few pieces of information sparked a realization within Su. The 10 catastrophes that could obliterate humankind included artificial intelligence, asteroid impacts, alien invasions, ancient superviruses, greenhouse effects, volcanic eruptions, ultimate tsunamis, Earth ceasing rotation, magnetic field disappearance, and solar helium flashes. Su selected these 10 disasters and initiated separate searches. After several hours, the artificial intelligence suddenly emitted an alarm. Suspected asteroid detected. Su immediately focused, discovering 2 distinct photographs taken by a stargazer in the southern hemisphere. The interval between the 2 images was 10 seconds, yet one featured an additional bright spot. However, magnification was impossible as these were merely web images. He promptly commanded, "Compare the bright spot and calculate the size of this asteroid." The big data center's artificial intelligence possessed not only searching capabilities, but also formidable computational prowess. Upon calculation, the diameter of this asteroid is at least 300 kilometers. Su found himself at a loss regarding the significance of this data. Soon after, he encountered another series of figures. The asteroid that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs had a diameter of merely 30 kilometers. This asteroid is 10 times larger, a tenth the size of the moon, and should it impact, it could obliterate all of humanity. Upon reading these figures, Su remained composed, for there was little use in panicking. After all, the Earth could explode. It was of little concern. Time had indeed halted. Will this asteroid collide with Earth? Su continued to inquire, only to receive an unexpected response. Unknown. The big data's artificial intelligence, too, had its limitations, as it could not determine an answer based solely on online data. Su found himself engulfed in confusion. If the asteroid were truly on a collision course with Earth, what course of action should he take? Chapter 3. The Sun Rises in the East. Never to set, Su left the big data center and went to the local private airport. Fortunately, He had seen some videos of wealthy second-generation individuals flying planes on a social media platform. These rich kids had so many luxury cars that driving them had become boring, so they learned to fly, often going to private airports to test their planes and film videos to show off their wealth. Many people criticized them for being show-offs. However, this also made people like Suyu realize that not only pilots could fly planes. As long as one had enough money, anyone could learn to fly and soar into the skies. He drove his Lamborghini to the airport and easily passed through security. Upon entering the private airport, he saw at least 3 small helicopters, each capable of carrying only 2 people. Suyu then entered the training center and saw the flight simulation learning pod. According to the introduction in the video, this machine was made with top-notch equipment, complete with tutorials. Using this device, one could learn the basic helicopter flying techniques. Suyu prepared for a long-term battle, bringing in a bunch of food and then entering the machine to start learning. The simulator had a total of 17 learning stages. The first stage was understanding and controlling the control stick. The helicopter control stick included the collective pitch control stick, responsible for takeoff and landing, the pedals, which controlled the tail rotor, and the cyclic pitch control stick, which controlled the helicopter's attitude and tilt in all directions. A helicopter moves forward by tilting. As it is not a fighter jet and has no thrusters, its power comes entirely from the rotor blades. Mastering these 3 controls is akin to mastering the steering wheel, accelerator, brake, and gear shift of a car. However, controlling a car requires just a steering wheel to stabilize direction, while controlling a helicopter requires both pedals and the cyclic pitch control stick for stability, significantly increasing the difficulty. Suyu practiced in the simulator, and on his first flight, the helicopter tilted and crashed to the ground in an explosion. This made him break into a cold sweat. This was far more dangerous than learning to drive a car. Suyu kept practicing, knowing this was the most fundamental stage of helicopter flying, and if he didn't master it, he wouldn't be able to move on to the next stage. Fortunately, time had stopped, giving him ample opportunity to train. Days later, Suyu finally mastered the use of the control stick and could take off and land smoothly. Next was simulating external conditions and taking off in windy situations. The difficulty soared again, and during his first practice, he crashed again. He wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that if he had gone straight to a real helicopter without the simulator, he would have needed several lives to learn how to fly a helicopter. The learning process was lengthy, and Suyu wasn't sure how long he had been at it, maybe 3 months, maybe 6 months. Without a coach to guide him, he relied solely on a booklet and the simulator to learn everything about helicopter flying, including how to deal with emergencies and how to jump out and deploy a parachute. Everything was ready, and it was time for practical application. Suyu was excited. During this time, he had dedicated himself entirely to learning how to fly a helicopter because ordinary people simply did not have this opportunity. After all, no one could resist the allure of soaring into the sky. If given a chance to learn how to fly a helicopter for free, any ordinary person would be thrilled. He climbed into a helicopter parked at the airport, feeling a surge of excitement as it was his first time handling a real helicopter. However, he quickly calmed himself because the most critical quality a pilot needs is mental composure. Suyu relaxed his mindset and started the engine. The helicopter's rotor blades immediately began to spin. He kept a close eye on the RPM gauge, and as the needle reached the green zone, he promptly pulled up the collective pitch control stick. The helicopter vibrated, and Suyu pressed down on the pedals, using the cyclic pitch control stick to maintain balance. Buzzing, the helicopter began to take off and continued to ascend higher and higher. Suyu had steady hands and feet. He knew he needed to fly high enough to avoid any mishaps that would leave him no time to parachute. However, just as he thought this, a gust of crosswind hit him, suddenly disrupting his rhythm. The helicopter rolled, and in a panic, Suyu's frantic actions caused it to roll even faster. He glanced at the instruments. The horizon indicator was swinging wildly, and the altimeter was equally unstable. Jump! Suyu immediately pressed the emergency button. The helicopter's cabin door swung open, and without hesitation, he jumped out. The moment he leaped from the helicopter, it froze in midair, the rotor blades coming to a halt. The entire helicopter remained suspended in the air, tilted and motionless. As Suyu fell, he quickly deployed his parachute and began to descend slowly. He wondered what would happen to the helicopter once time resumed. Once he left, the helicopter remained suspended in midair, looking extremely eerie. Suyu believed that any aircraft flying at that moment was in the same situation, only being released from the time freeze when he touched it. However, only inanimate objects could be affected, living beings could not. After landing, Suyu did not rest. Instead, he continued to practice. This time, he did not make the previous mistakes. He steadily piloted the helicopter for takeoff and began practicing helicopter maneuvers, including forward flight and landing. He meticulously repeated the simulation training process. 3 months later, he could finally fly the helicopter skillfully to wherever he wanted to go. From now on, you will be my ride. Suyu patted a red helicopter. Now, Suyu could fly, but there was no one to share his joy with. He knew that unless he resolved this global disaster, he would remain alone forever, so he planned to take action. Next, it was time to head to the Purple Mountain Observatory. Suyu took off in the helicopter, and the entire Earth's time had actually been frozen at 6:29. He flew eastward in the helicopter, and as he flew, he saw the newborn sun. The sun was also frozen in place. The sun rose in the east, never to set. It too was caught in the time freeze. This terrifying pause in time and space perhaps affected the entire universe. Suyu didn't even realize that he possessed such a terrifying special ability. But regardless, his lifespan was limited, and he didn't want to die alone in a frozen world. Faced with a global disaster, he couldn't escape alone either. So now, it was up to him to save the world. The helicopter continued to fly forward. And after several hours, Suyu finally saw the massive Purple Mountain Observatory. Chapter 4, A Star from Beyond. The end of days, the helicopter landed steadily in the parking lot of the Purple Mountain Observatory, which was at a very high altitude. As soon as Suyu got off the helicopter, he felt the biting cold wind. But how could such a height allow for the observation of the stars? Suyu exited the helicopter, and the rotor blades that were still spinning immediately stopped. He walked toward the Purple Mountain Observatory, which housed a gigantic radio telescope used for observing stars light years away, sufficient for monitoring asteroids. However, Suyu would need to learn how to use it. It might take several months to learn again. Suyu sighed as he entered the Purple Mountain Observatory. However, upon stepping inside, he saw countless panicked staff members. They were frozen in place, their expressions filled with anxiety and their eyes full of fear. They were running and making phone calls, as if trying to convey some urgent message to the outside world. Suyu realized that perhaps these staff members already knew what was about to happen. He immediately walked in and saw a person in a white coat holding a situation report. Suyu quickly took the report and began to read. On July 23, 2023, at 5:39 a.m., observer Chiniba detected an asteroid with a diameter of approximately 178 kilometers heading towards Earth. Calculations indicated that it would enter Earth's orbit in about 5 hours. This is a brief report, which also includes a directive from the director. Directive: immediately report this information to the National Security Center. Wang Zuan 237. Attached to the report were high-resolution photos, showing the asteroid in detail. Suyu carefully examined the image. The asteroid appeared elliptical, with a rough surface that emitted a metallic sheen. It seemed that this was not just an asteroid, but also an iron meteorite. This situation was more serious. It looked like it was confirmed. Suyu sighed. What methods could be used to handle and prevent a meteorite fall? He opened his phone, but searching for such issues was futile now. Time had stopped, and no one would respond to him. How could this disaster be averted? Suyu began to ponder. He had no think tank. He had to come up with solutions on his own. According to movie plots, in such situations, only a nuclear bomb could be used. But could a nuclear bomb really break apart a meteorite? A meteorite over 300 kilometers in diameter was no joke. Suyu went to the office of the Purple Mountain Observatory and saw someone on the phone taking notes. He approached and saw that the notes read, "Please ask Director Wang to immediately go to the conference room for a video meeting." Suyu quickly searched and soon found the conference room. He entered and saw an electronic screen displaying a man in military uniform with a commanding presence. Then, Suyu walked up to the meeting recorder and saw him writing in a notebook. First, immediately monitor the asteroid in real time and report every 5 minutes. Second, cooperate with the nuclear bomb team. Please have Director Wang personally go to the Shigua Mountain rocket launch platform to participate. Third, remain on duty at all times and await further instructions. Suyu understood that the security center had already deployed resources. They were going to launch a rocket from Shigua Mountain. But where exactly was Shigua Mountain? He pulled out his navigation device, but couldn't locate the so-called Shigua Mountain. Suyu realized that such locations must be classified and not searchable. How could he find it? Suyu was troubled. How could an ordinary person find such secret locations? He looked around, but couldn't find any maps or similar resources. However, by luck, he found some photos in the office of the observatory, including one of Shigua Mountain. It seemed that this observatory was also responsible for contacting the space station, so there were some photos, although they were not particularly relevant. Suyu took these photos back to the helicopter in the parking lot. As soon as he got on the helicopter, the rotor blades began to spin immediately. Suyu skillfully piloted the helicopter into the air and returned to the city. He planned to use the Skynet system to locate the places in the photos. He landed the helicopter directly on the rooftop of the technology building where the Skynet system was located and headed straight for the search center. Skynet, help me search these photos, Suyu commanded immediately. The Skynet system quickly began to conduct a search and comparison. Moments later, several suspected locations were listed one by one. Suyu noted them down, then flew the helicopter back to the airport to refuel. Following the locations on the list, he began to verify them one by one. Since he was alone, he had to use the simplest method. Fortunately, he had spent months learning to pilot the helicopter. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. One by one, Suyu verified the locations. Finally, on the third verification, he found the target. As soon as he flew the helicopter in, he spotted several anti-aircraft guns, which startled him into a cold sweat. Fortunately, time had stopped. Otherwise, he would have been shot down long ago. Suyu flew inside and discovered a small airport, where he saw two military helicopters parked. He opened the cockpit of one and immediately gave up. Military helicopters were 100 times more complex than civilian ones. Without spending some time to master them, it was better to continue flying this simpler helicopter. But right now, learning to fly a helicopter was probably not the most pressing issue. Sigh. Suyu sighed. Next, he might need to learn rocket launching, spacewalking, and detonating nuclear bombs. Suyu walked toward the base, which was built within the mountain, very hidden. The large gate at the entrance not only had guards, but also an intelligent lock. He knew he couldn't get in. So he went to the parking lot and found a shining Jeep. He opened the back door and found a senior military officer inside. Suyu searched him and found an ID card. Holding the ID card, he returned to the base gate and swiped it at the card reader. Beep. The gate automatically opened, revealing a brightly lit corridor illuminated by wall lamps. Suyu was stunned. This place was completely different from what he had imagined. He walked in and saw several high-tech elevators. Suyu approached, took out the ID card, and swiped it. Beep. The elevator door opened. Suyu stepped inside and discovered that this base had 9 floors. He didn't know what was on each floor, so he could only check them one by one. After a brief inspection, he found that this was a very complete space training base. There were even astronauts training, but they were all frozen in time, completely motionless. Thus, humanity could not rely on them. They could only rely on Suyu. A star falling from the sky, the apocalypse was approaching. The whole world had to depend on Suyu alone to save it. Chapter 5. Extreme Training. A decade in the making, Suyu was currently lying on the cold ground, gasping for air. He had been in this base for 3 months now. At first, he was just familiarizing himself with the environment. After studying and analyzing, he discovered that astronaut training comprised 8 major categories and over 140 projects, with each project nearly resembling devilish training. Extreme skydiving, blood redistribution, weighted rock climbing, wilderness survival, vibration training, weightlessness and hypergravity, desert survival, underwater egress, vacuum egress, flight simulation, collision training, centrifuge training, and so on. These were various training regimes, and the basic physical quality requirements for astronauts had not yet been mentioned. It should be noted that when selecting astronauts, physical strength, endurance, psychological quality, intelligence, and other qualities all needed to be top-notch. Additionally, they had to learn various knowledge areas, such as astronomy, geography, geology, meteorology, atmospheric physics, flight dynamics, computer science, radio navigation, piloting, rocket and spacecraft construction, etc. It was all too complex, with too much knowledge to learn and skills to practice. More importantly, there was logistics. A balanced diet was needed, with health professionals, nutritionists, psychological counselors, coaches, scientists, and various personnel for support. But Suyu was all alone. Could he really accomplish this by himself? Suyu felt despair. He had just attempted 30 seconds of hypergravity training and passed out. This only indicated that his physical condition had not yet met the standards. Suyu sighed. He wanted to give up and spend the rest of his life. But when he thought about spending the rest of his life alone, he felt unwilling. How could he give up like this? The whole world was left with only him. Suyu got back up from the ground. The goal is now very clear. Suyu motivates himself. All I need to do is become the most ordinary astronaut. Then pilot a rocket to take a nuclear bomb into space and install it on an asteroid. and then blow up the asteroid. Currently, the most challenging part is becoming an astronaut, and Suyu can only rely on himself. He starts with physical training. Suyu sets a goal for himself and immediately begins training. Sprinting, long-distance running, jump rope, pull-ups, boxing, kickboxing, wrestling, and mixed martial arts. Shooting, grenade throwing, demolition, and counterterrorism drills. All are solo training sessions. The room is spacious, the ammunition is plentiful, and there are countless pieces of equipment, but it is somewhat lonely. Suyu gives himself psychological counseling. He tells himself, I am the hope of all humanity. I am unique, and I am the chosen one. After each self-encouragement, Suyu continues his training. He has plenty of time, but once he stops physical training, all his previous efforts would be in vain. After training like this, 3 years have passed. In these 3 years, Suyu has trained with the world's most advanced equipment and has finally brought his physical fitness up to the level of an astronaut. Now Suyu is full of confidence. With improved physical fitness, his mental state has naturally strengthened as well. Next, Suyu begins to study theoretical knowledge. Without a teacher, he can only learn on his own. The knowledge an astronaut must learn is dozens of times more than what is required for college entrance exams, and is many times more specialized than university knowledge. The learning difficulty is extremely high, especially without a teacher. But Suyu can only grit his teeth and learn. He comforts himself. Suyu, you are now the smartest person in the world. If the Nobel Prize were awarded now, you would win all the awards. Then Suyu laughs. There's only me in the world, of course. A bitter smile. After the bitter smile, Suyu continues his studies, and before he knows it, another 3 years have passed. With the greatest enthusiasm and unwavering belief, Suyu has completed all theoretical knowledge. If it weren't for being alone, Suyu might have slacked off. After all, if others gave up, he might have just gone with the flow. But now, the more he trains and studies, the less willing he is to give up. If he gives up, wouldn't those 3 years be wasted? Moreover, his body and mind are now ready. Come on, extreme training. The extreme training begins with 8 major categories and over 130 projects. All training must meet standards, regardless of how many years it takes. However, Suyu also realizes that 6 years have passed, and he seems to show no signs of aging. After all, he has never experienced time stopping for this long. And Suyu doesn't know if he will age during the time stop. Perhaps he won't age, even attain immortality? Suyu sets this question aside for now, since it needs time to verify. Suyu starts extreme training, tackling the 130 projects one by one. Since his physical fitness has reached the standard, he completes some training projects with ease. Indeed, sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. However, some training projects are incredibly difficult, almost despairingly so. For example, underwater extravehicular training and hypergravity training are truly challenging. Wearing that heavy spacesuit makes it very inconvenient to operate. Don't underestimate human awareness. Suyu comforts himself, nearly risking his life to complete these 130 training projects. Finally, all training projects are successfully completed, although not with full marks. They are already qualified, and it has been 10 years since the daytime stopped. Extreme training, a decade in the making. At this moment, the sword is about to be drawn. The rocket has long been prepared. Shortly after the Purple Mountain Observatory observed the asteroid, the Shigwa Mountain Rocket Launch Center had already prepared a backup rocket. The nuclear bomb has even been installed. This is thanks to the country's security defense system. The idea of being prepared has taken root deep in their minds, so they were already ready with such a nuclear rocket. But whether this nuclear rocket is really meant to blow up the asteroid remains to be discussed. Regardless, the rocket is ready, and Suyu understands how to launch it. However, is one nuclear bomb enough? Suyu checks and finds that this is just a mini nuclear bomb, and its yield is completely insufficient. That is over 300 kilometers of iron asteroid. Suyu even doubts that using all of humanity's nuclear bombs might not be enough. Let alone this mini nuclear bomb at this moment. Not enough? Absolutely not enough. Although in a time-stopped state, Suyu has countless opportunities, the prepared rockets are limited. And he cannot build rockets, so he must not waste this hard-won opportunity. But where can he find a large-yield nuclear bomb? After thinking it over, Suyu feels there is only one choice. The Polar Bear Nation. Chapter 6. Ultimate Nuclear Bomb. Ready. The high-yield nuclear bombs of the Polar Bear Nation are famous worldwide. If one wants to destroy an iron asteroid, it seems the only place to look is there. Suyu leaves the Shigwa Mountain Launch Center, where he has spent 10 years. He has grown into a true peak human here. After all, the physical fitness, knowledge, wisdom, and mentality of an astronaut represent the pinnacle of humanity. However, Suyu is also curious because he has noticed that he hasn't aged at all in 10 years. And his physical fitness growth has not reached its limit. If humanity were to be divided into realms, it would probably be childhood, adulthood, the pinnacle of humanity, and the extreme of humanity. Previously, Suyu's physical fitness was at most somewhere between childhood and adulthood. Years of 996 work and lack of exercise left him in a sub-healthy state, with physical fitness below the average level of adults. But now, after 10 years of training, Suyu's physical fitness has reached the pinnacle of humanity. One key reason is that Suyu hasn't aged. The body he has trained will not decline. Physical exercise is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will retreat. But Suyu is different. The physical fitness he gains from training will always be maintained, will not decline, and can accumulate. So even if he only does 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats every day, as long as he does it for 100 days, it is equivalent to Suyu doing 10,000 push-ups, 10,000 sit-ups, and 10,000 squats. And Suyu has been continuously training at high intensity for 10 years. It is precisely because of this 10-year accumulation that he has quickly become a qualified astronaut. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person become a qualified astronaut in just 10 years? This is Suyu in a time-stopped state. Suyu even thinks, since he won age, why not train for a few hundred years and then punch the asteroid to pieces? But this is ultimately just a fantasy, because he knows that humanity has limits. Humanity does have limits. Suyu tells himself, above the pinnacle of the human body lies the extreme of humanity, and Suyu has not yet reached this limit. No one in the world has touched this limit, not even the flying man Bolt. Because Bolt has begun to age, if he didn't age, perhaps he would have had the chance to touch the limit of speed. But Suyu will not age. He has discovered his advantage. So this time going to the Polar Bear Nation, he didn't even take a helicopter, but ran directly. This is an ultra-long distance cross-country run of 2,854 kilometers, a trial for both body and spirit. The average speed of marathon runners in the world is 20 kilometers per hour, and at this speed, it would take at least 6 days to complete 2,854 kilometers. But this is without eating, drinking, sleeping, or resting, accounting for half the time for rest. This time would double to 12 days. Adding in eating, drinking, and personal needs, it would take at least 15 days. But don't forget, 2,854 kilometers is a straight line distance. So you would either have to run along the road or go off-road. And going off-road makes it very difficult to find places to rest and eat. However, in order to train his body and will, Suyu decided to combine road running and cross-country running, with outdoor survival skills included along the way. Fortunately, time had stopped, so he wouldn't encounter wild animal attacks in the forest, and hunting was quite simple. Therefore, after 25 days of dual tempering of body and will, Suyu finally arrived at the border of the polar bear country. However, he had only just reached the border, and there was still a long distance to go. But Suyu's goal was very clear. He had only one target, which was the capital of the polar bear country. After arriving in the polar bear country, the weather turned cold as Suyu was heading north. Because he was going north, the sun always seemed to be in a state of just having risen. The sun rises but never sets. This is the best state, forever young, forever full of vitality. So you put on a thick cotton coat. The winter clothing in the polar bear country was very warm, their vodka was very strong, and their sausages were all meat. Traveling from south to north, Suyu experienced the local customs and culture. At first, he ate rice with chili, then rice with sweets, followed by noodles with scallions, and finally, the frozen fish vodka of the polar bear country. Suyu thought, if it weren't for time being stopped, he would never have had the opportunity to experience all this in his lifetime. However, he was alone on this journey. In the case of being alone, there was no need to visit tourist attractions or amusement parks. Suyu trudged through mountains and rivers, and after a long time finally arrived at the capital of the polar bear country. Although his clothing was a bit old and worn, his beard and hair had not grown at all. Time had left no trace on him, as if not only the entire universe had stopped time, but the power of time itself had also paused. Upon entering the capital of the polar bear country, he saw countless panicked citizens. These people were tall and strong, with very pale skin. They were dressed in thick clothing and walking quickly in the capital. Of course, at this moment, they all stood still. Suyu walked into the president's office and saw the president sitting there with a serious expression, while his secretary was anxiously making a phone call. Suyu approached and noticed an urgent document on the president's desk, but he could not understand the words on it. Fortunately, Suyu had brought a translation system. After translating, he understood the content. On July 23, 2023, at 5:39 a.m., the Modi's Astronomical Observatory discovered a small asteroid with a diameter of about 321 kilometers heading towards Earth. There was a new note, reported by the Polar Bear National Homeland Security Center. The president immediately approved the order: launch nuclear rockets to destroy the asteroid. Hooray! Indeed. Suyu had previously guessed that any country with rocket launch technology would take such action upon discovering an asteroid. Now it seemed to be true. However, a nuclear bomb with too small a yield would definitely not work. It had to be of large yield. Suyu went to the capital's classified materials storage and used the fingerprint of a security personnel to open the storage. After several hours of searching, he found the location where the polar bear country stored large-yield nuclear bombs. At this moment of crisis for all humanity, it was likely that the polar bear country would not refuse to give him a few nuclear bombs. Suyu immediately rushed to the special forces of the polar bear country and found several large-yield nuclear bombs in their secret base. These bombs were all above 50 million in yield, each one massive and extremely heavy. Suyu used a crane to load them onto a heavy-duty truck. He checked the nuclear bomb safety and found that the detonators were very safe, with no risk of accidental detonation. That's how nuclear bombs work. They cannot be detonated with a hammer. A special detonator is required. Suyu got into the truck and drove it out of the secret base. These were several nuclear bombs over 50 million in yield, which could be called ultimate nuclear bombs. If these ultimate nuclear bombs didn't work, Suyu would have to find another way. Chapter 7. The Rocket Launches. Shenzhou saves the world. Suyu drove this heavy truck back from the polar bear country to the Shenzhou country. When he encountered traffic jams, he had to get out of the truck to move vehicles himself. But this didn't waste much time. However, on the way back to the Watermelon Mountain Launch Center, he encountered a car accident, or rather, he came across a car accident. From a distance, he saw a severe car accident on the highway. A small car overturned. A bus was tipped over, and several people flew into the air after crashing through the glass. This was the consequence of not wearing seatbelts. Suyu slowly stopped the heavy truck and walked over. He saw the accident frozen in that moment, with 3 or 4 people flying in the air, bleeding from their heads. If they fell, they would surely be badly injured. This was because a powerful force was acting on their bodies. Old Newton never conducted experiments on forces in a stop-time state. Suyu hadn't either, because he couldn't release the stop time. But Suyu was very clear that he absolutely could not touch the high-speed or rolling vehicles, because once he made contact, the vehicle would resume motion, continuing its inertia. On a straight road, it was fine. Sometimes, when vehicles in front were parallel and blocked his heavy truck from passing, Suyu would touch the vehicles to make them move forward a bit, creating a gap for himself to pass through. But now it was different. If Suyu touched a rolling vehicle, it would immediately start rolling and directly harm the people inside. In this case, those who were still in a stop-time state would already be dead. Suyu could only save those who were frozen in midair. He slowly drove the heavy truck over, climbed onto the front of the truck, and one by one rescued those flying in the air. It was somewhat like picking fruit. But after rescuing them, Suyu immediately found soft materials to wrap around their bodies. To find such materials, he ran for a long time along the way until he finally discovered a delivery truck. After opening the delivery truck, he found a lot of foam boards and pressure-resistant boards. Sometimes, when you receive a delivery and find the product damaged, and the delivery company claims they took all protective measures, don't be surprised. Perhaps in a stop time, someone borrowed these things to save lives. Suyu took these materials and bound them to the bodies of the people, so even if time resumed, the force acting on them would only make them roll on the ground a few times. Suyu also took out gauze and alcohol to tend to the head wound of an 18-year-old girl in white clothing. Any bacteria that were not yet aware of the situation were eliminated. This girl was saved by Suyu because she was not wearing a seatbelt, but her parents were still in the car. At this moment, all he could do was pray, but if she had been wearing a seatbelt, her survival rate would have been quite high. As for the few people who flew out, they would have certainly died, but Suyu saved them. So, Suyu did his best with this accident. After saving the people, Suyu drove the heavy truck away because he needed to save the whole world next. Several days later, he finally returned to the Watermelon Mountain Rocket Launch Center. Alone, he pushed open the large door, driving the military heavy truck from the polar bear country inside, all the way to the base of the rocket. Looking at the Shenzhou salvation ship, Suyu remained silent for a while before finally making up his mind. The whole world was waiting for me, and only I am the one. Today, I am the only one, the chosen one. Why was Suyu hesitating? Because he knew that the risk of launching the rocket was very high. If the rocket exploded during the flight, everything would be over. But Suyu believed in his country. The reason he traveled all the way back was that the rocket manufacturing technology of the Shinjo country was the best in the world. Their rigorous attitude and people-oriented style were unparalleled. He would never make a careless promise. Suyu believed in his country. And another reason was that he was too lazy to learn the language of the polar bear country. No need to waste time. Everything is ready. It can begin. Suyu drove the loader and loaded all the high-yield nuclear bombs inside. To reduce the weight of the rocket, Suyu unloaded part of the supplies, parts, and survival devices. Then he checked all the equipment and instruments. Once everything was ready, Suyu, dressed in a spacesuit, climbed into the cockpit. He took a deep breath and said, "Shinjo Savior, ready for launch at any time." Time stopped, and the control tower lost its function. Everything depended on himself. But just moments ago, Suyu had already pressed the button at the control tower and opened the launch silo cover. At this moment, the blue sky appeared before him. Suyu's mental state was fine. He could see his heart rate, which was completely normal. The countdown began. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Boom. With a loud bang. The rocket he was on immediately shook, and then Suyu felt a strong push against his back. Through the round window, he saw the launch silo moving downward. In fact, this was the rocket starting to ascend. Suyu could also feel gravity desperately pulling him down, but the thrust seemed to be stronger. He resisted this powerful force as the feeling of weightlessness suddenly increased. But he had trained for all this, so there was no need to panic. His physical condition was perfectly fine. Minutes later, the rocket reached the stratosphere, and Suyu immediately pressed the separation button. Then, the first stage booster fell away, and the second stage booster instantly unleashed all its thrust. The rocket continued to ascend with even greater thrust. Suyu felt as if his body was about to be crushed. The sensation of weightlessness was too intense, far exceeding what he had experienced during training. But Suyu held on. The rocket kept climbing until it left the atmosphere, at which point the feeling of weightlessness gradually diminished, and Suyu even felt himself floating. Weightlessness. Suyu immediately pressed the button. The rocket continued to shed parts. The space capsule ejected, and the winged blades opened up. Suyu took out a small notebook, then let it go, and it floated up by itself. He felt a bit excited because this was his first time truly being in space. Suyu unbuckled his seatbelt and slowly floated up, enjoying and familiarizing himself with this feeling. Dreams he dared not dream of as a child were now coming true. I am an astronaut. Suyu remembered that advertisement. I want to eat Shiji Lang. When I grow up, I want to be an astronaut. Suyu floated to the window and saw the crystal-clear Earth, with white and blue streaks intertwined, wrapped in a thin layer of water-blue veil, with red land, blue oceans, and white mountains. Everything was so clear and beautiful. Such a beautiful Earth. How could it be destroyed by an asteroid? Suyu looked out the other window and saw a pockmarked and incredibly ugly asteroid. Suyu had already flown up. Next, it was time to save the world. Chapter 8. First exit from the capsule. Feeling good. This was Suyu's first time piloting a spacecraft, which was a cylindrical vehicle consisting of 3 parts: the cockpit, the rest cabin, and the storage. However, Suyu had dismantled the rest cabin to make room for more high-yield nuclear bombs. Many necessary supplies were also unloaded because he was not here for space tourism. He was here to blow up an asteroid. The solar panels opened and began to work, and the condition inside the spacecraft was very good. Suyu did not intend to delay. He immediately began to control the spacecraft toward the asteroid. Operating the spacecraft was 100 times more complex than piloting a helicopter, but he had already undergone professional training, and since space was very spacious with no obstacles, piloting the spacecraft wasn't particularly difficult. However, Suyu remained very cautious because he knew that this not-so-large vehicle carried the hopes of all humanity. The spacecraft continued to approach the asteroid. This was an extremely long process, and Suyu could only observe the position of the asteroid through a very small window. Space was incredibly quiet. He could clearly hear his own heartbeat. The spacecraft rotated slowly, but he did not notice it. Helicopters have a level gauge, but this spacecraft did not need one because there was no gravity here. Finally, after 4 hours of continuous travel, Suyu finally approached the 300-kilometer diameter asteroid. The asteroid was enormous. The spacecraft looked like a small boat on a vast river in front of it. Suyu began to orbit the asteroid, searching for a suitable detonation point. It was unrealistic to blow up such a massive asteroid with just a few high-yield nuclear bombs. The only way was to find the right angle and simultaneously detonate all the bombs to change the asteroid's trajectory with the force of the explosion. This way, the asteroid would pass by Earth. While still on Earth, Suyu had conducted rigorous calculations and arrived at the result. Detonating more than 4 high-yield nuclear bombs at an angle offset by 85 degrees from the asteroid's trajectory would be enough to change its direction, allowing it to narrowly miss Earth's orbit, ultimately drawing a straight line across the sky above the United States before disappearing into the depths of the universe. But this was only theoretical. Theory has many uncertainties, and the real outcome still depended on practical results. Therefore, on this trip to space, Suyu brought 6 high-yield nuclear bombs to minimize errors and strive to achieve the theoretical results. It should be noted that any one of these 6 high-yield nuclear bombs could easily destroy a provincial-level city. With a power over 700 times that of the first-generation atomic bomb, Little Boy. If it weren't for the fact that this was an iron asteroid, Suyu felt he could have destroyed it directly. However, since it was an iron asteroid, the only plan was to change its trajectory. This was the safest plan. As Suyu approached the asteroid, the notebook and pen inside the spacecraft began to move slightly toward the asteroid, indicating that this iron mass had already begun to generate gravity, demonstrating its significant mass. Therefore, Suyu was not confident that detonating 6 high-yield nuclear bombs would succeed on the first try. But regardless, he had to attempt it. The spacecraft reached the designated position, then slowly stopped, and Suyu went to the airlock. After putting on his spacesuit and evacuating all the air from the airlock, he opened the airlock door. The next moment, the vast universe appeared before Suyu, an endless starry sky, a deep, dark universe. An overwhelming sense of loneliness and fear enveloped Suyu, causing his heart rate to drop sharply. But Suyu steadied his mind. He knew he couldn't faint just because it was his first time in space. Suyu immediately crawled out of the airlock, securing the tether to the railing of the spacecraft. He tried not to look at the abyss-like universe, then slowly moved to the storage entrance and opened the hatch. 6 high-yield nuclear bombs were quietly secured in midair. This was a medium-sized storage area transformed from the rest cabin, which was the only way to accommodate 6 high-yield nuclear bombs. Suyu entered the storage and began to slowly move the high-yield nuclear bombs out. Here in space, with no gravity, moving the bombs didn't require a crane. Suyu began his work, moving the nuclear bombs one by one to the designated position. During this time, a towing rope got tangled around his feet. But he did not panic. Instead, he continued to complete his task. This was a repetitive job, with no difficulty and nothing to distract him. However, Suyu had to be careful not to touch the asteroid, because once he did, the time stop would be lifted and the asteroid would start heading toward Earth. This was why they chose not to install the nuclear bombs on the asteroid. After moving all 6 nuclear bombs to the designated positions, Suyu returned to the airlock chamber and adjusted the air pressure. At this moment, he realized he was sweating profusely, his back soaked with sweat. Due to his intense focus, he had overlooked this detail and even neglected the fact that the oxygen level in his spacesuit was down to 5. Suyu was very scared. According to regulations, he should have returned to the airlock when the oxygen level dropped to 20. But he thought about finishing the job at once to save time. It's no wonder such scenes often appear in movies. It's a kind of gambler's mentality that everyone has. But this way of thinking is not good. Since time was already stopped, why be stingy with it? Suyu returned to the cockpit and took out the nuclear explosion remote control, which was stored in a metal box. Starting it was quite complicated. It had not only a password lock, but also required 2 keys to be turned simultaneously, and finally, the detonation button had to be pressed to detonate the bomb. To avoid interference from a distance, Suyu immediately activated the detonator and pressed the button after returning to the cockpit. However, the nuclear bombs did not explode because they were still in a time stop. They would only explode 3 seconds after the time stop was lifted. It was time to go back. Suyu put away the metal box and turned the spacecraft around. He knew that if his plan succeeded, the time stop would be lifted when he escaped the blast radius of the nuclear bombs. However, on the way back, Suyu suddenly noticed a blue tail flame behind the asteroid. He had been too nervous when exiting the cabin to notice it before, and now he finally saw it. With a look of confusion, Suyu piloted the spacecraft closer and discovered that there was a huge thruster behind the asteroid, shooting out blue flames and propelling the asteroid toward Earth. Suyu was taken aback. This asteroid was not heading toward Earth by coincidence. Some aliens, had manipulated it. Chapter 9. Time restored. Nuclear explosion in the sky now. Suyu understood why there was suddenly an asteroid colliding with Earth. It was all part of an alien conspiracy. Suyu looked into deep space but saw nothing. He couldn't detect any alien civilization, nor did he have the ability to defeat them. And the fuel for the spacecraft was running low. Now, Suyu could only return to Earth. So he didn't waste any time and immediately piloted the spacecraft toward Earth. But he was very nervous during the journey. He knew that as long as time was restored, it would prove that his plan could succeed. But to know the result, he had to endure a long wait. Seconds ticked by as Suyu's spacecraft got closer to Earth and farther from the meteorite asteroid. Facing away from the asteroid, Suyu could no longer see its situation. But Mother Earth was becoming clearer. For hours quietly passed, and the fuel was almost gone. The spacecraft entered Earth's orbit and began to descend. There was a camera on the back of the spacecraft that always faced the direction of the asteroid, but the screen in front of Suyu showed nothing. The starry sky was eerily quiet. Had he failed? Suyu sighed. Would 6 powerful nuclear bombs not be able to fulfill their purpose? Suyu felt very disappointed. If this time was unsuccessful, he would have to go to space again and transport more powerful nuclear bombs. But the best outcome would be to succeed at once. Just as Suyu was feeling disappointed, the spacecraft was captured by Earth and began to descend. Suyu immediately pressed the separation button, and the cabin completely detached from the cockpit. Then the cockpit started returning to Earth, with the atmosphere violently rubbing against its exterior, generating flames. High temperatures began to invade the cockpit, but the heat shield was strong enough that Suyu did not feel too hot. He only felt the cockpit shaking violently and a strong sense of weightlessness. At this point, there was nothing more Suyu could do. If the parachute did not open smoothly, he would surely die. Every time he went up and landed was a life-and-death test, and if he could help it, Suyu really did not want to experience it a second time. But the nuclear bombs had not detonated, which made his heart sink. Bang! It was not the nuclear bombs exploding, but the parachute opening. The parachute of the return capsule opened with a pop, and Suyu suddenly felt a pull. Then the feeling of weightlessness lessened, and the sensation of gravity returned to him. He was safe. The return capsule slowly descended, and after about 3 or 4 minutes, it crashed heavily onto the ground. Suyu struggled to open the hatch and stuck his head out, only to see that he was in the middle of a golden rice field. At this moment, the sun was slowly rising, casting golden light on Suyu, making him feel warm. A gentle breeze blew, causing the plump rice grains to sway, forming waves of golden color. Suyu smiled with satisfaction, knowing that time had been restored. Indeed, the next second, a strong and dazzling flash appeared in the sky, and then they saw a white sphere with a long tail of smoke streak across the sky. That white sphere seemed as large as the moon because it was too close to Earth. Suyu watched this scene nervously, knowing that this asteroid still had a chance of landing on Earth. It just might not trigger a global disaster, but wherever it landed would cause a horrifying catastrophe. However, the asteroid streaked across the sky and seemed not to fall, and the sky and Earth returned to their former calm. Soon after, countless meteors fell from the sky, igniting due to friction with the atmosphere, and continued to burn in the atmosphere. They should be the asteroid fragments produced by the nuclear explosion. Suyu watched this meteor shower with rapt attention, feeling as if it were a celebration of his victorious return. It wasn't until the meteor shower ended that Suyu came back to his senses. He left the return capsule and took off his spacesuit, then pulled out a small bag containing his identification and a lighter. Suyu took out a bucket of oil and poured it over the return capsule and his spacesuit, then ignited it with the lighter. Accomplished and retreating, he chose not to take credit. Suyu saved the whole world. He could now withdraw. There was no need for the whole world to know what he had done, as it would only bring endless trouble. Suyu walked through the endless rice fields and then reached the main road, stepping with a light pace. Before long, he encountered a tractor. After pulling out 50 yuan, the tractor driver happily let him on board. The tractor then headed toward the city. The landing of the return capsule had been precisely calculated, landing right in the suburbs of the city where Suyu had previously lived. The tractor driver didn't see the fire because they were already far away. The rice field might catch fire, but that would conveniently cover Suyu's tracks. Soon after, the tractor entered the city, and Suyu got off, then sighed. After 10 years, I have returned to civilization. People nearby merely regarded Suyu as a fool. They had no idea what had happened. Ordinary people had no right to know the truth. At this moment, Suyu's phone rang. The caller ID showed General Manager Lee. As soon as the call was connected, the other party began to scold. Suyu, you don't want to work anymore, do you? Do you know what time it is? If you don't want to work, just get lost. Suyu's voice sounded calm and confident. That's right. I really don't want to work anymore. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but I have to lay my cards on the table. I am a billionaire. On the other end of the phone. Suyu, are you crazy? I quit. I'm notifying you by phone now. You don't need to pay my salary. Suyu was indifferent. He was no longer the person he used to be. The contract clearly stated that a resignation required 1 month's notice. So what do you mean by this? Be careful, or the company will sue you. General Manager Lee said harshly. So you didn't care? Sue me. It's just a few tens of thousands in breach of contract fees. Can't I afford that? Did you really think that during the 10 years of time stopping, Suyu was only focused on saving the world? That was time stopping. The whole world was frozen. Suyu could do whatever he wanted and get whatever he desired. Did you think that a hero who saved the world would still be living in poverty after coming back? Suyu hung up the phone, and General Manager Lee was furious. He smashed the cheapest notebook on his desk. Over the years, no one had dared to speak to him in such an arrogant manner. The employees outside listened to the commotion in the office and didn't he dare to make a sound. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a major client. He immediately put on a fawning expression. Hello, Mr. Gao? Yes, I'm on my way. I'll be there soon. General Manager Lee swore he would sue Suyu. But right now, the major client was more important. He hurried to the Grand Merchant Exchange and entered the Bugatti flagship store to wait for the major client. However, there he saw someone he was very familiar with. What a coincidence. General Manager Lee walked over menacingly. So that's why you were so arrogant. You came to this car dealership to be a salesperson. General Manager Lee saw Suyu sitting on a sofa in the Bugatti lobby drinking tea. He walked over, intending to humiliate him thoroughly. But at that moment, a beautiful salesperson in a suit approached and handed a contract to Suyu. Sir, this is the Bugatti Veyron limited edition you wanted. There's only one in the city. The contract is ready. You can sign and pay. General Manager Lee froze, his face full of disbelief. What is going on? Suyu took out a black bank card. Swipe it, full payment. What? General Manager Lee could hardly believe it. But no one dared to mess with the salespeople in this store, which could only mean that Suyu really had the means to buy the store's prized possession. But how could that be? Was he really just a rich kid trying to experience life? Chapter 10, Beach Villa, Enjoying Life, Payment Successful. With the sound from the card machine, General Manager Lee had no choice but to believe it. The Bugatti Veyron, a limited edition, was the store's prized possession, kept here not for sale but to draw attention. So, to take this car, you had to be extraordinarily wealthy. General Manager Lee had looked into it. To buy this car, you needed at least 45 million. And before that, there were dozens of people in line who had to pay a 3 million Q fee first. Even so, you couldn't directly buy the store's prized possession. It would be delivered to the buyer a year later. Of course, the whole limited edition thing was a scam. As long as you paid, they would sell it. The difference from buying a car in other stores is that in those cases, you first get the car and then pay. While with the Bugatti Veyron, you pay first, and then they customize it. But Suyu actually took the Bugatti Veyron from the store directly. Either he had been in line for a year, or he had paid double or even triple the price. Manufacturer, if you've already paid double, why wouldn't I sell it? So for the wealthy, money can buy time. If you want to drive such a luxury car a year early, you have to pay extra. This is our store's prized possession. And you have to pay extra? Suyu took the luxury car and paid readily, then received the car keys. During this time, Suyu didn't even glance at Manager Lee. It wasn't that Suyu thought he was being arrogant, but after 10 years, people like Manager Lee had long been forgotten by him. Suyu signed various documents for insurance and other matters, which had already been quickly settled with the payment. He then got into the red Bugatti Veyron and started the engine. The deafening roar of the engine made Manager Lee's heart skip a beat. He had worked his whole life and couldn't even afford a wheel of this car. Suyu put on sunglasses and drove the luxury car out of the dealership. After 10 years, he had completely forgotten about his former clients and wouldn't he be able to keep up with the times even if he went back to work. It was better to buy a villa by the sea and retire. Consider it a reward for saving the world. Manager Lee stared blankly as Suyu drove away and cursed. Damn it. Do these rich people think they'll die if they don't show off their wealth? He had already regarded Suyu as someone who came specifically to flaunt his wealth. Being so rich and still working was either for the experience of life or to show off. So despicable. Suyu left the Grand Merchant Exchange and headed straight for the beach. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country and the Polar Bear Country suddenly fell into chaos. They completely did not understand why the asteroid heading straight for them suddenly changed direction and went elsewhere. The polar bear country was most confused about why their large-yield nuclear bomb had disappeared without a trace, and even reviewing the surveillance footage didn't reveal how it happened. The dragon country was also puzzled about how their rocket had gone into space. When did that happen? They couldn't find anything out, even with the Skynet system. Suyu naturally wouldn't make such a foolish mistake. He had erased all traces of his actions, and others couldn't trace anything back to him. He was 23 years old and should retire and enjoy life. Countries quickly established anomaly research teams to discuss the matter. When the polar bear country found that their military heavy truck was within the dragon country's borders, they were almost shocked. What was going on? All the high-level officials were discussing this matter. The members of the anomaly research team were also in a heated discussion. The team leader was a man in a white lab coat, wearing glasses, but the glasses were plain. He wore them just to highlight his intelligence. The man pushed up his glasses, squinting his non-myopic eyes, and said, "Based on the current situation, my guess is that our memories have been modified, not just ours, but the memories of the entire world. This person does not have excessively powerful physical abilities, so he needs rockets and nuclear bombs, and to hide himself. He erased humanity's memories. But being able to pilot a rocket into space also shows that this person is definitely not simple. His physical abilities are at least at the special forces level, if not stronger." A team member spoke up. The team leader said, "So we must treat this person with caution. We absolutely cannot provoke him." Another team member said, "I don't know if you've noticed, but many times before when typhoons broke out, they would strangely turn away from our country, and this time is no different. Is there any connection during this period?" Someone exclaimed, "Could it be that there is truly some great power protecting our country? He usually hides himself, and only had to step in to help during this asteroid attack, revealing his true self?" Several people exchanged glances, seeing surprise on each other's faces. The team leader with plain glasses frowned. He thought to himself, "What kind of idiots has the organization assigned to me? Everyone is his subordinate, and he doesn't want to directly embarrass them." So the team leader said, "There is a scientific basis for the typhoon's turn, which is different from this situation. To investigate this matter, I have applied for the most professional investigator, Zhou, who was once part of the Babel Tower organization and is very familiar with investigations of this kind of anomaly. So let us wait for good news." Just as the team leader finished speaking, a correspondent rushed in and said, "Team leader, our meteorite research group scientists have made a major discovery. They found a strange stone egg at a location where meteorites frequently fall." The team leader was shocked. "What? A stone egg?" The correspondent immediately handed over a tablet, and the team leader saw the detailed information about the stone egg. The team leader frowned. The information was very clear, captured by the scientists using a high-definition camera. In the image, there was a bright red stone egg, nearly 12 meters high, but strangely, the surface of the stone egg was covered in scales, which were a fiery red, resembling the color of lava. The scientists who discovered this stone egg named it Dragon Scale Stone Egg. The team leader pondered and said, "It seems there is more to this asteroid's fall than meets the eye." The correspondent said, "Team leader 1. The scientists speculate that this is a craft of some alien civilization. Perhaps their civilization consists of oviparous beings, and their eggs have scales for protection." Team leader 1 stroked his chin and thought, "Things may not be so simple. Have the scientists take protective measures and quickly begin research on this egg." Suyu knew nothing and didn't want to know. As long as time didn't stop again, it had little to do with him. He had now arrived at a seaside villa area and spent 2 hours photographing a seaside villa. This villa came with furniture, and even if no one lived there, there were dedicated housekeepers and cleaning staff for management and cleaning. It had 3 floors, with 1 basement level, equipped with an elevator and a modern design style. The basement had huge floor-to-ceiling windows that allowed direct views of the underwater scenery. The first floor contained the housekeeper's quarters, specifically arranged by the property management of the villa area, but he could also hire one himself. Naturally, Suyu intended to hire one himself. He had dismissed the previous housekeeper and then hired a new one at a high salary through a platform, with interviews starting the next day. Before that, he could take a good rest. The second floor was his residence, with multiple rooms, including a study, a piano room, an immersive cinema room, and a video game room. The third floor balcony had a small swimming pool, where swimming also offered beautiful views of the sea. The next day, the platform sent a notification saying that among the interviewees, 3 were the most suitable. Suyu looked and found that one of the female housekeeper candidates was very special. Upon closer inspection, he found that the woman's surname was Zhou, and after looking at her resume, he discovered that her qualifications were truly outstanding. Such a person was also coming to interview for a housekeeper. Suyu was puzzled but still confirmed the interview time for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 11. I want them all without choosing Zhou Yushan, a pseudonym, was once a level 1 investigator at Babel Tower, having experienced several bizarre events. Recently, she was transferred to the Anomaly investigation team to specifically investigate the global amnesia, in fact, time stop. Personality, very cautious, because careless investigators have all died. Experience, yacht disappearance case, successfully escaped. Mystery of the abandoned school, successfully escaped. Hotel on the cliff, killed the Anomaly. Moon Island case, successfully escaped. Although she had now joined the Anomaly investigation team, the danger level had not decreased in the slightest. She had heard that the person they were going to investigate next might possess the ability to delete or even modify the memories of everyone in the world. Listen carefully. Your first task is to assist me in completing this interview, and be sure not to reveal any flaws. Do not have any physical contact with the other party. I will use high-tech instruments to seal our memories to ensure that the other party cannot probe our memories. Babel Tower has all kinds of strange instruments, including those that can seal memories. Zhou Yushan knew very well that when facing a human who could manipulate memories, the best way was to completely modify her own memory, so as not to reveal any flaws. The two female team members nodded seriously. Their memories would only be sealed until the end of the interview, while Zhou Yushan would need to keep hers sealed until she encountered the right opportunity. The target of this mission was likely a monster that had lived for hundreds of years, so after the interview was over, they would need to assist her in the dark and awaken her memory at the right time. Zhou Yushan emphasized again, and the other two female team members nodded seriously. Zhou Yusin held a fake document, which contained her new identity, a graduate student in economics at a finance university, 3 years of free fighting and martial arts training, and a 7-month training at a bodyguard academy, having served as a bodyguard for the daughters of many important figures, followed by several months of etiquette and culinary training, while also holding licenses for cars, trucks, buses, and helicopters. This resume was very rich, mainly because she had learned so many skills from Babel Tower. But if there wasn't a reasonable explanation for the fake identity, it would be exposed in the future. But this resume stunned Suyu. When Suyu first saw this resume, he felt a sense of distrust. Such a person was also coming to interview for a housekeeper? Wouldn't it be better to go to a company and be an executive? But when he saw that the resume stated her mother was seriously ill and urgently needed money, he understood, because the monthly salary for a housekeeper was over 100,000. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Suyu arrived at the interview room provided by the property management company. Paying 500,000 a year for property management fees was not in vain. The property management company would always be responsible. Upon entering the interview room, the 3 interviewees were already waiting. They were dressed in suits, wearing light makeup, and smiling. Suyu began the interview. Huang Chuyan, the girl called by name, walked in, sporting a long ponytail and wearing glasses. Suyu didn't know what to ask, as the resume already stated everything clearly. 22 years old, a senior student, with excellent grades. Compared to Zhou Yushan, their qualifications were not that outstanding. But Suyu didn't care about that. Who cares about education? Suyu recalled his previous interviews and then asked, "What are your salary requirements? Do you want time off? Do you have any other requests?" Huang Xiuyan was a bit confused. Wasn't she here for an interview? Why could she make requests? Because her memory was sealed. Huang Xiuyan also didn't understand why she was there for an interview, but it seemed a voice told her that this interview must not succeed. So she casually said, "I need a monthly salary of 200,000. Good. Suyu agreed without hesitation. Huang Xiuyan, did I ask for too little? 300,000. Huang Xiuyan hesitantly asked. Good. Suyu agreed without hesitation. Money was just a number to him. Huang Xiuyan was completely stunned. 500,000. Huang Xiuyan boldly asked. Good. Suyu still agreed without hesitation. Huang Xiuyan's mind went blank. How much should I say to be appropriate? However, Huang Xiuyan was indeed tempted. After all, that was 500,000 a month. She felt that the voice was no longer important, and she would do anything to succeed in the interview. This was the downside of sealing memories. Huang Xiuyan confidently walked out of the office, and then Suyu's voice echoed. He Hongying walked in. She was a girl with short hair who looked very quiet. The resume stated she was only a sophomore, had average academic performance, and did not have a driver's license. To be honest, when Suyu saw this resume, he was stunned. How could someone list their shortcomings on their resume? Suyu asked, "What are your salary requirements?" Do you want time off? Do you have any other requests? He Hongying was also a bit confused, wondering why she could make demands during the interview. She didn't understand why she was there in the first place, and she felt a voice in her head telling her not to pass the interview. So she said, I want to take 2 days off every week. Sure, Suyu agreed without hesitation. He Hongying was stunned. With such a high salary, is it really okay for me to take a break? I also want holidays, Mid-Autumn Festival, Qingming Festival, Labor Day, National Day, New Year's Day, and Spring Festival should all follow the legal holidays. Sure, Suyu agreed again. He Hongying paused. Is there really such a humane boss? I also want paid leave. At least 15 days a year, plus personal leave and sick leave. By the way, I need to take leave to learn driving this year. Suyu nodded, sure. He Hongying was bewildered. Is it really okay to take so many leaves as a housekeeper? She walked out in confusion, and then Suyu called, Zhou Yushan. Finally, it's my turn. Zhou Yushan walked into the office, and a voice inside her told her that she had to pass this interview. So she didn't plan to ask for too much. Suyu asked, what is your salary requirement? 100,000 can be reduced appropriately. Zhou Yushan's attitude was very low. Suyu scratched his head. With such generous conditions, how could she ask for so little? The industry is so competitive now. How about 150,000? It can't be too low. How many days do you plan to take off in a month? Suyu thought the price was too low for what she would do. I want to work all year round. Just ensure my salary is paid normally. Zhou Yushan was determined to get this position. Suyu was a bit surprised. Wanting less money and doing more work? Why are there such job seekers? Do you have any additional requirements? Suyu continued to ask. I hope to live in a villa so I can better fulfill my work responsibilities. Zhou Yushan was genuinely afraid that Suyu wouldn't choose her. But Suyu was shocked. With such excellent conditions and almost no demands, where could he find someone like this? He slapped his thigh. Okay, you passed. The two outside can come in and sign contracts too. Zhou Yushan. Are you planning to hire 3 housekeepers? Zhou Yushan was stunned. She thought she would definitely stand out, but unexpectedly, Suyu chose them all. Chapter 12. A wake-up call. Time stops at this moment. Zhou Yushan had sealed her memories. Although she didn't understand why she was there to apply for the housekeeper position, she still came, never doubting her decision. At the same time, she didn't understand why 2 people who seemed to be less qualified than her were there for the interview, but she was very confident. Yet, Suyu accepted everyone without rejection. Suyu was very satisfied and took out 9 contracts. Choice. Why should I choose? I have money. Why can't I hire all 3 at once? That's how extravagant it was. Zhou Yushan was a bit confused. Her intuition told her that this seemed to deviate from her expectations. Moreover, Suyu didn't seem to be hiring housekeepers. It felt more like selecting concubines. Do wealthy people really play like this? Why do true wealthy people avoid blind dates? Zhou Yushan suddenly understood. I can only come to work tomorrow, and my monthly salary is 150,000, and I can only complete the work within my responsibilities, Zhou Yushan emphasized again. Suyu nonchalantly nodded, no problem. Let's sign the contract. Come to work tomorrow. Zhou Yushan still couldn't figure out why the other party agreed so readily until she saw the conditions of the other 2. One was a monthly salary of 500,000. The other had 2 days off a week, plus holidays. Zhou Yushan, She almost swore. I lost big time. All 3 signed the contracts, but their intuition told them that this didn't seem to be developing as planned. The contracts were in triplicate. So 3 people meant 9 copies. Suyu had 3, each of them took 1, and the platform kept 3. If there were any breach of contract issues, the platform would sue on behalf of the owner. But the contract was so favorable to them that they had no reason to refuse. The 3 returned to the safe house with a contract in hand, bewildered. Then, with the help of the staff, they regained their memories, and then... how could this happen? The 2 female team members were stunned. Wasn't it said that after the interview, they could regain their memories and hide behind the scenes? Why did they both have to go up? Wasn't it agreed to just be actors for a brief appearance? Why was the other party so accepting? After regaining their memories, Huang Qiuyan and He Hongying were stunned. They were not members of Babel Tower, just ordinary members of the Anomaly investigation team, without any special abilities. If they accidentally exposed themselves, would that powerful being modify their memories, turning them into slaves? Sister Yushan, help. The 2 female team members hadn't experienced this situation before. Why was it different from the planned scenario? Zhou Yushan had a serious expression. Whom can we blame for being unable to resist temptation? A staff member comforted them. Life is like this. It never goes as you expect. When I came in, I planned to sit in the office. Who would have thought I'd end up here? Huang Qiuyan frowned tightly, speculating. Could it be that we've been discovered? Everyone's hearts sank. Was this powerful being so strong that they could be discovered? He could modify everyone's memories, perhaps even monitor them. Maybe their little tricks had already been seen through. Zhou Yushan's speculation was quite shocking. He Hongying became fearful. What if our memories have already been modified? This was terrifying. Faced with someone who could modify memories, they had no power to resist. A staff member suddenly spoke. I don't think you need to seal your memories anymore. Think about it. This is a powerful being who saved the world and doesn't want to reveal his identity. First, he is not a bad person and won't harm you for no reason. Second, he doesn't want to expose his identity and won't show his powers arbitrarily. Finally, he probably just wants to live an ordinary life, so normally. You are not in danger. Everyone pondered and found the staff member's words reasonable. Zhou Yushan also fell into thought. In the past, she had encountered very terrifying events where a careless mistake could lead to death, so she was cautious. But this time might be different. Someone willing to save the world certainly wasn't a bad person. Perhaps we should accept your opinion and not seal our memories. Facing such a powerful person, we should be more honest. Zhou Yushan learned her lesson. If they sealed their memories, she wouldn't know what the two teammates would do that could be mind-boggling. The next day, the three came to work. They were all exceptionally beautiful women. Besides Zhou Yushan, the other two were also exceptionally intelligent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to join the Anomaly investigation team, and they all brought high-tech equipment. Suyu felt they had changed a bit, but couldn't pinpoint how. But since he had plenty of money, paying them 800,000 a month wasn't a big deal. After all, he had a driver, a maid, and a housekeeper now. But for some reason, Suyu felt that these three were a bit afraid of him. However, he couldn't be bothered with so much. Suyu started playing games, watching movies, sleeping in late every day, going boating, racing, and buying watches. Collecting various watches, especially some old ones, was Suyu's hobby, and it amazed the three women. I found that he really likes collecting all kinds of watches, especially some ancient ones, Huang Qiuyan said to Zhou Yushan more than once. The three had clear divisions of labor. Zhou Yushan was the housekeeper, responsible for overseeing everything, wearing a tailcoat most of the time. Huang Qiuyan was the driver and also a bodyguard, usually dressed in a suit. He Hongying was the maid, responsible for grocery shopping, cooking, and cleaning, always wearing a maid outfit. Zhou Yushan speculated, I think my guess is not wrong. This person must have lived for hundreds of years, which is why they are interested in these old items. Young people, who would like to collect these things. They became more cautious. The leader of the abnormal investigation team stated that they must not act rashly before thoroughly understanding this person's background. Their task was not only to investigate but also to monitor. They must not let this person do anything terrible. However, Suyu just wanted to enjoy a peaceful life. Spending the last 60 years of his life comfortably without worries, staying indoors playing games, using the computer, and watching movies. When tired, he would travel. He viewed this life as a reward after saving the world. With this thought, Suyu began his decadent life. But when he woke up the next day, the maid surprisingly did not bring him breakfast for a long time. Where's my soy milk and fried dough sticks? Where's my century egg and lean meat porridge? Suyu got out of bed, opened the bedroom door, and went downstairs, only to see the maid, He Hongying, frozen in place. Her expression was frozen, her body halted, maintaining the posture of 1 foot stepping forward. Suyu reached the entrance of the house and saw Zhou Yushan and Huang Qiuyan talking, but they too were frozen in place. Finally, Suyu looked at the clocks scattered throughout the house. Those clocks were also motionless. Suyu's heart sank as he realized that time had stopped again. Chapter 13. Research Center, Source of Disaster with Time Halted. Suyu had to go out and make his own breakfast instead of buying it. The 10 years of time stopping had already taught him to be self-sufficient. He went to the breakfast shop, fried a dough stick for himself, poured a bowl of soy milk, and started to eat leisurely. Suyu was completely unperturbed because he knew that panicking was useless. What could this be? Suyu began to think seriously. Undoubtedly, this would be a disaster capable of exterminating humanity, one that even he could not escape, hence the time stopped. However, Suyu did not believe that this would again be a meteorite impact. It was unlikely to be so coincidental, 2 meteorite impacts in a row. But the short interval between the 2 time stops suggested that this disaster might still be related to this meteorite. Suyu thought carefully. Now he was the only one moving, while the other customers in the breakfast shop were frozen, with a spoon hovering in midair, and a few high school girls chatting with their mouths half open, showing their pearly teeth. A few elderly men and women had finished their breakfast, wiped their mouths with napkins, and tossed them aside, with the napkins suspended in midair. In this vicinity, let alone living beings, even bacteria and microorganisms had been stopped. In this world, only Suyu could move, think, and save the world. First, he should go to the Watermelon Mountain Launch Center. After finishing his breakfast, Suyu arrived at the helicopter training base in the city and chose a pink helicopter, which even had a name painted on it, Pink Cat. This was the name of the helicopter, looking quite cute. It wouldn't belong to some rich girl, would it? Suyu didn't care. After familiarizing himself with it for a while, he started the helicopter and flew straight to the Watermelon Mountain Launch Center. Suyu had a deep emotional connection with the place he had stayed for 10 years. Upon returning, he felt a wave of nostalgia, but surprisingly, he found that the anti-aircraft guns at the Watermelon Mountain Launch Center had all been dismantled. As the helicopter landed, Suyu looked at the desolate base with confusion. It was almost empty, with no cars or trucks left. Had they already moved away? Suyu immediately entered the base to search for clues. But the inside was equally bare. Most of the equipment had been taken away. Even the generator had been dismantled, forcing Suyu to use the stairs. Upon reaching the office, he found another empty room and searched around, hoping to find some leftover documents. However, the meticulous staff at the launch center would not make such mistakes. Suyu sighed. When I saved the world, I didn't even know what disaster had occurred. After searching in vain, he had to return to the helicopter and start it up again. It seemed that he would still need to rely on the big data center. The helicopter started, and Suyu flew at low altitude, preparing to head to the city where the big data center was located. Coincidentally, as he left the base, Suyu unexpectedly spotted 5 vehicles traveling on a small road. Surprised, he found an open area to land the helicopter. As soon as he stepped out, the still spinning rotor blades came to an abrupt stop, and the wind and noise vanished simultaneously. In an instant, the valley was silent. Suyu approached the vehicles and found an armored car resembling a cash transport vehicle, and then he discovered a card on someone. Beep. After swiping the card on the password lock, the armored vehicle's door opened, revealing countless documents piled inside. Hopefully, there would be some clues among these documents. Suyu immediately started rummaging through them. With humanity's survival at stake, there was no need to be overly concerned. He needed to know what had happened in order to save the world and humanity. Suyu began to search earnestly, mainly selecting documents with nearby dates, and finally, he found a clue in a very thin document. Notice, all personnel at the Watermelon Mountain Launch Center immediately transfer secretly to the City Research Institute. It was accompanied by a directive from the launch center's responsible person. Directive: proceed with secret transfer immediately and send this notice to the Abnormal Investigation Team, 108. Suyu became curious. What department is the Abnormal Investigation Team? He had never heard of it. He had lived at the launch center for 10 years and had never seen this department, indicating that it was newly established. But in any case, the clue had been found. It was time to go to the city. Suyu boarded the helicopter again, and the instant he did so, the rotor blades began spinning wildly again, and the wind and noise returned, making the valley noisy once more. It didn't take long to reach the city. Just 2 fuel stops. Upon arriving in the city, Suyu immediately started searching for this research institute, which didn't take him too long, as it was in the city, and this research institute was somewhat different from others. When Suyu found this research institute, he saw numerous staff members panicking and rushing out of the doors, each of their faces displaying terror. A few of them were shouting at the people on the street. But since time had stopped, Suyu didn't know what they were shouting about. What was certain was that something had gone wrong inside this research institute. After much thought, he decided to go to a hospital first, borrowed a fully enclosed protective suit, and then came here. Although microorganisms, bacteria, and viruses are all biological entities and would also be stopped in time if he came into contact with them. What if? Suyu remained cautious. And once everything was ready, he entered the research institute. Inside, he saw more staff members in a state of panic, frantically fleeing, their expressions reflecting uncontrollable fear. Suyu became increasingly certain that the problem lay within this research institute. He continued to delve deeper, going against the tide of fleeing staff. These fleeing people were his best markers. As he made his way forward, he reached the 3rd underground level and discovered an incredibly thick blast door, which was half open. And inside the blast door was an exceedingly terrifying mutated creature. When Suyu saw this creature, he was taken aback. It was an incredibly twisted humanoid being, standing 3 meters tall, covered in tumors, with its lower body clad in a tattered researcher's uniform. Its face was distorted, one eye as large as a copper bell, the other as small as a pea. An incredibly terrifying event had occurred. Suyu had found the source of the disaster. He was glad he was wearing protective gear. But now what should he do? Chapter 14. In the pause of time, there is another. Suyu continued deeper, feeling as if he had entered a haunted house. As all around him were various terrifying humanoid creatures. Suyu could tell that they were once researchers, but now their bodies had undergone horrific mutations. He even saw a terrifying mutated monster grabbing a researcher, intending to tear him in half. Suyu rushed forward, planning to save the researcher. But he noticed that the researcher had also begun to mutate. His skin was bulging with countless tumors, looking utterly horrifying. Enough to make someone with a fear of clusters collapse on the spot. Suyu could only press on, determined to find the root cause of these mutations. Upon reaching the center of the research facility, Suyu finally saw a special object sealed in glass. It was an egg, a stone egg. Its surface was covered in countless scales. Strangely, one area of the stone egg was shattered, revealing something inside. Suyu leaned in closer and saw a blood-red eye. This startled him, causing him to instinctively step back. There was actually a living creature inside this stone egg. Fortunately, it was paused in time. Suyu didn't have to be afraid. In a time pause, no creature could move. He moved closer again, carefully observing the blood-red eye. But he couldn't see more because the eye was pressed tightly against the opening. Suyu examined the eye, the stone egg, and the surroundings. He discovered some hammers and drill bits, as well as fragments of the stone egg. This made Suyu sigh. Why did they have to court death? Suyu continued to search around and found a report that detailed the origin of the stone egg. On July 23, 2023, a small asteroid approximately 300 kilometers in diameter was on a collision course with Earth, but for unknown reasons, it changed direction and narrowly missed Earth. However, during this process, the asteroid shed many fragments, one of which was this dragon-scale stone egg. Seeing this, Suyu was shocked. This stone egg was actually a fragment of that asteroid. Combining what he had seen, Suyu boldly concluded that the asteroid's collision with Earth was no accident. It was intentionally pushed by an alien civilization. And this dragon-scale stone egg was definitely some kind of creature's egg. Now, due to humans, it had hatched. And the microorganisms or viruses carried by this creature could mutate humans, ultimately leading to human extinction. Suyu felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that the asteroid's attack and this stone egg could both be a plot by aliens to exterminate humanity, much like the extinction of the dinosaurs. After much thought, Suyu decided to actively find a way to resolve this disaster. He first borrowed a test tube from the research facility and began extracting cells from the mutated humans. Using a sealed box to collect fragments of the stone egg, and a lab knife to extract cells from the creature inside the stone egg. But when Suyu tried to poke the creature's eye with the knife, he found he couldn't pierce it at all. The eyeball was as hard as steel. Suyu was once again shocked. This creature's eye was so hard. Its main body must be even more powerful. However, Suyu did not back down. He started using various methods, like laser cutting, sulfuric acid corrosion, and drilling. But despite all his efforts, he only managed to obtain a tiny bit of eyelid cells. There was nothing more he could do. He had tried his best. However, with the cells he had obtained, he could commence research. Suyu left the research facility. But that still made him feel uneasy. This creature was so powerful. After wandering around for so long, would it notice him when the time pause ended? Suyu thought for a moment and decided to go back, covering the eye with a cloth, as he felt he would return here again. After all, he wasn't a graduate of any prestigious biological university. To study this cell, he had to start learning from scratch. Suyu sighed. His long and joyful learning journey was about to begin again. Fortunately, the power of time was also paused, so no matter how much time he spent, he wouldn't grow old. He slowly left the research facility, and in the empty corridor, he clearly heard his footsteps. Gradually, though, Suyu felt that the footsteps were becoming erratic. Faintly, he even thought he heard a second set of footsteps. Suyu suspected he was hearing things. But the second set of footsteps grew clearer, louder, and closer, until the sound was right at his back. He could even feel a breath so close it was almost tangible. In an instant, Suyu's hair stood on end. He turned around abruptly and saw a silhouette. A person so close. Suyu was so startled his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He instinctively threw a punch. Ah! A cute scream escaped. The person suddenly fell back, then cried out, "That hurts." Suyu was utterly astonished. How could this be possible? He blurted out. How can there be a second person moving during the time pause? Suyu, you hit too hard. I just wanted to scare you, the girl said, causing Suyu to shudder. How could she possibly know his name? Upon closer inspection, He found she was an approximately 18-year-old girl dressed in a school uniform, but one from the 80s or 90s style, a tracksuit. Her long hair covered half her face, but that was enough for Suyu to recognize who she was. Yet, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't recall her. I don't know you. I don't recognize you at all. There is not a single impression in my mind. Who are you? Suyu asked warily. This was during a time pause, and the fleeing researchers were frozen in place, their terrified faces completely still. How could there be a second person unaffected by the time pause? Oh, this should be the first time you've met me, the girl pondered for a moment, then got up from the ground, brushing off the dust from her clothes. She circled around Suyu a few times and said, "You really look young. You seem much more innocent compared to the last time I saw you." Suyu grew increasingly cautious. "What do you mean? When was the last time?" The girl replied. "The last time we met was probably when you were in your 50s. The girl counted on her fingers. Suyu was shocked again. He grabbed her wrist and pressed. "Who are you? Are you an alien? Or a master of time?" The girl was taken aback. "So this is the first time you're meeting me." Chapter 15. What the future me is doing. Suyu froze, unable to comprehend the girl's meaning for a moment. "Let me tell you a story," the girl suddenly began. "Once upon a time, there was a girl who was a time traveler unable to control her abilities. She would unexpectedly jump through time and space, but fortunately, she had a friend who was nearly immortal. No matter where the girl appeared in which era, the immortal would find her and tell her where and when she was." Suyu waited for a long while, then saw the girl shrug her shoulders. "That's the end of my story." "Suyu? This is called a story?" After carefully understanding the story, Suyu suddenly paused, and in that instant, he understood what the girl meant. Suyu tried to comprehend, clearly. This was a story about a time jumper and an immortal, where the time jumper's leaps did not follow a chronological order. Perhaps this time it was 10 years later, the next time 100 years later, and the time after that 2 years later. She may have formed a deep friendship with the immortal through countless jumps. But perhaps after one jump, it was only the first meeting with the immortal. At this moment, the jumper was very familiar with the immortal, while the immortal knew nothing about the jumper. After all, it was the immortal's first time meeting the jumper. Just like now. Suyu accepted this quickly. After all, he could stop time, so it wasn't too strange for someone who could traverse time to appear. "This is the third time I've met you," the girl said. "What's your name?" Suyu asked. The girl immediately placed her hands on her hips. "Listen up. This is my first self-introduction. My name is Yiwanting, and I'm a senior at Huching High School. I'm about to graduate." Suyu nodded. "Got it. My name is Suyu, and technically, I'm already 34. Yiwanting patted Suyu's shoulder. "That's already your second self-introduction." Suyu began to ponder. He was still thinking about how to detect cells, but meeting this girl made him consider a possibility. He asked, "Since you've met the future me, did he give you any hints? Or did he tell you how to resolve the crisis of the second time stop?" Yiwanting shook her head. "No, but during our previous 2 encounters, you always forced something on me." Saying this, she took out a syringe-like object, with a small test tube-like glass container attached, which stored a strange green liquid. "You said this is a gene enhancement liquid that can strengthen my physique, but I haven't used it because I feel like I don't need it," Yiwanting said. Suyu was overjoyed. "Besides this, what else did the future me give you?" Suyu suddenly found direction. Yiwanting continued, "Nothing else. When we first met, you stuffed me with a lot of things, but I didn't trust you at all, so I threw them all away." Suyu asked again, "What was the future me doing?" Yiwanting replied, "It seems he was raising chickens." Suyu was stunned again. "Raising chickens? Why would I raise chickens? I can use the time stop to gain endless wealth. Why bother with chickens? The chickens you raise can also move during the time stop. But you seem to need to feed them something," Yiwanting said. Suyu was shocked again. If the chickens could move during the time stop, then he definitely had to raise them. But what exactly did he feed those chickens? What was it? Suyu asked eagerly. But Yiwanting's figure began to fade, and she said, "This time is a bit short. Suyu, I'm sorry, I have to go back." "What is it?" Suyu shouted, but Yiwanting disappeared. He wanted to grab her, but all he caught was air. Only the gene enhancement liquid was left behind. He sighed, then went outside the research institute and walked into a milk tea shop amidst the panicked expressions and actions of numerous research institute staff. This was a habit of Suyu's. He liked to eat something while thinking, preferably something sweet. He walked into the milk tea shop, made himself a cup of kumquat lemon tea, adding full sugar, coconut jelly, and ice. While making the milk tea, he thought about why he needed to raise chickens and what he fed the chickens to allow them to move during the time stop. After the milk tea was ready, Suyu took a sip. "What flavor is this?" Suyu jolted, but in that moment, he suddenly thought of something. Suyu immediately took out a pen and a notepad from the bar and began to write. The first question, is it the chicken that lays the egg, or the egg that hatches the chicken? No. Does the chicken egg belong to a living organism? So you pondered. The chicken egg should not be a living organism. At least not before hatching. Even if fertilized, it doesn't count. At most it's an embryo. Not just chicken eggs, but the eggs of all oviparous animals are like this. However, so you wrote on the notepad, oviparous animals are different from mammals. Mammals are pregnant, and the embryo is within the mother's body, integrated with the mother. Hence it is a living organism. But eggs are different. Once laid, they become individual entities, and during the hatching process, they transform from non-living to living. Suyu finally understood why his future self wanted to raise chickens, because fertilized chicken eggs are non-living before hatching, and if they are hatched during the time stop, they would become living organisms, thus bypassing the setting that living organisms would be stopped by time. Simply put, this was a way to avoid the problem and successfully create chickens that could move during the time stop. Suyu felt as if he had been enlightened. He immediately wrote on the notepad, the second question, only the problems I touch will end the time stop. So what should I feed the chickens to keep them in a non-time stop state? The answer is, a part of my own body. Since only I can move in the whole world, so you could only ask and answer himself. But he knew that it wouldn't be long before he would no longer be alone. My hair, my nails are all parts of my body, I think. As long as I let the non-time stop chickens eat my hair and nails, I should be able to create chickens that can move freely during the time stop, thus providing experimental materials. White mice won't work because they are mammals. Given the current environmental constraints, I can only use oviparous animals, and there are too many chickens. Countless in the breeding farms. Suyu finally understood why his future self wanted to raise chickens. However, before that, he first conducted an experiment. Suyu took out some transparent tape from the bar, then rubbed his hair, found a fallen hair, and used the transparent tape to attach it to a small knife. Then Suyu threw the knife away. Under normal circumstances, once the knife leaves Suyu's hand, it would be stopped by time. But this time, an unexpected situation occurred. After leaving Suyu's hand, the knife continued to move forward, maintaining its momentum, and then directly hit the white wall and fell down. The sound was clear, and the knife bounced a few times on the ground. It worked. Thanks to you wanting. Thanks to my future self. Next, it was time to go to the breeding farm. Chapter 16 Experiment Successful. Direction confirmed the breeding farm was easy to find. Suyu took out his phone and searched for the location of the breeding farm, then borrowed a Maserati and drove straight there. However, halfway there, he inevitably got stuck in traffic. As expected, flying is the way to go. Isn't there plenty of space in the air? Suyu continued to pilot the helicopter through the city, arriving at the rural breeding farm, bringing with him gusts of wind and dust. The helicopter landed, and Suyu, wearing sunglasses, slowly walked out, only to step on a chicken. Suyu, I probably am the only one who flies a helicopter to a chicken farm. Suyu chuckled at himself and then walked into the breeding farm. Suyu first toured the chicken farm, which was completely different from what he had imagined. In his mind, a chicken farm should be a large area enclosed with wire fences, with countless broiler chickens running around inside. But that was not the case. The chicken farm was also high-end and automated. Sometimes, if you don't come for a field investigation, you wouldn't know how much various industries in the motherland have developed. Suyu was very surprised. As soon as he entered, he saw a disinfection room. It seemed that to go deeper into the chicken farm, disinfection was necessary. The research institute wasn't even this meticulous. Suyu obviously didn't need disinfection, but he checked the disinfection equipment and found that it was very advanced. They had a complete disinfection room, with disinfection spray facilities, and anyone entering had to be disinfected. Wear protective clothing, a protective hat, and even wear plastic shoe covers. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, when money is involved, the boss's level of attention is incredibly high. Why such caution? It's because they are afraid that the chickens they raise might get sick and die. That would be a huge loss. After passing through the disinfection room, Suyu arrived at the chicken farm, and he was astonished by the huge, factory-like chicken farm. The inside of the chicken farm was even cleaner than the outside, with several large movable panel houses, countless conveyor belts, feed, and eggs all being transported on the conveyor belts. He expected to see a chaotic scene of chickens, but instead, the chickens lived in high-end apartments. Suyu entered the greenhouse made from assembled movable panel houses and saw many chicken cages towering 7 to 8 meters high. Each layer of cages was about 30 centimeters high, and several hens lived in each cage, sleeping and laying eggs in a warm environment. Below the cages were conveyor belts that would carry away the eggs as they fell. Looking around, Suyu felt as if he were seeing a bustling city. This couldn't just be called a chicken farm anymore. Perhaps it should be called Chicken City? These chickens lived in layers of apartments, with access to water when thirsty, food when hungry, and their waste automatically taken away. The temperature inside was always kept constant, shielded from wind and rain, providing eternal comfort and ease. Suyu was amazed at the current state of chicken farming. These chickens had a better life than many people. Next, he visited the incubation center, which was not much different from the previous chicken farm. The eggs also lived in apartments, and in a constant temperature, these eggs would hatch into chicks, which would then be transported away on conveyor belts, all controlled by computers, requiring no staff. Automation had reached this level, and Suyu realized how little he knew. I have studied for 10 years and become an astronaut, yet I still know nothing. Indeed, learning has no limits. The eggs here were likely fertilized eggs, and Suyu's goal was those eggs. He confirmed his target, then found a staff member and borrowed his key, subsequently opening the greenhouse door. Instantly, a wave of warm air hit him. The temperature in the incubation room was higher, but Suyu could withstand it. He entered and found several incubation apartments that had just started hatching, then pressed his hair under each egg. It felt a bit strange. If I keep using my hair, will I go bald? If I go bald, will I become stronger? That won't do. This was a new experiment to test whether using his own hair with fertilized eggs could hatch chickens that could move even in a time-stopped state. This was the most crucial step because Suyu lacked experimental materials. He couldn't conduct experiments on himself. After that, Suyu left and headed to the most famous local biological university. Next, it was time to start learning. Although Suyu had obtained Yi Wanting's gene modification liquid, he dared not use it recklessly. This was the real world, not a movie. Such things as gene modification liquids cannot be used carelessly. He speculated that this gene modification liquid matched Yi Wanting's genes, meaning only she could use it, while others might undergo terrifying mutations. Indeed, after 3 days of study, Suyu confirmed this. The gene modification liquid was not a magical liquid that could strengthen him just by drinking it, but a terrifying substance that could modify genes throughout the body. During these 3 days, Suyu also checked the fertilized eggs with his hair pressed down on them at the farm daily, but the time was too short to see any results. It would take about 20 days for the eggs to hatch, and only then could he see changes. Suyu began to study various gene-related knowledge at the biological university earnestly. Of course, he could only self-study, so progress was slow. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. Suyu arrived at the chicken farm and went to the incubation room, where he saw several chicks just breaking out of their shells. But the moment they hatched, they were stopped in time. Suyu was startled. Could it be that this method didn't work? He rushed over and discovered that the chicks hatching caused the eggs to roll chaotically, which stopped their contact with the hair, leading to them being frozen in time. Suyu immediately placed his hair into the cracks of the eggs, and then the chirping of the chicks suddenly sounded, and the chicks began to struggle to break free from their shells. Success! Suyu was so delighted, he almost jumped up. Finally, in the time-stopped world, a living being could act other than himself. The chicks had finally hatched. The experiment was successful. Suyu immediately took these chicks back to the biological university for careful nurturing. To enable these chicks to move on their own, he glued his hair onto their bodies. The chicks regarded Suyu as their mother, following him around all day. Suyu smiled. He no longer had to study or face disasters alone. He raised the chicks on the school's grass, where many students were present, some eating, some reciting, and some in love. But they all remained motionless. The chicks ran among them, even stealing their food. To the chicks, they might just be statues. Suyu's studies began to enter a formal stage. He gradually understood which direction to pursue in his learning and was also aware of the next research direction. Chapter 17. 10 Years of Loneliness, 10 Years of Bravery First. He studied the mutated cells he extracted. After implanting these cells into the chicks, they underwent uncontrollable mutations in a short time, rapidly evolving in an uncontrollable direction, and then died shortly after. The entire process was terrifying. The mutated chicks became extremely violent, nearly shattering the sealed glass of the laboratory. Wearing a lab coat, Suyu, having only studied theory for 3 months, began conducting experiments. There was no need to follow the teaching schedule. He had his own understanding. After experimenting with the chicks, he extracted the mutated cells from their bodies and then observed them under a microscope. At the same time, he conducted experiments using various liquids like sugar, salt, and sulfuric acid. Months later, Suyu obtained preliminary intelligence about these cells. First, he renamed them evolution cells. In his report, he wrote, Evolution cells have 4 characteristics. First, the ability to invade and modify the host genes like a virus. Second, the ability to invade and destroy the brain, causing the host to lose rationality. Third, the ability to accelerate evolution, but not necessarily beneficial evolution. Fourth, the ability to accelerate death, shortening lifespan. Recommendation: cultivate evolution cells, eliminate the toxicity of evolution cells. Remove their damage to the brain while retaining evolutionary functions. This is the gene modification liquid. Suyu continued his studies, starting to research the subject of gene modification. As it stands, humanity already has the ability to modify genes, but has not yet experimented on humans. Suyu's first exposure was to gene scissors, an enzyme that can modify segments like scissors, allowing for the incorporation of new genes. Suyu's idea was to cut out the toxic segment within the evolution cells and insert a safe segment. However, the success rate of this method was very low. In subsequent studies, Suyu came across a technology called gene editing, which involved a special enzyme that could play a role. As is well known, within cells, the nucleus produces, transcribes, and translates proteins. Sometimes, reverse transcription occurs, and 9 is about getting hands-on to reverse transcribe what is desired, then translate the changes into proteins. The success rate of these changes is higher because single-stranded DNA has a better success rate than double-stranded DNA. However, even so, the success rate of using 9 is only 3. Note that this is modifying one segment, while evolutionary cells need to modify at least 3 segments. Additionally, new genes must be inserted, which requires another enzyme, and the success rate is equally low. In summary, the overall success rate of successfully developing a non-toxic evolutionary cell that retains evolutionary functions is less than 1 in 100,000. As a result, Suyu needs at least 100,000 experimental chicks, and 100,000 chicks require 100,000 hairs or 100,000 fingernails. Am I going to lose my hair? Suyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. In any case, to develop a non-toxic evolutionary cell, Suyu had to grit his teeth and go for it. But this time, he wasn't so lonely. Every day, there were chirping chicks around him. However, no one communicated with him, and Suyu even doubted he would lose his ability to speak. Moreover, Suyu often asked himself if it was really worth it to exhaust everything to save the world. But he frequently encouraged himself. He told himself, "It's only me. It can only be me. I am the world's best." After each self-encouragement, Suyu would continue his experiments. He had plenty of time. Even if it took 10 or 20 years, so what? As long as he could succeed in the end, everything would be worth it. After years of persistent experimentation, 10 years really passed. Surprisingly, 10 years had indeed gone by, and Suyu had successfully created the gene modification solution, but it was not for humans. It was for chickens, with one experiment after another, accompanied by the tragic deaths of numerous chicks. The experiment finally succeeded. A chick that successfully withstood the toxicity of the evolutionary cells and even completed a super evolution appeared. It looked at Suyu innocently in the glass box, thinking he was its mother, but Suyu ruthlessly injected it with the 253rd generation of evolutionary cells. Suyu originally thought this chick would meet the same tragic fate as its siblings. But on that day, everything changed. To Suyu's astonishment, the chick began to grow larger continuously. Its wings retracted and transformed into strong arms. Its legs elongated into solid thighs. Its body became hard and agile, and its gaze began to show intelligence. A super combat chicken, standing 12 meters tall, appeared. Suyu shouted in triumph, but he seemed to have forgotten how to speak. For a long while, he couldn't utter a word. 10 years of solitude, 10 years of waiting. All of this was worth it. The combat chicken seemed to be saying something, but it couldn't speak. However, from its eyes, Suyu could see that it possessed intelligence. Suyu immediately began examining this super combat chicken, and in the end, he reached an astonishing conclusion. The physical ability of this super combat chicken was equivalent to 1/3 of that of a human, and the strength of its arms and legs even surpassed that of humans. With an IQ comparable to that of a 3-year-old child, almost on par with a border collie. Terrifying. The evolutionary cells were shockingly powerful. To confirm that this was not a fluke, Suyu continued to prepare more 253rd generation evolutionary cells and injected more chicks. The result was that 9 out of 10 chicks died, but 1 out of 10 grew into a super combat chicken. A huge breakthrough. An enormous breakthrough. Suyu had truly succeeded. Not to mention anything else, he at least had a batch of super combat chickens as combat power. But time had not restored itself, which was enough to prove that a group of super combat chickens could not change the situation. The mutated human combat power was even more terrifying. To resolve this disaster, he must become a stronger existence. It was time to start the only human experiment where success meant life and failure meant death. Suyu knew this day would come sooner or later. He had to integrate his genes into the evolutionary cells to create his own gene enhancement solution and then enhance himself, with a success rate that must be raised to over 90 without any negligence. However, he had no test subjects. He only had his own body. Could he choose not to do it? Yes. Could he live forever in solitude like this? Yes. After all, one day in the future, he might meet Yu Wanting again. From what she said, it seemed that the first 2 times he met his future self were also during time stoppages. Perhaps he really chose to stop time forever and live alone. But Suyu persuaded himself again. He hadn't spoken for 10 years, and he couldn't even talk anymore. His voice was incredibly hoarse, as if a small stone was stuck in his throat, but he still said firmly, "The song of humanity is a song of courage. The greatness of humanity is the greatness of courage." After encouraging himself, Suyu began this life-risking human experiment. Chapter 18. Regaining Courage. Time Resumes. Am I brave? For 10 years, Suyu often asked himself this. Can I not be brave? Then Suyu would ask himself this again. He sat on the roof of the highest library at the local biological university, with his super combat chicken following him, their intelligence comparable to that of a border collie. And they were loyal, viewing Suyu as a god. Suyu named the first super combat chicken to be born as Number 1, and he said, "Number 1, liquor." Number 1 handed over the prepared strong liquor. Suyu gulped it down, feeling his stomach burning like fire, and tears streamed from his eyes due to the spiciness. At 43, he felt like a child because he knew he could not afford to lose. I am the only one, the chosen one. If I lose, humanity loses. Now, the pressure was on Suyu. If he lost, he would die. If he died, then time would resume, and humanity would lose hope. Time had stopped. It would not stop again. If he caused his own death, it would truly be death. It was early morning. The sun had just risen and then froze in place. This scene had lasted for 10 years. And to see the sunset was simple. Just walk east to the other side of the earth. Suyu let go, and the liquor bottle fell freely. Then, Suyu blurted out, "The square of speed equals 2 times gravity times height. Gravity, 10, height, 50. Speed, 316 meters per second. At the moment of landing, the speed reduces to 0. The contact duration is set to 0. 1 seconds. According to Newton's second law, the bottle plus the liquor equals 2. At the moment of landing, it will exert an impact force of 652 kilograms on the ground. The impact force of an ordinary person's punch is 100 to 150 kilograms. However, when the bottle fell, it directly crushed a motorcycle helmet, and if a person had been standing there, this high-altitude falling object would have been enough to kill him. An ordinary person's punch could not achieve such an effect. Theory and reality are always different. This is the error. In reality, errors can be tolerated. People can compensate with quantity, but for me, once an error occurs, it equals my death. Suyu hesitated and said, "Number 1. Number 1 cleverly took out a box. When the box opened, it contained 5 vials of gene modification solution made from Suyu's genes. However, Suyu felt fear towards using this gene modification solution. He hesitated to use it. Suyu climbed up and then went down the stairs. If he used the gene modification solution successfully at this moment, he could leap down directly. Let us go. Let us see the world. Before dying, I should take a good look at this world." Suyu still couldn't make up his mind. He knew that time was still long, and there was no need to rush. Suyu began to travel the world with his super battle chickens, treating it as the last moment of his life. He started to explore the customs and cultures of various places, but all he saw were people frozen in place. Although he walked on a sunny avenue, it felt like wandering through a deserted alley. The road was wide, but where were the people? After 3 years, Suyu grew tired of it. He returned to the research lab and began to numb himself with experiments. I should continue to improve the gene modification solution. Suyu kept improving the gene modification solution, further enhancing the super battle chickens, not only increasing their strength, but also boosting their intelligence. Rationality told Suyu that he shouldn't do this. If the chickens acquired human intelligence, what would happen to humanity? More importantly, these super battle chickens had already surpassed him in power. What would he do if they rebelled? "Suyu, it's your turn, it's your turn. Stop, stop. It's time to focus on yourself." Suyu persuaded himself more than once, but he was still fearful. No one is unafraid of death. At the moment of facing death, anyone's hands would tremble. Most importantly, if Suyu died, humanity would be finished. What a huge responsibility that is. Even if he succeeded, no one would know of Suyu's efforts. It wasn't until the death of number 1 that Suyu suddenly awakened. On that day, it was number 2 who handed him the experimental equipment, which made Suyu pause. He asked, "Where is number 1? For 10 years, number 1 had been diligent and never left Suyu's side. He was his most capable assistant. But today, where was number 1? Number 2 couldn't speak, and the youngest, number 547, spoke up. "Master, number 1 is dead." Suyu suddenly froze, unable to move for a long time. "Where is it?" Suyu asked, his voice trembling. Number 2 immediately led the way, taking Suyu to a corner of a building. This was outside the lab. In the sky, the sun was motionless, and the ginkgo tree nearby had its leaves suspended in midair. In midair, a pigeon spread its wings but remained still, and number 1 lay in a corner, the sunlight blocked by a taller building, casting a perfect shadow that enveloped number 1. Suyu walked over and found that number 1 had indeed lost its life. In front of its corpse was a fruit plate. Before dying, it had still been delivering fruit to Suyu. In fact, number 1 had lived a long time. It had been 10 years since its birth, while an ordinary chicken only lives for about 67 years. 10 years had pushed number 1 to its limit. Yet before its death, it had still accompanied Suyu. It had carried that box with it all along, which contained 5 vials of gene modification solution. Number 1 had been waiting for Suyu to use this gene modification solution for 10 years. At that moment, Suyu finally realized, and he lamented how much time had passed. He was already 53 years old, yet the passage of time had left no marks on him. This made him appear like a deity. The latest number 547 had the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old child and could even speak. Yet they did not dare to resist Suyu. They did not dare to defy their god. But who had seen such a timid god? Number 1 was dead, and Suyu finally awakened. But how many little chickens had perished under the evolutionary cells during these 20 years? What was all of this for? Suyu questioned himself. In the end, Suyu said to himself, "A coward, even with immense anger, can only burn weak grass. What else can they destroy? What is a path? It is tread out from places where there was no path, opened up from places that were full of thorns. Abandoning dignity means losing much. Abandoning courage means losing everything." Number 1. Suyu shouted. Number 1 was already dead. Number 2. Suyu called out. Number 2 picked up the weathered box and opened it. 5 vials of gene modification solution lay quietly inside. "I regained my courage after 10 years. Suyu took 1 vial of gene modification solution and forcefully injected it into the vein of his arm. In the next second, countless modified evolutionary cells were pushed into his bloodstream. Subsequently, the empty vial fell to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. After a long time, the shadow that had stagnated for 10 years finally began to move, initially slowly but increasingly faster, until the sun rose high. Sunlight crossed over the tall building and fell on the fallen number 1. Time was restored. Chapter 19, Biological Infection, Super Evolution. Time was restored. Suyu had completed his enhancement. He did not rush to address the disaster, but instead tested his physical condition, discovering that he had fully evolved into the peak state of humanity. During these 10 years, Suyu learned at a biological university and divided evolution into 4 major realms: individual, biology, physics, and life. He then further divided the individual into childhood, adulthood, individual peak, individual limits, and beyond individual limits. He classified biology into biological peak, biological limits, and beyond biological limits. Physics was divided into physical peak, physical limits, and beyond physical limits. Life was divided into life peak, life limits, and beyond life limits. The individual peak was roughly comparable to Captain America's physical condition in movies. In terms of strength, speed, and endurance, it represented the pinnacle of humanity. The biological limit was similar to Kaz's situation in comics, allowing easy transformation into various organisms and possessing unlimited lifespan. The physical limit was comparable to the strongest version of Superman, capable of moving the earth with sheer strength. The limit of life was akin to a godly realm. Now, Suyu had entered the peak realm of humanity, possessing physical qualities similar to Captain America in movies, but still lacking in combat skills. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that during his 20 years of study, Suyu realized that human brain cells could actually modify their own genes. He discovered that healthy human brains contain a protein called amyloid precursor, which can cause mutations in the genes of normal individuals. But there are only about 12 of these proteins in a healthy brain, making them relatively easy to control. In contrast, Alzheimer's patients have thousands, even tens of thousands of these proteins in their brains. This case directly indicates that brain cells can modify genes to a certain extent, but the degree of modification is too small. Even Alzheimer's patients cannot achieve significant changes, and it is not necessarily a positive modification. However, it is certain that a strong will, powerful mentality, and unmatched courage can promote evolution. This may be why Captain America is the only human who has successfully enhanced. Of course, so you would not take a movie too seriously. He is a very rigorous person with a scientific attitude. But regardless, evolution was complete, and it was time for him to challenge that research institute. Suyu directly brought along all the super battle chickens he had cultivated over the past 10 years. The super battle chickens from the 300th generation onward had reached a height of 15 meters, their combat power surpassing that of an adult by twice. With intelligence comparable to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. They could use tools and were extremely loyal. 2 decades of preparation had given Suyu's batch of super battle chicken troops formidable firepower. The only trouble was that their highest intelligence was only that of a 7- or 8-year-old, making it impossible for them to use overly complex weapons. For example, having them drive armored vehicles or tanks was essentially impossible, but they could still use firearms, and each super battle chicken was incredibly strong. Suyu equipped each one with a Gatling gun. Handheld Gatling guns had long been designed, but were too heavy for ordinary people to lift, making them unusable. However, super battle chickens could handle them perfectly. Sniper rifles, on the other hand, were unsuitable. They required strong psychological qualities and shooting abilities that super battle chickens could not meet. Suyu equipped himself with powered armor and took up a chainsaw sword, a weapon too heavy for an ordinary human to wield. But the peak human Suyu could handle it with ease. Once equipped, they immediately set off. At that moment, the humans near the research facility were facing a catastrophic disaster. This research facility was originally built in the suburbs, but as the city rapidly developed, it expanded until the area surrounding the facility was completely residential. Moreover, for many years, the facility had not been researching any dangerous materials. At most studying meteorites that fell from the sky, which is why it had not relocated from the bustling city center. However, it was precisely because of this that disaster struck, and the nearby residents were caught completely off guard. The first to suffer was the breakfast shop across from the research facility, where patrons were leisurely enjoying their meals. The owner was puzzled to see an extra empty seat on a table and noticed that some youtiao had suddenly disappeared, almost thinking he was imagining things. In a nearby milk tea shop, a cup of golden kumquat lemon that had only been sipped once was left on the counter, and the server was startled to see it appear out of thin air. Soon after, countless researchers burst out of the facility, shouting for people to flee. Run, run. You silly kids, hurry up and escape. But people stood frozen. They often say that one is born of worry and dies in comfort. The passers-by, having lived in peace for years, had not yet realized the severity of the situation. It wasn't until a wild dog suddenly dashed out from an alley and bit one pedestrian on the neck that panic truly set in. They saw the wild dog sprouting tumors all over its body, spikes protruding from its back, its fur turning black, revealing rough skin underneath. Only then did the people start to scream and flee in terror, while the wild dog, after killing the human, began to rip into the corpse. The sound of bones crunching sending chills down the spines of those nearby. Some bravely tried to drive it away with a wooden stick. But the wild dog bit it in half, the sheer force sending that person flying. Next, the wild dog began to rapidly evolve, its size increasing, claws sharpening, and its appearance becoming terrifying. Most frighteningly, the dog drooled as it looked at the other people, feeling an insatiable hunger, as if something within it was crazily absorbing its nutrients. Its instincts told it must eat, must keep eating, or it would die. The wild dog immediately lost its sanity, attacking the humans around it and devouring the corpses. This scene sent everyone into a frenzy. They began to run for their lives. But soon, the few researchers who had run out of the facility also mutated, transforming into terrifying humanoid monsters, and they began to attack the pedestrians wildly. Yet, their remaining sanity told them they could not eat humans, and before long, they died from the depletion of nutrients within them. A few clever individuals seemed to realize this and immediately shouted, "Hide, quick. If we can keep them from eating, they'll starve to death on their own. The rapid evolution required massive energy consumption, and once they stopped eating, they would starve. Everyone quickly hid in the shops and closed the doors. But they overlooked one crucial detail. Microorganisms and bacteria were also evolving rapidly. Simply closing the door was far from enough. Inside a convenience store, several customers successfully closed the rolling shutter, trembling behind the shelves. However, among them, one person suddenly began to sprout tumors all over, his hair falling out, skin turning pitch black, and sharp teeth and claws emerging. At the same time, his brain was attacked by evolving cells, causing him to lose his sanity and suddenly attack the other humans around him. The same situation unfolded in other stores. In no time, screams filled the street, and residents peering through their windows saw the chaos, quickly shutting their windows, locking their security doors, and taking out their phones to live-stream the situation. Within minutes, the scene was broadcasted live. The members of the Anomaly investigation team were alarmed, realizing a serious problem had arisen. The most terrifying aspect was that street rats began to appear one by one. These rats were adept at finding food in human cities, and once they embarked on the path of evolution, their foraging and reproductive abilities grew exponentially. In just a few minutes, a large number of rats surged into the supermarket, taking over and beginning to eat and breed uncontrollably. The most dreadful disasters often strike when people least expect them, and within minutes, the situation could spiral out of control. Until Suyu appeared. Chapter 20. Humanoid Monsters. Evolving again just as the street descended into chaos, Suyu made his entrance, clad in armor weighing up to 150 kilograms, wearing a hard helmet, and carrying a chainsaw longsword on his back. Behind him were at least 100 super battle chickens. The melee super battle chickens were slightly shorter, wielding cutting knives, numbering around 50. The ranged super battle chickens were newly bred fighters, armed with heavy Gatling guns, totaling over 70. Additionally, there were 10 elite battle machines capable of speech, serving as Suyu's guard. As soon as Suyu appeared, he launched a massacre against the mutated monsters on the street. Fire coverage. At Suyu's command, 70 Gatling guns roared to life, unleashing a torrential rain of bullets that instantly shredded countless mutated monsters into pieces. People in the residential areas above the second floor stared in shock at the scene, their phones continuing to livestream. Viewers worldwide were awestruck by the sight. The leader of the Anomaly investigation team gasped, "Who is this person?" The next moment, Zhou Yushan sent a report. "Report, leader, the person we were monitoring has vanished in an instant. We don't know where he went." The leader immediately said, "Compare the height of this armored person." Moments later, the computer provided feedback. Comparison successful. The similarity between the two is as high as 95. It's him, it's him." The leader exclaimed joyfully. "He's here to save humanity again." A team member, feeling alarmed, said, "Teleportation, summoning soldiers, what other terrifying methods does he possess?" Suyu's terrifying abilities soon became apparent as hundreds of super battle chickens, unafraid of the evolving cells, pressed forward, killing countless mutated beings. While a large swarm of black rats poured out from the supermarket, the fire-breathing squad immediately advanced and incinerated the rats until they were oozing oil. Ordinary mutated beings were not difficult to handle. Suyu looked toward the research facility. If mutated beings began to devour one another, they would become even stronger after absorbing enough energy. As Suyu's words fell, the door of the laboratory was suddenly blasted open from the inside out, and a terrifying creature over 5 meters tall charged out, roaring madly, its voice so loud it shattered the windows of the residential area. Countless people covered their ears, feeling their heads buzz. Suyu looked over and saw that the monster was the mutated creature with one eye as large as a copper bell and the other as small as a broad beam. It seemed to have devoured other mutants in the lab and evolved further. Suyu drew his chainsaw sword and pressed the button, activating it. The giant chain sword began to spin like a lumberjack saw. A fierce battle was about to commence. The massive creature with mismatched eyes noticed them and immediately charged toward them. Suyu pointed, "Guard team, go." 10 powerful guard chickens immediately pounced. However, even these 10 guard chickens were unable to take down the giant humanoid mutant in a short time. At that moment, a little girl suddenly rushed out of a convenience store, followed closely by a mutant that was unrecognizable as human. Suyu immediately stepped forward and slashed with his sword. The power of the cut was incredibly terrifying, and with one stroke, the mutant's head was severed. After its head was cut off, the mutant ceased its movements, but its body continued to writhe and shrink, as the evolutionary cells within were frantically consuming its bodily nutrients. However, this mutant no longer posed a threat. After 20 years of research, Suyu understood that the heads of mutants were their greatest weakness, and cutting their spines could also suppress their movements. After all, any high-level animal must rely on nerve conduction to control its body. The giant humanoid monster was still entangled with the 10 guard chickens, while Suyu had already led the other super chickens into the research institute. Some researchers had hidden in the monitoring room, locking the door, completely despairing. But then they saw Suyu displaying his might, crashing into the research institute like a deity. Who is he? So strong. Does our world still have such humans? There is hope. That SA super soldier, definitely a product of the former Soviet Union. Suyu probably didn't expect his heroic figure to be seen by others. He was now anxious because he knew there was still a dragon-scale stone egg that needed to be dealt with inside. Suyu rushed straight to the center of the laboratory, broke through the protective door, and led over 30 super chickens in. The mutants in the laboratory had completely vanished, seemingly all devoured by the strongest mutant. But the dragon-scale stone egg was still there, covered with a cloth at its opening. Suyu immediately rushed over and placed the dragon-scale stone egg into a sturdy safe, sealing it shut. Even so, he couldn't afford to be careless. He quickly took the safe and left the research institute, planning to head straight to the volcano to destroy the dragon-scale stone egg. However, as soon as he exited the research institute, Suyu saw the enormous humanoid mutant displaying its might, even killing 3 of the guard's super chickens. Suyu knew he had to take action. He handed the safe to number 2, then wielded his chain-cutting sword and charged forward. His physical prowess had reached the pinnacle of humanity, far exceeding that of the guard chickens. The destructive power of the chain-cutting sword in his hand was astonishing, especially since the opponent was merely an irrational monster. However, when Suyu engaged in battle, he realized the situation was not as simple as he thought. Although the humanoid monster lacked reason, its speed and strength far exceeded his own, and its attack paths were relatively simple, making them easy to discern. Thus, Suyu changed his strategy, planning to hold the opponent off and exhaust its nutrients. At that moment, members of the abnormal investigation team arrived, disembarking from the armored vehicle. A large number of the team leader's subordinates got out and aimed at the humanoid monster and the numerous super chickens. "Stop!" The team leader of the abnormal research group shouted as he got out of the vehicle, and his subordinates immediately halted. He said, "Don't accidentally harm our own. Leave it to that strong one." Suyu raised an eyebrow. The clever man had already realized that his presence had been discovered. But now was not the time to consider that. The humanoid monster's hands suddenly elongated, its claws sharp, and it swiped down, nearly hitting Suyu. Taking advantage of the attack's gap, Suyu raised his chain-cutting sword and slashed down. Splash! Blood sprayed. The humanoid mutant's arm was directly severed by the blow. The monster let out a terrible scream, but as the mutation surged, the next second, the creature began to shrink in size. But its skin became tighter and even emitted a metallic sheen. Suyu was taken aback. He slashed again. But this time his strike did not break through the opponent's defenses, instead creating sparks upon contact with its skin. It was evolution. Suyu was astonished. The monster had actually evolved again in such a short time. The humanoid monster, now with steel skin, shrank a bit, indicating it had consumed a significant amount of nutrients. But its combat power had increased. Chapter 21 Dragon Scale Stone Egg. Terrifying birth. The re-evolved humanoid monster's strength surged. It threw a punch that directly shattered Suyu's chain-cutting sword, and another punch sent Suyu flying. If not for his armored protection, he would have been seriously injured. This monster had surpassed individual limits. But its greatest weakness was its lack of reason. The team leader saw this and was immediately startled. Could it be that the strong one was not a match for this monster? All units, attack. At the team leader's command, countless members immediately pulled the trigger. Bullets pouring out towards the monster, but they were all blocked by the monster's steel skin. The team leader felt his teeth ache. What kind of monster is this? Rocket launcher. A soldier shouted, then aimed and pulled the trigger. The rocket soared out, directly hitting the monster, resulting in a violent explosion. The power of the rocket was indeed formidable, and the blast forced the monster to retreat. Simultaneously, countless super chickens hurled grenades at the creature, which detonated in succession, causing the monster to scream in agony. Suyu said, "Not bad. Even if that monster has surpassed individual limits, it still falls short against missiles and artillery. Its lack of reason is its greatest weakness." Suyu charged in again, and the team leader immediately shouted, "Stop." All gunfire ceased in an instant. Suyu lunged in front of the monster, drew his revolver, and aimed at the creature's large eye as it gasped for breath. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the monster's most vulnerable spot, destroying its brain. Then, the monster collapsed to the ground, although its brain was destroyed. Its body continued to twist and struggle, shrinking further. The team leader let out a sigh of relief, walking up to Suyu and saying, "Friend, on behalf of everyone, thank you for saving this place and all of us. I just wonder if you would be willing to sit down with our investigation team." Suyu was unaware that at that moment, the team leader was already engaging in thousands of words of speculation in his mind. As expected, our analysis was correct. This big shot should possess powerful psychic abilities, which we have heard of, but others are not as strong as this big shot. And the reason this battle was so strenuous for the big shot should also be because the monster lacked reason and could not utilize psychic abilities. As for these battle chickens, they must be the support of some powerful organization. Wait, doesn't this mean the big shot belongs to some organization? Sweat suddenly broke out on the team leader's forehead, and his back was soaked. He didn't dare to think too deeply. This situation seemed very complex. Suyu replied, "No need to sit. I must deal with that stone egg as soon as possible." The team leader immediately felt it would be difficult. He had a task to bring back the stone egg. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Friend, I'm sorry, but that stone egg will have to be returned to us. We can't let you take it." Suyu paused, but did not directly refuse. He called out, "Number 2. Number 2 immediately brought the safe over, and Suyu personally took it, handing it to the team leader. "You need to dispose of this stone egg quickly, even if you don't destroy it. You must hide it in a safe place." The team leader solemnly accepted the safe and handed it to an assistant, then said to Suyu, "Of course. We will definitely ensure that such a thing does not happen again." The assistant was sweating profusely, not because the safe was too heavy, but because the responsibility was too great, and the protective suit he was wearing was not very breathable. They were all dressed in protective suits, fearing a certain terrifying source of infection. The assistant carefully brought the safe back to the armored vehicle, where a middle-aged man in a white coat said, "Hurry, open it, and see, what if it's empty?" The assistant replied, "Isn't it inappropriate?" Team leader didn't even look at it, which shows he trusts the other party. The middle-aged man glared, "You can't be too careful. It'll be too late if we find out it's empty when we get back." With that, the middle-aged man directly opened the safe, and inside he saw a quietly resting stone egg, its opening covered by a piece of cloth. The assistant sighed in relief, worried about any mutations occurring, which would make their earlier fight in vain. However, he didn't notice that the middle-aged man seemed momentarily stunned, as if he had been bewitched. At that moment, the radio jammer was activated, cutting off the mobile signals of the surrounding residents. They could no longer live stream. And soon someone would come to demand they hand over their phones and delete the videos. Just then, the middle-aged man suddenly reached to pull off the cloth, and the assistant hurriedly stopped him. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged man, dazed, said, "What is the cloth for? Is there some trick? Let me see." He yanked the cloth away, revealing an eye, an incredibly wicked eye. The middle-aged man froze, and before he could react, a sharp spike shot out from the eye, piercing his forehead. The assistant screamed in fear, drawing everyone's attention. Team leader shouted, "What happened? What's going on?" The next moment, the armored vehicle suddenly exploded, sending the assistant flying, while a middle-aged man, mummified, was expelled from within. Then, a stone egg slowly ascended, its scales starting to shed continuously. Everyone was dumbfounded. Suyu immediately shouted, "Everyone, open fire." 70 Gatling guns roared to life, countless bullets pouring towards the stone egg, but all the bullets were blocked. Not only that, the stone egg suddenly exploded, sending countless fragments flying and killing many people. As the stone egg shattered, they finally saw the creature within the dragon-scale stone egg. The being emanated black wisps of energy, looking like a demon from hell. It was not very tall, about 14 meters, with a pitch-black tail, its body covered in black scales, and a pair of horns on its head. It slowly descended from the air and stood atop an armored vehicle, looking at everyone with a wild gaze, its eyes radiating endless evil. It slightly opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and spoke in a human language. "Weak humans. From today onwards, I shall rule you." Then, this terrifying monster turned its head to look at Suyu, revealing a cruel expression, "But you must die. The king among humans." Suyu realized that this monster might have feasted on the brain of some careless person, thus gaining knowledge of human language and knowledge. But he didn't understand why it considered itself the king among humans. Perhaps the realm of individual limits corresponded to the realm of racial kings. While Suyu pondered, the black monster lunged at him. Suyu quickly grabbed a guard's machete and swung it. The blade struck the monster's scales, producing a metallic clash, sparks flying, and the steel blade instantly dulled. Suyu quickly sidestepped and drew out a revolver to shoot. Bang! The bullet fired, hitting the monster's scales and leaving only a dent. Human weapons couldn't break through its defense. Roar! The black monster let out a roar and clawed at Suyu's head. The claw's speed was too fast for Suyu to dodge. The creature was clearly at the pinnacle of individual existence, and there was a difference between individuals. The peak of humans could not be compared to that of extraterrestrial beings. The black monster's claw reached out, and Suyu couldn't evade it. It struck his chest armor, slicing through it, and almost opening Suyu's chest. Suyu immediately retreated and fired his revolver, but it couldn't break the monster's defense. His guards charged forward fearlessly, but were easily torn to pieces by the black monster. Unit 2 didn't speak, but demonstrated its loyalty through action. It charged forward with a machete, but was smashed to bits by the black monster's fist. Suyu's eyes widened in rage, but he felt helpless. Team Leader Wen shouted, "Everyone, attack!" Bullets poured out, but it was as if they were just tickling the black monster. The creature lunged again, this time directly extending its claws towards Suyu's head. The black claws reached for Suyu's helmet, piercing it and reaching toward his face. Just as it was about to touch Suyu's face, time seemed to come to a halt. Suyu's back was soaked with sweat as he cautiously stepped back, and the helmet naturally fell off. He knew that time had stopped once again. Whenever he faced a life-threatening danger, time would freeze. Suyu looked around. Everyone was frozen and terrified. Even the super battle chickens were stopped in time. Although they had the hair Suyu had granted them, they were now considered living beings. So they too were frozen. The third time stop occurred like this. Everything was the fault of one careless person. Suyu looked over and saw a person who had been drained dry. That person had long since died, their brains sucked dry. But if that person hadn't been careless, this situation wouldn't have arisen. One could only say that this was fate. Sigh. Suyu sighed. His anticipated retirement life had been ruined. He thought after 20 years of hard work, he could finally enjoy life at a seaside villa, but now he had to continue being busy. Suyu circled around the terrifying black monster. So far, he didn't know the monster's name. Only that it was at least at the pinnacle of individual existence and far more powerful than himself, capable of killing him easily. Of course, his own strength was not that great. He lacked powerful weapons and extreme combat skills. After thinking for a moment, Suyu still didn't know how to defeat this monster. But he had several ideas on how to deal with it. First, spend decades cultivating an absolutely powerful super being to fight and kill this black monster. If super battle chickens wouldn't do, he could cultivate super battle crocodiles, super battle turtles, or super battle eagles. After all, chickens had their limits. Second, directly use missiles, preferably nuclear ones. But this was a busy area. The casualties would be enormous, and many innocent people would be affected. This method could not be used unless absolutely necessary. Third, strengthen himself, find a way to break through the human limits, and become an existence that surpasses human limits, thus gaining unmatched strength to defeat this monster. After thinking it over, Suyu felt he had to use the third method. After all, time had stopped, giving him countless moments. In this situation, if he didn't use this infinite time to strengthen himself, it would be extremely foolish. After all, only by strengthening oneself can one best protect oneself. As long as he was strong enough, he would not have to fear any disaster. But how could he break through the human limits? Suyu became troubled again, feeling at a loss. He decided to go to the big data center and utilize the wisdom of countless silly internet users around the world. Suyu immediately left the place and headed straight to the big data center. He flew in a helicopter for a long time before arriving in the city he was familiar with. After that, he entered the big data center. After careful consideration, Suyu felt it was necessary to leave a hair of his own here, so he wouldn't have to come personally in the future. So he first went to the machine room and left a strand of his hair in a hidden place in the computer library. Over the past decade, he had lost count of how many of his own hairs he had used. Subsequently, Suyu went to the command center, but to his surprise, the door was open. Suyu found it strange and walked in, only to see a person sitting in the command chair with their back to him. At the moment Suyu entered, the chair slowly turned around. Suyu was startled. Someone. But the person seemed somewhat familiar. It was a woman around 27 years old. Her youthful appearance had faded, exuding an intellectual beauty, and she had a good figure. She smiled at Suyu and said, Suyu, long time no see. How many times have we met now? Suyu immediately connected this person's appearance with that of the 18-year-old girl, and he blurted out, You wanting? That's right, it's me. You wanting stood up, wearing high heels and stockings, dressed in professional attire, with her hair in a ponytail and red round glasses. How did you end up here? Suyu asked. Because I knew you would come here, so I waited for you. You wanting spoke slowly. Suyu suddenly realized that he might not need to inquire about the big data center. He could directly ask Yu Wanting. Is there anything you need to bring me from the future? Suyu asked. Yu Wanting walked towards Suyu, and he caught a whiff of her perfume. Yu Wanting said, The future you doesn't pay much attention to the present you, but I know what you want to ask. You want to know how to break through human limits, right? Suyu nodded. That's right. Yu Wanting took out a USB drive and brought Suyu to a computer, then said, There are dozens of videos in here. Suyu asked what? They are the most professional, cutting-edge, and practical materials from various countries. Suyu was confused. What? Martial arts training materials, Yu Wanting replied slowly. Suyu was even more puzzled, and Yu Wanting explained, These are given to me by the future you. It seems you want me to learn these combat skills to become stronger and protect myself. Suyu finally understood, but he then heard Yu Wanting say, The future you is obsessed with these things, training almost every day and also meditating. Suyu suddenly had a flash of insight. Scientists have proven that amyloid precursor protein in brain cells can modify human genes to some extent. So, if one continuously hones their will and strengthens their brain, can they also enhance their genes and accelerate their evolution? I understand, Suyu suddenly spoke up. Chapter 23, Real Combat. No martial ethics the human will grows fastest between life and death. By continuously experiencing life and death and engaging in combat, the human will become stronger and stronger. Survival is the primary driving force of evolution. Suyu understood that what he needed to do next was to learn powerful martial arts, strengthen his will, and force himself to evolve and break through human limits. But time had stopped. He couldn't find an opponent. Suyu felt frustrated. Without an opponent, how could he practice combat? You have an opponent, Yu Wanting said with a smile. I can be your opponent. Suyu was taken aback, looking at Yu Wanting with some skepticism. You? What? Do you look down on me? Yu Wanting suddenly struck a fighting stance. I have trained in various martial arts from around the world. It's more than enough to teach you. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. Don't joke around. Yu Wanting said, Don't believe me? Then let us see. Suyu waved his hand. Forget it. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. The first taboo of combat is not daring to strike. If you have that mindset, you are bound to lose. If you continue like this, you will remain stuck in this lonely time stop because I will leave eventually. Yu Wanting suddenly said seriously, sounding like an older sister taking care of her younger brother. Just not long ago, she had looked like a particularly naive little girl. Suyu listened earnestly to Yu Wanting's advice, reflecting on himself, and then said, You're right. Suyu instinctively felt that Yu Wanting couldn't possibly be his opponent. He was at the human limit. But upon reflection, she had traveled through time and space so many times. Could she not have made some progress? Perhaps she had already become a powerhouse who had broken through human limits. He couldn't underestimate her too much. Suyu became serious and said, Bring it on. You go first. Yu Wanting walked towards Suyu step by step, then suddenly tore a corner of her professional skirt, saying, This outfit is too restrictive. It's better to be more agile. However, Suyu was captivated by Yu Wanting's action, his eyes fixated on her fair thigh. But in an instant, Yu Wanting charged at him and began to rain punches on his face. Although these punches didn't break through Suyu's defenses, they forced him to retreat repeatedly. This is the first move my master taught you. First attract the opponent's attention, then hit hard without mercy. The small punches kept coming, and Suyu could only protect his head. Damn, you have no martial ethics. Suyu was getting pounded by Yu Wanting. He wanted to fight back, but found himself only able to block the relentless punches, which were not just random strikes, but had a certain technique, proving that Yu Wanting had indeed trained. If Suyu were just an ordinary adult man, he would have already been beaten into a pulp. Stop, stop, stop. Enough. Suyu shouted, but Yu Wanting didn't stop at all. She said, The second move my master taught you is to take advantage of your opponent's weakness. Once you gain the upper hand, you must never stop, and you can't give the enemy a chance to breathe. Suyu was stunned, then got punched in the eye, instantly giving him a black eye. Yu Wanting finally stopped. Are you okay? Suyu waved his hand. I'm fine. But the next second, Yu Wanting executed a knee strike to his nose, sending him staggering backward. Yu Wanting mimicked Bruce Lee, wiping her nose and said, The third move my master taught you is to never trust your enemy. Suyu quickly waved his hand. Wait, is this still combat? Suyu had started to be wary of Yu Wanting, keeping his eyes on her hands while speaking. Yu Wanting said, you need to understand, this is combat, not a competition. In real combat, the winner lives and the loser dies. Between life and death, there's no mercy, no ethics, because once you die, you have nothing left. As she spoke, Yu Wanting suddenly kicked at him, but Suyu was already prepared, quickly extending his hands to block and grabbing her ankle, pushing her down. You're right. Real combat happens in the blink of an eye. Suyu reflected deeply, recalling the attack from the black creature he encountered earlier. It had come in an instant. If not for the time stop, he would have been dead. Suyu and Yu Wanting were in close proximity, causing Yu Wanting to blush. She said, all right, the match is over. Let South leave this place. No, I don't believe you. You will definitely ambush me when I get up. Suyu continued to pin Yu Wanting down. I won T, trust me. No, I don't trust you. A beautiful woman can't be trusted. An enemy can't be trusted at all. And an enemy who is also a beautiful woman can be trusted even less. The two of them didn't know how long they had been stalling. And after a long while, they finally walked out of the big data center. With her complexion back to normal, Yu Wanting said, let's go. Next we are going to the country. What are we going to the country for? Suyu asked, puzzled. Yu Wanting replied, what you learn online is always superficial. To truly understand something, you must experience it in person. If you don't actually go to that country, how can you truly learn the essence of its fighting techniques? Suyu scratched his head. I suspect you just want to go on a trip. Let's go. Yu Wanting said without changing her expression as she pulled Suyu along. They immediately left the big data center and entered a fashionable clothing store where Yu Wanting picked several beautiful outfits for herself. Wow, these clothes are so expensive. I normally can't afford them, Suyu remarked. Then let's visit a gold shop, and you can take some gold back with you, Yu Wanting said. Her eyes crescent-shaped with excitement. That's a good idea. Suyu, experienced in increasing his wealth during time stops, felt no guilt about it. After all, he had saved the world to make the time stop possible. Having saved the world, it wasn't unreasonable to take some reward, right? Before long, satisfied with her shopping spree, Yu Wanting, under Suyu's guidance, boarded a helicopter to the country. Yu Wanting said, the country is very developed, but due to urban planning, there are many narrow alleys, which has led to the emergence of a fighting technique called street fighting. This fighting style isn't very respectable because it has no rules, and fighters will use any means necessary. This is what we will be learning next. Suyu nodded. Performance-based martial arts and health-oriented martial arts are indeed meaningless to me. Upon arriving in the country, Yu Wanting immediately took Suyu into those narrow alleys. She said, the security in this country is also very poor, with criminal gangs everywhere. Fights and brawls frequently happen in the alleys, so the local delinquents have developed strong fighting skills to survive. Suyu clicked his tongue. Our country is better. There are too many troubles in other countries. Yu Wanting took Suyu to a dead-end alley and said, next, I will train you here until you master this fighting style. Suyu was incredibly curious. Yu Wanting, what have you experienced? How do you know all this? Yu Wanting replied, don't waste time. My time is limited. Attack me quickly. Chapter 24. Time is short. Alone again, Yu Wanting had limited time. She didn't know how long she could stay at this time point, so she had to teach Suyu everything she knew as thoroughly as possible. Only then could Suyu face the challenges that lay ahead. Even if time is stopped, it doesn't mean you are completely safe. If you die during a time stop, you are truly dead. Yu Wanting said this seriously, as if something terrible would happen in the future, which made Suyu become serious as well. I understand. Suyu nodded seriously. Yu Wanting beckoned him. Come on, let me teach you how to fight in such a confined space. Suyu focused intently. He no longer underestimated Yu Wanting. Once ready, he charged at her. Watch closely. This is the peak of human combat power. Suyu's speed reached its limit, and in an instant, he was in front of Yu Wanting, even smiling. But the next moment, Yu Wanting pulled out a stun gun and jabbed it into Suyu's waist. Zzz. The stun gun immediately released a massive electric current. Suyu's whole body convulsed, and he fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Yu Wanting said, this stun gun is specially designed for human limits, with enough power to stun an elephant. That was the last thing Suyu heard before he collapsed, foaming at the mouth. The voltage was lethal for ordinary people, but merely caused Suyu to faint. Yu Wanting looked at the fallen Suyu and sighed. Suyu, you must learn this fighting style as soon as possible. While time stopping is indeed invincible, the reason others won't confront you directly is that they know it's invincible. Therefore, the enemies you will face in the future will be of this type. This Yi Wanting seemed to know a lot, having experienced too much. Perhaps she had witnessed Su Yu's death firsthand, which is why she was so determined to teach him. When Su Yu woke up again, he found himself lying on a sofa in a coffee shop, with Yi Wanting leisurely sipping coffee across from him. "You're awake?" Yi Wanting had been admiring Su Yu's sleeping face, a gaze that made Su Yu's heart race, as he sensed a sorrow from it. As if it was a fleeting moment, Su Yu sat up and said, "You set me up." Yi Wanting laughed. "This is the essence of street fighting. Using everything you can. Do you really think your enemies will fight you barehanded? Even if they come at you empty-handed? How can you be sure they don't have poison needles hidden in their sleeves?" Su Yu replied, "I have time stop. When I'm in danger, time stop will activate." Yi Wanting laughed again. "Can you be 100% sure that no one can escape a time stop? Don't forget, I can act during your time stop." Su Yu paused. Indeed, it wasn't just Yi Wanting. Kakashi's Super Combat Chicken could also move during a time stop. Time stopping doesn't necessarily freeze everything, and being too careless could cost one their life. "Let's go. Next we are going boating." Yi Wanting suddenly stood up, causing Su Yu to instinctively flinch. She had really trained him into a reflex. Su Yu asked, "What are we going boating for?" "To train your sense of balance," she replied. "Is this what you call boating?" shouted the captain of a small boat as he navigated through artificial waves that were surging. Time stopped, and so did the waves. But the water park did not. As long as the machine was activated, waves over 10 meters high would come rolling in. Yet Su Yu had no life jacket and no surfboard. He had to rely on a small kayak to maintain his balance on these waves. Dressed in a swimsuit, Yi Wanting held a megaphone and said, "Mastering balance is very important. You are already at the human limit. Your strength and speed have reached their peak. But under these extremes, can you instantly turn like a cheetah while running at high speed? Can you maintain your body posture like a cat when jumping off a building? If you can, your strength will increase further. So training your balance is crucial." Su Yu paused, as what Yi Wanting said made a lot of sense. If a cheetah only knew how to accelerate in a straight line, it would never catch prey, because prey in nature 1T just run in a straight line. And as is well known, the faster you go, the harder it is to maintain balance. Those who have experienced being chased by aggressive dogs understand that aggressive dogs run at full speed, and humans cannot outrun them. But if a person suddenly turns, the dog will be thrown off by inertia. So theoretically, as long as a person has unlimited stamina, a dog will never catch up with a cunning human. But cats are different. Humans cannot escape from big cats because their balance far surpasses that of dogs. Therefore, Su Yu must learn how to maintain balance. As his speed had already surpassed that of aggressive dogs and was almost on par with cheetahs. However, while Su Yu was practicing hard, Yi Wanting was having fun at the water park, enjoying activities like drifting, swinging, and surfing. After a whole day, Yi Wanting was having a blast. While Su Yu was exhausted, Su Yu said, "Are you really here on vacation?" Yi Wanting truly was on vacation, while Su Yu was here to train. Before the time stop, neither of them had this opportunity, but now, after the time stop, they were the only two people who could move in the whole world, making it all theirs. However, Su Yu could feel himself getting stronger. His physical fitness had reached the limits of the human body, but his skills had not. Now, as his techniques were gradually being supplemented, he found his strength also increasing bit by bit. Next, they went to the country. After completing balance training, Yi Wanting hurriedly rushed to the country, saying, "We need to be fast, I don't have much time." Yi Wanting always repeated this phrase, giving Su Yu a bad feeling. Upon arriving in the country, Yi Wanting took Su Yu directly to the army camp, explaining that this place was famous worldwide for its joint techniques and weapon skills. Their combat techniques were trained with the purpose of killing, so they were no longer promoted among civilians and only circulated within the military. Unable to help himself, Su Yu asked, "How do you know so much?" Yi Wanting smiled and replied, "When you wander through different times and spaces for a long time, you'll understand a lot. But the greatest strength of humanity is its adaptability." Before long, Yi Wanting changed into a female military uniform. Over these past few days, Su Yu had seen several of her uniforms. It was simply a uniform. However, Yi Wanting was not the type of female officer who pretended to be serious with a whip. She was a very serious and dedicated teacher. After learning joint techniques and mechanical skills in the country, they traveled to another country, and then another. In just over 30 days, they had visited more than 10 countries and learned dozens of combat techniques aimed at killing. Su Yu originally thought they would spend a long time together like this. But one day, Yi Wanting suddenly disappeared without warning. The world was left with only Su Yu. Chapter 25. The Sage Does Not Die. The Great Thief does not cease that day. Yi Wanting disappeared without warning. It was a certain night, and due to the geographical location of that country, the time stopped, and it was always night. They admired the starry sky and then fell asleep, only to wake up to find Yu Wanting had vanished. She was gone, perhaps in her sleep, or perhaps she had awakened. Regardless, she had disappeared before she could say goodbye to Suyu, returning to her time and space. And Suyu was left alone. He stepped out of the room and could only see the starry sky. Countless stars were also frozen in time. The entire universe was paused. In this world, only Suyu remained alone. This meant that he would have to rely on himself from now on. He sighed, not knowing how long it would be until they met again. He knew this was certainly not the last time he would encounter Yu Wanting. But who could say if it was her last time meeting him? No one knew. In any case, Suyu began to retrace his steps. In those 30 days, he had only learned some superficial techniques and concepts. If he wanted to truly master those combat techniques, he would need enough time to practice. But what Suyu lacked the least was time. Once time resumed, and he dealt with that black monster, he would definitely find out Yu Wanting's whereabouts. Hoping she existed in his era, Suyu set a goal for himself. Yu Wanting had helped him tremendously during her 2 appearances. He was not the kind of person to forget kindness. He would repay Yu Wanting, whether in his time she was still young or had grown old. He would find her. Suyu began his long journey back, retracing the path he had walked with Yu Wanting over the past 30 days. In each country he visited, he diligently honed the techniques he had learned there, only moving on to the next country once his combat skills reached their peak. However, this was very time-consuming. He stayed in each country for over half a year. By the time he returned to his homeland, 10 years had passed, and Suyu had fully grown into a master of combat. Next, he would learn the combat techniques of his homeland. However, due to the peaceful and prosperous life in his country, the kind of harmful combat techniques had almost been lost. Therefore, Suyu did not plan to learn any flashy combat techniques like freestyle fighting, Wing Chun, or Tai Chi. He went directly to Mount Zhongnan, where he intended not to practice martial arts, but to cultivate his mind. Of course, this was not the kind of immortal cultivation found in fantasy novels, but rather an understanding of nature, comprehension of principles, and cultivating a calm mind and clarity of senses. Once Suyu realized that consciousness could promote cellular re-evolution, he prepared to head to Mount Zhongnan, which was said to be a holy place for many cultivators and an excellent place for cultivation. Surely, it would also have many ancient texts for Suyu to comprehend. However, upon arriving at Mount Zhongnan, what he saw was not majestic mountains, but countless real estate developers. It turned out that Mount Zhongnan had long been eyed by real estate developers, who began to develop the secluded areas. Indeed, seclusion can take many forms. For some, a cave or a thatched hut is enough. For others, seclusion requires a villa with a sea view, complete with electricity, internet, cats, and dogs. The moment Mount Zhongnan became the legendary holy land for hermits, profit-driven merchants caught a whiff of a lucrative opportunity. They came here to engage in tourism and real estate development. This could not be said to be a bad thing. At least the local economy had developed, and the people were no longer poor. They had become prosperous. But the places for true seclusion were gone, and genuine people of the Tao had left. Suyu sighed. The world is bustling for profit, and the world is chaotic for profit. Suyu was well-versed in the Tao Te Ching and knew there was a saying, "The sage does not die, the great thief does not cease." The meaning of this phrase is that the more people of the Tao there are, the more there are those who use their reputations to deceive others, leading the virtuous to hide in the mountains, unwilling to come out and enlighten the world. However, Suyu did not despair, for Mount Zhongnan was vast, and perhaps there were still some hermits hidden deep within the mountains. After preparing enough supplies and tools for survival, Suyu entered Mount Zhongnan. It must be said that Mount Zhongnan is truly a spiritual mountain, with nature's wonders, the interplay of yin and yang, and a place where the talents of people and the spirit of the land converge. Upon arriving here, it felt as if his soul had been purified. Moreover, this place had the most Taoist temples. There were Taoist temples, Chongyang Palace, Bashin Temple, and even the Chuanjin School and the Gutun sect from film and television works were replicated here. However, every place was crowded with people. Countless tourists gathered, making these places impassable. Suyu squeezed through the crowd and entered various Taoist temples, searching for their scripture repositories, but ended up with nothing. Finally, after checking online, he discovered that various scriptures had long been moved to museums. These Taoist temples were merely tourist attractions. Suyu, unwilling to give in, decided to delve deep into the mountains in search of those reclusive hermits. but the result was still fruitless. Indeed, as people say, real people do not reveal themselves. If there is no fate, even if time stops, Suyu would not find them. This added a layer of mystery to Mount Zhongnan. With no other choice, Suyu had to let the big data center conduct an investigation. He had already left a sample of his hair at the data center, so he could remotely control the search. His search target was singular: those hidden masters concealed in the cities. It was not difficult to search for them, especially in this big data era where those without phones found it hard to move. Everyone had to register and would be monitored by big data. Suyu had heard of cases where someone joked in a chat app about attacking a school, only to be taken away by the police the next day. However, Suyu waited for a long time, but the information provided by big data remained zero. There were no such extraordinary individuals. The big data search found some ordinary people with minor abilities, but their powers were negligible and fell within the range of normal human evolutionary mutations, which meant nothing. Suyu realized that the so-called Taoist cultivation might be partly true, but could also be partly fabricated. He searched in the cities near Zhongnanshan and finally found the local Taoist association, as well as a practitioner named Zhang Jishuan, from whom he obtained his longevity skill and Vajra skill. These two practices are widely circulated online and are not difficult to find. The legendary Qi Ti Yuan Lu was created by him, and people believe this old Taoist is a celestial being. Suyu carefully researched and discovered that in Taoism, immortals are divided into 4 categories: ghost immortals, human immortals, earth immortals, and heavenly immortals. The human immortal category refers to people like Zhang Jishuan and Wu Qingyun, who are over 100 years old but still have red lips and white teeth, smooth and shiny skin, capable of climbing mountains and diving into the sea, with strength akin to that of young people and clear thinking. In contrast, the elderly in Changshu village who are over 100 years old have visibly aged, with wrinkled skin, missing teeth, impaired vision and hearing, unclear thinking, and are unable to work outside. Suyu realized that these old Taoists who cultivated to become human immortals might have reached the peak state of the human body. According to the theory of gene alteration through brain cell changes, it's possible that their consciousness has become powerful enough to modify their own genes, thus becoming different from ordinary people and achieving prolonged lifespans. After understanding this, Suyu slowly spoke. Some aspects of Taoism are not entirely superstition. We just need to analyze them from a scientific perspective. Suyu began to learn Taoism. Chapter 26. Famous temples and modern books. It is well known that there is a substance in the human brain called amyloid precursor protein, which studies have shown can modify human genes, albeit to a very small extent and randomly. At the same time, scientists have found that the normal amount of amyloid precursor protein in a healthy human brain is 12, while in Alzheimer's patients, it can reach thousands or even tens of thousands. Generally, the higher the severity of the disease, the more amyloid precursor proteins there are. With only 1 or 2 amyloid precursor proteins, even if gene-modified cells appear, it wouldn't cause much harm. However, with thousands of amyloid precursor proteins, the likelihood of gene modification increases, leading to other symptoms in Alzheimer's patients. So, what about those who cultivate Taoism? Suyu found an elderly Taoist who was about to pass away. After apologizing 100 times, Suyu extracted the old man's brain cells and then conducted experimental observations. Suyu knew that such experiments would normally never be permitted. Human experimentation could absolutely not happen in this land. However, at this moment, Suyu had to find every possible way to push himself beyond human limits, as truly terrifying monsters threaten the safety of all humanity. In short, losing humanity means losing a lot. Losing beastliness means losing everything. Without dignity, one loses much. Without courage, one loses everything. Suyu had to move forward, advancing by any means necessary. The experimental investigation indicated that the amount of amyloid precursor proteins in Taoist practitioners was astonishingly over 50,000, and even more surprisingly, these proteins seemed to encourage positive results in gene modification. Suyu was stunned by this experimental result, which was enough to prove that Taoism can modify genes, thereby granting humans longer lifespans and stronger physiques. In Taoism, reaching the realm of earth immortals can grant eternal life, a state that everyone yearns for. Unfortunately, Suyu couldn't find an earth immortal on this planet. But Suyu was not someone who would easily give up. He took sonar equipment and once again ventured deep into Zhongnanshan in search of one. This time, he searched for 3 full years. During these 3 years, he found very few practitioners, but they were not earth immortals. As for the true Earth immortals, Suyu did not find them. Regrettably, Suyu still did not find an Earth immortal, nor did he find a method to surpass the limits of the human body. Those cultivation methods were good, but they were of no use to Suyu, as these methods could help humans reach the peak state of the human body, and Suyu had already achieved that. Now, Suyu could live to be 120 years old, and even at 120, he was still strong, energetic, and mentally sharp. However, he would still face death eventually, as the human limit refers to the lifespan reaching its maximum, which is 120 years. Whether surpassing human limits could grant endless lifespan was something Suyu did not know. However, after studying many Taoist classics and legends, Suyu discovered an issue. The authentic Taoism does not seem to be in Zhonginshan. Yes, Zhonginshan is indeed a good place for seclusion, and legends say many immortals have emerged from here, but now it is 2023, and one cannot rely on common reasoning anymore. Suyu carefully studied the classics and legends, and then discovered that Wudong's Zhang Sanfeng might be the one who truly mastered the orthodox Taoism. It is rumored that Zhang Sanfeng's master was Zhenren Huolong, and Zhenren Huolong's master was Zhenren Guhong, all of which can be traced back through history. Furthermore, it is said that Zhang Sanfeng lived from the end of the Song dynasty to the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty and even ascended in his physical body. Of course, this is merely a legend, and specifics still need to be verified. Therefore, Suyu packed his luggage again and headed straight for Wudong Mountain. Upon arriving at Wudong Mountain, Suyu found that it was completely different from Zhonginshan. The terrain of Wudong Mountain was much more perilous, and real estate developers had no way to develop properties here. Additionally, the tourism industry is well developed here, so there is no need for real estate developers to come in. Thus, this place has at least preserved some traces of Taoist cultivation. Suyu made his way directly to Jinding Mountain, arriving at the Golden Hall. Looking at this famous temple and ancient site, Suyu was filled with emotions. He searched carefully and indeed found the scripture depository. However, unfortunately, the books in the scripture depository were not ancient texts but modern books. The real ancient texts should have been placed in a museum. However, it didn't matter, because the ancient texts and the text replicated in modern books are basically not very different. Suyu began to carefully browse through the contents of these books. Many of these books contained works by Wudong's Zhang Sanfeng, which seemed profound and difficult to fully comprehend, but most discussed inner alchemy, how to build a foundation, and how to reach the peak state of the human body. In short, Suyu had already reached this step through evolving cells, so this knowledge was not very useful to him. However, during his study, Suyu maintained a calm mind, nurturing his temperament and honing his will, allowing himself the possibility of breaking through human limits. Yet, this possibility was always minuscule, even leading Suyu to believe that the limits of the human body were his limits. But Suyu was not someone who would easily give up. He continued to delve deeper into these texts. In the process of ongoing research, Suyu discovered many commonalities among practitioners of Taoism. It seemed these practitioners were all engaged in writing and creating their own theories, leaving behind their own Taoist classics. According to legend, the founder of Taoism left behind a series of works such as the Tao Te Ching and Zhenren Guhong's Biopoesy, as well as Elzu's 100-character stele and Essentials of Life and Death, not to mention Zhang Sanfeng's Inner Alchemy and Neijia Quan. Suyu also found a plethora of lesser-known anecdotes. Additionally, Taoist Zhang Zhishuan left behind his own works and teachings, making the classics of Taoism numerous, as plentiful as the stars. One cannot help but wonder whether leaving behind Taoist classics is also a part of cultivation. Through big data platforms, Suyu also learned that the Mawangdui tombs unearthed the Laozi silk manuscripts, which predate the known text of the Tao Te Ching by over 100 years. The Laozi silk manuscripts are divided into the upper section, the De Jing, and the lower section, the Dao Jing, which is exactly the opposite of the currently transmitted Tao Te Ching. This seems to indicate that in ancient times, the De Jing was considered more important than the Dao Jing, suggesting that one should first cultivate virtue before cultivating the Dao. In Taoism, it is also believed that writing and transmitting scriptures carries great merit. In Taoism, virtue is also divided into merit, yin virtue, and yang virtue. Li Wan means deeds belong to merit. Doing good without leaving a name is equivalent to hidden virtue, while doing good with a name belongs to visible virtue. Merit has the greatest benefits for a person. A person with merit can become a ghost immortal after death, even if they do not cultivate. Hidden virtue brings blessings with benefits that are difficult to articulate, while visible virtue can yield fame and fortune. This is a saying from Taoism. which resonates with Buddhism in a similar manner. This inevitably makes Suyu doubt whether there is really any meaning to virtue. However, this seems too idealistic and seems impossible to explain scientifically. Suyu fell into distress. Chapter 27. Enlightenment. Seeing the light, practicing internal alchemy, strengthening the brain, and altering genes to achieve longevity. This has scientific basis, and Suyu has already verified it. With the help of evolutionary cells, he reached this realm, a process fraught with danger, corresponding to the phenomenon of practitioners going to extremes. However, merit, hidden virtue, and visible virtue exceed the realm of science. Suyu murmured to himself. Years ago, people thought cultivating was pseudoscience and could not be explained scientifically. Yet now, I have explained it scientifically, so perhaps in countless years. Virtue can also be explained scientifically. Recently, Suyu examined his brain cells and found that the amount of amyloid precursor protein in his brain cells had reached over 100,000, which sufficiently demonstrates that these Taoist classics have some effect. Reciting scriptures is not entirely without effect. Perhaps during the recitation, the brain's brainwaves reach a certain frequency, promoting the production of more amyloid precursor proteins, thereby further strengthening human genes. The reason some people in Buddhism recite scriptures their whole lives and end up living long lives seems plausible. However, whether in Taoism or Buddhism, they both advocate doing good and accumulating virtue. Suyu believes this is not a coincidence, but currently cannot be explained scientifically. But I have already saved the world once. Isn't that a great merit? Suyu said to himself. Or is it that reaching the pinnacle of the human body is the blessing of merit for me? Suyu couldn't figure it out. The path of cultivating Tao has a trail to follow, but the path of cultivating virtue is too mysterious. Do I really need to write a book to leave a legacy? Suyu thought about it. Even if he wrote a book, it would be a textbook related to evolutionary cells, a report, or a lengthy thesis. Perhaps writing a book could promote the brain to produce more amyloid precursor proteins. With a last-ditch effort attitude, Suyu began writing a theoretical study on evolutionary cells. He started to write, but what he wrote was not about Taoist classics, but about theoretical research on evolutionary cells, the kind that could win a Nobel Prize in biology. Suyu first mentioned a central point, the fundamental aspect of evolutionary cells invading and modifying host genes. The reason biology can complete evolution with the help of evolutionary cells and reach the limits of the human body is that evolutionary cells themselves possess the ability to invade normal cells. Their invasion capability is indispensable. Otherwise, gene modification would be impossible to achieve in adults. To modify all the cells of an adult's body is impossible with modern technology. Humans can only change the genes of embryos to cultivate genetically enhanced babies and then raise them. With the help of evolutionary cells, modification of adults can be achieved as long as the evolutionary cells are first modified, then enter the body, invade other normal cells, and infinitely replicate improved cells, thereby renewing an adult and achieving gene enhancement. This is the foundation of this theory, the root of all roots, and resonates with the Taoist concept of transformation. This process is extremely dangerous, with a mortality rate as high as 60. Suyu hesitated for 10 years before using the gene modification liquid. Fortunately, it succeeded, or humanity would have had no future. Next is the evolutionary principle of evolutionary cell evolution. Evolutionary cells make the biological gene chain unstable, thus accelerating biological mutation and evolution, while improved evolutionary cells can achieve directional enhancement of human genes. For example, they can make a person faster, stronger, and more enduring without damaging other genes. So Suyu remains human, while those mutated creatures are monsters. The technology used to modify evolutionary cells is derived from modern gene editing technology, which has already been mastered by modern scientists. Specifically, it is gene editing technology, which is effective for evolutionary cells, thus allowing humanity to obtain modified evolutionary cells with human technology. This is the complete report that Suyu intends to leave regarding evolutionary cells. The entire text is just over 30,000 words, and he took 3 months to write it, basically allowing a master's student in biology to develop gene modification liquid after reading it, provided they have the original evolutionary cells. Is this leaving a legacy through writing? Suyu felt it was somewhat unreal, and he had not broken through the limits of the human body because of it. The summer at Wudong Mountain is not very cold, but because it is high, surpassing the clouds, some places are already below freezing. The sun rises from the east, not very high, and remains permanently stationary. so you can come to the Golden Hall to watch the sun and enjoy the sunlight. The Golden Hall has many lightning rods because the terrain is too high and is often struck by lightning. After leaving his work on evolutionary cells, Suyu has been dazed here, clearly realizing that the notion of merit is incorrect. Throughout history, practitioners have left their writings, perhaps because they could not break through to the earth immortal realm in life, and hoped to transform into ghost immortals after death and continue their cultivation. Did they succeed? No one knows. After all, no one has ever returned from the dead. But Suyu felt he should change his mindset, abandon cultivation, and think about problems from a scientific perspective. What is needed to break through the limits of the human body? A strong will? A strong body? Or powerful energy? Suyu began to research evolutionary cells from scratch. After leaving his paper on evolutionary cells, he realized he had overlooked a very important characteristic of evolutionary cells. That is, evolutionary cells require a large amount of energy. Many mutated monsters die because the evolutionary cells absorb a lot of energy and exhaust their nutrients. A point Suyu had overlooked until now. Biological evolution certainly requires energy. This is beyond doubt. To break through the limits of the human body, relying solely on the energy stored within the body is definitely not enough, and this needs no further explanation. Therefore, Suyu discovered that he had overlooked the key issue of needing to obtain energy that exceeds human storage limits to break through the limits of the human body. Coupled with the fact that the Golden Hall is frequently struck by lightning, Suyu suddenly realized that he had also overlooked a point often mentioned in Taoism, the Thunder Tribulation. Why do Taoist masters like Wu Qingyun and Zhang Zhishuan stop at the Earth Immortal realm? Is it because the energy within them cannot support their further evolution? And those who have become Earth Immortals, did they gain enough energy from the Thunder Tribulation? Moreover, Suyu also realized he had overlooked the external elixir techniques in Taoism, which involve taking elixirs to supplement a large amount of vital energy and gain substantial energy. Suyu felt suddenly enlightened. In an instant, he had the feeling of clearing the fog to see the light of day. Perhaps it was indeed the writing of the evolutionary cell paper that brought him merit, allowing him to find a feasible path. But in any case, Suyu had a new direction. Energy. This thing, isn't it what modern people have the most? Chapter 28. Energy acquisition, second stage transformation. Sometimes, there is only one reason for failure. The direction is not right. Therefore, after failure, one should try several more times, change perspectives, and approach from different angles. Just like now, Suyu has found a new direction. Energy. As we all know, there is only one way for humans to obtain energy, which is by digesting food. However, the proportion of energy that the human body extracts from food is only 40. One reason for this is that high temperatures destroy the food, causing it to lose energy, but they also kill bacteria. After finding a new direction, Suyu immediately went to the world's top technology university to begin studying energy. In this school, the most advanced fields are energy science and material science. But Suyu only needs energy science. He started learning from the most basic theories, as he knew nothing before this. While studying, Suyu pondered, so, is the best way to absorb energy to eat it raw? No, it's injection. Hospitals often use glucose injections to supplement patients' energy, where the efficiency of oral glucose is 60, while the efficiency of injected glucose is as high as 90. In other words, directly injecting energy into the human body is the most efficient method. Instead of gorging on food, it is better to inject the nutrients one needs directly. Suyu reached this conclusion. Suyu continued to study patiently and soon learned that among human foods, fats, proteins, and carbohydrates are the main nutrients that provide energy to the body. Among them, protein is crucial because it is the primary raw material for generating new cells. This is why people need to eat meat after serious illnesses and why improving immunity also requires meat. Clearly, I cannot electrocute myself, as that would only lead to my death. The only way for me to supplement energy is to develop a high-purity nutrient solution. Suyu closed the energy science textbook. Although Suyu thought of the Thunder Tribulation often mentioned by practitioners, he had no intention of calling down lightning to strike himself. Doing so would extinguish humanity's hope. To learn the technology for formulating nutrient solutions, he would have to go to an agricultural university. Suyu sighed. This is the trouble with doing research alone. Others have teams that can directly recruit the talent they need and work together, while he has to master and learn every step of the research process. Suyu had no choice but to go to the agricultural university. where scientists researched nutrient solutions the most because they needed to provide high-concentration nutrient solutions for soil-less cultivation of plants. Just like in breeding farms, agricultural technology has reached a terrifying level, with people already using soil-less cultivation and hydroponic systems. Besides light, temperature, and humidity, the most important factor for crops is nutrition. Traditional crops grow in soil by absorbing trace elements from the ground, but soil-less cultivation is different. It uses drip irrigation systems to provide crops with high-concentration nutrient solutions, allowing them to obtain sufficient nutrients for rapid growth. Suyu carefully reviewed various experimental reports. A certain doctoral thesis mentioned that using high-concentration nutrient solutions could increase crop growth rates by 260. This is terrifying, because this means that crops that typically yield 2 harvests a year could yield 5. A grain production efficiency that could allow a country to support 5 times its population. The key point is that soil-less cultivation does not require land, meaning that as long as buildings are constructed, infinite planting space can be obtained. If a real estate mogul realizes that houses can not only be for people to live in but also for crops, they would probably make a fortune. Suyu sighed at this thought, but was not interested in it himself. Making money was incredibly easy for him. Suyu continued to study patiently and conducted experiments. And after a year and a half, he became proficient in using the instruments at the Agricultural University to formulate high-concentration nutrient solutions. The most important aspect of formulating nutrient solutions is the recipe, because different compounds can produce precipitates when combined. Some do not. Once a precipitate forms, the nutrient solution is ruined. Suyu dared not inject precipitates into his veins and risk killing himself. At the same time, nutrient solutions must be diluted. The nutrient solution for crops is diluted with pure water, while the nutrient solution he is creating for humans naturally needs to be diluted with saline solution. However, saline easily reacts with other compounds, as it contains chlorine and sodium elements. I'm really at my wit's end. I only scored 8 points in chemistry during the college entrance examination. Suyu suddenly felt the difficulty. Biology had been manageable, but chemistry was directly challenging him. Different people have innate talents for different subjects. Some just cannot learn English, some cannot grasp physics, and Suyu just cannot manage chemistry. This is why contemporary research teams need to cooperate, with each person fulfilling their role and shining in their own way. Although there are also polymaths, Suyu is clearly not one of them. To obtain a high-concentration nutrient solution for humans, Suyu must conduct countless chemical experiments, which require a lot of basic chemistry knowledge. If I fail, I might end up killing myself. Suyu directly threatened himself. Under the pressure of life and death, he unleashed his strongest potential. Thus, he barely managed to keep up with those classmates who scored 65 in chemistry. Different compounds can react and form new compounds. And in chemistry, even a slight change in the number of atoms can alter the nature of the compound. For example, sodium chloride is saline, which is essential for the body, but pure chlorine is deadly. Who would have thought? Similarly, hydrogen and oxygen are non-toxic, but when combined, they become deadly sulfuric acid, which is very frightening. Nevertheless, Suyu must work hard and risk his life to push forward. Finally, 3 years later, Suyu formulated an almost perfect nutrient solution for humans. This nutrient solution can be injected or taken orally, with an efficiency of 95 for energy conversion when injected, which is very powerful. Moreover, a small bottle cap of high-concentration nutrient solution can provide the same energy as a human's daily food intake, provided it is injected. If taken orally, it can only satisfy 1 meal. This is a key step in human history, meaning that humans can stop wasting time on eating. Capitalists would be moved to tears upon hearing this. However, completing the formulation of the high-concentration nutrient solution is just the first step. The next thing Suyu needs to develop is even more difficult and dangerous, because he is about to start developing second-order gene modification solution. If the gene modification solution that pushes the limits of the human body is first order, then the gene modification solution that exceeds human limits is second order. Chapter 29, Species Modification. Gene fusion. Developing the second-order gene modification solution still requires the original evolution cells. The first-order gene modification solution that Suyu developed eliminated 90 of the evolutionary capabilities of the evolution cells because their evolutionary ability was too strong. This led to the evolution cells absorbing energy too quickly, causing the biological cell mitochondria to be unable to meet such a level of function, resulting in cell malnutrition and death. Therefore, the second-order gene modification solution needs to enhance evolutionary capabilities, which will similarly increase energy consumption. However, Suyu has already prepared high-concentration nutrient solutions, so he is not lacking in energy. It is just that this balance must be carefully controlled. It cannot be too little, or else it will be impossible to exceed human limits. It cannot be too much, or else it will lead to a significant loss of nutrients and death. This requires experimentation. The super battle chickens are useful again, and Suyu once more went to the breeding farm, using his hair and fertilized chicken eggs to cultivate a large number of super battle chickens. After bringing these super battle chickens to their peak, he would use the second-order gene modification solution to transform their bodies and see if they could break through their individual limits. This is destined to be another long experiment. Suyu touched his hair and said, "I'm really worried about my hair. I hope I don't become strong and go bald." Biological experiments were Suyu's old expertise. He immediately began to take action, starting to cultivate generation after generation of super battle chickens and conducting experiments on them using second-stage gene modification liquid. However, the results were far from ideal. The mortality rate for first-stage gene modification was 60, while for second-stage gene modification, it was 100. This would consume a large number of experimental subjects and a lot of hair. It was terrible. Suyu truly felt he was going bald. After nearly 100,000 failures, Suyu finally realized that this approach seemed unfeasible. Could it be that the limit of oviparous animals is the individual limit? Their brain development is not high, so they cannot break through the individual limit. After deep contemplation, Suyu began to experiment with crocodiles and eagles, both of which are oviparous creatures and possess much stronger combat capabilities than chicks. The only trouble was their slow reproduction rate and difficulty in taming them. Once these two species evolved to their individual limits, it would be quite challenging for Suyu to subdue them, since they all share individual limits. It's like standing on the same starting line. Why should humans be stronger than other creatures? Fortunately, Suyu was skilled with weapons, so he could barely subdue these two ferocious animals and commence experiments. But the results were still unsatisfactory. The success rate remained at 0. After evolving, both species could detect amyloid precursor protein in their brains, but the quantity was too small. Chicks had only a few hundred, crocodiles had a few thousand, and the eagles had a little more than 10,000. It seemed that the level of brain development determined the quantity of amyloid precursor protein. After a long period of experimentation, contemplation, and learning, Suyu's brain seemed to have further developed, with his amyloid precursor protein exceeding 70,000. Although his body had reached its individual limit, it seemed his brain had not yet reached its limit. Suyu pondered. However, he currently had no new experimental subjects. He could only use oviparous animals for his experiments, as only oviparous creatures could escape the time stop through fertilized eggs. But the level of brain development in oviparous animals was simply insufficient. Indeed, there was a fundamental difference between those cultivated in a maternal body and oviparous creatures. What to do? Suyu fell into a dilemma again. In desperation, he could only take a solitary walk in the zoo and observe in the botanical garden. As the saying goes, the stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade. Having reached a dead end, Suyu could only search for other paths. Unfortunately, this jade was not so easily polished. Suyu returned empty-handed, unable to think of anything. Finally, he stood atop an artificial hill, watching the still monkey groups and the motionless tourists outside. At this moment, Suyu suddenly felt as if he was not human. He looked at the group of monkeys and the group of humans, feeling as if they were kindred spirits, while he himself was out of place. Suyu realized that there was a problem with his mindset. It seemed he had been too detached from society for too long. He suddenly realized he had been in this time-stopped world for 30 years. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Before he knew it, he was already over 80 years old. Time passed too quickly. Fortunately, the power of time had also been paused. Otherwise, he would have aged significantly. 80 years had passed just like that, and he hadn't even figured out life. This was a rare moment for Suyu to relax. A rare time when his mind was not occupied with thoughts of the path of evolution. He watched the group of humans, as if they were observing the monkeys, as if the monkeys were watching the ants. Suddenly, Suyu slowed down, feeling he didn't need to be so impatient. Fortunately, he spent a night in a 5-star hotel's presidential suite, went to a luxurious sauna, soaked in hot springs, and enjoyed a barbecue buffet. Not satisfied, he also went swimming, surfing, hiking, and rock climbing. One should enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Suyu feasted on meat, drank heartily, drove luxury cars, and lived in mansions. Had Suyu fallen into decadence? No, he had not. He merely buried his initial doubts deep in his heart, waiting for the moment when those doubts would explode. Finally, after experiencing various fun activities around the world, he felt a wave of emptiness. Suyu returned to nature, appreciating its beauty, harmony, and tranquility. He began to live in seclusion, residing in the countryside, working at sunrise and resting at sunset, growing vegetables, fishing, and hunting for himself. Since time had stopped, hunting and fishing were easy, and the vegetables he planted hardly grew. But there were still pigs, chickens, cows, sheep, donkeys, and mules in the countryside. Wait, mules? Suyu suddenly realized something. When he saw the still mule and noticed it was pulling a millstone, he suddenly had an epiphany. There was no reproductive isolation between different species. Horses and donkeys produce mules, tigers and lions produce ligers. In genetic modification, scientists can even fuse cabbage and purple cabbage to create purple cabbage, which is more nutritious and has a stronger survival ability. After a few years of decadence, Suyu suddenly felt enlightened, with his mind bursting with ideas. So, could animals and animals achieve gene fusion? If oviparous animals have low brain development, then what about fusing the genes of primates with those of oviparous creatures? I have evolution cells. As long as I write the genes of primates into them, thereby invading and altering the genes of oviparous creatures, I can create gene-fused organisms. A concept suddenly emerged in Suyu's mind. He planned to become a creator, using gene fusion technology to manufacture oviparous primate creatures. Chapter 30. Breaking Limits. Second stage winged monkeys, Suyu immediately began taking action. Fusion organisms, a milestone in biological history, would be crafted by Suyu's own hands. He went directly to the country with the most primates and began cultivating super battle chickens. After successfully cultivating them, he started programming evolution cells with primate memories. Subsequently, he unhesitatingly injected these evolution cells into those super battle chickens. Then, terrifying things happened. Instead of creating fusion organisms, Suyu ended up creating fusion monsters. The super battle chickens that died outright were the least of his worries. The most terrifying were the fusion organisms that had turned into piles of meat paste, yet were still alive, even emitting chilling screams. The most troublesome were the horrific fusion monsters with 4 arms, 8 legs, and 5 eyes, possessing tremendous combat power. Suyu exhausted all his means to slay them. The worst were the fusion organisms with high intelligence but horrific appearances. These fusion beings had IQs high enough to speak and even commit suicide. They even pleaded with Suyu to kill them. This was too horrifying. Suyu even thought he was committing acts of evil, creating a hell. He even contemplated that the villains in movies were nothing compared to this, perhaps even better than himself. But to achieve a leap in scientific progress, this step had to be endured, especially at a time when humanity was on the brink of survival and extinction. Suyu continued his experiments, his heart growing colder, and the number of amyloid precursor proteins in his brain increased, even surpassing 100,000. Finally, on the 50,000th trial, a successful primate oviparous creature was created. It was a monkey with wings, covered in feathers. It couldn't fly, but possessed extremely high intelligence. Suyu detected 15,000 amyloid precursor proteins in its brain. Success. Suyu had scientifically created a new organism, and he named it the winged monkey. This monkey was like an angel from Genesis, the first new life and new race successfully created by Suyu. It was an oviparous organism, an oviparous primate, unprecedented and unheard of. Suyu suddenly felt that being a creator was not so extraordinary after all. The tarsiers were successfully born. And next came the even more brutal second stage gene modification liquid experiment. After so many experiments, Suyu had already become hard-hearted. He began the second stage gene modification liquid experiment without hesitation. Years of experimentation had made him indifferent and cold. He constantly reminded himself, this is for the future of all humanity. The second stage gene modification experiment began, but the results were not ideal, with a death rate still as high as 100. After failing hundreds of times, Suyu began to reassess his experiments. He realized that he could not blindly conduct experiments. Perhaps he could enlighten these tarsiers, teach them to learn, have them attend classes, and even teach them cultivation, thereby increasing the amount of amyloid precursor protein in their brains. Suyu recognized that the quantity of amyloid precursor protein was crucial. The success of the experiment might be significantly related to this protein. In response, Suyu transformed into a teacher and began educating these tarsiers. Tarsiers, being primates, could naturally engage in activities while time was stopped due to their oviparous nature, making them, apart from Suyu, the smartest beings on Earth, and even in the universe. Their intelligence, enhanced by the first-stage gene modification liquid, could reach the level of a 12-year-old child. They could not only speak, read, and write, but also use tools, acting as Suyu's assistants. Moreover, remarkably, as the amount of amyloid precursor protein in their brains increased, they began to evolve further. Because they possessed genes from two species, their rate of evolution was surprisingly fast. One day, a Tarsia even appeared with an IQ comparable to that of a 16-year-old. This Tarsia was no different from an adult human. Suyu was astonished and named this Tarsia number 1. As always, Suyu named these beings with numbers. Subsequently, he successfully trained number 1 to become a new Tarsia teacher, allowing him to educate the other Tarsiers. In this way, knowledge could rapidly spread among the Tarsiers, and their brains began to develop, with the amount of amyloid precursor protein also increasing. The overall situation was steadily improving, yet Suyu started to worry. He realized that this group of Tarsiers was about to grow to the point of replacing humans. These feathered monkeys had become quite terrifying. In addition to learning the knowledge Suyu taught, they began to create new knowledge on their own. Although Suyu educated them, he would never teach them how to use weapons, how to manufacture weapons, or any tactics and strategies. He wouldn't even rank them or cultivate their competitive spirit. Teaching them these things would be equivalent to nurturing enemies for humanity. Suyu did not want to find himself in a situation where he had not resolved humanity's disaster, but instead had cultivated a being capable of solving humanity's disaster. He certainly did not wish for a scenario like in the movies where an uprising of apes occurred, which would be a huge blunder. However, this group of Tarsiers unexpectedly created a weapon called a bow, which made Suyu alert for the first time. This bow was developed by Tarsia number 2, whose intelligence was second only to number 1. It happened by chance when number 2 discovered a bent piece of dead wood in the jungle. He began to play with it and, accidentally, wrapped it with vines, creating the first wooden bow in Tarsia history. However, he did not use this bow to shoot arrows, but instead hung it on a branch as a tool for play. Seeing this scene, Suyu became vigilant. After much contemplation, he decided to move the Tarsia community away from the jungle and lock them in a massive reinforced concrete room. He then made super combat chickens their servants, allowing them to live a life where they could just stretch out their hands for food. In this way, he completely eradicated their chances of acquiring primitive technology. The experimental subjects were just that, experimental subjects. Suyu had no intention of allowing them to develop a new civilization. This time, Suyu's experiment began to show some new progress. The amount of amyloid precursor protein in the Tarsiers' brains increased to 30,000. And in countless second-stage gene modification experiments, the success rate finally was no longer 0. The smartest number 1 surprisingly survived that experiment and completely broke through the individual limit. Number 1 obtained physical qualities stronger than Suyu's, greater strength, faster speed, and higher intelligence. The first being to evolve beyond individual limits had appeared. Chapter 31, Beyond Humanity. Time Restored. It is well known that Darwin's theory of evolution has 2 fatal flaws. First, the speed of evolution of life forms on Earth accelerated rapidly during certain periods, which Darwin's long-term evolutionary theory cannot explain. Second, organisms undergo specific changes in response to environmental changes. While Darwin believed that evolution was random and proposed the theory of natural selection. However, today, Suyu confirmed one thing: evolution is not necessarily random. He discovered that the amount of amyloid precursor protein in the brain influences the success rate of organisms reaching and surpassing individual limits. After number 1 successfully became an existence beyond the individual, Suyu took out his own hair that had been implanted in number 1's body, putting him into a time-stopped state, and then sent him into a cold storage chamber for preservation. Number 1 would not die, having surpassed individual limits. He would not perish from such low temperatures, but he was frozen and could not return to reality without Suyu's command. This was because Suyu was wary of his power and intelligence. Number 1's existence posed a huge threat to humanity. Suyu dared to say that, given enough time, number 1 could contend with the black monster that threatened all of humanity. In summary, Suyu had created a being capable of battling the black monster. But he could not allow number 1 to fight against that creature. After all, number 1's intelligence had surpassed that of humans. What if he teamed up with that black monster? Wouldn't that create problems for himself? Therefore, next, Suyu had to start developing a second-stage gene modification liquid that would allow him to break through individual limits. There were great risks involved. One misstep could lead to his own demise. Thus, the best method was to increase the success rate. Suyu continued with the experiments, and years later, a second tarsia that surpassed individual limits appeared. Suyu again removed his hair, putting him into a time-stopped state, and sealed him in cold storage. With continuous experimentation, the number of tarsiers surpassing individual limits increased. And Suyu calculated through mathematical models that as long as the amount of amyloid precursor protein in the brain reached 300,000, the success rate of the second-stage gene modification liquid would reach 80. At this moment, the amount of amyloid precursor protein in Suyu's brain had already reached 150,000. He was just one step away from 100-foot pole's height. Suyu even directly began to enhance his brain cells. The enhancement of brain cells was very dangerous. One misstep could turn him into a fool or a madman. So he was extremely cautious, and the enhancement only focused on increasing amyloid precursor protein. Suyu believed that amyloid precursor protein was a tool that could help human genes evolve positively, provided that his brain sent evolutionary commands to the amyloid precursor protein. Simply put, if the human brain continuously conveyed the message of wanting to be faster and stronger to the amyloid precursor protein, then the amyloid precursor protein would promote human genes, making humanity faster and stronger. However, the amount of amyloid precursor protein in a normal human body was too low, which is why it required generation after generation of evolution and improvement. Although Alzheimer's patients have a lot of amyloid precursor protein in their brains, their consciousness has already become chaotic, so they cannot achieve good results. Suyu directly manufactured amyloid precursor proteins and implanted them into his own brain. His method was quite simple. He extracted his own brain cells, then transplanted them into stem cells to replicate more brain cells and produce more amyloid precursor proteins, which he subsequently injected into his brain. The benefit of this approach was that it would not trigger rejection responses. For Suyu's brain, it was akin to a divine intervention. In Taoism, this might be akin to the gathering of the 3 flowers at the crown. Suyu underwent the transplantation for a long time, eventually increasing the number of amyloid precursor proteins in his brain to 300,000. At this point, Suyu even thought he was going crazy, feeling dazed all day, with his memory deteriorating. This made Suyu realize that he could no longer increase the amyloid precursor proteins in his brain. To stay awake, he even began reciting the Tao Te Ching daily. He discovered that if he felt drowsy, his memory loss would worsen, but if he recited scriptures to calm his heart, his memory would not decline. It seemed that this scripture had a special frequency that made his brain more sensitive and wise. Suyu did not know the reason, but as long as it was effective, that was enough. He continued to work hard, not giving up any opportunity. And he was still looking for ways to increase the amount of amyloid precursor proteins in his brain, as the more he had, the higher his success rate for second-stage genetic enhancement would be. Finally, when the number of amyloid precursor proteins in Suyu's brain reached 370,000, he could no longer endure the impending explosion of his brain, and he began to inject the second-stage genetic enhancement solution. However, before that, he first froze all the tarsiers. Fully aware that creatures like tarsiers could not enter the human world, as their increasing numbers could lead to chaos and potentially become one of the disasters for humanity. Those super battle chickens also had to be frozen. They would not be needed for the subsequent experiments and battles. Those could be dealt with later. At the same time, all the experimental equipment Suyu had used over the years had to be restored to its original state, and the newly built laboratories had to be completely dismantled and destroyed. All laboratories and experimental results had to be sealed because these things were too terrifying. The first-stage genetic modification solution was manageable, but the subsequent fusion organisms and the second-stage genetic modification solution absolutely could not be leaked. Any casual leak would deal a devastating blow to the human world, especially those fusion organisms. Although all failed fusion organisms had been destroyed by Suyu, the experimental data still existed, and if it fell into the wrong hands, those fusion organisms could potentially be recreated. Some fusion organisms were too frightening. Once released, they could inflict catastrophic disasters on the human world, so they had to be destroyed without leaving any records. Suyu did not feel any regret about this. Since it was hell, it should be sealed away, never to see the light of day again. With everything ready, Suyu began to inject the second-stage genetic modification solution into himself. At this point, there was no need to hesitate. He had done everything he could to the best of his ability. If he still failed, then it was fate, and there was nothing he could do about it. However, the location where Suyu was situated was far from the country and close to the Arctic, where the temperature was very low, but Suyu did not feel cold. He took out the second stage genetic modification solution and, without hesitation, plunged it into his arm. Whether he lived or died depended on this moment. Suyu closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the moment of judgment. Had he, who conducted so many evil experiments, really earned the right to become an existence beyond humanity? Suyu questioned himself. It wasn't until he felt a slight coolness on his cheek that he twitched his eyebrows, but still did not open his eyes. Only when he felt the coolness on his forehead, neck, and the tip of his nose did Suyu finally open his eyes and see the sky full of snowflakes. It was snowing. Time had resumed. Chapter 32. You humans, weak and fragile. Time had resumed. From Suyu's perspective, over 30 years had passed. But from the perspective of everyone in the world, only a moment had gone by. This is impossible. The black monster narrowed its eyes, shock written all over its face. It stood frozen for a full 3 seconds, then began looking left and right, up and down, but could not find a trace of Suyu. He had disappeared, completely vanished. Not a hint of this human's presence could be detected. Is it invisibility, teleportation, or long-distance leap? Come out. The black monster roared angrily, stomping its foot, causing the ground to crack. The leader of the Anomaly investigation team shouted, "Fire! Shoot quickly!" Countless bullets poured out, hitting the black monster, but it still had no effect. The black monster sneered. "It seems your king has fled in fear. If that's the case, then this planet belongs to me." After saying that, the black monster suddenly raised its tail and pierced it into the body of a super battle chicken. The next moment, the super battle chicken underwent a mutation and began to attack its fellow kind wildly. Number 254 stepped forward and said, "Our God would never abandon us." God. The black monster laughed heartily. "Ridiculous. You are still stuck in the feudal era. It is your misfortune to come into contact with the myriad worlds in this time. You should surrender to me sooner, or you will suffer even greater misery." The crowd did not understand what it was saying. Tanks had already rolled up, with their barrels aimed at the black monster. Do not underestimate the power of humanity. Even if it costs a city, we will eliminate you and prevent future troubles. Team leader Wen threatened loudly, but in reality, he was extremely anxious because he knew he had no authority to deploy nuclear weapons. The black monster looked disdainfully at him. "Your heartbeat has betrayed you. You do not have the courage to die with me." Team leader Wen was startled. "You can hear my heartbeat? Do you have any misunderstanding about the pinnacle of individual realms?" In an instant, the black monster seemed to teleport right in front of him, with footprints all over the ground. The black monster grabbed Team Leader Wen by the neck. Its tail raised high behind it, aiming at Team Leader Wen. It was going to inject him. With this injection, Team Leader Wen would completely become its subordinate, an accomplice in the destruction of humanity. Team Leader Wen looked left and right, but could not see Suyu's figure. Despair filled his mind. Could it be that the powerful one really fled? But just then, Number 3 suddenly led all the super battle chickens charging forward. It could not speak, but let out a roar. It was determined to guard this place, to protect this world, and it would never believe that the god who created them would run away. But the black monster suddenly swept its tail, instantly severing the bodies of the first row of super battle chickens. "Your king has fled. He fears my power, so do not struggle. Surrender to me, and I will grant you higher enlightenment, allowing you to obtain my power." The black monster stood high above, its body growing larger as it continuously absorbed Team Leader Wen's nutrients. Its palms developed barbs that pierced into Team Leader Wen's neck, draining his blood and, similarly, his memories. So that's how it is. Your king is a psychic capable of altering others' memories. But unfortunately, this is useless to me because my brain is more advanced than yours. The black monster laughed wildly. At that moment, Number 2, whose body had been severed, let out its last mournful cry, and countless surviving battle chickens charged at the black monster. The less intelligent the creature, the more loyalty it possessed that humans lacked. The black monster cruelly declared, ignorant of death. Then, its tail suddenly elongated and pierced out, instantly skewering several super battle chickens like candied hawthorns. But more super battle chickens charged fearlessly forward, and the black monster frowned, immediately releasing Captain 1, then plunging into the flock of chickens. Just then, the smartest battle chicken, Number 214, shouted, "Self-destruct." Countless battle chickens, undaunted by death, activated the bombs on their bodies. Number 214 said, "Once, we were just weak chickens at the mercy of others, but today, we are great warriors. Brothers, it is my honor to die alongside you." Boom. The explosion sounded, blood splattered, staining the ground red. The black monster was caught in the blast. Thick smoke rising and obscuring everything. Captain 1, drained of blood, was on the verge of collapse. He never expected that those non-human creatures would sacrifice themselves to save humanity. But he knew they were no match for that monster. "Retreat, we retreat," Captain 1 shouted with difficulty. And the members of the investigation team immediately came to drag him back to the vehicle. But a terrible voice came from the smoke. "Retreat? Where do you think you're going?" The black monster slowly emerged from the smoke, walking step by step toward Captain 1 and the others. It had some minor wounds on its body, clearly injured by the explosion, but those wounds were not deep, and they were visibly healing at a rapid pace. Captain 1 felt a chill run down his spine, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This monster was too powerful. Why would such a creature, one that only appears in movies, show up in reality? Captain 1 felt powerless, sensing the insignificance of humanity. The monster sneered, "Because you exist at the lowest tier of the myriad realms, you are the weakest beings. So it is so difficult for a king to be born in your world." Captain 1 did not understand what this meant. He was already in despair, as the monster had come right in front of him, looking down on him. "Die." The monster extended its long black fingers, the tips ending in long claws. Just then, a fighter jet zoomed by overhead, and a person with a parachute suddenly fell from the sky. Everyone was drawn to the roaring fighter jet engine. They saw someone descending from the sky, opening a parachute, then slowly landing on the roof of a residential building. The person was dressed in a thin garment, completely different from the armored, helmeted figure before. Even their aura was different, but everyone recognized who he was. "He is here, he is back." Although they didn't understand why Suyu would jump from a fighter jet, hope had already risen in everyone's hearts. Thud. But at that moment, the monster's fingertip pierced through Captain 1's forehead, as if piercing a watermelon, instantly robbing him of his memories. "The king among humans. Do you think your appearance can change the situation?" "Ha ha." The monster laughed wildly, then swung its tail, smashing the bodies of Captain 1's remaining subordinates. "You humans are pathetically weak." This monster seemed to have stepped out of a movie, but unlike in movies where the protagonist is spared once discovered, it cruelly killed most of the abnormal investigation team, then propelled itself off the ground. Bang! The ground caved in, and the monster shot toward the roof of the residential building like a cannonball. "Human king, if you don't die, my heart won't be at ease." Chapter 33. Integration of the Myriad Realms. Awakening device. The black monster leaped onto the rooftop and then charged at Suyu, arrogantly saying, "Do you know how many life and death battles I have experienced? Do you know how many years it took me to reach this level? Do you know how many souls have perished at my hands? You are just a king from the lowest world. What do you have to fight me?" The monster lunged at Suyu, but Suyu suddenly vanished. Teleportation? Useless. "I don't know how many of this kind of enemy I've killed before." Before the black monster could finish its sentence, it suddenly felt a heavy blow to its neck, and then it crashed through the ceiling into the room below. Inside, cheerful music started playing. Doo-da, doo-da-da, doo-da, doo-da-da. It turned out a female streamer was recording a dance video. She was dressed in white silk, heavily made up, dancing to an anime song. Before she could comprehend what was happening, the ceiling broke, and a black monster fell down. The black monster wore an incredulous expression, but the music was so irritating that it couldn't help but roar. "Shut up." The black monster swung its tail, completely smashing the loudspeaker. The streamer sat on the ground in terror, her headphones falling off. She had no idea what was happening. What is going on? What happened? Who? The black monster took a deep breath, then began counting. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17. The black monster suddenly started counting prime numbers. It calmed itself down through this method, then looked down at Suyu, who was peering through the hole in the ceiling, saying, "Do you know? Prime numbers are lonely numbers that cannot be divided by anyone other than themselves than one. Such numbers are worthy of unique kings like us." The black monster suddenly calmed down, then erupted with all its might, and charged at Suyu again, but Suyu simply kicked out. Boom. The black monster was violently kicked away, even breaking through 3 walls and landing in a fish tank, causing the water pipes to burst and cold water poured out, quickly turning red, because one of the monster's arms was directly kicked off by Suyu. 17, 19, 23, 28, no, It's 29. The black monster counted numbers again, but it kept counting incorrectly, as an infinitely terrifying thought rose in its heart. You have surpassed the limits of an individual? The black monster concluded, then asked in terror. Suyu did not answer, but took steps closer to the black monster. You are not the same person as that guy earlier. You are definitely not from this world. This low-tier world cannot produce someone like you. Who exactly are you? Suyu did not respond, just continued to approach, but behind Suyu, a fat otaku slowly rose and began to mutate crazily, but the whole process was silent. He looked at Suyu's back, then suddenly lunged at him. Didn't he expect it, did you? I've long turned the humans in this room into my subordinates. At the moment the fat otaku attacked Suyu, the black monster immediately began to flee. But the moment it stepped out of the bathtub, the mutated fat otaku crashed into it, slamming into the black monster. Suyu's speed was too fast. The black monster didn't even know how he had struck. The mutated fat otaku expressed that no one understood what had happened. 1, 2, 3, 5. The black monster continued counting prime numbers, but no matter what, it couldn't calm down. The next second, the black monster went completely mad. Count your prime numbers. It tore apart the mutated fat otaku, then lunged at Suyu again, but Suyu threw a punch that directly pierced through the black monster's chest. Blood flowed down Suyu's arm. He took out a high-concentration nutrient solution syringe with his other hand and injected the high-concentration nutrient solution into his body. The energy consumption after surpassing the individual limit in battle was too severe, so he tried to use moves that didn't consume energy. A punch and a kick unleashed such terrifying lethality, which was exchanged for a huge amount of energy. The black monster spat out blood. But upon seeing Suyu injecting himself, it laughed wildly. So that's it. You still haven't solved the energy consumption problem. You haven't obtained the awakening device from the integration of the Myriad Realms organization. Suyu suddenly became interested and asked, what is this integration of the Myriad Realms organization and the awakening device? It's something you'll never find out in your lifetime. The black monster knew it was doomed, so it suddenly pulled out a spherical object from its chest. A dissolver, and activated it. Suyu was startled. Without thinking, he knew that this small ball must be something terrifying. He immediately retreated at a speed faster than the eye could see. The next second, the spherical object exploded, releasing countless green smoke, followed by the sound of corrosive acid. Suyu broke through the window glass, and the strong wind blew in, dispersing the green smoke. However, everything in that room was corroded to nothing, leaving no trace. Not even the monster's corpse. Suyu felt puzzled. What is the Multiverse Integration Organization? What is the Spirit Activation Device? Can it solve my energy depletion problem? Indeed. The asteroid attack was not a coincidence. Someone was manipulating it. The attack by this mutated monster was also not accidental. It was calculated. Why are they targeting Earth? Suyu felt he needed to figure this out, but to understand, he would probably have to wait for the next attack. Suyu went downstairs and found the battle situation was dire. None of the battle chickens survived, all sacrificed. Surprisingly, Team Leader 1 was still alive. He had his memories extracted and had the monster's cells implanted, beginning to mutate. This was intentional by the black monster, aiming to ambush Suyu when he came to rescue Team Leader 1. It was truly insidious, but unfortunately, it was dead, with the main body dead. The implanted cells also died, so Suyu saved Team Leader 1 and sent him to the hospital. After a long time, Team Leader 1 woke up, finding himself alone in a hospital bed, a feeling of desolation washing over him. Suddenly, he recalled what the monster said about the multiverse and the bottom world, filling him with doubt and worry. Could this monster not be a product of our world? What is the fate of Earth? Team Leader 1 did not notice Suyu, as Suyu had already begun searching for Yi Wanting using the big data center. He had obtained various information about Yi Wanting, including her birth date, and was just waiting to search for her address after the time stop and find her. However, the big data center provided a despairing message. Yi Wanting, female, born in 1982, missing at the age of 27, whereabouts unknown. This news shocked Suyu to his core. Yi Wanting missing? 27 years old. Wasn't that the age when I met her for the second time? What happened to her? Did she get lost in some time and space? Or did something happen? Suyu buried his doubts deep down. He had a bad premonition, but he knew he would meet Yi Wanting again. I can only wait. Wait for Yi Wanting's last time travel and save her before something happens. Suyu suddenly realized he had a mountain of tasks ahead. Multiverse integration, spirit activation device, and saving Yi Wanting. Chapter 34. the eldest son of the One family. So respectful Su Yu had a detailed plan for what he needed to do next, to find other meteorite fragments scattered on Earth. Since the asteroid was artificially pushed here, and the mutant was intentionally released on Earth, there should be clues to be found on the other fragments. Su Yu pondered as he returned to his seaside villa. But he was about to head out, so he asked Zhou Yushan to prepare the car. What exactly is the Multiverse Integration Organization? What is the Spirit Activation Device? Su Yu kept thinking, but he couldn't gather more information from the literal meanings. He glanced at the pouch at his waist, which contained 5 vials of high-concentration nutrient solution he had personally prepared, one of which could support him in full combat for about 30 seconds. Therefore, he needed to resolve his body's energy depletion issue quickly, and the clue was the Spirit Activation Device mentioned by the Black Monster. At that moment, Zhou Yushan walked in and said, "Master, the car is ready." As she spoke, Zhou Yushan stole a glance into the study, but saw Su Yu focused on writing something. Su Yu replied, "Okay, let's go." They went to the underground parking lot, where Su Yu got into a regular BMW 6. And Zhou Yushan took the driver's seat and drove out of the underground garage. Zhou Yushan was confused. Wasn't the driver Huang Qiuyan? Why was she driving? Could it be that this big shot had plans? Zhou Yushan was very nervous, her palms sweaty. She had never felt this tense even during the investigation of abnormalities. However, they ended up driving into the parking lot of an auction house. Zhou Yushan was puzzled as to why they were going to an auction house. This was an old auction house with nearly 120 years of history, having seen 3 or 4 dynasties. So you got out of the car, looking at the grand auction house building and the red carpet. The surrounding auction participants also got out of their cars, but they all looked quite old, the youngest being around 50. They looked at Su Yu with curiosity since he appeared to be the youngest among the participants. They began to walk toward the auction house, but security stopped them. "Sorry, this is not an ordinary auction house. If you just want to show off with your girlfriend, please go to a regular auction house." Zhou Yushan panicked immediately. "Do you know who this is? How dare you stop him? What kind of auction house is this?" The security guard looked young and was dressed in a tailcoat, his figure very fit. Su Yu rubbed his nose. He really didn't expect to encounter a situation that seemed straight out of a novel. "Aren't auction houses supposed to welcome everyone?" Su Yu asked. The security guard replied, "This auction house is different. It has stood here for over 100 years. Generally, it is not open to the public. You are not a VIP. You have no invitation, and you have no client to introduce you. With only money, you absolutely cannot enter here." Su Yu said lightly, "The items at your auction house aren't that rare, but there are quite a few rules." The security guard smiled. "The items here are not something an ordinary rich second generation can afford. Talking to someone who has stopped time for 30 years is indeed meaningless. After 30 years of stopping time, just find a gold mine and you could dig out tons of gold. Stroll around a few listed companies and you could know which stocks will rise. Just take a look at the Lottery Center's conference room and you would know their predetermined winning number. This is serious money-making, and the less said about the less serious, the better." Zhou Yushan was almost in a panic. "Who are you? Why are you provoking him? Don't you know this big shot has saved the world twice? How could those second generations compare?" Though Zhou Yushan was anxious, Su Yu remained calm. He noticed that some elderly spectators had gathered around, averaging over 60 years old, all in tailcoats, holding dragon-carved wooden canes, accompanied by bodyguards. These people were watching the scene with cold smiles, seemingly ready to enjoy the show. They clearly did not recognize Su Yu. After all, he had never been in the spotlight. In the previous battle with the mutant, he was in armor and a helmet. And later in the fight with the mutated monster, he was not photographed. So, very few people knew Su Yu. Just as the security guard was blocking Su Yu, another car pulled up at the auction house entrance. A person got out, looking pale, as if he had just been discharged from the hospital. When this person appeared, several old men immediately fell silent, their expressions becoming serious. The security guard instantly put on a smile. The person got out, walked toward the entrance, and several old men stepped forward to greet him. However, this person bypassed the old men and walked directly to Su Yu. "Brother Su Yu, we meet again. I cannot thank you enough for saving my life before. If there is a chance, one will definitely repay you." The old men were instantly shocked. What? This young man actually knows the eldest son of the One family? Zhou Yushan dared not speak anymore. She knew that although this one was an inconspicuous leader of an anomaly investigation team, the forces behind him were not small. This time, the security guard did not dare to stop them. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Seeing the situation around him, one immediately felt embarrassed and apologized. "It's my fault. Since you want to come to this inconspicuous auction house to have some fun, I should have accompanied you personally. After all, they don't know your identity. The several elderly people were stunned again. What does this mean? Why is the eldest son of the Wen family lowering his stance so much? Suyu did not say anything. He was completely unaware of these rules. Now, our Wen family guarantees for Brother Su. You should feel honored that he comes here to give you face. The words of the eldest son of the Wen family made the several elderly people feel as if they were about to collapse. Their legs weakened, and they had to be supported by bodyguards. What kind of background does this young man have? They began to doubt whether they should have come to this auction. But there were some items they had to acquire, as they related to their family's fate. The security guard finally did not stop them. A group of people walked in, and team leader Wen cautiously welcomed Suyu into the VIP room. The main purpose of this auction was not to auction items, but to discuss another matter with Suyu. Chapter 35, Ancient Golden Bell. Someone causes trouble, I want to ask you about something, which is regarding the myriad realms. Team leader Wen lowered his posture and was very respectful. I accidentally heard that monster mention the myriad realms, and since then, I have been pondering and guessing whether our world is just one among countless dimensions, perhaps even a relatively low-end world. Will there be more beings from other dimensions coming to our world in the future? Suyu became interested, as this was also something he had been thinking about. Outside the VIP room, several elderly people were continuously stealing glances inside. Upon seeing team leader Wen's low posture, they felt their scalps tingle. What kind of background does this young man have? The elderly people began to whisper among themselves, disregarding their image. Why have I never heard of this person? Suyu said, considering the myriad realms and various incidents like attacks. It seems that there indeed might be an enemy from another dimension targeting us, perhaps because they see us as weak and intend to invade. Based on the propulsion device behind that asteroid, the dragon scale stone egg hidden in the asteroid, and the words spoken by the monster inside the egg. Suyu came to this conclusion. Team leader Wen was taken aback. He did not expect to receive such significant news from Suyu. What should we do then? With our strength, can we withstand an invasion? Team leader Wen was quite cunning. He had already inferred this, but posed the question to elicit support from Suyu. Team leader Wen, based on your performance today, it seems you have a significant force behind you? Suyu suddenly asked. Team leader Wen replied, my family is not particularly large, but in this city, we still have some say. The reason team leader Wen arranged this auction was to indirectly inform Suyu of his family's influence. After all, he could not state it directly, as that would come off as bragging and might anger the big shots. The reason why team leader Wen did not personally visit was precisely for this. Suyu pondered for a moment and understood team leader Wen's intentions, so he straightforwardly said, I can provide you with gene modification liquid, but the mortality rate is 60. Are you willing to use it? Team leader Wen was shocked again. Gene modification? It was the first time he had heard of it. Yes, for the future of humanity. What does life and death matter? Team leader Wen immediately agreed, no matter how high the mortality rate, as long as it was something good. He would never let it go. At this moment, the auction had already begun, and the elderly people were extremely nervous, worried that they might not be able to bid on the items they wanted. If the young man whom even the Wen family feared participated in the auction, should they compete or not? A group of people was hesitating when the first auction item appeared, a development zone on the west side of the city. Whoever could acquire it would have the right to develop there. Zhou Yushan was also paying attention to the auction, puzzled. This development right? Team leader Wen said, the development right will be determined in this auction. Several families are already on shaky ground. If they want to rejuvenate, they must obtain the development right. For them, money is not the key. Industry is what matters most because industry is capital, while money is just a number. Zhou Yushan clicked her tongue. An auction could determine a development zone. If this news got out, those ordinary real estate bosses would probably go crazy. Suyu was not interested in this, he said. The attack from that asteroid was not a coincidence. Many fragments fell when it passed through the sky. We must collect these fragments, as they may carry clues about the myriad realms. Team leader Wen immediately echoed, you're right. We must investigate the clues about the myriad realms and even find a way to enter the myriad realms. Otherwise, we might not be able to withstand the next attack. Suyu and team leader Wen both understood that the previous two attacks were merely a trial run by the other party. After failing twice in a row, the other party might get serious. The auction continued, and the next item was a 9-dragon royal cauldron, which was 500 years old and rumored to have the effect of suppressing luck, capable of turning a failing company into a profitable one. Suyu did not believe in these things and was not interested, but the elderly people were fighting over it. It was not until the third auction item that something Suyu was interested in appeared. It was a pure handmade golden clock from a handsome country, its surface sparkling, with a ticking sound emanating from within, full of special charm. The host announced, starting bid, 5 million. Suyu came specifically for this. He had an interest in collecting clocks. Previously, he only collected ordinary clocks, but now that he had heard of this ancient clock, how could he give it up? This interest had been cultivated over time. At first, he just wanted to tell the time, but at some point, he developed an interest in collecting clocks. Team leader went immediately prepared for this auction, knowing Suyu's interest. The elderly people were puzzled, wondering how one item among many was something they did not understand. Could it be a clock from the ancient royal family? If they bid and gave it to the descendants of the royal family, they could gain a favor for free? Favors are more valuable than money. If that's the case, I might bid. But why is it so cheap? It doesn't even conform to the rules here. This auction house has never auctioned off items at such low prices. The elderly people were discussing when Suyu suddenly made a move. 5 million. The elderly people were startled and immediately fell silent. They understood that this item was prepared by the Wen family for that young man, so they would not interfere. The host seemed to know who this item was prepared for, so he instinctively prepared to drop the hammer. Just then, a young voice suddenly rang out from the corner. 51 million. Everyone gasped and quickly looked over, finding it was a young man, accompanied by two boldly dressed girls. The auction house owner was furious, his anger ready to explode at any moment. He looked at the security guard. Didn't I tell you not to let these second-generation rich kids cause trouble? With our auction house's reputation, are you still afraid of offending a second generation? The security guard had a hard time expressing his grievances. He was strictly enforcing this rule. But who would have thought the first young man would not play by the rules, and even the Wen family was cautious around him. And in the blink of an eye, the second young man slipped in. Team leader Wen was also stunned. He did not expect a second-generation rich kid to show up. Although he was also a second generation, the two were not the same. Besides, he was already over 30. His child could run errands, which made him different from a true second generation. Suyu chuckled lightly and then said, 5 million. The young man immediately replied, 51 million. The host was sweating profusely. He never expected young second-generation heirs to sneak in and cause trouble. This kind of thing hadn't happened in 10 years. The elderly men also had worried expressions on their faces. They knew what these second-generation heirs were thinking. After all, they were second-generation themselves when they were young. The second generation didn't understand that just having money didn't mean they could act recklessly. They had no idea how deep the waters were. If they offended a big shot, they wouldn't even be able to run away. It was fine if the second generation didn't understand, but they shouldn't drag us down with them. A few elderly men couldn't sit still any longer. They even planned to leave early. Chapter 36, Meteorite Fragments. Multiverse Clues. Suyu stroked his chin and suddenly found the situation very interesting. Someone wanted to compete with him in terms of wealth? Was this arranged by you? Suyu looked at Team Leader 1. Team Leader 1 was sweating bullets, his hair standing on end, and said, "How could that be? I wouldn't dare." The auction house owner looked ashen. He knew that if he messed up the task assigned by the Wen family, he would pay a huge price. 10 million. Suyu directly threw out a high bid. Buying a watch for 10 million was not worth it, but he didn't care. The young man paused for a moment and then said, 1 million. 30 million. Suyu replied calmly. The young man was starting to feel overwhelmed, but still gritted his teeth. 1 million. Suyu didn't care. 50 million. The young man was sweating in his palms. He hesitated to bid again. Team leader Wen was furious. He immediately made a phone call. Find out who this person is. We're busy saving the world. How can we have second-generation heirs causing trouble? The elderly men were on edge. The Wen family never engaged in business disputes with us. Their duty was to protect the country and humanity. They had participated in several dynastic changes throughout history, safeguarding our nation's bloodline. Over the years, the Wen family's power had become terrifyingly large and high above us, an object of our admiration. Therefore, we never dared to obstruct what the Wen family did, nor did we need to. Their goals had always been the same and would not affect us. They would only place us in a better environment. But today, a second-generation heir wanted to disrupt the plan of the Wen family's eldest son. He truly was tired of living. Even if the Wen family didn't act, others would. Because everyone knew that the Wen family only acted for peace and stability. Without peace and stability, our wealth would be meaningless. So, this place never welcomed second-generation heirs. 50. 1 million. The second-generation heir gritted his teeth and raised his bid by another 10,000, clearly intending to cause trouble. Suyu just smiled. All right, let him have it. Team Leader Wen was furious. Rest assured, this item will never end up in his hands. He has no right to take it. Give me 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, he will personally deliver the item to you and apologize. Suyu waved his hand. Am I such an unreasonable person? If someone wins it with their strength, let him have it. Suyu stopped bidding, and the elderly men were extremely tense, while the auction house owner looked ashen. Only the second-generation heir was incredibly proud. The auction house that my father couldn't even enter, I managed to bid for items here. When I go back, it will shock him. This auction made everyone anxious. And in the end, Suyu left empty-handed. He had already discussed with Team Leader 1, and next, he would start collecting other meteorite fragments. Team Leader 1 also laid his cards on the table, revealing the true identities of the 3 women, which Suyu didn't care about. Subsequently, the 3 women were left by Suyu's side to act as subordinates and messengers. After respectfully sending Suyu off in a car, Team Leader 1 sighed in relief, and the elderly men behind him finally felt at ease. But the next moment, Team Leader 1's expression turned serious, and he said, "Fortunately, that great person is magnanimous and won't hold it against you. Otherwise, if something big were to go wrong, none of you could bear the consequences." Team Leader 1 was very anxious because he had to request Suyu's help, while also revealing that he had placed investigators beside Suyu. Both matters could anger Suyu and bring disaster upon himself and his family. The auction house owner cautiously asked Team Leader 1, "How should we deal with that second-generation heir?" Team Leader 1 snorted coldly and then said, "Send the item over and tell his father what happened today." Yes. The auction house owner wiped the sweat from his forehead. An elderly man approached and cautiously asked, "Excuse me, who is that young man?" "Young man, I advise you to be careful in the future, especially with your descendants. Make sure to warn them. Don't provoke this person," Team Leader 1 warned. The elderly men exchanged glances, all filled with fear. Could he be a celestial being? We have only heard of such things, but never seen them. Do such people really exist in the world? We must warn our descendants to be careful, or they could lose their lives and ruin their family businesses. So you didn't expect the factional relationships behind this to be so complex. He returned to his seaside villa and summoned the 3 women. "I'm not interested in the affairs of the families and factions on Earth. I only care about the multiverse and the enemies beyond dimensions. Therefore, any matters unrelated to this should not be reported to me. Let Team Leader 1 handle them." The 3 women immediately responded, "Understood." Subsequently, Suyu handed out 3 vials of gene modification liquid, each labeled with the names of the 3 women. This gene modification liquid has a mortality rate of 60. In critical moments, when life and death are at stake, you can use it. If you are fortunate enough to survive, you will enter a new realm. The 3 women were immediately overjoyed. Zhou Yushan knew that this was precisely what Team Leader 1 had been dreaming of, and they had obtained it so easily. It seems that choosing the right big shot really matters. A 60 mortality rate isn't that high. In life and death situations, even a 99 mortality rate would need to be used. The 3 women accepted it, and Huang Chuyin cautiously asked, "Excuse me, how should we address you in the future?" So you thought for a moment. Calling him master felt a bit strange. If they went out for a walk and called him that, others might think something was up. "Just call me by my name." After confirming the title, Zhou Yushan asked again, "What will our specific tasks be in the future?" Suyu replied, "Utilize your resources to fully search for the meteorite fragments scattered on Earth. I will investigate these fragments and look for clues related to the multiverse." Yes. However, just as they finished communicating, someone else came knocking. Zhou Yushan opened the door and found it was Team Leader 1. Team Leader 1 was holding a clock made of pure gold, followed by 2 bodyguards, each carrying 2 password boxes. Suyu asked, "Team Leader 1, did you find clues about the multiverse?" Team Leader 1 said, No, it's the golden clock from the auction house. I brought it for you." Suyu asked knowingly, "Wasn't that bid on by that young man?" Team Leader 1 hurriedly replied, "That young man went home and was discovered by his father. Afterward, his father personally came to apologize, but he didn't dare to meet you and begged me to bring a gift to apologize." Suyu smiled faintly. "I see. Tell him I won't hold it against a junior. Right now, I'm more concerned about the meteorite fragments." Team Leader 1 immediately ordered the bodyguards to open the password boxes. "These are the meteorite fragments I obtained through my resources. Please take a look." Suyu became interested and immediately examined the meteorite fragments. Excitingly, There were indeed clues on the meteorite fragments. Chapter 37. Alien Containers. Gene Modification Team Leader certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to bring over meteorite fragments without any clues. All the fragments he brought had clues. These meteorite fragments seemed to come from some strange container, made of very unusual material. Team Leader handed over a report. I've had scientists test it. These meteorite fragments are made of a special metal with 3 layers, seemingly the outer shell of some kind of container. We suspect it was used to protect and contain some objects. Suyu pondered, what do you think it could be? Team Leader said, there are only 3 possibilities. First, weapons. Second, some kind of communication tool. Third, a terrifying monster. Suyu replied, no matter which possibility it is. It means that whatever is in this container has leaked, and we must find it as soon as possible. Team Leader nodded solemnly. I will arrange this matter immediately. Suyu was very satisfied. With a large family, things get done efficiently. He continued, there's one more thing. I wonder if your family's influence can handle it? Team Leader immediately said, please go ahead. Suyu said, with your family's power, can you find an island in the high seas and establish a base? Preferably one that can launch rockets? Team Leader paused for a moment, then quickly started thinking. After a while, he said, if we cooperate with the orbital science company from the beautiful country, it should be possible. Suyu was very pleased and said, great. Then get it done immediately, the sooner the better. Team Leader didn't leave. He hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly asked, there's one more thing, Brother Suyu. As you know, the enemies from the dimension outside are eyeing us, and our human strength is too weak. Although we have powerful weapons, these weapons can also be seized by the enemy. Therefore, we need to find a way to enhance our own strength. Suyu certainly knew what Team Leader wanted, which was nothing more than the formula for gene modification fluid. He immediately said, what you want is just the formula for the gene modification fluid, which is not a problem. I will tell you the formula and technology, but I won't disclose one special type in the formula. Instead, I will provide it to you regularly. Team Leader immediately said, I understand, I certainly understand. This is confidential and cannot be leaked. Suyu smiled. It wasn't that it was confidential, but the original evolution cells were of great importance and must not be leaked, which is why he said so. However, I must remind you that the mortality rate of this gene modification fluid is as high as 60, so think carefully before using it. Suyu emphasized again. Team Leader nodded immediately. I've thought it through. To gain power at a cost, I understand. As a member of the family, he must grasp the most advanced power. Only then did Suyu leisurely take out the report. Team Leader took the research report and glanced at it briefly. In the next second, he showed a shocked expression. Don't think he couldn't understand. Team Leader was also a postdoctoral graduate, and his scientific literacy was certainly not low. As the next head of such a large family, he couldn't possibly be uneducated. Suyu then took out a locked box and told Team Leader inside are 100 doses of the original fluid. You can extract the genes of the people who will undergo modification according to the report and create a specialized gene modification fluid. This way, you can produce the gene modification fluid. Team Leader silently put it away, even without the intention of handing it to the bodyguards. He calculated in his mind, 100 doses, with a 60 mortality rate, which means how many gene enhancers can we potentially get? Suyu continued to remind him, it's best to look for individuals with strong willpower. The stronger the will, the higher the survival rate. Team Leader nodded eagerly. I will remember. After obtaining the treasure, Team Leader left. In the seaside villa, only Suyu and the 3 women remained. Suyu said, it's time to change places. Yushan, isn't the country selling islands? Let's buy one and move there. Finding a secluded island, building a mansion, and spending time with 3 beautiful women would be quite pleasant. Mainly, it would be free from disturbances from mortals. He had too many treasures on him now, and the evolution cells needed to continue being cultivated. Time was of the essence, and he could also use small animals for experiments. Therefore, he must go to a secluded place for scientific experiments. Zhou Yushan paused for a moment, then immediately said, yes. Why buy an island? Zhou Yushan was very puzzled. It should be to get away from the city and away from mortals. But in any case, following him would be the right choice. Suyu then began his leisurely life. He went to the entertainment room, opened the computer, and started exploring the online world. He said, after we buy the island, we can start developing it. Once it's suitable for living, we can move there. Zhou Yushan said, yes, I will immediately contact the most famous architects and construction teams. Suyu nodded and stopped talking. With Zhou Yushan around, He indeed didn't have to worry too much. For a moment, the whole world returned to calmness. But they had no idea that the video of the mutant attack outside the research facility had already gone viral online, capturing Suyu defeating mutants while wearing armor. At first, many people cheered and were shocked, believing a hero had emerged, a miracle had been born. But soon, this video was edited into short videos by various self-media creators and became a meme among many netizens. It was evident that the events of 1999 could no longer be hidden. Which game company's promotional video is this? It's too realistic. It just happened to appear in a busy area and was filmed. What a coincidence. In the end, these videos were gradually forgotten by people, and those involved in the incident received hush money and remained silent. Although Team Leader 1 was puzzled as to why Suyu didn't erase their memories. After a few seconds of confusion, he provided his own explanation. This time, the boss didn't erase our memories. It seems he understands that the enemies from the dimension outside will attack us again, so he wants us to stay alert to respond to the enemy's invasion. Indeed, the boss is deep in thought. I thought of the third layer, but the boss has already thought of the fifth layer. If Suyu knew Team Leader 1's thoughts, he would probably be speechless, as he didn't possess any superpower to erase others' memories. Team Leader 1 returned to the company with the original evolution cells and immediately ordered the scientists to work overtime to develop the gene enhancement fluid. The research on the gene enhancement fluid was very successful. In just a month, his scientists developed 100 doses, and it was now time to start the injections. Team Leader 1 was highly anxious. He directly gathered 100 warriors willing to face death and prepared to start the experiment. But at that moment, an assistant reported a crucial message to Team Leader 1. Team Leader, we have discovered the whereabouts of the alien container. Chapter 38, Alien Instruments. Things are getting serious, it's him. Lin Yueying watched the video online, unable to contain her excitement. It must be him. Lin Yueying didn't believe the claims online that it was special effects because she had personally experienced something unbelievable just last month. She had been traveling with her parents when they suddenly encountered a car accident, and she was thrown out of the car. At that moment, her head hit the glass, and she was in a semi-conscious state, about to fall at high speed onto the highway. In that instant, Lin Yueying's mind began to race through her life. She was in despair, believing she was doomed, but a miracle happened in that moment. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a mass of plastic foam wrapped around her, cushioning her fall and preventing further injury. Moreover, the wound on her forehead was not only stopped from bleeding, but also had a band-aid applied. Thus, she survived, and her parents only sustained minor injuries. The whole family was safe, like a miracle. Lin Yueying knew that someone must have saved them, but she didn't know who that hero was. Until a month later, when she stumbled upon the viral video, she immediately recognized that it was the person who saved her family. That feeling was unmistakable. He saved me. Lin Yueying was extremely excited. She immediately collected all the videos online about Suyu slaying the mutated monsters. Every time she found a video about Suyu, she would hug her pillow with both hands and be incredibly excited all alone. However, during her search, Lin Yueying accidentally discovered a forum called Suyu, where all the discussions were related to him, though they had no idea who Suyu really was. Even more surprising was a section in the forum dedicated to a divine altar, where everyone worshipped Suyu as a god, even starting a religion and recruiting disciples online. Lin Yueying tried to sign up and found out that there was a fee involved. She immediately realized that someone was using her savior's name to scam money. Does your god know he has become your god? Lin Yueying left a sharp comment on the forum. If your god knows that you are using his name to swindle, do you know what the consequences would be? We can worship the strong, but we should do so rationally and never take the opportunity to profit. Lin Yueying was very agitated, but the replies she received were equally extreme. How do you know we are not guided by the god? How do you know it is not the god who has led us to do this? The thoughts of the god are not something a mere mortal like you can guess. Lin Yueying was furious. How could someone who saved her and everyone else possibly use such means to amass wealth? With such powerful abilities, why would he need to acquire wealth this way? Come on. If I don't take you down today, you'll never know what it means to be a good netizen in the new era. Back when Lin Yueying was a fan, her combat power was not to be underestimated. Anyone who dared to insult her idol would taste her wrath. However, what Lin Yueying didn't know was that on the other side of the internet, a few young people were sneering at their computer. Behind them was a strange device connected to the power grid, and the machine was issuing commands. Immediately use various methods to obtain more funds. Then buy the rare materials I need. With these materials, I can connect to the divine realm. Once connected, I will grant you divine power, making you become divine in voice, existing at the level shown in the videos, and even those like you will not be able to contend with us. As long as you gain divine power, you can become the god of this planet, getting whatever you want. The temptation of this device was too great, causing the young people to drool. Becoming a god on Earth means being able to obtain anything desired. Money, power, beauty, everything is within reach. While the young people were lost in this temptation, the device was mocking them internally, waiting for the coordinates to devour civilization to be elevated. They would come here and wipe out these lowly beings. Foolish humans, perish under your own greed. Just as the device was feeling triumphant, a stream of information suddenly flashed through their forum service area and then disappeared without a trace. The device was startled. What was that? The next second, it realized it was data searching. The device immediately shouted, "Hurry, abandon this base and take me away from here. We've been discovered." The young people were startled, and one exclaimed, "How is this possible? I used a level 3 encryption system. Ordinary people could never breach the firewall of our service area." The device replied, "Quickly, or it will be too late." One young man pulled back a corner of the curtain and saw several vans parked at the bottom of the building. The people in the vans had all gotten out and were heading straight for the building. He exclaimed, "Not good. A lot of people are really coming for us." The young people immediately prepared to unplug the device and flee. The device then emitted an anxious and angry voice, saying, "No, it's too late. You must immediately inject the serum and fight them to the death." The young people hesitated, and one said, "Why don't we surrender? As long as we promise them divine power, perhaps they will be like us." "No, absolutely not. They will kill you without hesitation and then destroy me." The device was extremely anxious, continuously speaking, "Think with your pig brains. They have already taken the dominant position on this planet. They are the leaders here. Do you think they will share their power and wealth with you? Look at yourselves. You live in a place that looks like a pigsty, and the food you eat is worse than what their dogs eat. They treat you like cattle, using you, and will cut your flesh and drink your blood. Do you really think they will give you the good things?" The 5 young people were taken aback, and suddenly one of them picked up a syringe-like object and injected it into his arm. "I am all alone, with no parents, so I'm not afraid of death." The other 4 young people, seeing this, also injected the syringe into their arms. "After all, I have nothing to lose, so there is nothing to fear." At that moment, Team Leader was directing his subordinates to rush to the rooftop of the dilapidated building, sitting in a reclining chair while fanning himself. "Everyone go up. Let me see the power of the Gene Warriors." However, as soon as Team Leader finished speaking, the rooftop of the dilapidated building suddenly exploded, and then a 5-meter-tall giant wild boar man burst out, knocking all of Team Leader's subordinates away, then leaping into the air while holding a strange device. Team Leader was dumbfounded, watching as the wild boar man jumped over his head to the rooftop of another building and then ran away, disappearing in a few breaths. What the hell? Team Leader realized that things had gotten serious. He never expected such a situation to occur. He originally thought he was only dealing with ordinary people. Chapter 39, Mutated Boar Man, Gene Warrior. Chase! Team Leader shouted, but the wild boar man had already vanished, and his men were still in the building. He didn't dare to pursue alone. Damn! Team Leader slammed his fan on the ground, feathers flying everywhere. He rarely swore, and even used to avoid cursing. But when emotions ran high, he couldn't help it. Find out what happened. A moment later, the people in the building returned to Team Leader 1 and reported the situation. "Leader, the brothers suffered heavy losses. We lost 7 ordinary members, 2 level 1 members, and several injuries." Team Leader's eyes widened. "We lost 2 enhanced warriors? Are you joking? There are only about 35 enhanced warriors. Losing 2 is significant. Do you know how precious enhanced warriors are? Even level 1 enhanced warriors are incredibly valuable." But then, the team members dragged out 4 corpses from the hallway. And they were 4 terrifying bodies, all hybrids of animals and humans, each over 3 meters tall, either rat men, centaur people, or birdmen. But without exception, they were all dead. It must be alien technology. These people must have obtained alien technology. Team Leader gritted his teeth and said, "We must capture them before they cause a disaster." The team members all lowered their heads, looking defeated. They never expected to suffer such a heavy loss on their first mission. Beside Team Leader 1, a person in a white lab coat said, "It seems they also use something like gene modification fluid, and the effect is stronger than our gene modification fluid." But the downside is that they become monsters, and the mortality rate is higher. Team leader when nodded. Gene modification must be a technology mastered by advanced civilizations. They have been traveling in the universe for a long time, so they cannot still rely on weak bodies. Therefore, we must find this alien technology. Otherwise, if it spreads, it will bring disaster to humanity. Human beings are truly weak now. Any technology could potentially bring about a huge disaster. The team leader immediately ordered his subordinates to take action. The scientist asked, "Should we notify that person?" The team leader shook his head. "If I can't even handle this small matter well, how can I earn the trust of the big boss?" Pass the order down. Let our level 2 enhanced warriors mobilize, equip them with the best weapons, and surround that wild boar. The team leader's command was issued, and everyone immediately sprang into action. Use all available resources. We must find that wild boar person. With such a huge target, don't tell me you can't do it. The team leader was furious. His attitude towards his subordinates was completely different from how he treated Suyu. People often called him a tyrant because of his explosive temper. Everything he did had to be efficient. However, when facing Suyu, the team leader was as obedient as a kitten. When he sent gold bells and fragments that day, both bodyguards were stunned. What made the team leader so obedient? After all his subordinates began to act, the team leader's trusted scientist asked, "Leader, who exactly is that big boss? Why does the Wen family work so hard for him? I see the head of the family has completely approved, giving you the greatest resources." The team leader snorted coldly and said, "Of course, he will give me the resources of the entire family. After all, he feels it too." The trusted scientist was somewhat puzzled and asked, "What do you and the head of the family feel?" The team leader replied, "This is an innate ability of our Wen family. Every generation of direct descendants possesses it. That is, we have the ability to perceive people who can change fate and transform eras. Therefore, in any era, we can thrive because, in any era, we can find that child of destiny. As long as our family does its utmost to assist them, we can ensure the safety of our nation and our people." The scientist was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a statement, which was far from scientific. "I will take a short rest. Wake me up immediately after finding that wild boar person," the team leader said as he lay down on the sofa. He was in a motorhome, and as the eldest son of the Wen family, he personally went to the front lines, vowing not to return home until the task was completed. This attitude earned the respect of the scientist. Indeed, he was different from other second-generation members. The scientist thought to himself with admiration. An hour and a half later, someone suddenly came to report, shouting that it was bad news. The team leader was awakened, raising an eyebrow. What happened? He had been dreaming of becoming a level 5 gene warrior, killing gods and Buddhas, only to be abruptly disturbed. However, his subordinate quickly reported, "Leader, we found that wild boar monster." The team leader immediately rejoiced. "Good, excellent. Immediately send out level 2 gene warriors. Let's kill it." The motorhome immediately started up and sped towards the destination, with others closely following behind, countless vehicles in tow. At the Wen family's old residence, a black van carrying 5 gene warriors drove out. This was a BMW van, with doors and windows made of bulletproof materials. Inside, the 5 gene warriors were fully armed, holding high-tech weapons, each wearing battle armor, armed to the teeth. The scientist's voice came from the vehicle, giving high hopes to these 5 gene warriors. "Remember, you are level 2 gene warriors, the strongest gene modifications. In terms of vision, hearing, breathing, movement, blood circulation, resilience, intelligence, and other abilities. At least 2 of your abilities have reached the top level. The fastest sprinters in the world, the divers with the greatest lung capacity, and the strongest sumo wrestlers have not reached the top in their fields, but you have." The 5 level 2 gene warriors stood still, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. They were true warriors, forged through countless trials before their modifications. Level 1 gene warriors only possess 1 top ability, while you have 2, giving you combat power more than double theirs. Therefore, in this mission, you must not fail, and there must be no casualties. Because the Wen family has invested a costly price in your training. Do you understand? Understood. The 5 level 2 gene warriors replied immediately. Good. Now focus on your target. A floating panel appeared, and on the screen, a huge wild boar person appeared, making them all squint. This is the product of failed gene modification. You should be thankful that you are still complete humans. Therefore, you cannot lose to such a monster. Just as the scientist was speaking, the 5 gene warriors suddenly heard gunfire. Following that was the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, and the next moment, they heard the sickening sound of metal twisting. Suddenly, the bulletproof van they were in overturned. Outside, people shouted, "Charge, charge." The captain of the Gene Warriors said, "It's our turn, go." Chapter 40. In this world, power is supreme. The 5 Level 2 Gene Warriors charged out of the bulletproof van, and then they saw a scene of hell on Earth. In front of them, an electric eel person radiating electricity and a turtle person carrying a shell were killing wildly. The electric eel person moved with astonishing speed and could unleash powerful currents. Any member of the abnormal investigation team touched by him was reduced to ashes. The turtle person had incredible defense. Even rocket launchers couldn't harm him. And his strength was terrifying, easily lifting a minibus. The 5 Level 2 Gene Warriors were dumbfounded. Just seeing such a scene made them realize they could not be the opponents of the other side. Their opponents were at least level 4. According to the scientists' analysis, gene modification has a total of 10 levels. After level 10, every ability reaches the human limit, which can be referred to as the limit of humanity, and their strength can be compared to that of the black monsters. Suyu, on the other hand, is above level 10, a god level. After all, in the scientists' understanding, surpassing human limits is equivalent to being a god. The team leader, staying in the motorhome, was stunned at the sight of this scene. And then he saw the 5 Level 2 Gene Warriors bravely charging forward, only to be knocked away by the turtle person in the next moment. They were smart. All 5 of them sought trouble with the less damaging turtle person, but even that turtle person, known for his defense, could easily defeat them. Seeing this, the team leader could no longer sit still. Quick, go to the seaside villa and invite the big boss. At this moment, it wasn't a time to worry about face. If he didn't go to invite Suyu, he might lose his life here. The team leader immediately sent someone to call the seaside villa while he directed the battle. It must be said that the team leader's command ability was quite good. He successfully directed the 5 Level 2 Gene Warriors and 10 Level 1 Gene Warriors to engage with the opponents. Level 1 Gene Warriors wore insulating armor to entangle the electric eel person, while Level 2 Gene Warriors, I want you to kill the turtle person at the fastest speed. Even if you can't kill him, you must force him back at all costs. Unlimited use of weapons and equipment. While the team leader was directing, his trusted scientist had already called the seaside villa. The one who answered was Zhou Yushan, who asked, "This is seaside villa number 104. What can I do for you?" The scientist said anxiously, "Quickly, please ask Suda to come out. We found something in the alien cargo hold, but we are also encountering incredibly tough opponents. Hurry." The team leader listened nearby, his face looking extremely grim. He knew this was the worst outcome. Not telling the big boss and handling the problem himself. Bringing the results to the big boss was the best scenario. He could only show his high efficiency and shrewdness to earn the big boss's trust. But if he couldn't handle the problem and left a mess for the big boss, that would be the worst outcome, definitely diminishing his image in the big boss's mind. At this moment, team leader 1 was at a loss. Zhou Yushan had already knocked on Suyu's door with the phone in hand. Suyu opened his eyes and said, "Come in." Zhou Yushan opened the door and saw Suyu sitting cross-legged on the mat, meditating. Zhou Yushan thought to herself, as expected, indeed, the big shot is a person of the immortal path, a divine being who has lived for hundreds of years. In reality, Suyu was simply meditating, clearing his mind to restore his energy. "What happened?" Suyu asked. Zhou Yushan hurriedly replied, "It's team leader 1. They are in big trouble. Although they have successfully found the items in the extraterrestrial cargo hold, it seems they encountered fierce resistance while trying to seize those items." Suyu nodded, "I understand. Immediately start the helicopter on the rooftop. We're heading to the battlefield." Suyu got up, put on a coat, and concealed a waste pouch at his side, which contained 5 vials of high-concentration nutrient solution. The 2 of them went to the top floor, where Zhou Yushan quickly started the helicopter. With the roar of the helicopter's engine, it slowly took off. Other residents in the villa area leaned out of their windows. "Wow, a helicopter?" A wealthy individual glanced at his Maserati parked below and immediately made a call. "Find me the latest model of private helicopter on the market, and a pilot as well." In the security room, several security guards clicked their tongues, so intense, it's gone to the helicopter level. The helicopter flew away, startling a large portion of the villa residents. But no one complained about the noise of the helicopter's rotor blades. Most just looked at their luxury cars in silence. The helicopter headed straight for the battlefield. But team leader 1 was struggling because a third mutated beast man had appeared, the wild boar man. The wild boar man stood over 5 meters tall. with tusks protruding from his mouth and dense bristles covering his body. Breathing heavily, he appeared, and the electric eel man and turtle man immediately stopped their attacks, allowing the Gene warriors to finally catch their breath. Are you really going to pursue us relentlessly? Can't you bear to see anyone shake your status? Are you really reluctant to part with the power in your hands? The wild boar man asked the Gene warriors 3 questions in a row. But no one answered until Team Leader One slowly walked out of the RV and onto the battlefield. He remained calm in the face of the 3 massive mutated beastmen, showing no fear. Hand over the extraterrestrial products you obtained. They could potentially destroy humanity, and I will not allow you to escape with them. If you surrender the extraterrestrial products, I will no longer target you and will even provide you with a comfortable living environment so you won't have to worry about survival. I will even have scientists help you regain your human form. Team Leader One was very sincere. He knew the mortality rate of gene modification was extremely high. The fact that the other side had not only survived but gained such strength while retaining their sanity made recruiting them a good option. However, a voice suddenly rang out from a nearby device. Don't believe him. Remember, it was people like him who enslaved you, making your lives miserable, and despite your efforts, you couldn't achieve the life you wanted. So, their words cannot be trusted. If you surrender, all that awaits you is death. We will never surrender. The wild boar man suddenly bellowed. Our strength is so much greater than theirs. Why should we surrender? I am just giving them a chance to redeem themselves. Saying this, the wild boar man looked at Team Leader One. Mortal, submit to us, make us your kings, and I will spare you. Kings? Do you want to restore the monarchy? Team Leader One asked. The wild boar man replied, why not? In this world, power is paramount. Once I gain divine power, I will become the new god of this world. Team Leader One finally understood why the 3 mutated beastmen were so fiercely opposed to them. He yelled, you've been deceived. Once the other side arrives, they will destroy us all. The device shouted from behind. He asked, stalling for time. Kill him quickly. The wild boar man sneered at Team Leader One. I will trust anyone but you. The price I have paid for trusting you over the past 20 years is too great. After saying this, the wild boar man waved his hand. Go, kill them all. The 3 mutated beastmen immediately lunged at them, and the wild boar man charged straight towards Team Leader One, understanding the principle of capturing the king first. But at that moment, the sound of helicopter rotors suddenly came from the horizon. Chapter 41, Endless Sky. Dimensional Rift. The sound of the helicopter's rotors grew louder and more piercing, but to Team Leader One, it was like the sound of salvation. He immediately began to stall for time. Indeed, you are right. But we are all trying our best to improve this society so that everyone can live a good life. However, in this society, each of us must play our role. Although sitting in an office is easy, not everyone can work in an office, right? Team Leader One wanted to buy time, but the wild boar man was not fooled. He suddenly lifted a small car from the street and hurled it at Team Leader One. Who cares? Today I have gained power, and I can turn everything upside down, putting myself high above and ensuring that you can never rise again. Team Leader One sighed. He knew that today might be his last. The helicopter was getting closer, but it was still too far away. I, the eldest son of the Wen family, have a mortality rate of 90 throughout the generations. After all, the eldest son is always the first to face danger. I thought I was one of the 10, but it turns out I am one of the 90. Just as Team Leader One closed his eyes, preparing for death, the side door of the helicopter suddenly opened, and then a person jumped down from the sky. Everyone's eyes widened. That was over 70 meters in the air. Wouldn't he jumping down without a parachute lead to an accident? Of course not. So you landed, creating a dent in the cement floor, and then slowly stood up. The 3 mutated beastmen's eyes widened as they felt an immense pressure. The alien device sensed something was wrong and immediately fell silent. Team Leader One, seeing this, quickly apologized to Suyu. Brother Su, I intended to handle this matter perfectly without notifying you. But I didn't expect the enemy to be so powerful that they could undergo such beastly mutations. Suyu replied calmly, no problem. With just one sentence, Suyu instantly instilled unmatched confidence in everyone present. Team Leader One's eyes even became warm, and his nose tinged with emotion. For so many years, even his father had never said such words during his mistakes. His father only criticized him. And when he made a mistake, he faced beatings and scoldings, being forced to deal with the mess himself. As the eldest son of the Wen family, he could not give up and had to handle everything perfectly. No one would be there to cover for him. But today, Suyu had said, no problem. What composure and confidence. Suyu began to walk towards the three mutated beastmen, saying, "Although you have mutated, you are still human. Instead of siding with your fellow beings, do you really want to side with the aliens who intend to destroy humanity?" The wild boar man shouted, "They are divine envoys from the divine realm, who will grant us divine power to eradicate the evils of this world." Suyu asked calmly, "You are already adults, having struggled in society for countless years. Do you still believe in such a thing as the divine realm?" Team Leader Wen chimed in, "Even dogs wouldn't believe it." The wild boar man furiously threw the small car he was holding at Team Leader Wen, but Suyu instantly appeared and effortlessly caught the car, gently placing it on the ground. His actions seemed effortless, scaring the wild boar man into widening his eyes. Then, Suyu continued, "You have the ability to discern right from wrong, and even your mutations are caused by technological products. So you should understand that the concept of the divine realm is just a deceptive trick. Yet, even so, you still want to help the extraterrestrial creations. Are you trying to become traitors to your own kind?" The boar man shouted, "Who is right and who is wrong? We will judge for ourselves. After we deal with you, I'll destroy that machine, and then I will be the king of this planet." The instruments in the back were shocked. "Oh, so you are planning something like this? Humans are indeed a despicable race. They cannot be trusted." Suyu replied calmly, "If you want to become that king, then you have to get past me first." The boar man shouted, "Let's all attack together." The boar man, the electric eel man, and the turtle man immediately rushed forward. Team Leader Wen asked, "Brother Su, do you need the Gene Warriors to help?" Suyu said, "No need. You all go destroy that extraterrestrial facility immediately." "Okay, understood." The three mutated beastmen rushed towards Suyu. The boar man was the first to reach Suyu, but Suyu suddenly lifted him up, grabbing one of his tusks and flipping him over, directly throwing the boar man away. Boom! The boar man crashed to the ground, creating a large pit. The electric eel man lunged at him, emitting countless electric currents, but Suyu did not dodge or flinch, completely unafraid. He directly struck out with a palm, sending the electric eel man flying over 10 meters, crashing into a building. Finally, the slowest turtle man rushed over, but Suyu kicked him into the air over 30 meters, causing him to crash to the ground and spit out blood on the spot. Thickest armor, the most poisonous hits, and the heaviest injuries. The three mutated beastmen were no match for Suyu at all, and the 5 level 2 Gene Warriors watched in shock, thinking this was way too strong. Suyu did not want to waste high-concentration nutrient solution, nor did he want to destroy these 3 rational mutants, as their cells were very precious and could be used for research. So Suyu said, "I won't kill you because you are useful. In the future, humanity will face great enemies, and you will be important combat power." The boar man roared, "I have already decided not to be human anymore." After the roar, the boar man's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and the turtle man was alarmed, quickly retreating into his shell. Not good. He is going to go berserk and will kill all living beings around. Just as the turtle man finished speaking, the boar man suddenly charged at Suyu like a cannonball, his boar head aiming directly at Suyu. Suyu frowned. "You are seeking your own death." After saying that, Suyu threw a punch with all his strength. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered, as Suyu's punch pierced through the boar man's skull, killing him midair. The terrifying power of the punch radiated out, directly breaking through the wall of a moving building in front. The turtle man watched in horror, shocked at how strong Suyu was. Can a human really reach this level? Suyu took out a vial of high-concentration nutrient solution and injected it into his arm. That punch had already consumed 1/3 of his energy, and he really needed energy badly. He had to get the awakening device as soon as possible. As Suyu spoke, he looked at the extraterrestrial device not far away, which had already been surrounded by Team Leader 1 and his team, ready for recovery at any moment. The clues to the myriad realms were on that device. But just when everyone thought everything was settled and they could wrap things up, the instrument suddenly spoke. "Just the lowest humans from the bottom world, just the weakest world in the myriad realms. You were originally destined to be eliminated by us, but unexpectedly, you have repeatedly blocked our cleanup efforts. It seems that we have no choice but to take serious action." Suyu immediately shouted, "Destroy that machine right now." But it was too late. The instrument suddenly spoke. "I sacrifice my soul as an offering, using my body as a coordinate. Open now, dimensional rift." In the next second, above their heads, in the endless sky, a rift suddenly appeared, emitting countless colorful divine lights. Everyone on Earth who saw this rift immediately panicked. Chapter 42. Time stops. What to do? A rift suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting colorful lights, and everyone thought the apocalypse was coming, including Suyu. However, time did not stop. Everyone became tense. Most ordinary people did not know what was happening, while Team Leader Wen was so frustrated he almost wanted to smash his head against the wall. He felt so ashamed that he allowed this instrument to complete its plan at such a critical moment. An instrument actually possessed a soul and could open a dimensional rift. This was something they could never have imagined. But at this point, it was too late for regrets. The dimensional rift began to emit strange waves, as if something unusual was descending into this world. Suyu asked Team Leader Wen, "Is the launch center I asked you to build ready?" Team Leader Wen smiled bitterly. "No, we signed a contract with the Orbital Technology Company. They need 3 years to build the rocket launch center for us." Suyu nodded, knowing that they could not rely on anyone else now. Just as they were speaking, the terrifying presence finally emerged from behind the dimensional rift. It was a strange triangular structure with a metallic texture, but as it slowly extended from the rift, everyone realized it was just the tip of a much larger creation. Everyone looked up at the enormous structure gradually emerging from the rift, and then they felt the sky growing darker. An unimaginably massive creation appeared, blocking out the sun and enveloping the sky. Humanity finally remembered the fear that the giant objects brought them. It was a spaceship. Team Leader Wen felt his teeth ache. His worst fears had finally come true. The attack from beyond the dimension had arrived. They seemed to not know our coordinates, but now, it seemed they did. And they were coming. Everyone saw a gigantic triangular spaceship emerge from the dimensional rift, immediately overshadowing the sky, its massive hull appearing above every person's head. Whether in bustling cities, secluded villages, vast seas, or unbearably hot deserts, all humans living in these places saw this enormous warship. It brought an immense sense of oppression, making it hard for everyone to breathe. We humans are finished. Team Leader Wen collapsed to the ground. No one could stop this disaster. Today would be the end of humanity. Team Leader Wen did not believe anyone could resolve this disaster, not even Suyu, because the enemy that had come was too terrifying, too powerful. A scientist anxiously asked, "Can we use a nuclear bomb?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, the enormous battleship suddenly opened multiple gun ports at the bottom, each one charging up, and blue lasers began to gather at the gun ports, seemingly ready to fire at any moment. At that moment, everyone knew it was over. The nuclear bomb could not be launched in time. Despair showed on everyone's faces. Thoughts of the apocalypse crossed their minds, and before they could make any moves, they suddenly froze in place. Suyu looked up at the sky-blocking spaceship. He was not panicking because he had already grown accustomed to it. Time had stopped. This was the 4th time. Although Suyu had not become accustomed to it, he knew how to handle it. Right now, the reason for the time stop was right in front of him. The colossal dimensional battleship invasion seemed intent on completely annihilating humanity on Earth. Their weapons were immensely powerful. Even Suyu could not stop them, nor could he escape. Suyu was very clear that humans currently did not have the capability to travel between stars, so it was impossible for him to escape this place in a spaceship. Of course, he would never do such a thing. Abandoning his own race to escape alone was something he could not bring himself to do. Therefore, what Suyu needed to do was to think of every possible way to solve this disaster during the time stop. The method was simple: destroy the spaceship. Alone, he would use his own strength to eliminate this massive ship. Of course, Suyu could not rely on brute force to take down such a large spaceship. He would probably need to be half the size of Earth, which was absolutely impossible. So he had to use his intelligence. However, before that, Suyu planned to infiltrate the spaceship because, after all, time had stopped. Time had stopped, and there was no one to stop him. He could go wherever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. To enter this spaceship, he still needed to use a rocket, as its altitude definitely exceeded the atmosphere. And a fighter jet could not reach that height. He had to rely on a spacecraft. Suyu pondered. Because the asteroid that approached Earth had thrusters behind it, he speculated that this was the work of some alien civilization. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be in existence from another dimension, which clearly escalated the entire incident. However, it still had to be resolved. Time had stopped. What should he do next? Suyu left the street and walked into a bakery, then took a bottle of yogurt from the counter and opened the cap to drink. There were many young women in the bakery, selecting delicious and beautiful bread, and one girl was bending over, carefully inspecting a cake in a glass display case. They all had different expressions and actions, but the one thing they had in common was that they were all completely motionless. This was a dimensional warship, and its defensive capabilities were absolutely astonishing. Suyu began to think. I must enter the interior to investigate its specific situation and find a way to destroy the spaceship. However, Suyu hesitated to go to the new launch center because he had thought of a problem. But once I come into contact with this dimensional warship, it will end the time stop, and then countless lasers will rain down, completely annihilating at least half of humanity. Indeed, this was the most serious problem. Suyu absolutely could not touch this dimensional warship. Otherwise, a terrible disaster would immediately befall, and countless humans would die within the time stop. However, I could place my hair in a nuclear bomb, allowing it to explode during the time stop, creating a breach in the spaceship for me to enter. As long as I do not touch the spaceship, it would remain in the time stop. Suyu devised a plan, and to execute this plan, he would need many nuclear bombs, preferably high-yield ones. Polar Bear Country, I'm coming to borrow nuclear bombs from you again, for the sake of saving the world. I believe you won't be stingy. Suyu was set to head to Polar Bear Country once more. Chapter 43, Second Launch, Feeling Good. Suyu immediately set off for Polar Bear Country. However, this time Suyu was flying an armed transport helicopter, after all. The fuel tanks of civilian aircraft were too small, requiring several refuels for a one-way trip. Suyu had already learned to pilot the armed transport helicopter, which was more complex than a civilian helicopter and required a two-person crew. But since time had stopped, Suyu simply could not find a second person. However, with Suyu's current level of control, he could pilot the armed transport helicopter alone, although some functions could not be used, such as launching missiles or controlling the Vulcan cannon, Gatling. Under Suyu's piloting, the armed transport helicopter flew towards Polar Bear Country. Although it was noon, the sky was extremely gloomy because the massive dimensional warship was blocking the sunlight. Beneath that steel sky, Suyu felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Upon entering Polar Bear Country, he headed straight for the military base, which he was already very familiar with. Originally, he thought the military base would relocate after a theft incident, but upon arriving, Suyu found that the base was still operational, showing no signs of moving. Since that was the case, Suyu easily entered their nuclear bomb storage warehouse and transported their high-yield nuclear bombs out. So, this military base in Polar Bear Country was really lax. Even after all that, they still did not increase their defense measures. Suyu loaded the high-yield nuclear bombs into the armed transport helicopter, and one of the reasons for choosing this helicopter was that it could carry cargo. Then, Suyu retrieved fuel from the warehouse and filled up the armed transport helicopter. Polar Bear Country, I'm borrowing a barrel of oil and a nuclear bomb from you to save the world. After leaving a message, Suyu boarded the armed transport helicopter, started it, and began flying back to his country. Compared to rockets and spacecraft from other countries, Suyu still trusted his own country more. Upon returning home, Suyu found a new launch center, hidden deep in the mountains, with rockets concealed within the mountain's belly. Upon arriving here, Suyu skillfully transported the high-yield nuclear bomb to the launch center. Then, Suyu picked up a welding tool and a wrench and began modifying the spacecraft. Suyu did not need a living area because he would return immediately after going to space, but since he needed to carry nuclear bombs and various weapons, he required a large warehouse and enough fuel. Everything was ready, and a month passed. After all, Suyu was the only one, even though he had surpassed human limits. He could not perform the tasks of hundreds of people alone. After this trip, he still needed to cultivate some high IQ flying monkeys. Suyu did not believe that a single trip would solve the problem. This time in space was only for investigation, so he only brought one nuclear bomb. If detonating the nuclear bomb proved ineffective, he would have to seek other methods. With everything ready, Suyu donned his spacesuit. He still could not walk in space without protection. The launch capsule door opened. At Suyu's command, the opening of the rocket launch shaft slowly opened. But sunlight did not pour in because the sky was already covered by an iron dome. Suyu did not lament, but began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Launch. He pressed the engine start button, and with the transmission of electrical signals, the rocket engine was immediately activated, and the powerful thrusters expelled scorching flames. Suyu immediately felt a strong push against his back, and then the rocket began to ascend. If the rocket exploded at this moment, Suyu would undoubtedly die, and humanity would face extinction. However, domestic products are guaranteed to be of high quality. This rocket had no issues because it had been designed and built without a single error, and it had been calculated thousands of times before launch. The rocket ascended, initiating stage separation. Soon after, it began the second stage separation. At this moment, Suyu could already see the arc of Earth's horizon. Second launch, feeling good. The beauty of Mother Earth captivated Suyu, Only those who had ascended to space and witnessed this scene would understand the deep attachment humanity had for Earth. Protecting the home we depend on for survival is an obligation for us humans. Suyu headed straight for the sky-blocking dimensional warship. His body had already floated up, indicating he had entered space, and gravity had disappeared. Suyu pressed the button, and the thrusters immediately expelled gas, propelling the spacecraft towards the dimensional warship. The sun had been obscured, so there was no need to deploy the solar panels. As he gradually approached the dimensional battleship, Suyu cautiously stopped the spacecraft and shot out an inconspicuous screw aimed at the direction of the battleship. This screw was tied to Suyu's hair, allowing him to move forward during the time stop. It floated forward, continuously spinning, but after drifting forward for over 10 meters, it suddenly crashed into an invisible and transparent wall, bouncing back. Suyu sighed. As expected, there is an energy shield. If this dimensional battleship has an energy shield, then even a nuclear bomb wouldn't be effective. Suyu continued to pilot the spacecraft to the laser cannon's firing port of the dimensional battleship. There surely wouldn't be a shield here, right? Suyu muttered to himself, then launched another screw tied to his hair. The screw moved slowly, but it would never stop before hitting an obstacle, as there was no air and no friction in the vacuum. The screw continued forward and again collided with the invisible transparent wall after flying over 10 meters. Suyu slapped his thigh. Why is there a shield here too? Suyu initially wanted to reference scenes from movies where aliens attacked Earth. Their battleships also had shields, but the firing ports didn't, as they needed to launch weapons. What if the shield blocked them? However, Suyu did not expect that this dimensional battleship had developed a shield with no blind spots that could also differentiate between enemy and ally attacks. Shooting out was fine, but shooting in was not allowed. Suyu was immediately troubled. If it was indeed an all-encompassing shield, then breaking into the interior would not be easy. In the end, Suyu could only try the nuclear bomb. He attached his hair to the nuclear bomb, donned his spacesuit, exited the cabin, and placed the time-stop-proof nuclear bomb near the shield. Then, Suyu returned to the spacecraft and piloted it away from the area. After flying over 200 kilometers, Suyu activated the nuclear bomb. It was a password-protected box. Input the password to unlock, then verify the fingerprint, and finally insert the key. Everything was ready before he could press the detonation button. Wearing sunglasses, Suyu pressed the button. Boom. Chapter 44, Rainbow Cat. Pink Rabbit. The clouds within Earth's atmosphere reflected a bluish-green glow, and suddenly, a blinding white light shot into Suyu's eyes. Even with sunglasses on, he felt a stinging pain in his eyes. Suddenly, Suyu smelled a burned odor and felt the surroundings heating up, as if being exposed to sunlight. But this was just a psychological effect. Then, the clouds in the atmosphere were suddenly pushed apart by a massive shockwave, and a giant fireball burned fiercely in the sky, continuously emitting golden light. Suyu heard nothing. Sound does not travel in a vacuum. However, he could see ripples emanating from the position of the transparent shield, as if a stone had been thrown into the water. Then, the flames disappeared, and the entire transparent energy shield began to gradually calm down. The terrifying nuclear bomb could not break through this immensely powerful energy shield. Suyu took a deep breath. He knew the days ahead would be tough. This would be the most terrifying disaster humanity faced, and Suyu did not know if he could solve it by himself. Suyu's heart was heavy as he controlled the spacecraft to slowly descend, eventually falling from space, with a powerful force pulling him and the capsule down to the ground. Suyu easily withstood this force until the parachute opened, and then everything improved. This was his second time falling from space, but this time, his mood was very oppressive. The capsule landed safely, and Suyu crawled out, greeted by a silent Earth, where everyone and every creature was frozen in place. Above Suyu, the intense light from the nuclear bomb's detonation was fading, revealing the enormous dimensional battleship below him. Suyu realized that he might never see the sun again. Such a powerful opponent. Can I really solve this alone? Suyu felt like he was going against the heavens. The steel sky was suffocating him. Suyu took off his spacesuit and slowly walked onto the main road, but soon he discovered a small shop by the roadside. The shop was run by an old lady, around 70 years old, who was sewing a pair of cloth shoes with needle and thread. Suyu walked in and saw several bottles of Red Star Erguo 2 on the shelf. Suyu smiled wryly, then took down a bottle, easily popping the cap off with his thumb, and then, ton. The liquor entered his troubled stomach, igniting his heart. What strong liquor! Suyu took a big gulp and felt alert instead of dizzy. Immediately, he began to tremble all over, beads of sweat forming on his back, soaking it. A drink of Erguo makes one shiver. Suyu recalled that advertising slogan. But for some reason, that heavy feeling of sorrow seemed to be expelled with the sweat. And Suyu felt a jolt of clarity, suddenly understanding why his countrymen loved Erguo. While wine is good, it's still Erguo that can relieve worries. Suyu took a bottle of Erguo in hand and walked out of the shop, leaving 100 yuan on the counter. Suyu left with the Erguo, while the old lady remained motionless, unaware of what had happened. When time resumed, she might wonder why a bottle of Erguo was missing and why there was 100 yuan on the counter. At that time, she might think she encountered something unclean. Suyu returned to the city and immediately headed to the private airport, planning to borrow a helicopter again, this time heading to the research institute where he directly developed the flying monkeys. Going solo was not feasible, he needed manpower. Upon arrival, he was drawn to a pink helicopter, walking over to find it had a name, Pink Rabbit. Suyu scratched his head. This name sounded a bit familiar. Suddenly, he remembered that he had borrowed a helicopter here before, and that one was called Rainbow Cat. He certainly hadn't returned Rainbow Cat. Could it be that the owner bought another helicopter and named it Pink Rabbit? Suyu felt it was very likely. The style was too similar. Suyu boarded the Pink Rabbit helicopter and said, "Sorry, but I'm commandeering your helicopter again. After all, it's to save the world." After saying this, Suyu couldn't help but laugh. This guy was so unfortunate, having both helicopters borrowed by him. Suyu started the helicopter, skillfully took off, and flew away. He hoped there wouldn't be a next time, but if there was, he wondered what name the owner would give the next helicopter. Several hours later, Suyu piloted the Pink Rabbit helicopter to the small town where the previous research facility was located. He exited the helicopter and found his hidden research institute, which was well concealed and had not been exposed. He felt much more at ease, then entered, took out the treasured flying monkey eggs from the refrigerator, and placed them into an insulated box. Next, Suyu transported the necessary instruments and materials onto the helicopter. Finally, he completely sealed the research institute, where powerful flying monkeys that surpassed individual limits lay dormant, which would cause great trouble for humanity if released. It was best to let them sleep forever. Suyu sighed. "I should have burned you all down, but I just can't bring myself to do it. I'm still too young." Knowing that keeping these capuchins, which exceed individual limits, might bring trouble to humanity, Suyu still couldn't bring himself to kill them while they slept. Countless years later, if someone discovers this place and releases these capuchins, causing casualties, he would bear significant responsibility. Suyu felt like the peculiar scientist described at the beginning of a movie, who invented strange creatures but only sealed them away. Years later, these monsters were inadvertently released and began to harm humanity, and finally, the protagonist appeared to suppress them all. But Suyu quickly extinguished these thoughts. The world I live in is so real, so rational and scientific. How could it be a movie? Suyu boarded the Pink Bunny helicopter, and the helicopter's propeller immediately resumed spinning from a standstill. Suyu saved the preheating effort and took off directly. Next, he was heading to the island he had just purchased not long ago. After all, dangerous things should be placed on an isolated island to be safe. Suyu anticipated that he would spend a long time on that small island. Chapter 45. The Progress of the Era and the Development of Technology. Suyu first arrived at the dock, then requisitioned a 5,000-ton cargo ship, which was loaded with various goods. He personally operated the crane to unload all the cargo. After that, Suyu began to learn how to operate the ship. That's right. Suyu didn't know how to sail a ship. It was very complex and not much simpler than learning to fly an airplane. However, the sea was quite wide, so Suyu thought it wouldn't be a big problem. First, regarding the navigation rules, Suyu didn't need to look. These rules were of no use to him, since they were only necessary when encountering many other vessels. Now, there was likely no one else on the sea, so there was no need for rules. He could drive however he wanted. But some basics had to be learned. First was the control room, which had 8 cameras on its monitors that could see every corner of the ship. Moreover, these cameras were movable and could be adjusted. These cameras were crucial. With them, Suyu could see the engine room, deck, cargo hold, and the 4 corners of the ship. Beside the monitors was the signal light control panel, connected to the navigation lights on the deck. Next to the control panel were the depth sounder and the automatic identification system. And to the right was the electronic nautical chart. Suyu studied the manual bit by bit. The electronic chart was like a car's GPS, a navigational chart for ancient sailing ships, and it was critical to monitor this electronic chart during the voyage. The electronic chart was essentially like a television screen. After all, it was a modern ship, high-tech, and it wouldn't still use paper charts. Next to the electronic chart was the radar. Even commercial ships were equipped with radar and sonar. And next to the radar was the control panel. Unlike the huge ships we'll seen on television, the wheel of this 5,000-ton ship was surprisingly small, like a plate. Technology has developed so quickly. Early ships were manual, and now they are electric, so this wheel should be quite light. Suyu reached out to touch it, and indeed, the wheel was very light. This suddenly made Suyu feel like a captain. Then, Suyu found a very crucial button on the control panel. He immediately showed a knowing smile. With this button, he felt completely at ease, as it was labeled autopilot. The autopilot feature was exactly what he needed. Modern technology. Thank you. Suyu continued to study and discovered the engine lever. The engine lever controlled the degree of rotation of the underwater propellers. And he noticed there were 8 gears, forward 1, 2, 3, 4, and backward 1, 2, 3, 4. Undoubtedly, the fastest gear was forward 4. To the right was the fire alarm, fire water switch, fog whistle, and horn, which Suyu would hardly use, because once he set sail, there wouldn't be another ship in sight, so there was no need to signal anyone. In the control room, there was also a radio room, with its name on the door, indicating it was an important room. When Suyu opened it, he saw intercoms, radios, telephones, and various communication devices. He glanced at them and closed the door since he wouldn't need them. Then, Suyu went to the engine room, where there were 3 diesel generators. The basic principle didn't need to be understood too deeply. In short, it was about adding diesel to generate electricity, which powered the entire ship and the 2 propellers. However, Suyu realized one problem. He couldn't operate this ship alone. The captain's room was manageable for one person, but the engine room definitely needed a chief engineer. Next, Suyu went to the kitchen, which wasn't very large, as it was just a kitchen for a 5,000-ton tanker. But he couldn't be the cook himself, so he needed a head chef. Then, Suyu went to the deck and saw many pipes. Through the manual, he learned that these were ventilation caps, designed to ventilate the ship's cabin without letting water in, shaped like an umbrella handle to prevent water ingress. Suyu sighed. One can only learn as long as one lives. Although this is just a ship, it has taught me a lot. On the deck, Suyu also saw a paint storage room. After all, for a ship at sea, the amount of paint used is significant, as only paint can protect this steel giant from rusting. However, for this, he must recruit a few more sailors and hire a chief mate, as their workload would increase. Beneath the control room was the captain's room, easily accessible down the stairs. However, the captain's room wasn't very luxurious. It was a single room, much better than the multi-person dormitories of other crew members. In addition to the crew quarters, there was a medical room, which was essential for voyages. Suyu also saw a medicine cabinet stocked with essential medicines, all labeled in English, suggesting they were purchased abroad. This was still a long-distance vessel. Suyu stroked his chin. Next, Suyu saw the fire safety room, which stored firefighting equipment. In short, there were many such rooms, and even for a 5,000-ton small tanker, one must not be careless. It was necessary to equip various living supplies and essential materials, preparing for every possible disaster before setting sail. After all, on that vast ocean, they would be isolated and helpless. Therefore, lifeboats were also essential. Suyu discovered the lifeboats at the rear of the ship. He initially thought they would be like those from the movie Titanic, but he was mistaken. This lifeboat wasn't even open top, it had a plastic roof. Although the space inside was not large, it was well equipped, could shield against wind and rain, and had a door to maintain the interior temperature. Somewhat like the duck boats in parks, but larger, more compact, and safer. Times are progressing, technology is developing, and my understanding has become outdated. Suyu, who had been to space twice, couldn't help but exclaim. The world is so marvelous. There is so much unknown on Earth. And the human world is filled with various things. A person could spend a lifetime and still not fully understand everything, let alone learn and integrate it all. Thus, Suyu became more determined to protect the Earth and humanity. Airplanes are innovating, ships are progressing, and cars are improving. How can humanity, working so hard to live, be allowed to perish? Suyu traveled the world and saw too many people striving to live, and with each skill he learned and each thing he understood, he deeply marveled at how difficult it has been for humanity to develop to this point. Suyu had a general understanding of the situation of the 5,000-ton oil tanker, and then he disembarked. He casually found an empty container and put all the equipment he brought from the helicopter inside. Suyu was ready to start the hatching of the winged monkeys directly. He knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for him alone to navigate this oil tanker across the seas. Chapter 46. Ready to go. Suyu immediately initiated the rehatching project for the winged monkeys in this small container. He was already familiar with the process, having the experience from the last time. With the help of his own hair, he successfully hatched the first generation of winged monkeys that could move in a time stop. Their intelligence was not low, at least at the level of a 5-year-old child. Subsequently, Suyu administered a first-level genetic modification solution to them, which successfully evolved their intelligence to that of a 15 to 16-year-old child. To be honest, reaching this level of intelligence was basically no different from humans. Although they could not compare with top scientists like Einstein, they were already capable enough to assist Suyu in operating the ship. Moreover, their combat power was astonishing, and they could even be trained as winged monkey warriors, as first-level evolved winged monkeys far surpassed humans in combat capabilities. As for the super combat chickens, they were eliminated. Suyu did not intend to waste resources on cultivating super combat chickens. With Suyu's current physical and technological strength, he was not afraid of the winged monkeys betraying him. After all, it was very easy for him to implant miniature bombs in their heads. In battles without any tools, this group of winged monkeys could do nothing against Suyu. Of course, the chance of the winged monkeys betraying him was almost zero, because Suyu was the first living being they saw upon opening their eyes. In the days to come, Suyu continually educated them, becoming their leader. Therefore, in the eyes of the winged monkeys, Suyu was both a father and a mother, a leader and a deity, so they would never disobey his orders. Even if Suyu ordered them to die, they would execute it without hesitation. However, this was because these winged monkeys had just been hatched. Once they were exposed to more knowledge and culture, that might not be the case. Hence, Suyu did not cultivate too many first-level winged monkeys. To be able to operate the 5,000-ton ship, Suyu only cultivated 5 first-level winged monkeys: a chef, a sailor, an engineer, a doctor, and a first mate. These 5 positions were essential for navigation and could not be missing. After cultivating these 5 first-level winged monkeys, 5 years had passed. After all, the process of cultivating, teaching them to read and write, and teaching them various skills took time. However, Suyu did not just cultivate first-level winged monkeys in these 5 years. He also collected various materials needed, as the island he intended to go to was completely barren, and he had to bring enough materials to start from scratch there. After teaching the 5 first-level winged monkeys, Suyu began to address them by their positions and patiently taught them how to operate a ship. First mate, you are my assistant. During the ship's voyage, you will be responsible for overseeing the daily operations of the deck, fulfilling watch duties, and assisting me in ensuring safe navigation, managing the loading, unloading, handover, and other transportation management of cargo, as well as the maintenance and upkeep of deck equipment. Doctor, you must learn the most basic medical skills. Then take on the task of caring for the injured and sick during the voyage, while also managing the medications. Engineer, you will spend most of your time in the engine room to prevent any issues with the ship's most important power source, as well as managing the diesel room. Sailor, you must manage the 10 sailors under you well and be responsible for the daily maintenance of the deck and the loading and unloading of cargo. Chef, you will lead your 2 chefs and provide food for all crew members. The 5 winged monkeys possessed the intelligence of 16-year-old children, and they completely understood Suyu's words. Suyu then officially took them on board to begin a trial voyage. At first, the trial voyage did not cause any major trouble, as the sea was calm. All the winged monkeys took their positions, and at Suyu's command, the first mate immediately contacted the engine room, and the engineer quickly started the fuel generator. Suyu then pushed the power control lever in the cockpit forward to the forward position. With the sound of the propeller starting up, the entire ship began to move forward. The trial voyage lasted a total of 3 days, during which Suyu conducted various drills, such as how to quickly reach the lifeboats in the event of the ship sinking, and how to use the pump to draw seawater to extinguish a fire in case of a fire. On this ship, fresh water was a very precious resource. Generally, it was better not to use it unless necessary. If it had to be used, a freshwater extractor, simply put, a distiller, had to be used. The drinking water was bottled water, which could not be mixed with water for living purposes. The 3-day trial voyage was a complete success. All the winged monkeys were very obedient, even more so than humans. After all, humans boarded the ship for money, and their faith could not be as strong as that of these winged monkeys. With the great success of the trial voyage, Suyu finally had the confidence to sail on the sea. He opened the electronic sea chart and marked the location of the island he had purchased on it. An almost straight maritime route was marked on the electronic sea chart. Everything was ready, and they could set off. Suyu began to search for cargo on other ships, transporting the minerals, food, necessary materials, raw materials, and fuel they needed onto the 5,000-ton oil tanker. Suyu did not even know the name of this oil tanker, so he simply named it 5,000 tons. The meaning of 5,000 tons was that it could carry a weight of up to 5,000 tons, which was completely sufficient for Suyu, as he was not building an island city for thousands or tens of thousands of people. He just needed a secret base. Suyu patiently waited for the sailors to load the cargo. They did not directly use manpower, but instead employed cranes to load the goods into the cargo hold. The cargo hold was just below the deck, and by using electricity to open the deck, 5 large cargo holds could be seen, which were quite deep. After loading all the necessary materials into them, Suyu immediately called all the winged monkeys on board and assigned them their respective duties. After making all the preparations, Suyu began to issue commands. Engine room, start the engine. The first mate immediately took out the walkie-talkie. Engine room, start the engine. With a buzz, accompanied by the sound of electricity surging, the entire ship powered up. Suyu then picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Everyone, the 5,000 tons is officially starting today. I hope Lady Luck smiles upon us." After saying that, Suyu pushed the power lever to the top. 5,000 tons, advance 4. With the power lever fully pushed, the 2 huge propellers immediately began to spin wildly, and then this ship, loaded with supplies and materials, sailed out towards the sea, gaining speed. Ocean, here I come. Chapter 47. Seeing the starry sky. Arriving at the island, the 5,000 tons had started and was now advancing at full speed. According to the electronic sea chart, they would need at least 7 days to reach that small island. This was already quite fast. After all, it was only 7 days. The sea surface was calm, with no waves, but a gentle breeze blew, making the winged monkeys on the deck feel very comfortable. The 10 ordinary sailors had the intelligence of 7 or 8-year-old human children. They would only obey the commands of the sailor and Suyu, and they could only recognize some simple words and language. But after all, the sailors were only there to do physical work, so that was enough. Their ship kept moving forward, following the course and compass, heading east. The time was frozen at 1537, meaning that the further they traveled east, the more the sun would set in the west. As they progressed, the night grew denser, until finally, the sky turned pitch black. This made Suyu realize a problem. The small island he had bought was probably in darkness at that moment, and without the restoration of time, it would remain in eternal darkness. However, the sky was already obscured by the massive dimensional battleship, so it didn't matter whether it was dark or not. No, it did matter, because after the 5,000-ton ship had been sailing east for 3 days, Suyu finally saw the edge of the enormous dimensional battleship. It turned out that this dimensional battleship was not large enough to completely obscure the Earth. As they continued to move east, the sky gradually came into view, and by the 6th day, he could see 1/3 of the sky. This scene was peculiar. 2/3 of the sky was covered by the dimensional battleship, while 1/3 appeared above them, filled not with darkness, but with stars and brilliance. Suyu stared blankly at that 1/3 of the starry sky, and the winged monkeys did the same. They noticed that the sea also reflected that sky, making them feel as if they were sailing in a sea of stars. Yet, everything around them was eerily silent, and the seabed was quiet too, with nothing in sight. Suyu had once dived to the seabed and saw the fish drifting motionlessly with the currents. The fish, of course, were unaware of the time freeze and wouldn't find it strange to move their bodies once time resumed. Suyu caught some tuna, lobsters, and crabs, which he handed over to the head chef for cooking. After 5 years of training, the head chef had grown into a skilled cook, and once they reached the island, he would be a key player in the culinary team. Several first-tier winged monkeys had begun to grow curious about the other life forms that were frozen in time. Completely unaware of how the world operated and unable to fathom that the world had been stopped. However, Suyu was consciously cultivating scientist winged monkeys, as he would need to conduct scientific research once they arrived on the island. Thus, he began to assess who had the qualifications to become a scientist. In his observations, he found that the mechanical leader was a curious and inquisitive winged monkey, and curiosity was one of the essential traits of a scientist. Perhaps due to early exposure to machinery, The mechanical leader was very interested in mechanics and often asked Suyu questions, such as why diesel could generate electricity and why electricity could propel a ship, etc. But one day, the mechanical leader surprisingly posed an unusual question to Suyu. On the eve of their arrival at the island, the mechanical leader approached Suyu with a small notebook and said, "My deity, the weak and ignorant me has been pondering a question for the past 5 years. Why is the essence of the world stationary? Why can we move? This question has always baffled me." Suyu was taken aback. The mechanical leader actually believed that the essence of the world was stationary. It was known that before the time freeze, people thought the essence of the world was motion, that everything moved from order to disorder, from stillness to complete chaos. Yet, after the time freeze, a first-tier winged monkey with the intellect of a 16-year-old would think that the essence of the world was stationary. But he could not understand why they, in a stationary world, could still move. "Your question has sparked my contemplation," Suyu said thoughtfully. "Being a scientist requires such thinking. As for your question, I cannot provide you with an answer, as there are many things in this world that perplex me as well." Suyu did not pretend to understand what he did not know. The most foolish thing in the world is to feign understanding. At the same time, he did not elevate himself to the status of a true deity. He knew very well that a mature scientist should never become a believer in deities. Suyu told all the winged monkeys that he was simply a more powerful, superior, and intelligent being, not a so-called god. After all, Suyu needed to cultivate scientists and teach them scientific knowledge, so he had to instill such understanding in them. Even if he did not, they would eventually realize it. The process of studying science is humanity's evolution towards becoming deities. If one understands all the sciences of the world, it is equivalent to being a deity. Therefore, Suyu told the mechanical leader, "But I will train you to be a scientist, and then you will solve this puzzle on your own." Suyu felt that the time freeze and the non-time freeze were actually two entirely different worlds, with completely different physical rules in each world. Thus, if a winged monkey scientist were to emerge, he might derive physical laws that were completely opposite to those of the non-time freeze world. Just thinking about this made Suyu curious. How far could a scientist be developed in this time-frozen world? The mechanical leader scratched his head, completely not understanding what a scientist meant. But since the deity said so, he naturally dared not refuse. "You must continue to keep your curiosity and love for exploring the unknown. This will help you become a scientist." The mechanical leader thought to himself that perhaps a scientist was some kind of noble profession. Yes, although the mechanical leader did not receive an answer, he gained Suyu's affirmation, so he left satisfied. After the mechanical leader left, Suyu began to think deeply. He had not lied. The mechanical leader's question indeed prompted his contemplation, which was whether the time freeze and non-time freeze could truly be considered two worlds. For all those who were frozen in time, the time-frozen world did not exist for them. After all, once time resumed, in their perception, only an instant had passed. Suyu was deep in thought, and the mechanical leader was also pondering. This is the essential quality of a scientist or philosopher. In their contemplation, they finally saw the small island. Under the massive searchlight of the ship, they saw the full view of the island. Chapter 48, The Era of Construction. Launch Center. This was a lonely island that Suyu had purchased not long ago, located in international waters and at risk of pirate attacks. Because it had just been acquired, there had been no time for construction, so the island was empty, with no buildings, only stretches of forest, a freshwater pool, and some small animals. The 5,000-ton ship slowly approached. Suyu chose this relatively small ship for fear it could not dock. Of course, a 5,000-ton ship could not dock at such a small island. But once a pier was constructed, it would be fine. Suyu lowered the small boat and brought the winged monkeys and supplies to the island. Suyu said, "We need to start from scratch to build a base. To construct a brand new rocket launch base." "Rocket? What is that?" The winged monkeys were puzzled. The first mate asked, "Is it something to eat?" The mechanical leader scolded, "Fool, how could it be something to eat?" Suyu pointed to the sky. "It is something that can fly into the vast starry sky." Everyone was instantly taken aback. Something that flies into the starry sky. All the winged monkeys looked up, gazing at that 1/3 of the starry sky. This sky, with 2/3 covered by the steel canopy, was something they did not understand. They even thought the sky was like that. But they were all filled with curiosity about that distant starry sky. A wise man once said that when beings begin to gaze at the starry sky, it is the moment when science begins to sprout. The mechanical leader curiously asked, "My deity, are there other deities in the world besides you?" Are those stationary deities the dead ones? These winged monkeys were too young. They could not yet comprehend death, let alone the concept of time freeze. Suyu said, yes, but they are all in another world. The winged monkeys yearned even more. I want to go to the world of the gods and take a look, they said. Suyu replied, if I complete the mission, then we can head to that world. As he spoke, he looked at the enormous steel dome. Everyone showed expressions of infinite longing again. But the most curious among the winged monkeys, the chief engineer, asked, my God, the world is static. Many things are just there waiting for us to take and use. Are there ready-made rocket launch bases in that world? If so, why do we need to build them? Suyu thought for a moment. Indeed, chief engineer, your thinking is quite broad. However, if I explain the reasons to you, you still won't fully understand, as this involves another world. So you can hold on to your questions and help me build the rocket launch base. Once the mission is complete and we go to another world, you will understand everything. Suyu knew that he couldn't explain the reasons to the chief engineer. After all, the chief engineer didn't understand the social structure of another world, nor did he comprehend how terrifying their existence was to humans. Even though they revered humans as gods, humans might not necessarily accept them. Therefore, the winged monkey tribe had to be kept on this small island, and those terrifying and dangerous research materials and data had to remain on this small island. This was one reason, and the second reason was that Suyu indeed needed a fixed location for the rocket launch center. After all, he didn't need to build rockets himself. He could just take them from other countries. The beautiful country had the most rockets, and coincidentally, this small island wasn't too far from the beautiful country. In the future, he could order the first mate to keep going to the beautiful country to bring their rockets over for use. To be fair, Suyu was saving the world. Taking a few rockets from you wasn't too much to ask, right? With enough rockets and launch centers, Suyu could frequently go to space, investigate what the energy shield was all about, and find a way to break it. Suyu didn't believe that he couldn't solve this problem after spending 100 years, 200 years, or even 500 years. Betting on 500 years of time freeze would surely make this dimensional battleship fall into this void. Thus, the construction of the launch center began vigorously. Moreover, Suyu believed he didn't actually need 500 years. If he really spent 500 years, he doubted whether he could still integrate into society. In any case, for Suyu, who had spent 10 years at the rocket launch center, building a rocket launch center wasn't too difficult. He understood it very well. However, with currently less than 20 winged monkeys, it was definitely not enough. Suyu had the winged monkeys transport all the construction materials from the ship and then began to build research institutes, residences, entertainment rooms, and so on. Suyu's plan was very simple. First, find the center of the small island, then plan a 100 by 100 building area here. After that, in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of this area, plan 4 more 100 by 100 building areas, forming 5 building areas. But this was still far from enough. Suyu continued to plan, creating 4 more building areas in the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. Thus there were 9 building areas. The winged monkeys couldn't understand. The curious chief engineer asked Suyu, my God, why plan it this way? Suyu replied, this is the 9-square grid, which in ancient times was also called the bagua. This method of division can take into account all directions and make full use of every piece of land. A few winged monkeys half understood. They couldn't grasp what Suyu meant by bagua, but the chief engineer noted in his little book, at the beginning of our winged monkey tribe's birth, the creator passed down the 9-palace 8 trigram formation, which encompasses heaven and earth, includes the universe, and covers the 8 desolates. After writing, the chief engineer satisfactorily closed his little book. He not only had curiosity, but also a bit of a middle schooler attitude. Suyu glanced at the content written by the chief engineer and was instantly speechless. But this also made him think. Was it the same when Fushi realized the bagua in ancient times? Perhaps the civilization of Earth was brought by aliens. After imagining for a while, Suyu stopped thinking. The most important thing now was to build the base. The overall planning of the base was completed. The 9-square grid area occupied a 300 by 300 range. In the future, this range would be the area of the rocket launch center. The chief engineer asked, my God, are we going to start building? Suyu shook his head. No, we need to start digging down. Our base will be built underground. The many winged monkeys were amazed. Underground? Suyu nodded. Of course underground. A sufficiently secret base should either be built in the mountains or underground to hide away and not be discovered. This small island, although it didn't look big, had quite a spacious underground space, right? All right, the grand construction era has begun. Within 10 years, we must build a rocket launch center. Chapter 49, Rocket Launch. Testing the shield. 10 years passed, and the rocket launch center was finally completed. The underground base was built, and the dock was also constructed. The 5,000-ton ship made multiple trips transporting materials between the small island and the beautiful country. The former first mate had grown into a captain, and Suyu had imparted all the knowledge about being a captain to him. Suyu himself became the new captain of the 50,000-ton ship. And to be able to navigate this giant ship, he also trained 10 first-level winged monkeys. The main purpose of this ship was not to transport materials and supplies, but to transport rockets. Moreover, they were large rockets. Because this time Suyu needed to survive in space for a long time, he needed to investigate that dimensional giant ship and the energy shield for an extended period. After bringing the rockets over, Suyu immediately commanded the winged monkeys to install the rockets. During this process, Suyu also reached a master level in his English learning. The current situation was that Suyu could completely conduct English dictation, but since no one conversed with him in English, his spoken English might be quite unstandardized. However, once in space, learning to read English was enough, as it was the beautiful country's rockets. Installing this rocket took about half a year, mainly because Suyu modified the rocket extensively. Since the small island could see 1/3 of the starry sky, he could fly to the top of the dimensional giant ship, allowing him to unfold the solar panels to absorb solar energy. So Suyu didn't remove the solar panels. In order to survive in the universe for a long time, Suyu also equipped many packaged foods and fresh water. Everything was ready, and Suyu skillfully donned his spacesuit and sat into the spacecraft. He fastened his seatbelt and put on his helmet, then sent a command to the ground command center. Ignition, launch. There was no countdown. The winged monkeys didn't understand that a countdown was needed when launching a rocket. They simply pressed the button, just like starting a car and immediately stepping on the gas. Boom. The rocket's engine ignited and hot flames shot out. The powerful thrust immediately propelled the rocket skyward. Suyu felt that powerful and familiar sensation of being pushed back. With his current physical condition, he easily withstood this thrust. The rocket continuously ascended, eventually breaking through the atmosphere. The boosters separated from the spacecraft, and the solar panels slowly opened. Suyu activated the spacecraft's engine, and then the spacecraft flew towards the top of the dimensional giant ship. On the ground command center, the winged monkeys anxiously watched the red dot on the electronic display screen. This red dot represented the spacecraft piloted by Suyu, which was now approaching the energy shield surrounding the dimensional giant ship. But by the time the spacecraft reached the edge of the dimensional giant ship's energy shield, the red dot suddenly disappeared, and the ground command center completely lost contact with the dimensional giant ship. The lemurs were greatly alarmed and at a loss. The chief engineer remained relatively calm and said, "Everyone, don't panic. Continue with your work. This situation has already been mentioned to us by the deity." The chief engineer, wearing a white lab coat and glasses, had now become a scientist and was able to assist Suyu in some basic research tasks. After hearing the chief engineer's words, everyone calmed down and began to perform their respective duties. In space, Suyu was also very calm. He had lost contact with the ground command center, and he could guess the reason. It seemed that this dimensional giant ship was indeed impenetrable and had employed electromagnetic shielding, but it didn't matter much. Suyu piloted the spacecraft towards the top of the dimensional giant ship. In space, the speed of the spacecraft was very fast due to the absence of air and resistance. As the spacecraft continued forward, Suyu soon felt a warmth. It was the sun. Being above the dimensional giant ship, he saw the sun again, which made him exclaim, 10 years, it's been 10 years. And I finally see the sun again. The solar panels immediately began to work, supplying power to the spacecraft, boosting Suyu's confidence. The plan was to spend a month in space and conduct a month-long investigation of the dimensional giant ship's energy shield. Suyu continued to pilot the spacecraft forward. This investigation primarily aimed to explore the overall structure of the dimensional giant ship. Since he could harness solar energy, the investigation process could be appropriately slowed down. First was the intensity. Suyu observed and said, "I previously used a large-yield nuclear bomb, but couldn't destroy the energy shield of this ship. However, I haven't tried detonating multiple nuclear bombs simultaneously." Next was the range. Suyu kept piloting the spacecraft forward, occasionally shooting small parts tied with his hair at the energy shield, but each time, the small parts would bounce back off the transparent energy shield. Suyu wrote in his notebook, "If nothing unexpected happens, The shield's range covers the entire dimensional giant ship. Finally, the shape. Suyu spent several days flying from the east side of the dimensional battleship to the west side, where he saw the territory of the handsome nation. The dimensional giant ship was a triangular battleship, estimated to be an equilateral triangle, its volume enormous, with a cross-section larger than that of the Eurasian continent. If it fell, the disaster it would cause would be catastrophic. Suyu had a rough understanding of the dimensional battleship, and next, he would begin testing the energy shield's blocking efficiency against various weapons. Since attacking the energy shield would cause ripples, Suyu calculated the energy shield's blocking efficiency based on these ripples. First was the missile. However, Suyu hadn't brought missiles, but had brought explosives. In principle, both caused explosive damage, and nuclear bombs also caused explosive damage, so they were the same. Suyu had already modified the spacecraft, so he didn't need to exit. He could directly fire explosives at the energy shield. The explosives were launched and triggered the detonation device upon contact with the energy shield, and the next second, the explosives exploded. Suyu immediately activated a high-power telescope and observed the ripples on the energy shield. However, due to the low power of the explosives, the ripples caused by the energy shield were barely noticeable. Suyu shook his head. Explosive damage should be common in cosmic battles, so their shield can definitely defend against such attacks. After confirming that the explosion had little effect on the energy shield, Suyu activated the drill hidden inside the spacecraft. Since a momentary explosive damage couldn't shake the energy shield, could continuous penetrating damage do so? The spacecraft continued to approach the energy shield, and the not-so-large drill was thrust towards the energy shield. Chapter 50. Spaceplane. Spaceship. It was certain that continuous damage was easier to break through the energy shield than momentary explosive damage. Suyu piloted the spacecraft closer and activated the electric drill. The drill bit immediately began to spin and directly struck the energy shield. Although the drill bit was also blocked by the energy shield, the area where the drill bit made contact continuously generated ripples, and the ripples were larger than those produced by the explosive damage. Suyu smiled. It seems this group of aliens didn't expect someone to continuously use a drill on their shield at close range. After all, the dimensional battleship was equipped with countless weapons. If there was a ship with a drill in battle trying to damage their shield at close range, it would surely be shot down by their turrets. But the problem was, time had stopped, and Suyu could do whatever he wanted. Suyu continued to drill, and in no time, the ripples on the energy shield diminished. Suyu was startled. Could it be that this shield increases its protection efficiency on its own? He immediately stopped the drill and then discovered that the tip of the drill bit had become rounded. So that was it. Suyu understood and continued to talk to himself. It seems I not only need a sufficiently large drill bit, but also a sufficiently hard one. Suyu pondered. To carry a sufficiently large drill bit, I need a sufficiently large spaceship. To provide power for the drill bit, I also need enough energy. In that case, I must build a spaceship myself, and it might even be necessary to construct a nuclear power station on the ship. As for the drill bit's material, that wasn't difficult, as the hardest substance in the world is diamond, and synthetic diamonds are quite easy to make since the raw material for diamonds is carbon, which is ubiquitous. Subsequently, Suyu tested various weapons, such as lasers and cutters, but none were as effective as the drill bit. It seemed the direction was clear. He needed to make a drill bit. Suyu immediately piloted the spacecraft back along the original route. When he left the range of the ship's energy shield and re-established contact with the ground command center, the lemurs, who hadn't slept for days, erupted in cheers. As members of the ground command center, they had high intelligence requirements, so they were all first-level lemurs, and with high intelligence came rich emotions. Therefore, when they lost contact with Suyu, they collectively fell silent and felt dejected. Later, when they reconnected with Suyu, they cheered and embraced each other. After all, Suyu meant a great deal to them. They could be said to be living for Suyu. Suyu brought back the most precious intelligence from this investigation in a notebook. Soon, the return capsule began its journey back to Earth. Upon reaching the edge of the atmosphere, the return capsule started to fall, creating a long tail flame due to friction with the air. Then the parachute opened, drastically slowing the capsule's speed as it landed in the sea. Next, the lifeboat piloted by the first officer quickly retrieved the return capsule. As the lemurs saw Suyu emerge from the capsule, they collectively cheered. Suyu also smiled with relief. The investigation was complete. Next was the second step of the mission, to build a spaceship, a drill bit, and a nuclear power station to penetrate the dimensional battleship's energy shield. The lemurs were quite puzzled. What is a spaceship? What is nuclear power? Once Suyu returned to the island base, he immediately began issuing orders. First, we need to go to the beautiful country to borrow their mature spacecraft. So far, human technology cannot produce a ship that can directly take off into space. It must rely on rockets. Given the current situation, humans still need rockets to enter the universe. Only the thrust of a rocket can reach the first cosmic speed. The only difference between a spaceplane and a spacecraft is that one is mounted on top of a rocket while the other is mounted on the side of a rocket. Therefore, spaceplanes have a larger capacity. If Suyu can build a micronuclear power station, it could be installed in the spaceplane, which would be the prototype of a spaceship, but the rocket boosters are single-use. At the current level of human technology, fuel propulsion is still needed to escape Earth's gravity. Electric propulsion has not yet been developed, and the current nuclear power stations can only produce thermal energy and electricity. In fact, Suyu has no idea how thermal energy and electricity can be converted into thrust. Electric vehicles can move because of friction, but there is no friction in space. At most, nuclear bombs could be detonated to generate thrust, but once a nuclear bomb is detonated, it is not so easy to shut off. Suyu is confused. But if he were to enter that dimensional giant ship, he might figure it out. After Suyu gave the order, the first mate immediately set sail. Months later, he brought back the spaceplane from the beautiful country, and Suyu immediately began modifying it. To build a spaceship, the first issue to address is definitely the materials. However, the spaceplane from the beautiful country has already used the cutting-edge superalloys of current human technology, so Suyu doesn't need to develop any stronger alloys. He couldn't do it alone anyway. So, he directly used this spaceplane as the framework and then modified it to create control zones, core areas, cargo zones, engine zones, and hangar areas. The control zone must have navigation control panels and operational control panels, which the spaceplane already has, at most adding controls for the spaceship drill. The core area must include a water purifier, oxygen generator, air purifier, temperature regulator, a toilet, wall lights, a bed, and so on. The cargo area is for spare drills and nuclear fuel. The engine area is naturally for the micronuclear power station and fuel propulsion system. The hangar area includes the airlock, escape pod, and separation cabin. These are all essential equipment, but to fit so many things in a limited space, many versions of the equipment must be created, just enough to meet one person's survival needs without too many requirements. After making the plan, Suyu immediately began constructing these devices, making them as small as possible, because space also needs to be provided for the drill and nuclear power station. Suyu knows that relying solely on solar energy is absolutely insufficient to power the drill. He needs drills that are sufficiently hard and have a high drilling speed. And fuel generators cannot be used because fuel is too precious to be wasted on power generation. In space, there is no wind, water, or tidal power. The only viable option is nuclear energy. The most difficult part is still building the nuclear power station, especially a micronuclear power station. Fortunately, Suyu is not alone. He has many helpers. All right, first mate, you return to the land to collect and transport materials. We will first build a nuclear power station at the base for trial operations. Nuclear power station, begin construction. Chapter 51, Nuclear Reactor. Successfully manufactured building a nuclear power station is not an easy task, but the principle is not that complicated. After all, there was a genius high school student in the beautiful country who built a nuclear reactor at the age of 14. However, that was just an experimental reactor that could only perform nuclear fission but could not generate electricity. The so-called electricity generation actually involves a reactor, steam, and a turbine generator. The difficulty in building nuclear power stations lies in the high level of danger, such as the risk of nuclear explosions, leaks, or radiation, all of which can cause significant harm. Particularly, nuclear radiation is insidious and can be easily encountered, so before constructing a nuclear power station, it is essential to obtain radiation protection suits and radiation-resistant building materials. However, Suyu does not need to make his own radiation protection suits. He can obtain as many as he needs from the nuclear power station in the beautiful country. The radiation shielding panels for the nuclear power station will need to be made by himself, but as long as he gets lead, he can create it, as lead is a very suitable material for nuclear power station shielding. Of course, lead is not the only material needed. Other materials are also required. But lead will be used in large quantities. After Suyu listed the materials he needed, the first mate set off again. 3 weeks later, he returned from the beautiful country with sufficient materials. Subsequently, they immediately began building the nuclear power station, starting with the light water reactor. Since nuclear fuel was not yet being used, the winged monkeys built according to the design plans without wearing clothes. The light water reactor is the main area where nuclear fuel undergoes fission reactions, so this reactor must be sufficiently durable to withstand high temperatures. However, even the most heat-resistant materials cannot withstand the extreme temperatures generated by nuclear reactions, so a cooler is needed. Therefore, after completing the light water reactor, the cooler was also prioritized. The commonly used cooling device is a cooling tower, a very large cooling facility with strong cooling effects. But so you could not take a cooling tower into space. Besides cooling towers, there are also condensate pumps and cooling fans, but these types of coolers are not effective enough. The small island base is surrounded by oceans, so a condensate pump could be used, but once in space, there would be no water or wind. However, so you proposed a feasible cooling method, vacuum cooling. In space, where it is a vacuum, temperatures in areas not exposed to sunlight are generally below 0 degrees, making it the best cooling method. With the cooling problem solved, the next issue is electricity generation. The principle of electricity generation in a nuclear reactor is the same as that of a thermal engine, which is to boil water. That's right. Nuclear reactions sound impressive, but in reality, it still involves boiling water, using the heat generated by nuclear fuel to turn water into steam. The steam flows into the steel turbine generator, and when the turbine spins, electricity is generated. Therefore, so you began to have the winged monkeys manufacture turbine generators. And since there might be nuclear radiation in the steam, the turbine generators also need to be wrapped in radiation-proof materials. The coolant does not contain nuclear radiation, so the condensate pump will not pollute the ocean. So you would not engage in unethical practices like those of certain countries. It took 3 months to build the turbine generator. After completing the reactor, cooling pump, and turbine, Suyu sighed. The main body of the nuclear reactor is considered completed. Next, we will start building the high-voltage transformer. The electricity generated by the turbine generator is high voltage. To convert it to 220 volts, a transformer is needed. In addition, a reactor controller is also required, which controls all processes of the nuclear power station. After all the nuclear power stations were completed, 1.5 years had passed. In fact, it could have been completed in 1 year, but 6 additional months were spent on safety inspections. After confirming there were no issues, Suyu began manufacturing the most important and critical nuclear fuel. At this time, all the winged monkeys involved in the construction wore radiation protection suits, including Suyu. Although he had already surpassed human limits, he still feared nuclear radiation. Nuclear fuel is extremely dangerous, and all monkeys must be fully alert. No mistakes can occur. Once a problem arises, regardless of how far along the nuclear fuel production is, production must be halted. Suyu took this matter very seriously, as nuclear fuel requires silver, steel, and uranium-235. Uranium-235 is usually separated using a large centrifuge, but the nuclear power station in the beautiful country already has it ready to be taken directly. However, uranium-235 is highly radioactive, so it must be handled with care. Suyu began to lead the winged monkeys in the production of uranium core rods. They manufactured a light water reactor with a total of 64 slots, capable of holding 64 uranium core rods. These 64 rods would start reacting simultaneously and could sustain reactions for over 30 years. The electricity generated would be sufficient to power a small city. In other words, 64 uranium core rods could supply electricity to a city for 30 years. The amount of power generated was terrifying. However, it was also dangerous, extremely dangerous. If a leak occurred, the city would be doomed. The Chernobyl power plant was a prime example. Following the steps outlined in the plan, Suyu carefully produced the uranium core rods, not daring to be careless for a moment. Seeing their tense expressions, he asked the winged monkeys, "Do you know what science is?" All the winged monkeys shook their heads. The chief monkey thought for a moment and then replied, "Science is the truth obtained through careful observation, reasonable hypotheses, and rigorous experiments." Suyu nodded. "You are right. But science has another meaning." All the winged monkeys perked up their ears, and Suyu continued, "Science is the most equitable of all, no matter who you are. No matter what race, as long as you repeat the same experiment, you will obtain the same results. In the realm of science, there are no gods, where everyone is a god. Science knows no borders and has no racial boundaries." All the winged monkeys were stunned. Suyu went on, "So, as long as we follow the scientific method, we need not fear, because we will surely achieve the same result." The chief monkey understood and said, "What you mean is that we need not be afraid. As long as we follow the steps, we can obtain safe uranium core rods. Exactly, Suyu replied, nodding with satisfaction. Everyone immediately began to produce, gathering their courage to create one uranium core rod after another. Science requires boldness and attention to detail. Once the uranium core rods were completed, Suyu inserted them into the light water reactor slots and operated the reactor control panel to start it up. Suyu pressed the button, and all the winged monkeys immediately tensed up, waiting. The next second, with a wave of heart-pounding vibrations, the reactor officially began to operate. The reactor hummed and vibrated slightly, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. Then, the temperature inside the reactor began to rise continuously. Upon reaching 350 degrees Celsius, Suyu immediately pressed the cooling button, and the coolant flowed in, keeping the temperature stable around 350 degrees. The water in the reactor began to boil, continuously turning into steam that flowed into the turbine generator. Whoosh! The turbine spun rapidly, and several large batteries in the base immediately displayed a charging status. They succeeded. They had finally built a nuclear power plant. Suyu let out a long breath and said, "Next, we need to build a nuclear-powered spaceship to prepare for takeoff." Chapter 52. Ignition and Ascent. Into space. After a year and a half, Suyu successfully built the nuclear power plant, and the 64 uranium core rods began to undergo limited reactions, generating a continuous flow of electricity that filled the entire base with light. The small island became brilliantly illuminated. In this silent world, only this island was full of vitality. Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Technology changes fate, technology changes lives, technology changes the world." The chief monkey quickly recorded this statement, writing in his notebook, "Date, ancient sage." The creator of the winged monkeys left a holy decree. The principles of technology can change fate, control life, and influence the world. The chief monkey documented everything Suyu said, binding it into a book titled Suzi, and then studied it daily in hopes of reaching the realm of Suzi as soon as possible. Suyu had no idea that the chief monkey had compiled the first book of sayings for the winged monkeys. He began researching and constructing the nuclear-powered spaceship. However, the space within the spaceship was too small, so they could only build a micro-nuclear power plant. Suyu said, "We'll build the smallest nuclear power plant possible, using one uranium core rod. No, just a third of a rod will suffice. A third of a uranium core rod would be completely adequate for reactions. This is the advantage of a nuclear power plant. If it were a fuel generator, it would require a large amount of fuel, increasing the burden on the rocket." Suyu began directing the winged monkeys to build the micro-nuclear power plant, which would be installed inside the spaceship. To ensure the nuclear power plant facilities would not be damaged during the rocket's ascent, they reinforced and protected the micro-nuclear power plant. If any damage occurred during the ascent, it would pose a significant risk once in space. If the spaceship exploded in space, Suyu's life would be over. Therefore, they had to be extremely careful. Suyu personally started the installation, constructing a micro-light water reactor that could only accommodate a third of a uranium core rod. They also created a micro-turbine generator, with only 75 blades. The transformer and reactor controller did not need to be large. The only troublesome part was the vacuum cooler. The vacuum cooler was stored in the warehouse and could only be installed once they truly reached space, as it was mounted on the outside of the spaceship. If it were installed now, it could be damaged during ascent. The uranium core rods and backup uranium core rods were also completed, followed by the manufacturing of diamond drill bits. Suyu now needed to create artificial diamonds. The principle of making artificial diamonds is very simple. Heat and pressure are applied to graphite. By reaching temperatures of 2,300 degrees Celsius and pressures of 150,000 to 180,000 atmospheres, graphite can be processed into diamonds. Now that Suyu had a nuclear power plant, achieving these conditions was no longer difficult. He first produced an electric boiler and a pressure vessel. With the massive power support from the nuclear power plant, the electric boiler easily reached 2,300 degrees Celsius. And as the pressure vessel continued to pressurize, the graphite inside began to transform into diamonds. The size of the diamond depended on the amount of graphite used, and the amount of graphite depended on the size of the electric boiler. To create an ultra-large diamond drill bit, Suyu spared no expense in constructing a supersized electric boiler. With the assistance of the supersized electric boiler, ordinary graphite was compressed at an astonishing rate, resulting in an incredibly large diamond with a diameter exceeding 13 meters, 100 times larger than the largest known artificial diamond in the world. This enormous Crystal-clear diamond was freshly produced. Although its shape was not the standard diamond form, it was enough to drive women mad. Of course, the girls weren't foolish. For them, while the artificial diamond was huge, it was too cheap, and the most valuable were still natural diamonds. However, the cost of this giant diamond, with a diameter exceeding 13 meters, was certainly not lower than that of any natural diamond. After all, it was produced using a nuclear power plant and a massive electric boiler. Under normal circumstances, no one would do this, as they couldn't afford the countless materials required. Only Suyu could accomplish this because time had stopped, and he could obtain whatever he desired. After creating one diamond, Suyu unhesitatingly had the winged monkeys polish it. While the diamond was still cooling, they needed to quickly shape it into a drill bit. Additionally, Suyu planned to make a second drill bit as a backup. Since they were heading to space, it was essential to be well prepared, as the cost of the previous space trip was too high. If Suyu exhausted all the rockets in the world, he would have to build rockets himself, which would be far too difficult. The materials and technical precision required for spacecraft and rockets were unimaginable. Given Suyu's current level of technology, if he started from scratch to build a rocket, it would take at least 30 more years. Although time had stopped, Suyu did not want to waste it. After the 2 diamond drill bits were manufactured and cooled, Suyu ordered the lemurs to transport them onto the spaceship. With everything ready, they could take off at any moment. The chief wheelwright approached Suyu and pleaded, "My God, may I accompany you to space? I can certainly help." Suyu shook his head and said, "No, becoming an astronaut requires extensive training. You haven't undergone any training and are not fit for this job." Suyu could not afford to train lemur astronauts for 2 main reasons. It would be a waste of time and unnecessary, as training an astronaut takes too long and requires too many facilities. Moreover, with the rapid development of artificial intelligence, many tasks can be delegated to AI, with human roles being primarily decision-making and assistance. Additionally, each astronaut added to the mission requires more supplies, increasing the rocket's burden. Overall, it was most cost-effective for Suyu to go alone. There was no need to train lemur astronauts. Furthermore, Suyu did not intend to let the lemurs master more technology. After all, he was human, and they were lemurs. The two could not be compared. It would be fine if the lemurs could coexist peacefully with humans, but if conflict arose, everything Suyu taught them could be used against humanity. He did not want to see such a situation, having developed feelings for the lemurs over the years. The chief wheelwright showed a disappointed expression, knowing he was far from being on the same level as the god. With everything prepared, Suyu boarded the spaceship, which was then secured to the rocket. Suyu's 4th journey into space officially began. No one could guarantee that this flight would be accident-free, and all the lemurs were praying. But who were they praying to? As the god they revered was aboard the ship? To the god of science. The chief wheelwright earnestly prayed, "God of science, I ask you to help us through this challenge." Suyu did not believe in gods. He commanded, "Ignite, take off." Chapter 53, Breaking Through the Shield, Warship Armor Boom. As the rocket's tail spewed out hot blue flames, the space shuttle officially took off. A powerful thrust was felt, but Suyu did not feel uncomfortable. He was only concerned about whether the micro-nuclear power station would be damaged. The rocket's thrust was immense, causing the entire spacecraft to vibrate violently during ascent. This could lead to severe consequences, potentially damaging or dislodging parts of the nuclear power station. This is why aviation requires extremely high standards for materials and processes. With intense vibrations, the rocket helped the spacecraft gradually overcome Earth's gravity, ultimately reaching the first cosmic velocity and sending the spacecraft into orbit. At this point, the rocket completed its mission, began to detach, and eventually fell back to Earth, while the spacecraft adjusted its direction under Suyu's control. The spacecraft continuously adjusted until it pointed its bow at the enormous dimensional battleship. After completing the adjustments, Suyu left the cockpit and floated to the power room. Suyu was most worried about the nuclear power station in the power room. After careful inspection, he found that the nuclear power station was undamaged, every part intact and in its proper place, which relieved him. He then took out the uranium core rod from the storage. This mini uranium core rod was only about 1/3 the length of a normal uranium core rod, but it was sufficient. Suyu inserted the mini uranium core rod into the slot of the mini light water reactor and carefully sealed it to ensure there would be no nuclear leakage during the nuclear reaction process. After completing everything, Suyu left the power room, donned his spacesuit, and then took the vacuum cooler outside the spacecraft for installation. Only after the vacuum cooler was installed could the nuclear reactor be activated. Otherwise, high temperatures could melt the reactor's components, leading to a catastrophic nuclear accident. Throughout the process, the ground command center was monitoring. Every time Suyu completed a step, they cheered. Subsequently, Suyu returned to the spacecraft and activated the mini-reactor on the nuclear reaction control panel. With a heart-pounding wave, the nuclear reactor officially started. And Suyu felt a sense of relief only after seeing the cooling system functioning normally and the power output stable. During this installation, Suyu remained silent, fully focused and striving for perfection, since this was a nuclear reactor, and being in space meant that if something went wrong, even deities could not save him. Fortunately, it was successful. However, the nuclear reactor still felt immensely terrifying, emitting heart-pounding waves with each startup. It was unclear if it was psychological or if there was indeed some kind of fluctuation. But now that the nuclear reactor was operational, the spacecraft's power was guaranteed. Suyu continued to the storage, brought out the massive diamond drill bit, and transported it to the top of the spacecraft for installation. The installation process went very smoothly since it was just a drill bit and not a high-tech device. Throughout the flight, Suyu exited the cabin twice. Since they were going to space, the drill bit and vacuum cooler could not be left outside to avoid damage. At this point, Suyu had completed all installations. After finishing everything, Suyu returned to the spacecraft and entered the cockpit, taking a deep breath and saying, "All right, everything is ready. Next, I will begin to break through the dimensional battleship's energy shield." The ground command center cheered once again. Throughout the process, they were all on edge. And only after Suyu completed the final task did they finally relax, as if they themselves had gone to space and accomplished a mission. But soon after, they lost contact with Suyu, as he had piloted the spacecraft into the electromagnetic shield range of the dimensional battleship. The ground command center fell silent again, and all the lemurs' hearts raced. At this moment, Suyu was piloting the spacecraft forward. As he approached the energy shield, the diamond drill bit immediately began to spin faster and faster. This was a nuclear-powered electric drill. The high-speed rotating drill bit struck the energy shield, causing ripples to ripple across the shield, with countless circular patterns emanating, forming circles. As the electric drill continued its operation, the waves of ripples grew larger. Suyu watched everything nervously and said, "I hope breaking through the shield won't trigger any serious consequences." The diamond drill bit continued to advance. The deeper it drilled, the greater the resistance, but the ripples on the shield grew larger. Suyu felt that the transparent energy shield resembled a layer of rubber bubble. It not only had strong flexibility, but also terrifying hardness. No wonder even a nuclear explosion couldn't breach its defenses. But no matter how strong the shield, it could not withstand such continuous drilling without an energy supply. As the saying goes, dripping water penetrates stone, not accomplished in a day. Ice is not frozen 3 feet in a day. Compared to a momentary explosion, this continuous penetration could cause even greater destruction. Just like Suyu's persistence over the years led to today's achievements. Suyu patiently waited, continuously using the diamond drill. After drilling for a full 5 hours, he finally saw the transparent wall suddenly break open a gap. Success! The diamond drill bit successfully breached the energy shield, creating an opening before Suyu. And the spacecraft he was piloting flew directly through without any obstruction. The energy shield of the dimensional battleship was breached, and because time had stopped, there was no energy supply to maintain the shield, so the breach wasn't repaired. Suyu sighed. Fortunately, time stopped. Otherwise, the energy shield, continuously receiving energy supply, would not have been penetrated by me, and the enemy wouldn't let me drill for 5 hours like this. I can only say, time stop is truly invincible. Suyu said, "Next, it's time to break through the armor of the dimensional battleship." Suyu put on his spacesuit, and then left the spaceship with a new diamond drill bit. He needed to replace the old one. When he arrived near the drill bit, Suyu saw that the diamond tip had already been worn down, proving that the energy shield was indeed tough. Suyu replaced the diamond drill bit, stored the old one back in the spaceship, and then continued to advance. Having come this far, he wouldn't be satisfied without trying. If the diamond couldn't penetrate the battleship's armor, he would have to return to the ground to transport nuclear bombs. The spaceship continued forward, and the diamond drill bit began to spin vigorously, finally striking hard against the exterior of the dimensional battleship. For a moment, a screeching sound transmitted through the solid body into the spaceship, and Suyu waited patiently. However, 5 hours passed, and the exterior of the dimensional battleship showed no signs of damage, which made Suyu's heart sink. It seemed that the battleship's exterior was even harder than the shield. Suyu felt it was tricky. Perhaps I should change my approach. Since a direct attack won't work, I should find a workaround. Chapter 54. Since I'm here, I might as well give it a try. The exterior of the dimensional battleship was tougher than Suyu had imagined. He never expected that drilling for so long would yield no results. So, Suyu had to look for another method. Currently, there were two options. First, return to the ground, transport nuclear bombs, and blow a hole through. This method might consume a lot of bombs, but was safer. The second method was more dangerous, which involved infiltrating through the muzzle of the dimensional battleship's annihilation laser, but that would be perilous. Once he touched the gathering laser, he could be reduced to ashes. After contemplating, Suyu decided that since he was already here, he might as well give it a try. With that thought, Suyu piloted the spaceship straight towards one of the laser muzzles. The spaceship still had enough fuel. This was the advantage of a space cruiser, as it could store more fuel. If it were a space vehicle, it would be preparing to return by now. Suyu piloted the spaceship to the bottom of the cannon and then saw the annihilation light gathering together, shining with a golden hue that looked incredibly terrifying, putting immense pressure on Suyu. However, the light was also stopped in time. Despite its terror, it couldn't shoot down at all. Suyu turned the spaceship's bow and headed straight for the muzzle of the cannon. At the ground command center, the wing monkeys nervously watched everything through telescopes. They could see a small dot, which was the spaceship. Because Suyu didn't go to the top this time, the ground command center could see the spaceship, and they were extremely anxious and worried, fearing something might go wrong with the ship. But what they couldn't see was Suyu exiting the spaceship in his spacesuit after stopping at the base of the giant cannon and heading straight for the muzzle. The oxygen tank could supply him for an hour, and he needed to return to replenish oxygen within that time. Suyu thought as he flew into the giant cannon's muzzle. Inside the cannon's muzzle was a whole new world. Here, Suyu saw countless laser launch ports, which fired lasers and gathered them together to form an even larger laser. Is this the powerful weapon that can destroy the Earth? Suyu suddenly realized how simple the principle of this giant laser cannon was. However, this wasn't the time to ponder the principle of the cannon. Suyu looked around, searching for a passage that could lead into the spaceship. Suyu believed there must be a passage, after all. Such a powerful giant cannon must have countless energy channels to emit energy, and there must also be maintenance pathways. Just like an airplane's wheels, when it lands, the wheels come down, and there must be a maintenance passage in the space where the wheels are stored. Moreover, the aliens would never expect someone to enter the spaceship through the giant cannon. However, as Suyu searched everywhere, he couldn't find an entrance. Could it be behind that gathering mass of giant lasers? Suyu looked at the dazzling laser, which seemed poised to strike down any moment, and he had no way to penetrate through this terrifying laser to enter inside. It seemed he could only search one cannon port at a time. He needed to find a cannon port that hadn't yet gathered a giant laser to discover a way in. If he couldn't find such a cannon port, he would use nuclear bombs to create an explosion. Compared to the exterior, the armor of the cannon port was much weaker and should be able to blast a hole open. Suyu returned to the spaceship and then began searching one cannon port after another. Fortunately, it was a nuclear power station. Otherwise, the spaceship would be running low on power. Just as Suyu was about to exhaust the spaceship's fuel, he finally found a cannon port that hadn't yet gathered a giant laser. Sure enough, the battleship's star-destroying cannons were activated individually. If the operator was a bit slow, there would definitely be a few cannon ports that hadn't had the chance to activate. Suyu had already conducted rational analysis. Under normal circumstances, even if one was a bit slow, eventually, all cannon ports would fire destruction beams. But the problem was, time had stopped. Once time stopped, everything would be halted, including the charging laser cannons. Suyu found such a cannon port, then once again donned his spacesuit and flew up. This time, he saw what was behind the cannon port. It was a device resembling a pot lid, like an inverted bowl, which gathered all the lasers and directed them towards Earth. As Suyu approached, he also saw many cooling vents. Seeing these vents, Suyu suddenly realized the laser cannon would generate high temperatures, and to use it continuously, they constructed cooling vents, and the cooling system connected to those vents must be installed inside the spaceship. Suyu immediately flew over and found that each cooling vent had a diameter of over 100 meters. And this massive pot lid facility had tens of thousands of such vents. At this moment, Suyu finally understood how enormous this dimensional battleship was. Without further thought, he flew directly into one of the cooling vents. After all, the oxygen in his spacesuit was limited, and he couldn't afford to dawdle here. Suyu flew into the cooling vent and proceeded along the cooling pipeline. The space here was astonishingly large, making Suyu feel as if he had entered a kingdom of giants. He continued forward for more than 10 minutes before seeing an even larger device. Suyu immediately checked the oxygen levels. I only have half an hour for exploration. I must find a way into the spaceship quickly. Suyu flew up to that device and began to observe it carefully. With his scientific knowledge, he could tell that it was a massive cooling device. But he couldn't figure out how it operated. He began to investigate, searching for clues. However, he found nothing. Suyu had no choice but to return via the long way. But he discovered that he could drive the spaceship directly inside, because this cooling pipeline was incredibly huge and could easily accommodate the spaceship. Without hesitation, Suyu boldly returned to the spaceship and drove the entire craft inside, hearing the sound of the massive cooler in front of him. Then, Suyu activated the laser scanner to begin scanning this gigantic cooling device, and during the scanning process, he indeed discovered some differences. The outer shell of that area was very thin, and it seemed to be filled with liquid inside. It appeared that this alien civilization also used something similar to coolant. Suyu couldn't understand the alien's thought process, but he knew the opportunity had come. Start drilling. Suyu immediately activated the drill bit and began to drill upwards through the thinnest area. In an instant, the shell was breached, and countless coolant poured out like a dam breaking. Suyu quickly shut down the spaceship's engine and waited for the coolant to gush out. He couldn't retreat. If he did, time would freeze, and the coolant wouldn't spray out. Without the coolant spraying out, he wouldn't have the chance to enter the interior of the dimensional battleship. So Suyu waited patiently until all the coolant had been expelled. Although there was no gravity in space, the coolant still sprayed out due to pressure until it was all gone, revealing a dark opening in front of Suyu. He understood that inside was the interior of the dimensional battleship. Chapter 55, Returning to Earth, creating a new race after decades of effort, Suyu finally arrived here. Having breached the dimensional battleship, he donned his spacesuit, filled the oxygen tank, and left the spaceship again, flying into the breach. Inside, he saw a lot of suspended coolant, which had not managed to spray out. Following the coolant, he flew forward and soon felt he had entered the interior of the spaceship. At that moment, he took out a solid bomb and installed it on the side of a coolant pipe. Blow a hole for me. Suyu began to retreat and then detonated the bomb, which had his hair inside, causing it to explode immediately. Boom. With a loud bang, a hole was blasted open, and the interior of the spaceship appeared before Suyu. He slowly flew inside. Since time had stopped, the air inside had not escaped. But if Suyu removed his helmet, the air would immediately rush out, and he would die instantly. Entering through the blown-open hole, he saw an incredibly vast space filled with numerous pipes arranged haphazardly before him. Clearly, these were energy pipes for charging laser cannons. Suyu dared not touch these energy pipes. He flew in and, after searching around, found a huge iron door. This should be a maintenance passage used by the aliens. Suyu flew over and installed another solid bomb. Then he began to retreat and pressed the detonator. Boom. Finally, Suyu heard a sound, as there was air here. An explosion echoed, and the iron door was blasted open, allowing Suyu to fly in and see a wider passage. Most importantly, he finally saw the aliens. Suyu kept looking up to get a clear view of the aliens. They were aliens in combat suits, tall and slender, with long arms and 6 fingers. Their heads resembled inverted gourds, with very large skulls and facial features crammed together. Most importantly, they were all over 10 meters tall. To humans, they were giants. Suyu marveled at the appearance of these aliens and understood why their weapons, spaceships, and facilities were so massive. It was because their size was also enormous. Is this what beings outside the dimension look like? With confusion, Suyu began to extract the surface cells of these aliens. After extracting, he began to examine the long passage before him. This passage was far too large and spacious for humans. But for these aliens, it was not for them. This passage was narrow and cramped. Suyu searched around, wanting to continue exploring, but suddenly, the spacesuit emitted an alarm. There was only 50 oxygen left. This was an alarm he had set himself, as he needed to make a return trip. Suyu wasted no time and immediately made a long detour back, returning to the spaceship with 3 oxygen left, successfully replenishing his oxygen. However, he did not plan to explore further. He knew that due to the limited oxygen, he could not completely explore the entire dimensional battleship, but Suyu had already come up with a plan. He knew that as long as he used that trick, he could definitely explore this enormous dimensional battleship and find its weaknesses. So Suyu piloted the spaceship back the way he came. The spaceship's fuel was also low, and he couldn't afford any more detours. This trip had yielded tremendous rewards, and he could basically confirm the next development path, so it was time to return. Suyu piloted the ship away from the cannon and spent a long time exiting the energy shield. The breach was still there. It seemed that time wouldn't resume, and the shield's breach wouldn't heal. Instead of landing the spaceship directly, Suyu separated the return capsule and let it fall, intending to leave the spaceship in space as a base for the next launch. After all, once he left, this spaceship would be frozen in time, so there was no need to bring it back to Earth. When Suyu successfully returned from his exploration, the ground command center erupted with excitement, and they embraced each other, knowing Suyu had taken another step towards mission success. The sea rescue team had already deployed since the return capsule Suyu was in had begun to fall. This was Suyu's fourth return to Earth, and he was now quite familiar with the process. As the parachute opened, his anxious heart finally settled. Although he had surpassed the pinnacle of humanity, he still couldn't fly, so there was still a possibility of falling to his death. As the return capsule plunged into the sea, rescue boats immediately rushed over, retrieving the capsule. And Suyu stepped out, once again returning to Earth. All the winged monkeys cheered loudly. They returned to the island base, and Suyu took the initiative to host a grand banquet. Fine wines and delicacies were served, and all the winged monkeys celebrated. Suyu raised his glass and loudly proclaimed, "We are just one step away from our glorious success. I have thoroughly breached the enemy's hard defenses, and now it is time to invade." All the winged monkeys raised their glasses in celebration. They were becoming more and more like humans, to the point where Suyu found it hard to distinguish. Humans, monkeys, ants, do they really have any difference? Watching the winged monkeys celebrate, Suyu muttered to himself. He extended a hand and grasped at the void. No winged monkey knew what Suyu was doing. Only he understood that this hand held the fate of the winged monkeys. He could end this civilization or allow them to thrive and eventually replace humanity. In a sense, the fates of both humans and winged monkeys lay in Suyu's hands. He could even lead the winged monkeys in developing technology, steal the technology of the dimensional battleship, and eventually create a spaceship to leave Earth. At that point, time would surely resume, and humanity would be destroyed while he could escape. How terrifying! Suyu felt the weight of the power he possessed, but he pushed these terrifying thoughts aside. He knew he was still human. It seemed my thinking had not yet transcended humanity. Suyu calmed himself and looked at the many winged monkeys dancing in the center of the banquet. Naturally, he could not blend in with them. His status was too high. Only when he sat on the throne did these winged monkeys dare to stand. If he stepped down, the winged monkeys would have to kneel. The winged monkeys' reverence for Suyu had become almost godlike, a scene that almost every ruler would want to see. But Suyu did not desire it, as he knew he was human. The mechanical wheel walked up to Suyu and asked, "My God, what should we do next?" Suyu replied, "Next, I will create an entirely new race." All the winged monkeys instantly stopped cheering, holding their breath, their faces filled with disbelief. Is the god finally going to begin recreating life? Chapter 56, Mechanical Race, Development Completed. Some winged monkeys began to panic. Is the god going to create a new race? Why? Is it because we are too useless? Is the god going to abandon us? All the winged monkeys started to panic, and even the leader of the machine did not dare to ask Suyu why he wanted to create a new race, fearing to anger him. But Suyu eventually revealed the truth. I need at least 10 winged monkeys to learn computer programming and then assist me in creating a new race, which I will temporarily name the mechanical race. That's right, Suyu is going to start making robots. Only robots can survive in space without any protective suits. And only robots can explore the unknown relying solely on electricity, fearless of death. To understand the situation inside the dimensional battleship, robots are essential. Mechanical race? The group of winged monkeys did not understand. What kind of race is this? But regardless, a group of winged monkeys was tense, and several first-tier winged monkeys immediately volunteered. Our god, choose me. To avoid being abandoned by the god, they eagerly signed up to demonstrate their value. Suyu nodded. Good. Starting today, I will teach you programming from scratch, and those who perform excellently will be selected as my assistants. The few winged monkeys who signed up looked serious. They knew they had to exert all their energy and must not disappoint the god. Suyu didn't expect the psychological activities of these winged monkeys to be so complex. He started teaching several first-tier winged monkeys while ordering another group of winged monkeys to build new micro-nuclear power stations. This time, Suyu planned to build the nuclear power stations on the enemy's dimensional battleship, as robots need to recharge repeatedly to work, so a charging point is essential. Suyu was also unsure if the enemy used electricity, so until he found the enemy's power source, he had to use micro-nuclear power stations. Next came the robot's batteries. Due to the current level of human technology, the robot's batteries could only use chemical batteries, which do not have strong endurance. But there is no other way, and at this time, quantity must make up for everything. After finding suitable batteries, Suyu began designing the robots. In his vision, this time, there would be 3 types of robots going to space. The first type is humanoid robots, used to manipulate various complex tools. The second type is spider-like robots, capable of reaching many narrow areas for searching. The third type is vehicle-type robots, used for transporting goods. If anything good is found in the enemy's battleship, it will be up to the vehicle-type robots to transport it. Making these robots requires various parts, such as switches, wires, data cables, chips, hydraulic devices, mechanical arms, mechanical shells, etc. These parts and materials were handed over to the first mate, as the beautiful country had ready-made materials, just waiting for the first mate to find and transport them back by ship. After transporting the materials and parts back, it would be time to build the robot factory. The reason for making robots is that they can be produced in an assembly line, allowing for a large number of robots to be generated in a short time. At the same time, one must not forget to transport rockets, as rockets are needed to send robots into space. Suyu smacked his lips. By the time the time stop ends, I'm afraid the beautiful country's rockets will all be used up, after all. It's to save the world. I hope they won't mind. Suyu couldn't bear to use his own country's rockets, and besides, didn't the beautiful country pride itself on being the world's police? Didn't they think only they could save the world? Then contributing some rockets should be something they willingly do, right? The work of robot manufacturing was progressing in an orderly manner, and the 10 first-tier winged monkeys selected by Suyu successfully became programmers after a year of study. Suyu was amazed by their learning efficiency. Of course, there are cases of 16-year-olds learning programming in 3 months among humans, so Suyu wasn't too surprised. But what Suyu didn't know was that this group of winged monkeys thought Suyu was going to abandon them, so they studied desperately, striving to demonstrate their value. It was this terrifying pressure that allowed them to perform exceptionally well. Everything was ready, and Suyu began instructing the 10 programmers to start programming. First, we are using a system that is already available, which will save us a lot of work. I now need you to write the basic code. This part of the code is for movement and obstacle avoidance. Suyu directly used the Android system, employing chips from mobile phones, as simple movement and obstacle avoidance functions only require mobile phone chips. Next came the sensors. This part also didn't need to be created from scratch. Just scavenging materials and parts from the beautiful country was enough. So you needed infrared sensors, eye sensors, accelerometers, vibration sensors, etc. The sensors would transmit data to the chip, and based on the program, the chip would give corresponding instructions, allowing the robot to perform the designated actions. This is the principle of how robots work. You must envision all the situations the robot might encounter, then find solutions and write them into the program. Suyu instructed the 10 programming monkeys. The winged monkeys gradually began to understand what kind of new race they were about to create. The leader of the machine wheel asked, "Our God, what we are to create is a type of advanced machinery." As expected of the leader of the machine wheel, who comes from a generator background, he immediately understood that Suyu was not trying to create a new race to replace them, but rather to produce advanced machinery to replace manual labor. Suyu replied, "Yes, automatic machinery." Automatic, what a wonderful word. The leader of the machine wheel was suddenly captivated by this term. The ability to move on its own, to act according to its own thoughts, is such a rare and valuable thing. The leader of the machine wheel suddenly yearned for freedom. But this was just a budding thought, not yet a towering tree. After a month of programming and 2 months of testing, they finally created the vehicle-type robot. If it was only for transporting goods, the basic code of the vehicle-type robot was sufficient. Next came the intermediate code, including codes for production, operation, control, and more. Suyu began to increase the difficulty. This type of code was significantly more challenging than the basic code, requiring consideration of more directions and content. And a small mistake could lead to the program failing to run. However, the 10 programmers had already practiced with the basic code, so they could now attempt the intermediate code. The 10 programming monkeys immediately began working, but because the difficulty of the intermediate code was too high, they spent a full 6 months completing the writing. Afterwards, Suyu imported this part of the program into the spider-like robot's chip. Thus, a flexible spider-like robot emerged. Suyu then conducted a year and a half of testing on this spider-like robot, during which countless issues were fixed, and finally, a usable spider-like robot was created. At this point, mass production of spider-like robots could begin. Since no one could write the advanced code, that portion of the code involved learning, error correction, thinking, etc., which was almost equivalent to intelligent beings, and the current chips could not store such complex programs. Moreover, it was unnecessary. The spider-like robots would be sufficient. Suyu completed the creation of the robots, and next came production, sending them into the sky, and starting the investigation. The last step of investigating the dimensional battleship had been completed. Suyu excitedly announced to all the winged monkeys, "Next, we will thoroughly explore that dimensional giant ship." So the winged monkeys cheered, because they realized that Suyu was not going to create a race to replace them. Chapter 57, Dimensional Warship. Beginning exploration on the island base, rockets began to launch frequently. The rockets of the beautiful country were basically looted clean because Suyu needed to transport a large number of robots into space. When time resumed, the beautiful country would probably be completely bewildered to find that all their rockets were gone. The beautiful country, where are my rockets? The robot factory continued to produce robots, and rockets continued to launch. Suyu also boarded a rocket, marking his 5th journey into space. After reaching space, Suyu used the spacecraft as a transit station. Every time robots were transported by the spacecraft, they would be sent here, and then Suyu personally piloted the separation module to deliver the robots inside the dimensional warship. This process continued for more than a month. Eventually, it wasn't that the robots were used up, but that there weren't enough rockets. All the rockets from the beautiful country had been taken. This included rockets from several orbital science companies and rocket launch companies, which were also taken by Suyu. When time resumed, these rocket companies were very likely to go bankrupt. However, he had already sent over 150 spider-type robots and more than 50 vehicle-type robots up, which Suyu felt was enough. On the last rocket launch, a miniature nuclear power station was sent up. Suyu brought it into the dimensional warship and installed it. Since it required a vacuum cooling liquid, he could only install the miniature nuclear power station near the cooling device. The nuclear fuel was uranium rods, and inserting one could last for years, completely eliminating the need to transport fuel. Thus, nuclear power was essential for space travel. With everything prepared, the final investigation of the dimensional warship began. The spider-type robots were fully charged and immediately set out to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the dimensional warship. Suyu touched his hair. He had implanted his hair into the robots, allowing them to move during time stop. This time, only one hair from Suyu was used to drive the 200 robots, as he had cut the hair using nanotechnology and applied the tiny cut hair to each robot's chip. One could only say that technology changes lives. Technology saves bald heads. After the robots began their investigation, Suyu returned to the spacecraft and started to remotely monitor the entire investigation. He set up signal transmitters inside the dimensional warship, installing one in every area so that he could control the robots remotely. The spacecraft was equipped with complete survival facilities, allowing Suyu to live there for a long time. Suyu patiently waited and plotted the information returned by the robots into blueprints. 6 months later, another rocket was launched from the ground, bringing various survival supplies, as the living supplies had run out. Suyu still needed to continue living in space for a while longer because the enemy's dimensional warship was too massive. Even with 200 robots working day and night, it would not be possible to complete the investigation within 6 months. Therefore, Suyu had to wait patiently. The reason he stayed in space was to handle any emergencies that might arise at any time. For example, on the 1 year, 6 months, and 3 days of the investigation, a spider-type robot reported back that this time they found not various passages, pipes, and rooms, but an energy device. Suyu immediately set off, piloting the separation module to the breach and quickly donning his spacesuit to reach the location of the energy device. Upon opening the hatch of the room, he saw a huge facility emitting blue light. Suyu couldn't understand what this facility was, but he was certain that the energy in this area flowed from here, and there was no radiation nearby, suggesting that it was clean energy. Could it be controllable nuclear fusion? However, Suyu did not detect any electrical energy aboard the warship. Suyu immediately began investigating this energy facility. But given his level of knowledge, he clearly couldn't comprehend it, much like a primitive person seeing a steam engine. While modern people could understand the structure of the steam engine at a glance, it would be incomprehensible to a primitive person. It was frustrating. The gap between humans and this alien civilization was still quite large. In desperation, he could only order the spider-type robots to install bombs on this energy facility. Although he couldn't decipher the aliens' technology, Suyu found their weakness. As long as bombs were installed on all their energy facilities, they could destroy their warship when detonated. Even if it didn't cause a chain reaction in the energy facilities, it could render them without energy to use. The spider-type robots continued their work. In the third year, they discovered a new energy facility. Indeed, they had more than one energy facility. After all, such a massive dimensional warship couldn't possibly have just one energy facility. It was essential to find all the energy facilities without missing any. Suyu had plenty of time. He wasn't in a hurry. He instructed the spider-type robots to continue exploring. If the distance was too far, they would install signal transmitters to avoid losing contact with the robots. In the fifth year, the spider-type robots discovered the aliens' living area, which was a vast ecological zone, conservatively estimated to be as large as Australia, where countless aliens lived. This led Suyu to ponder. Is this a home ship? Did they build such a warship because they had been traveling in space for so long? The terrifying laser cannons were not enough to destroy Earth, but they could exterminate all life on the Earth's surface, clearing out humanity like a disinfection and leaving a planet suitable for habitation. Perhaps this warship contained an entire civilization, and they were searching for a world and planet suitable for them to live in. Regardless, Suyu would not feel compassion for them, as the current situation was either they would die or humanity would perish. However, since there was an ecological garden, it would be easier to handle. Since this warship contained a complete civilization, it meant they had a complete social structure, and perhaps there would be research institutions as well. And those research institutions would surely involve high technology, which was exactly what Suyu needed. All robots, stop searching other areas. First search the ecological zone and find the research institutions. Suyu immediately ordered the spider-type robots to search for the aliens' research facilities with all their might. But the results disappointed him. The spider-type robots searched for 5 years, long enough that Suyu returned to Earth for a year and then came back to space without finding anything. The situation was not right, not to mention research institutions. Suyu didn't even find any educational institutions like universities, nor did he find any aliens resembling scientists. Science requires scientists, and scientists need universities for training. The absence of both indicated that they did not have research institutions. 3 years later, the spider-type robots suddenly reported a brand new situation. Chapter 58, Dimensional Warship. It's time to fall 3 years, 3 more years. The spider-type robots had searched for a long time without finding any research institutions. They even reached the command room of the dimensional warship without locating any research facilities. From the command room, Suyu learned that this was undoubtedly a warship. Although he couldn't decipher the advanced computers in the command room, he could infer from the dense array of weapon systems that they were piloting a warship. And since it was a warship, it certainly wouldn't leave any research data behind. Otherwise, if the warship were captured, the research would fall into enemy hands. It seemed that the reason for building the ecological zone was that this warship had been on a mission for too long and needed to provide the soldiers with a living space. The soldiers might even bring their family and children aboard and could get married and have children on the ship. Suyu discovered many small aliens and found many who were not warriors. This had basically formed a small nation to prevent their technology from falling into enemy hands. This alien civilization clearly could not set up research institutions on the warship. Suyu expressed his analysis. The structure of alien civilizations is beyond my imagination. Their population must be millions of times that of Earth's total population, which has given rise to such a social structure. Their warships have been out for at least tens of thousands of years, and some aliens, due to their lifespan, may have been born on the ship and died on the ship, never returning to their home planet in their lifetime. For the first time, Suyu felt the insignificance of humanity. To him, it was unimaginable that humans could spend their entire lives away from their home planet. Would anyone dedicate their whole life to a warship? However, from the scale of the universe, spending tens of thousands of years on a mission doesn't seem strange at all. Alien civilizations may have developed new social structures after billions of years of evolution. Suyu knew it was impossible for him to find the enemy's research facility. He could only acquire alien civilizations' weapons and equipment and analyze their technology. Model robots. Start operating. 50 model robots immediately began to act, transporting various living supplies, daily necessities, weapons, special materials, basic parts, and tools from the aliens. These were all extremely advanced technological products, Some things Suyu couldn't even discern their use, but regardless of what they were, they could be collected, as long as the quantity wasn't too large. His return capsule wasn't very spacious, but it was sufficient. Previously, every rocket launch would send a return capsule up, and since time was stopped, Suyu had left them all in space. The reason he did this was to wait for this day. With so many valuable items from the enemy's dimensional warships, how could he let them go? Of course, Suyu still tried to collect weapons and equipment, such as jump packs, shield belts, power armor, electric rifles, bionic bodies, and other advanced weaponry. Among them, the bionic technology was directly accessible because Suyu discovered their bionic construction factory. After research, Suyu found that bionic bodies are technological creations that can perfectly replace biological limbs, organs, and tissues, producing no rejection reactions and providing the host with greater strength, speed, and endurance. This is a path not belonging to evolution. If the entire body is replaced with bionic parts, that person can achieve a state beyond the individual. However, like Suyu, they couldn't solve the energy issue. Suyu pondered. It seems that the greatest limitation to transcending the individual is energy, which seems to be something only the dimensional integration awakening device can assist with. Suyu didn't need the bionic body. He had no need to replace his transcended physical body with a mechanical one, but others could, as the mortality rate for exchanging bionic bodies wasn't very high. However, those weapons and equipment were necessary. With Suyu's combat power combined with those weapons, his battle strength would surely soar. For example, the jump pack would give Suyu short-range flight capabilities, the shield belt could block bullets, and the electric rifle was a deadly weapon with greater range and power than ordinary firearms. Although these weapons were designed for 10-meter-tall giants, once he analyzed the technology within, he could create these weapons himself. At that time, humanity's power would greatly increase, enabling them to face more threats in the multiverse. After taking everything he needed, Suyu ordered the robots to install bombs on all the energy devices of the warship, then took the return capsule back to Earth. The lifeboat had been waiting for a long time. After the return capsule fell into the sea, they immediately fished it out. When Suyu exited the return capsule, countless winged monkeys cheered again, but Suyu felt troubled as he considered how to handle this group of winged monkeys. Machinist, next. I will take you to a new world, but before that, you must enter the cold storage chamber. Although Suyu felt reluctant to deceive them, he also knew that letting the winged monkeys enter human society recklessly could lead to serious consequences. Even if the winged monkeys could respect humans, it didn't mean that humans could accept winged monkeys. Suyu understood human thoughts all too well. The winged monkeys were completely unaware that Suyu was deceiving them. The machinist said, I understand, going to the new world must be very dangerous, so the deity must have put us in cold storage to prevent us from getting hurt, and will unfreeze us after we reach the new world. Suyu nodded and said nothing more. He knew that his loyal winged monkeys didn't need much explanation. They would deceive themselves, but Suyu's intentions were good. He didn't want conflict between humans and winged monkeys. When they returned to the island base, all the winged monkeys voluntarily entered the cold storage chamber. Suyu sealed them all, putting them into sleep, and then completely closed the cold storage room. After everything was completed, he returned to the ship and drove it back to the mainland. The Pink Bunny helicopter was still there, due to time being stopped. It hadn't deteriorated after decades. Suyu boarded it and piloted the helicopter back to the place where he had killed the mutated wild boar man before time stopped. Decades had passed, and nothing had changed. People looked up in surprise at the sky, watching the massive laser cannon gathering light. They didn't understand what it was, but Suyu had observed the cannon up close. Team leader Wen's face was filled with despair as he thought, it's all over, no one can save us. Not even the deity. His thoughts were also frozen. Suyu looked around and then took out the detonator. Everything is ready. The dimensional warship should fall. Suyu pressed the red button, and the signal was immediately transmitted to the ground command center on the island, then from the ground command center to the spaceship, and then to the signal transmitters on various dimensional warships, finally reaching all the bombs. Suyu said, time resume. And so, time resumed. Chapter 59, with the deity here. We fear nothing on the vast sea. A fierce wind gathered dark clouds. Between the clouds and the sea, the seagulls flew like black lightning, soaring proudly. They cried out, shooting out of the clouds like arrows, and then saw the massive object. The enormous dimensional warship blotted out the sun. Beneath the giant ship, countless cannons gathered light, and a breath of death enveloped the earth. But in that instant, with the long cry of the seagull, the gigantic sky warship began to disintegrate. Countless massive explosions caused the entire dimensional warship to crack open, and beams of light fell from the gaps. The terrifying, sky-blocking warship began to break apart, sunlight pouring through the gaps, bathing the earth once more. The dense clouds dispersed, and the seagulls soared proudly, angrily crying out. This was the prophet of victory shouting. So you said, time resume. And so, time resumed. Countless human expressions shifted from despair to astonishment as they watched the immense warship disintegrate in disbelief. Not understanding what had happened, Team Leader Wen's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground as he cried out, "God, save us." Then, the massive ship shattered and tore apart, the sunlight shining down through the gaps, dispelling the dark clouds. At that moment, Team Leader Wen finally saw Suyu standing still, looking at the sky with a remote control in his hand, and he had already pressed it. Could it be? Team Leader Wen's expression turned incredulous as he suddenly recalled his earlier speculation when he first discovered Suyu's abnormalities. A psychic, possessing the ability to alter people's memories. This was his true trump card. It was well known that he had never used this skill before because the enemy hadn't been strong enough yet. And at this moment, he used it. When the incomparably massive and terrifying dimensional warship appeared and attacked Earth, he activated his invincible ability. Team Leader Wen felt parched, and a mixed expression of relief and bitter smile appeared on his face. He said, "Is this your strength? Hypnotizing all the aliens with just your own power, making them self-destruct their warships. Is this your ultimate move? Only using it at the most critical moment to give us humans a chance to grow. Is this your original intention? Are you a god, the Gaia of Earth?" It was hard to believe, not just for Team Leader Wen, but for all members of the Anomaly investigation team, the Gene Warriors, and the two mutated beastmen who were defeated by Suyu but still alive. They all showed expressions of astonishment because even if they guessed with their backsides, they could figure out who had saved them, who had effortlessly destroyed this world-destroying warship. Was it just a moment? Team Leader Wen's legs went weak again. He felt that Suyu was unfathomable, a top expert towering several stories high. As high as the sky, everyone present felt fear. In just a moment, the alien warship was annihilated. In his mind, Team Leader Wen had already provided a reasonable explanation. Senior Su? No. Su God used his powerful psychic ability to hypnotize the alien high-ups and ordered them to self-destruct their own warship, thus saving us. Why did the enemy's warship have a self-destruct button? It must be because they didn't want the enemy to acquire their technology. They thought their warship was indestructible, that no one could invade its interior, but they didn't expect Su God's psychic ability to penetrate all barriers. Wait, why does Su God have a remote control? Could it be a psychic power amplifier? Understood, I get it. This makes sense. Su God's strength is indeed formidable. But hypnotizing aliens from such a distance is still not easy, so he used a psychic amplifier, a device that amplifies psychic abilities. Previously, he must have also used this device to hypnotize all of humanity and erase their memories. Team Leader Wen felt proud of his terrifying reasoning, unaware that he was completely wrong. Suyu looked up at the sky, feeling an infinite sigh within. He didn't even know how much time he had spent. Perhaps 30 years, perhaps 50 years, perhaps 100 years. But in the end, he succeeded. Suyu succeeded. He destroyed the dimensional warship capable of annihilating humanity. He spent nearly 100 years in the time stop, while the world believed he achieved it in an instant. The crucial point is that this scene was not only witnessed by Team Leader Wen and the others, but many more people saw it. The reason is that Team Leader Wen had previously live-streamed the battle to showcase the might of the Gene Warriors. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to broadcast it in front of all ordinary netizens. He live-streamed it in front of the 4 strongest families in the world to inform the other 3 families that the situation was very serious. The enemies from beyond the dimensions invaded us, using gene modification technology to create mutated beastmen, while I received help from a big shot to create Gene Warriors. This battle was to show you the power of Gene Warriors and mutated beastmen. However, Team Leader Wen did not anticipate that his Gene Warriors would actually be outmatched by the enemy's mutated beastmen. Fortunately, Suyu appeared in time and crushed the 3 mutated beastmen with absolute strength. Team Leader Wen felt quite gratified watching this scene, as it saved him the effort of introducing the big shot to the other 3 families. Although the 4 families were the strongest on Earth, each protected a region, and generally did not conflict with each other, they would never unite unless it concerned the survival of all humanity. Team Leader Wen believed that the entry of the myriad worlds into their vision and the invasion of enemies from beyond dimensions was undoubtedly such a significant event. To persuade them, Team Leader One initiated this live broadcast. But who would have thought that during this broadcast, the civilization from beyond dimensions truly invaded, appearing right above humanity? At that moment, not only Team Leader One, but also the eldest sons and daughters of the other three families fell into despair. They did not expect that the eldest son of the One family had just mentioned this matter, preparing to discuss whether to unite. And even when they were half in doubt, the dimensional warship appeared. But they never expected that Suyu resolved this obscuring dimensional warship in just a moment. This person, could he be a god? Team Leader One knew that from the perspective of the live broadcast. The other three families could not see the remote control in Suyu's hand, so he speculated that the three families must regard Suyu as a god. This greatly exceeded his expectations. This scene was broadcast to the four families, so regardless of which family head it was, they would unhesitatingly choose to unite and submit. And the One family, being the closest to Su God, would undoubtedly gain the most benefits. Most importantly, all of humanity could unite because of this. Suyu looked at the gradually disintegrating dimensional warship, then at the dimensional rift still existing behind the warship, and said, "Humans, from today on, officially step into the myriad worlds." Team Leader One's phone was almost blown up, with the eldest sons and daughters of the three families frantically contacting him. However, Team Leader One did not answer. He walked behind Suyu and looked up at the sky, at the dimensional rift, and even continued Suyu's words, "Yes. From today on, humanity will be completely exposed under the myriad worlds." Those watching the live broadcast from the three families were instantly furious. "What are you talking about? Dare to say such things behind the god? Does your One family want to monopolize the position behind the god? Destroying the enemy has nothing to do with your One family. How dare you act so arrogantly?" The true guardian of humanity appeared, and the four families were willing to submit, but they could not tolerate the One family being above them. Team Leader One also knew he could no longer pretend. This credit solely belonged to Su God. He counted for nothing, and continuing would provoke public anger. Team Leader One left, leaving only Suyu, with his back facing everyone. And that silhouette would forever be etched in the hearts of everyone from the four families, never to be erased. Only then did Team Leader One answer the phone, directly restoring the dignity and authority of the eldest son of the One family, proudly stating, 3 days later, I will hold a joint meeting of the four families here. Families that do not participate will be considered as automatically giving up the union. In the future, there will be no position for you on the road of humanity conquering the myriad worlds. Remember, we have a God, and we fear nothing. Chapter 60, Joint Meeting. Contacting the myriad worlds, the One family organized a joint meeting, inviting not only Suyu but also elites from all walks of life. The scale of this meeting was large, with people from various countries, so the venue was spacious, but there were only 5 seats on the main stage. And the eldest sons and daughters of the four families had already taken their seats in advance. They were Wen from the Wen family, William Water from the Water family, Anna Hani from the Hani family, and Phil Clark from the Clark family. The eldest sons and daughters of the four families gathered together, sitting side by side. What was going on? Was the world about to be destroyed? Such a thing had never happened throughout history. I can only say, the winds of change are coming. Everyone present recognized the four families. They were all elites from various countries and industries, but they could only sit in the audience. Who was the empty seat in the middle for? What kind of person could make the members of the four families sit on either side? Whoever it was, it only indicated that this person's status was extraordinarily noble, allowing the four families to willingly sit aside. People in the back whispered and discussed among themselves. Someone said, "Is that person in the first row perhaps the king of a country?" Yes, and there are the top 10 richest people in the world, as well as Nobel Prize winners in physics, chemistry, biology, and several other fields. If you look closely, isn't that group of people in the second row the heads of the current top 50 technology companies in the world? Someone took out their phone and pulled up the ranking of the world's top 50 companies, and then discovered that the heads of various companies were sitting right there in the second row, instantly causing a stir. In the last row, 2 people in their 30s began to discuss quietly. Could it be related to that destroyed alien spaceship? Someone prevented the alien invasion and destroyed that spaceship. This person is very likely to be present today. The 4 major families may have to join forces to collect the technology from the alien spaceship. Everyone was waiting. The people in the front row were silent, while those in the back whispered, "Hasn't the person in the middle seat arrived yet?" At that moment, a young man walked into the venue. Everyone didn't pay much attention at first because he looked too young. But when he continued to walk forward to take the seat in the first row, everyone was taken aback. Which country's king is this person? However, they did not expect that this young man suddenly took the stage and headed straight for the middle seat. Everyone's breath caught in their throats, and their hearts stopped for half a second. That person, he has arrived. Who is he? So young. Could he be a representative of some force? Countless people began to speculate, but they dared not communicate with each other. The venue fell into dead silence, and everyone kept quiet. So you pulled out a chair, sat down, and nodded to the group leader, one. Only then did one pause slightly and begin to speak. First, I would like to thank everyone for coming from afar to attend this meeting. There are 3 agendas for this meeting. First, to announce the complete merger of the 4 major families. Second, to announce the choice of the united leader. Third, to invite the united leader to speak. Everyone took a deep breath. The leader of the 4 major families? Could it be that young man? Who exactly is he to command the 4 major families? Just as everyone was displaying shocked expressions, Suyu suddenly raised a hand. Instantly, everyone held their breath. Having experienced so much life and death, Suyu was naturally not intimidated by such meetings. His aura was powerful, and with just a wave of his hand, he silenced everyone. There was no need for unnecessary procedures and small talk. The One family will inform them of the situation in the myriad realms. One was startled. Was such important intelligence really going to be revealed like this? Everyone was taken aback, not understanding Suyu's meaning. What is the myriad realms? So, one took a deep breath and said, please turn off your phones. This meeting has not invited reporters and does not intend to share this intelligence with the outside world. Everyone's expressions became serious as they turned off their phones, knowing that the 4 major families would not do anything harmful to humanity. One continued, you have all seen that dimensional rift. It is a passage connecting the myriad realms. Beyond that passage are countless worlds, with countless civilizations eyeing us covetously. Because we are the lowest and weakest existence in the myriad realms, those civilizations will surely launch an attack on us sooner or later, just like this alien invasion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone stood there in shock. Are we going to face enemies from beyond the world without even leaving the solar system? People displayed bitter expressions. How powerful are the civilizations that can travel through dimensions? If they attack us, can we really defend ourselves? Everyone was not very confident. So one adjusted his glasses and said, all of humanity must unite. We must develop our technology and strengthen our power. Only then can we gain a foothold in the myriad realms. Since ancient times, those who fall behind will be beaten. This principle should be clear to you all. Everyone exchanged glances and tightened their fists. They were all elites from various sectors of society and would not bow down and give up just because of the challenges they faced. On the contrary, after learning that there was a broader myriad realm waiting for them, their fighting spirit became even more vigorous. This time, defeating a powerful enemy relied entirely on Su Shan. But we cannot rely on Su Shan's power every time, so we must strengthen ourselves. When continued, everyone was shocked again. God, destroying enemy battleships with a single effort. Who exactly is he? Didn't you hear what the One family said? He is a god. Although everyone was shocked, they felt it was unreal. Does God really exist? At this moment, Suyu raised a hand again, and the entire venue fell silent instantly. They held their breath, not daring to move. Suyu said, there is no God in this world, or rather, everyone in this world can become a god, provided they develop technology and strengthen themselves, using all their power to move forward. All humanity must rely on themselves to stand firm in the myriad realms. Everyone dared not speak, but their hearts had already begun to think. He is talking about you humans. Could he really be a god? Perhaps he is the embodiment of the Gaia consciousness of Earth, appearing to guide us. Everyone felt a stirring inside. They wanted to exchange thoughts and hear others' judgments. But they dared not speak, nor did they dare to whisper, resembling elementary school students in class. Suyu continued, now, a treasure trove has appeared above our heads, containing countless technologies and knowledge. Perhaps this is humanity's only opportunity in this life. So humanity must unite, and then excavate treasures from that treasure trove that can strengthen humanity itself. This requires the joint efforts of you people from all sectors of society, as well as the 4 major families. After everyone heard this, their hearts became excited. The unity of all humanity was something that had previously been a luxury, but now, with the emergence of a person with absolute power and status, perhaps the unity of all humanity can be realized. United humanity without infighting. What immense potential would that unleash? Everyone fell into a reverie. Of course, there were 3 more important things to discuss. Suyu spoke again, bringing everyone back to reality. They perked up their ears and listened carefully. First, we need to establish an organization for contact with the myriad realms. Second, recruit elites to join this organization. Third, determine our attitude towards countless civilizations in the myriad realms, whether it is benevolent, neutral, or malevolent. Everyone fell into deep thought. This is essentially about diplomatic attitude, whether to actively engage with other civilizations, focus solely on self-development, or have enmity with other civilizations. So, let's begin the discussion. What is our diplomatic attitude? Chapter 61. Investigating Fragments. Intelligence System. We 4 major families have already discussed with Su Shun, and we have decided to establish an Evolver Association. With Su Shun as the president. From now on, everyone will refer to him as the president. While the first sons and daughters of the 4 major families will serve as vice presidents, and I will take over as secretary general. While everyone was still considering whether to treat other civilizations with goodwill or malice, Vice President Wen suddenly brought up this significant news. This was actually Su Yu's intention because he does not like others calling him a god. He is a scientist, loyal to science. And how could he believe that there is a god in the world? The title of president is more approachable. Su Yu nodded slowly. He felt he was indeed such an approachable person. Seeing Su Yu nod, the people present instantly became tense. Some had originally wanted to make requests, but immediately fell silent. They dared not speak because Su Yu's aura was too strong. Additionally, everyone present today is a member of this association. But those who want to withdraw can do so now. Vice President Wen mentioned again, but no one stood up. They didn't move at all. Who would dare to withdraw? And there was no need to withdraw. The opportunity had come knocking. How could they miss it? After waiting for 10 seconds, Vice President Wen said, "All right. Since no one is withdrawing, we are all members of this association now. The positions below the Vice President can be discussed later, but for now, we need to determine our external stance, whether it is benevolent, malevolent, or neutral. Everyone can express their opinions." The crowd exchanged glances, expressed their opinions. In this association, do we even have a say? Not to mention the most respected president. Just considering the 4 great families in front of us, can we really voice our thoughts? Vice President Wen continued. This question was originally raised by the president to seek everyone's opinion, so don't hold back. Express your views freely. Because none of us present have truly interacted with the myriad worlds. Hearing Vice President Wen say this, and seeing Su Yu nod, everyone began to voice their opinions. The crowd consisted of elites from all walks of life, and they quickly got to the crucial points. The king of a nation suggested neutrality. He was wrapped in a white turban, with gold rings on all 10 fingers. His country had extremely rich oil resources, and if the Evolver Association were to develop towards the myriad worlds in the future, it could not do without them. Because, as things stand, we still do not know what the unified organization of the myriad worlds is. If we show malice, we might be detested by the unified organization and thus be eliminated. Faced with the unified organization of the myriad worlds, we probably have no chance of winning. The king continued to explain his reasoning, and everyone nodded in agreement. But soon, the wealthiest businessman on the rich list said, "We should show goodwill, because we are too weak. We do not have the capital to maintain a neutral stance. Only by showing goodwill can we attract other civilizations that are also benevolent, enabling us to survive within the myriad worlds. Once we grow stronger, we can then adopt a neutral or even malevolent stance. As expected of the top capitalists, they possess a very flexible ideology. Just like in business, one must be honest and aim for small profits and quick turnover at the beginning. Once they become big and strong, they can do as they please. However, showing goodwill may very well put us in a passive position. We can extend a friendly hand to cooperate, but reaching out first may also encounter a deadly viper. The speaker was a top politician globally. We cannot ascertain whether the civilizations we contact are benevolent. What if they are deceiving us? At that moment, someone blurted out, "Suspicion chain." The elites present quickly understood. In summary, we can only adopt a neutral stance for now. What is known is that we are indeed at the bottom of the myriad worlds, and a malevolent attitude does not suit us, the king stated. Everyone nodded, seemingly agreeing with this viewpoint. Finally, Su Yu had no objections, and the 4 great families naturally did not dare to voice any dissent. As it stands, neutrality seems to be the most correct choice. After determining the association's basic external policy, Vice President Wen said, "From now on, Any events related to the myriad worlds will be handled by the association, and the association must ensure the safety of humanity. Any threats from the myriad worlds must be resolved by the association, but at the same time, the world should support the association's actions. There were no objections. During this critical moment for humanity, it was only natural for everyone to unite. Currently, our association's plan is to go to space, occupy the wreckage of those battleships, and then establish new space bases in orbit to directly separate the Earth from the dimensional rift and face the myriad worlds head-on. Everyone was amazed by the imagination of the four great families. Vice President Wen continued, at the same time, we need to select outstanding talents globally and invite them to join us. Currently, we will categorize talent selection into 4 levels: Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, and Level 4. We are targeting globally, rating according to the assessments passed, with different ratings enjoying different powers. Meanwhile, Suyu did not listen carefully to the subsequent content. Now that the dimensional battleships had been resolved, and with the appearance of the dimensional rift connecting the myriad worlds, Suyu was getting closer to the information on the Spirit Awakening device. The Spirit Awakening device was something Suyu was determined to obtain. Although he did not understand the specific function of this device, he was currently unable to resolve the main issue of insufficient energy during battles. If this problem was not solved, he would not be able to evolve again. The meeting did not last long, and soon it concluded. Many big shots from various sectors approached Suyu to chat, knowing that opportunities to befriend this big shot were fleeting. Unfortunately, they did not get this chance. As Suyu left directly and arrived at a small conference room, where the eldest sons and daughters of the 4 great families were present. The association's work would be divided into 4 parts, each managed by one of the 4 great families. However, exploring the wreckage of the battleships in orbit requires everyone's joint effort. We need to find devices similar to flight recorders to better understand the situation of this battleship. At the same time, if we encounter surviving alien intelligent beings, we must capture them immediately. The 4 vice presidents immediately responded, yes. Suyu continued, some fragments of the battleships have fallen. These fragments also need to be recovered and investigated. This is our only opportunity to understand the myriad worlds. And we cannot miss it. Yes, he added, moreover, we need to establish a global intelligence system that can monitor the world at any time to prevent spies from other worlds from entering our realm and investigating our intelligence. As the weakest world, we must pay special attention to this. Yes. Regarding the establishment of this intelligence system, Suyu had another reason, but he did not disclose it. Before completing other tasks, this intelligence system should be prioritized. All right, let's take action. Yes, the 4 great families immediately sprang into action. Establishing a global intelligence system was not difficult for them. They just needed to share intelligence since they each controlled a specific area. The efficiency of the 4 great families was quite high, and in a short time, the intelligence system was established. Suyu also began to use this intelligence system to investigate matters he wanted to look into. Days later, there were finally results. Chapter 62, The Unified Organization of the Myriad Worlds. First contact. The purpose of Suyu building this intelligence system was also to find someone who could jump randomly through time and space. This kind of jumping was random. Sometimes, it would jump into his time stop, and other times it would jump to different times or even to other worlds. Whatever the case, it was worth studying. After establishing the global intelligence system, there was indeed a discovery. Over the years, a time-space jumper had appeared, and this jump was not just once. It was evident that Yi Wanting had jumped multiple times, and not every time did she encounter Suyu. Before their first meeting, she had experienced many jumps. But each time she met new people and encountered new things. Until she met Suyu. She referred to Suyu as the Eternal One. But at some point in the future, it seemed that Suyu encountered some devastating disaster, and Yi Wanting seemed prepared to go save him. After that, Yi Wanting disappeared into time-space jumps and never appeared again. Suyu was not only worried about her, but also about himself. What exactly did I encounter in the future? Where did Yi Wanting fail? Does that mean I have also died? Generally speaking, people do not know their fate, nor do they know their ending. But what if they did? If people knew when they would die, even if it were just a vague knowledge, they would feel fear and be restless about the future. But Suyu would not. As someone who had experienced over 100 years in time stop, Suyu had already developed a strong will and unwavering belief. And he would not be discouraged by such matters or stop moving forward. He simply knew that finding Yi Wanting was also an important task. With the global level intelligence system completed, The next step was the talent selection for the Evolver Association. At Suyu's suggestion, Zhou Yushan and the other two women also participated in the selection. After a comprehensive evaluation by the association's council, Zhou Yushan was selected for the position, while Huang Xiuyan and He Honging were rated at a lower level. As a level 1 member, Zhou Yushan began serving as the assistant to the president, and Huang Xiuyan and He Honging became Suyu's aides. Compared to other strangers, Suyu preferred familiar faces, and the selection of talents was also in full swing. At this early stage of the association's establishment, it was essential to recruit more talents. The entire talent selection process was divided into 2 parts, a physical fitness test and a written exam. Interviews were unnecessary, as they were merely a means for cheating. As the organization currently communicating with all realms globally, there was no need to cheat. If there were genuine talents, they could be promoted without hesitation. The physical fitness test aimed to find combat personnel, while the competition was to identify management staff. As for scientists, anyone with real expertise would generally be promoted without question. Wealthy individuals could also join directly, as any organization needs financial support. Suyu stated, "The dimensional battleship has only lost its power source. It can still be restored by finding the most intact piece of the battleship debris and then converting it into our Evolver Association's new base. This new base would be stationed in space, located at the Earth-Moon Lagrange point." Suyu proposed this goal, but the scientists collectively smiled wryly. A highly respected scientist who had won 3 Nobel Prizes said, "Asking us to analyze the dimensional battleship is like asking people from the Three Kingdoms period to analyze the F-22 fighter jet. Perhaps they could dismantle the F-22 and forge the Sword of Destiny and the dragon-slaying blade from its alloys. We are not much different." Suyu understood the difficulties involved and did not want to burden these scientists. He said, "Then let's build our giant space station relying on the most intact piece of battleship debris, integrating global resources, and act immediately." Countless funds immediately flowed into the association, and the 4 great families began to take over this project. Numerous rockets started to launch, and the construction plan for the giant space station officially began. However, the beautiful country was bewildered. Where are our rockets? Not to mention the rockets. Where is our nuclear fuel? Our spaceships? Our robot ships? The entire high-level base of the beautiful country was in a daze. Oh God, could it be those damned aliens stole our stuff? Oh, this is terrible. This matter absolutely cannot be made public, or it will affect our country's leading position. The beautiful country not only kept this matter under wraps, but also invested heavily in the Evolver Association, as they wanted a foothold in this organization. Unlike the 4 great families, the United States did not have them. After all, the 4 great families had been guarding humanity for thousands of years. Settling in ancient countries, the Dragon Nation, Handsome Nation, Bear Nation, and Saint Nation. These 4 countries have histories spanning over 1,000 years, and the 4 great families have also thrived there. To integrate into the local culture, they intermarried with the locals and eventually became indistinguishable from them. As for the origins of the 4 great families, it is no longer traceable. It is said that they were originally one family that later separated. Now, the 4 great families have reunited to form the Evolver Association. Everyone felt this was fate. Once someone took charge of this matter, Suyu no longer inquired about it. If time had stopped, and he had to single-handedly build the giant space station, that would be too exhausting, as he would need to oversee every detail. But now, he was relaxed, enjoying his time fishing, walking dogs, playing with cats, vacationing in the Norwegian fairyland, and surfing in Hawaii, living quite comfortably. As the one who saved all of humanity for 100 years, enjoying this little vacation wasn't too much to ask, right? Money had lost its meaning for Suyu. He was now among the most powerful people on Earth, and also the most capable. If he wanted, he could unfreeze all the winged monkeys at any time and directly create his own empire. But Suyu did not want that. Although he did not want to, he also felt a sense of urgency. He knew that there were many threats to them in the myriad realms, so caution was necessary. Currently, humanity had begun salvaging battleship debris in space and was also researching technologies like shields, jump packs, electric guns, and bionic bodies. However, as that scientist had said, human understanding of these technologies was akin to that of people from the Three Kingdoms period trying to understand the F-22 fighter jet. It was impossible to analyze and complete these technologies in a short time. This was also why Suyu wanted to form the Evolver Association, as it was something he couldn't manage on his own, at least not in the short term. During the process of salvaging battleship debris, The association's salvage team accidentally discovered a communicator, which immediately alarmed the higher-ups of the association, including Suyu. Suyu quickly ended his vacation life and went to the association's temporary base to study the communicator with the eldest sons and daughters of the four great families. To avoid attracting another dimensional battleship, we must be extremely cautious, Suyu emphasized. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then the scientists began scanning the communicator. One scientist said, "This communicator is operational, but we clearly haven't powered it, and we've even shielded it from electromagnetic interference, yet it remains unaffected." Everyone felt puzzled. Another scientist added, "This communicator is very sturdy. We tried laser cutting, but it was useless. And we found that this communicator's design is completely at odds with the battleship's style. It doesn't seem to be a product of the original civilization of the dimensional battleship." Just as everyone was feeling confused, Suyu suddenly sensed a fluctuation emanating from the communicator, which then scanned him. Subsequently, the communicator suddenly activated and emitted a voice. "This is the Universal Union. May I ask which civilization you are from and which world you are in?" Everyone instantly displayed panic. Chapter 63. Either destruction or submission. It's too early. Too early. We are in contact with the Universal Union too soon. Everyone panicked, and the members of the four great families were also at a loss. Vice President Wen looked at Suyu. "What should we do?" Just as everyone was in a frenzy, the voice from the communicator continued. "This is the Universal Union. May I ask which civilization you are from and which world you are in?" This should be a communication device sent by the Universal Union to various civilizations. Its technological content far exceeding our understanding. We cannot destroy it, nor can we shield it. More importantly, we have already been exposed. In the Dark Forest theory, exposing coordinates means annihilation. But the current situation is different. The Universal Union possesses absolute power, unafraid of any other civilization, and does not fear the growth of other civilizations. The voice from the communicator continued and changed, repeating, "This is the Universal Union. May I ask which civilization you are from and which world you are in? If you do not respond, you will be treated as a wandering civilization, a chaotic world." Everyone instantly panicked, and those with lower psychological endurance collapsed to the ground. What to do? Everyone looked at Suyu. They did not know what would happen if they were treated as a wandering civilization or a chaotic world. Would they be directly annihilated by a world-destroying holy light? Suyu remained calm. He furrowed his brow, thinking of countless possibilities. Finally, he said, "Answer them." The famous cosmic sociology textbook, The Three-Body Problem, once mentioned, "Do not respond. Do not respond. Do not respond." But what Suyu said was, "Answer them." Everyone immediately started brainstorming, coming up with countless possibilities. "Our civilization? Earth civilization," Suyu said decisively. "Our world? Evolver world," Suyu said without hesitation. The communicator emitted a new voice. "Earth civilization, Evolver world, classified as a newly emerging civilization and a newly emerging world, has been registered." Everyone was highly tense. Being registered? What does that mean? Suyu stepped forward and directly spoke to the communicator. "We are a civilization that has just come into contact with the myriad realms, adhering to the principle of friendliness in our engagement. May I ask, what organization is the Myriad Realms Union?" Suyu was bold and meticulous, daring to approach for intelligence when everyone else was hesitant to speak. However, the communicator coldly responded, "You are not a registered official of the Myriad Realms Union. You have no authority to contact the Myriad Realms Union. You can only wait unilaterally for notification from the Myriad Realms Union." Suyu was taken aback. Communication required permission? He immediately asked, "How can I become a registered official of the Myriad Realms Union?" The communicator repeated its previous statement. "You are not a registered official of the Myriad Realms Union. You have no authority to contact the Myriad Realms Union. You can only wait unilaterally for notification from the Myriad Realms Union." Vice President Wen cautiously said, "Perhaps this is just a machine, and there is no one operating it on the other side." Suyu nodded. "That should be the case, just like our AI customer service." Everyone felt relieved. At least this indicated that the Myriad Realms Union had no interest in them for the time being, and they could develop in peace for a while. Suyu said, "Immediately start research on bionic technology. We must develop human bionic bodies in the shortest time possible to enhance our human strength as much as we can. At the same time, the evolution project must be prioritized. Even if the mortality rate reaches 60, we must proceed." Others relaxed a bit, but Suyu remained vigilant. He continued, "Now that our civilization and world have been registered with the Myriad Realms Union, Other civilizations will certainly pay close attention to us as a newly emerged civilization and world. Neutrality and goodwill are fine. But malicious civilizations will not miss the opportunity to investigate our strength. If we relax now, we may be destroyed by malicious civilizations. The situation was urgent, and there was no room for others to relax. Humanity still lacked the strength to communicate with the myriad realms. After all, humans had not even left the solar system. And even leaving the Earth was difficult. Humanity was all too aware of how weak their civilization was. The members of the 4 major families immediately took the matter seriously. Vice President once said, "Yes, I understand. I will arrange it immediately." As the Vice President and Secretary General, Vice President One was effectively second only to the leader, and he was responsible for the practical work. Bionic bodies had to be researched because they could quickly enhance strength with a low mortality rate. However, the technology required for bionic bodies was too advanced, and it would take time for human scientists to develop it, so they could only use evolution cells for now. Although the mortality rate of evolution cells was high, their potential was enormous. Currently, only Suyu and the Tarsia could achieve the second stage of evolution, but their power exceeded that of bionic bodies. While bionic bodies could rapidly enhance human strength, they could at most compare to the first stage of evolution and could not reach the standard version of the second stage of evolution. After all, bionic bodies were merely mechanical replacements for human bodies, and the strength of these mechanical bodies had not yet reached an extraordinary level. Regardless, these were the only 2 means available to humanity. Without them, humanity had no capital to compete with other civilizations in the myriad realms. Just as all of humanity was preparing to enhance its strength, the intelligence personnel responsible for monitoring the dimensional rift suddenly issued an alarm. The senior members of the Evolution Association panicked again. What happened? What is going on? Why are we facing another crisis? Everyone gathered in the conference room again, and Suyu, who received the first report, called everyone together. He sat in a chair, took out a stack of documents, and said to everyone, "This is not an invasion from outside the dimension, but rather, a country on Earth has launched rockets without authorization and sent spacecraft into space, even venturing into the dimensional rift for investigation." Suyu's expression was serious, and the eldest sons and daughters of the 4 major families looked alarmed as they picked up the documents to examine them closely. Vice President One discovered that this was done by a country with space technology, and that this country was not under the surveillance of any of their families. After all, the 4 major families did not have complete control over the entire world. Several countries were outside their monitoring scope. Otherwise, World War I and II would not have occurred. Upon seeing this country, the members of the 4 major families immediately became serious. "We will immediately notify this country and demand that they recall their spacecraft." Recall them? Suyu couldn't help but sneer. Shoot them down. If a warning wasn't given, such incidents would only increase in the future. Remember, you are the Evolution Association. You are the ones communicating with the myriad realms. You hold the fate of humanity in your hands. Any obstacles to us must either be destroyed or made to submit. Chapter 64, Protection Mission, Myriad Realms Points. Suyu spoke without reservation. When we are saving the world, there are always those who want to take advantage of the situation, which we cannot tolerate. Take action. Missiles that had long been deployed in Earth's orbit were immediately launched, and 2 missiles were fired at once, striking the spacecraft that was close to the dimensional rift. Then boom. The spacecraft exploded completely, turning into cosmic dust. A certain country immediately became indignant and quickly held a press conference to strongly condemn the actions. The power of the Evolution Association is too great. They are dictators. They actually recklessly destroyed our spacecraft. We cannot allow them to hold too much power. We must restrain them and not let them act as they please. Suyu did not even hold a press conference. He simply responded lightly. "Sorry, we thought it was an invasion from outside the dimension, so we launched the missiles without hesitation. After all, we are ensuring the safety of all humanity, and we must not be careless." Suyu's statement nearly made the foreign spokesperson of that country spit blood. They had never seen someone so shameless, openly lying without a hint of embarrassment. Suyu continued, "I hope that any country intending to launch rockets and spacecraft toward the dimensional rift will report to us beforehand to avoid being treated as an invading threat and eliminated." The other countries that had not yet joined the Evolution Association fell silent and began to contemplate. At present, it indeed appeared that the Evolution Association was not a group to provoke. After this incident, many countries immediately vied to join the Evolution Association. including the country that had launched the spacecraft without authorization, and the Evolution Association did not refuse them. It was a critical moment, and there was an urgent need for talent and funding. Once funding and talent were secured, the construction of the space base began. After a long search and investigation, the Evolution Association selected one of the most intact fragments. This fragment had a diameter of about 650 meters and was perfectly round, suitable for constructing a UFO-like base. However, initially, they could not proceed with large-scale construction. They needed to choose a place on the edge for the construction. Upon seeing this situation, Suyu personally went to space to start the construction work for the Evolution base. First was the warehouse. Suyu discovered that this warship fragment was relatively intact, containing many well-preserved rooms. But since the warship had lost its power source, all the aliens living inside had frozen to death. To create a room similar to a transfer station, Suyu immediately directed the astronauts to construct temperature controllers, oxygen generators, beds, and other necessary facilities. In simple terms, they were transforming this area into a space station, temporarily ignoring comfort levels. Then came the solar panels. Since the energy supply equipment in the warship fragment had been destroyed, they could only use human solar energy for power. In simple terms, the current situation is that they have acquired an excellent space, which is like a lonely island in the ocean, but there are no facilities or equipment in this space. They have to build everything themselves. They even need to dismantle the existing facilities because they cannot generate the energy those facilities use. However, during the process of dismantling the original facilities, they also made a discovery. They found something akin to a warship command recorder, which is similar to an airplane's black box or a car's dashcam, recording all the commands issued by the warship's commander. From these commands, they could obtain some critical intelligence. Suyu stayed at the space station, personally overseeing the construction of the Evolvers Association base, while the warship command recorder was sent to Earth for analysis. Analyzing this recorder was not as difficult as analyzing the bionic body, and after a few days, the scientists obtained results, prompting Suyu to return immediately. From the command recorder, they extracted several very key pieces of information. The four major families gathered again, and everyone felt very serious about the newly obtained intelligence. Suyu carefully reviewed the report, his right hand constantly tapping on the table. The Dimensional Pirates, the Mechanical Clan, the Insect Nest, the Blue Moon Group, and the Cannibals. These were the 5 attacks encountered by this civilization, indicating that these 5 civilizations belong to malicious civilizations that indiscriminately attack others. If they discover us, they will definitely launch an attack. Vice President Wen's expression was grave. These 5 civilizations can be understood literally, and each one is tough to deal with. From the recorder, the most powerful ones should be the Mechanical Clan, the Insect Nest, and the Blue Moon Group, while the Dimensional Pirates and the Cannibals are relatively weaker. Even so, they are not something we can handle. As the weakest world and the weakest civilization, if they discover us, they will surely launch an immediate attack. Suyu tapped the table, and the Multiverse Coalition is clearly a neutral civilization. Although they will not attack us, they will never choose to help us. Vice President Wen said. In the command recorder, we also discovered 2 benevolent civilizations. One is a technological civilization, and the other is a primitive civilization. However, both civilizations possess the ability to communicate and move within the multiverse. In other words, our civilization is even less significant than the primitive civilization in their eyes. The eldest son of the Water family also found it very tricky. We do not yet have dimensional travel and interdimensional communication means, so we cannot contact the benevolent civilizations. The dimensional rift is right there, and we cannot close it. That rift will continuously expose our existence. Once a civilization passes by, they will discover us. Everyone became tense. In the multiverse, there are so many malicious civilizations and so few benevolent ones. What should they do if they are discovered by a malicious civilization? Suyu said, therefore, while we have not yet been discovered, we must strengthen ourselves as quickly as possible. Everyone nodded. They had a scattered understanding of the multiverse. But this limited understanding made them feel even more urgency. Just as everyone was preparing to start comprehensive development, the personnel monitoring the multiverse communicator suddenly reported. Report. The multiverse communicator has made contact. Everyone was startled, and all the senior members of the Evolvers Association immediately went to this fully protected communication room. When Suyu arrived, he felt the multiverse communicator emit a wave, and upon scanning Suyu, the communicator immediately transmitted a voice. A baron from the Multiverse Coalition, Cascade has been attacked near your evolver world. All his guards have been killed, and he is now being pursued. If you can protect him for a while until the Void Shuttle arrives to pick him up, then the person accepting this task will receive a reward of 3 multiverse points. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Baron, Void Shuttle, multiverse points? All were unfamiliar terms. And it was evident that the multiverse communicator had a built-in translation feature, translating it into terms they could understand. What to do? A group of people turned to Suyu. Chapter 65. The arrival of the Baron, mechanical swarm. Everyone looked at Suyu. They knew that only Suyu could make this decision. They were all very anxious, too anxious. No one dared to make this decision. What if they accepted the task and couldn't complete it? Everything depended on Suyu. However, Suyu was very calm, saying, "Accept." As soon as Suyu finished speaking, the communicator immediately changed. One of the lights flickered, and then a voice came from the communicator. Task accepted. The Baron will arrive at the Evolver world within 8 hours. Please prepare accordingly. After the communicator spoke, the people present fell silent, as if dead. The communicator used their language, so it should have sent the message in a way they could understand. Therefore, the Baron's status should be quite significant, Suyu analyzed. Others' expressions changed, and Vice President Wen's face turned bitter. In other words, we have to receive this Baron with the highest standards. If our reception is inadequate, we might suffer consequences. After all, he is a Baron of the Multiverse Coalition. Suddenly coming into contact with the strongest organization in the multiverse made them somewhat uneasy. After all, their world was at the bottom tier. Suyu said, "It's fine, we should focus our energy on the task. Since we have accepted it, we must complete it." Everyone's expression was serious, and the eldest son of the Water family said, "The Multiverse Coalition is already the strongest organization in the multiverse. And how strong must the civilization pursuing the Multiverse Coalition Baron be?" Anxious, very anxious. Everyone was anxious, except for Suyu. No need to rush. Once the Baron arrives in our world, I will protect him closely. Suyu was very calm, exuding strong confidence in his words. Vice President Wen said, "Yes. With the President here, what is there to fear? As long as the other party is an intelligent being, the President's invincible mental ability can solve them." Everyone nodded, feeling confident in Suyu, who had hypnotized an entire warship of aliens. Suyu did not reveal his trump card. He would never speak of time stop. Just as everyone was preparing to breathe a sigh of relief, the eldest son of the Water family pessimistically said, "I hope the one chasing the Baron isn't the mechanical clan." Some frowned, while others began to pray sincerely that they wouldn't encounter the mechanical clan. As a lower-tier world, they had no room for choice. Vice President Wen said, "Let's act immediately. First, we will receive the Baron with the highest specifications." Time began to pass, and Suyu was also selecting members for the personal guard. This time, the personal guard consisted entirely of level 2 gene warriors, with considerable strength. But to an ordinary person on Earth, Suyu could not guarantee how much they could do against the enemies pursuing the Baron. Theoretically, our world and civilization have not yet reached the level to contact the multiverse. We are even a civilization that cannot perform interstellar navigation, but we have been invaded, and we are inevitably exposed to the multiverse. Therefore, in order to survive, we must do our utmost. Suyu solemnly preached to everyone. All 10 level 2 gene warriors listened earnestly. They were only 10 people, but they were the strongest 10 on Earth. With Earth's current technological strength, they could only muster these 10. If they failed, it would mean the failure of humanity. Therefore, you must have the determination to die, for us humans. This is a crucial mission that must not fail. Suyu conducted a pre-battle mobilization. This was the simplest protection task. Yet it made humanity feel as if they were facing a great enemy. The 10 level 2 gene warriors immediately bravely declared, "We will definitely give our all and die without regret." 8 hours quickly passed, and everyone waited anxiously. This matter was absolutely confidential, and ordinary people were not qualified to know. It was to prevent the emergence of nihilistic individuals, those who complained about the world and wished to perish along with it. As soon as the 8 hours were up, a small dimensional rift suddenly appeared high above the Earth, exactly at the altitude of tens of thousands of meters where the communicator had launched. The Evolutionist Association immediately noticed this and promptly dispatched a ceremonial team to line up and welcome. Suyu and the eldest sons and daughters of the 4 major families all came out to greet. Following the dimensional rift, a small spherical escape pod suddenly flew out and then fell straight down. Everyone stood ready, treating this welcome as an important battle. When the escape pod landed and before the hatch opened, The ceremonial team immediately began to play music. As the hatch opened, a blue-skinned alien emerged, looking surprised. "What are you doing?" It spoke in standard Mandarin, seemingly using a translation system. The ceremonial team immediately stopped, and everyone was baffled. During these 8 hours, they had practiced countless times to ensure that no accidents would occur during the welcome ceremony. Vice President Wen immediately stepped forward with a smile. "Honorable Baron, we are here to welcome you. This is the highest welcome ceremony of our Earth civilization." The Baron immediately replied, I know, but I'm on the run right now. Can you tone it down a bit? Quickly give me an ordinary soldier's armor, and do not show me any respect. Also, I see that your skin color is different from mine, so all soldiers and I must wear helmets." Everyone exchanged glances, realizing that this Baron's demeanor was not as haughty as they had imagined. Vice President Wen quickly said, Yes, I will have someone take care of it right away. Please follow me to the banquet hall. We have prepared the most luxurious feast." The Baron glared. "Didn't you understand? I am being pursued. Do you know what being pursued means? Are you hoping I die faster?" Suyu stepped forward and said, "Baron, please rest assured, I will protect you at all costs. With me here, the enemy will not harm you." The Baron glared again. "Are you sure? Do you know who my pursuers are? They are the Mechanical Clan. The Mechanical Clan with artificial intelligence." Upon hearing this, everyone became instantaneously dazed. The Mechanical Clan? The worst news. Vice President Wen's expression turned bitter. The Mechanical Clan. The most troublesome enemy. The President's mental abilities are useless against them. Immediately take the Baron to the military camp and equip him with our genetic warrior's armor, Suyu ordered. Facing Suyu, the Baron's attitude softened, and he said, No, don't call me Baron. Just call me Sergeant. No, Private will do." The Baron was even more afraid of death than they had imagined. Rather, he was more cautious than they had anticipated. "Does the Mechanical Clan fear bombs? Do you have that kind of technology?" the Baron asked. Vice President Wen immediately replied, "Our civilization has unlocked it." "That's good," the Baron nodded. "I was afraid of arriving at a primitive civilization that accidentally gained void traversal abilities. That would be troublesome." Everyone immediately perked up their ears. As a Baron of the Multiverse Union, he must know a lot of information. Perhaps they could accidentally gather much intelligence about the multiverse. "The Mechanical Clan will arrive here in at most half an hour, so you all better prepare. This batch of Mechanical Clan is very powerful, and if you are careless, it could lead to the destruction of your civilization." Everyone immediately heightened their vigilance. Chapter 66. Motionless. "I'm sorry," everyone quickly surrounded the Baron as they headed to the military camp. The Baron yelled, "What are you doing? Are you afraid the enemy doesn't know I'm the target?" After saying this, the Baron immediately put on a bulletproof helmet and donned camouflage clothing, shrinking in the middle of the team, making it impossible to tell he was a noble. The others exchanged glances, and Suyu said, "Except for the soldiers. Others should not follow. 1. Go prepare the missiles." Hearing Suyu speak, everyone immediately replied, "Yes." The Baron looked at Suyu. "You are the king of Earth civilization, right? When I appeared in this world, I observed the wreckage of a certain civilization's warship. Was it you who shattered it with your own strength?" The 10 genetic warriors chuckled bitterly, wishing they were that strong. "How could that be? I can tell at a glance that this civilization can't even achieve interstellar travel. Relying on them, you will definitely die here." Just then, a voice came from the Baroness' body, startling everyone. They looked closely and found a golden creature resembling a small lion on the Baroness' shoulder. This creature surprisingly spoke human language. Continuously mocking, "This civilization doesn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. Once the Mechanical Clan arrives, they will be 100 exterminated." Everyone was puzzled, and Suyu asked, "My lord, who is this? Since you are the king of this world, you don't need to call me my lord. Just call me Cask." "This is a lion dog, my pet," the Baron replied. The lion dog immediately retorted, "Pa? Who is your pet? I am a high-level being from a superior civilization. Not anyone's pet. I possess independent thought. My intelligence is 100 times higher than yours." Although this lion dog was being cheeky, it looked fluffy and cute as it bounced around. Suyu took the opportunity to extract information, asking, "Are there many barons in the Multiverse Union? How can one obtain a title?" The Baron smiled. "At your level, you're not qualified to know this yet. When you become a clerk of the Multiverse Union, which is the lowest level position with the right to converse with the Union, then you can ask about information you are entitled to know." Suyu inquired, "How many points does it take to become a clerk?" The Baron answered, "It's okay to tell you. It requires 10 points." Suyu frowned slightly. A protection mission only earned 3 points, yet becoming the lowest level clerk required 10 points. The lion dog suddenly mocked. Don't even think about being a clerk. Your civilization is too weak. This mission alone is enough to annihilate you. The Baron frowned. If they can annihilate them, doesn't that mean we're doomed too? Can you say something more positive? The lion dog sneered. I'm always pessimistic, especially since I'm just speaking the truth. While they were talking, the sky suddenly emitted ripples. The Baron exclaimed, not good. The mechanical clan is coming. Quickly, take me to hide. Do you have any safe facilities? Suyu glanced at the sky. It was just rippling, and nothing else had appeared. Plus, there was no time stop, indicating they still had time before the mechanical clan arrived. Suyu immediately ordered, quick, take them to the air raid shelter. What kind of low-level civilization are you? Don't you have an electromagnetic defense array? What air raid shelter? Sounds like primitive civilization's low-level defense facilities. If you don't have the capability, don't take on missions. The lion dog continued to mock. The Baron covered its mouth. If you keep jabbering, I'll throw you out to feed the mechanical clan. This is the only civilization that took on the task. If they don't take it, we're doomed. Suyu ignored the cheeky lion dog, thinking that this Baron had no airs about him. Coupled with the points from the multiverse union, he speculated that this Baron likely earned his title through missions, meaning his strength wouldn't be weak. The mechanical clan that could force the Baron to flee would definitely be formidable. Some people immediately hid in the air raid shelter. And the Baron said, but this air raid shelter won't work. The mechanical centipede can blow it open with one shot, right? Hurry and prepare. Suyu replied, no rush. With me here, I guarantee you'll be fine. The Baron, anxious, asked, who are you? The lion dog said, you, a mere human king. What can you possibly do? The mechanical clan cannot be defeated by individual heroism. As the lion dog spoke, the ripples in the sky suddenly grew larger, and then, one by one, dimensional rifts appeared. Following that, more than 70 void projection pods fell from the rifts, directly heading towards a city. Soon after, the pods shattered, and countless mechanical beings rushed out, immediately beginning a massacre. Even more terrifying, the construction-type mechanical beings immediately began building mechanical manufacturing factories. Everyone could see the signs outside from the surveillance video, and the Baroness' face turned ashen. It's over. 30 mechanical mantises, 20 mechanical centipedes, 10 mechanical laborers. Your civilization is about to perish. The lion dog said, the endless mechanical army will devour you. You should hurry and write your wills. However, Suyu said, don't worry. These mechanical beings won't stir up much trouble. Leave this matter to me. Gene warriors, you protect the Baron. The Gene warriors all had skeptical expressions, completely doubting Suyu's ability to deal with the non-human mechanical beings. After all, Suyu was a psychic. The lion dog sneered. Although you are a human king, you will still be no match for the mechanical beings. I advise you not to go out and seek death. Suyu said to the Gene warriors, this air raid shelter has complete living facilities. You take the Baron and settle down. There's beer in the fridge. Leave a bottle for me. The Gene warriors widened their eyes. President, they've heard of the story of killing Hua Xiong with warm wine. But they didn't expect the president to imitate it. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? The Baron was somewhat perplexed by Suyu's thoughts and said, don't go out and seek death. Suyu asked, is there anything that can lure them to us? The lion dog cursed, if you want to seek death, don't drag us down with you. The Baron took out a badge. Activating this device can attract the mechanical beings. Suyu took the badge. He calmly said, all right, I'll handle the next steps. The lion dog scoffed, fool, your human king is crazy to seek death. This civilization is finished, there's no saving it. Suyu didn't say much, directly taking the badge and walking out of the air raid shelter. After the shelter was completely closed, he activated the badge. The Baron smacked his lips. I've never seen someone so confident. Does he really have a way to deal with the mechanical beings? The lion dog had a look of disbelief. It's just seeking death. Even the Gene warriors were half convinced. Just at the moment Suyu activated the badge, time suddenly began to slow down. In the military base, everyone gradually became completely still. The Baron was not exaggerating. This was definitely a disaster capable of exterminating humanity. Even Suyu would not be able to escape, so time stopped. But Suyu was not flustered. Rather, it suited him just fine. At this moment, with time stopped, Suyu didn't investigate the situation of the mechanical beings. Instead, he turned around and went straight back to the air raid shelter. Suyu also said, it's a pity I can't actively stop time. I can only trigger it passively, but this works too. Suyu entered the air raid shelter, looked at the motionless Baron, and said, "I'm sorry, Baron. From the very beginning, I didn't take on this task just for those 3 points." Chapter 67. Gaining Benefits. Analyzing documents. Everyone thought Suyu had accepted this task out of necessity. In reality, when he first heard about this task, Suyu had already planned how to gain benefits from the Baron. The mechanical beings? Were they really a threat? Suyu began to search the Baroness' body. The Baron didn't have many items on him. First, there was a pendant hanging around his neck, seemingly some kind of protective charm, which Suyu didn't pay much attention to. Then, he found a paper report, but he couldn't understand the text on it, so he had to set it aside for now. Next, Suyu noticed a strange device on the Baroness' left hand, resembling a glove, but with a diamond-shaped crystal in the center. When Suyu touched it, the Baron was suddenly enveloped in an electromagnetic shield. Suyu extended his right hand and gently touched it, only to find his fingertips tingling. Then Suyu took the Gene Warrior-S handgun from his waist and shot at the Baron, but the next second, the bullet was firmly blocked by the electromagnetic shield. Good stuff. Suyu couldn't help but praise. No wonder the Baron of the multiverse integration had so much high technology on him. Next, Suyu discovered a device resembling a flashlight on the Baroness' waist. He took it down, examined it closely, and found a button. He immediately pressed it, and to his surprise, a red cylindrical laser shot out. It turned out to be a plasma sword. Suyu was astonished. He recognized this item from a doctoral thesis at a certain university. Theoretically, humans could manufacture plasma swords, which are like the laser swords seen in movies, possessing strong cutting ability and capable of burning enemies. But that was just theoretical. In reality, it was impossible because human technology hadn't reached that level yet. What other good things did the Baron have? Suyu continued searching and found that the Baron also had a dimensional backpack. Suyu smacked his lips. This was a spatial item. He didn't expect the Baron to have such good things. After studying it for a while, Suyu figured out how to use the dimensional backpack. It turned out that to use this kind of item, one needed to wear a special glove in advance to take things out. However, strangely, Suyu only pulled out a pile of documents from the dimensional backpack, which contained text he couldn't understand. These were definitely extremely valuable documents. Otherwise, the Baron wouldn't hide them so secretly. Suyu fell into deep thought. Such important items, and yet I can't see what's inside. No, I need to set aside the issue of the mechanical beings for now. I must first decipher this document. I must decipher these documents to obtain key intelligence before dealing with the mechanical beings, because once the mechanical beings are dealt with, time will resume. And I want to have such a good opportunity again. Besides deciphering the documents, I also need to analyze the technology of the plasma sword and the electromagnetic shield. The opportunity is right in front of me. If I miss it, who knows how long I'll have to wait again. The greatest gain from this mission isn't the points, but the technology equipped on the Baron. The greatest difficulty of this mission isn't dealing with the mechanical beings, but relying solely on myself to decipher the documents and analyze the equipment. Suyu did not plan to cultivate the flying monkeys because cultivating them and then re-educating them would be even more troublesome. It was better to rely on himself. He sighed, not knowing how many decades it would take. Suyu started to decipher the documents. He brought all the documents from the Baron to a high-level institution for replication, leaving copies behind while returning the originals to the Baron's dimensional pocket. He then immediately began the deciphering work. Deciphering the text was far simpler than analyzing the technology, and if this document was a detailed report on a certain technology, then deciphering it would be equivalent to obtaining that technology. The spirit activation device I've been longing for. Suyu sighed again. The spirit activation device was crucial for whether he could evolve again, but he hadn't discovered any information about it yet. Suyu poured himself a cup of coffee and immediately began the deciphering work. The text in this document was composed entirely of symbols like, and so on, resembling encrypted gibberish. But Suyu quickly found a pattern. He noticed that symbols like were very common, indicating that these were basic vocabulary words in the language, commonly used words and fixed phrases, etc. For example, in Chinese, words like, for example, in English and in Japanese, understanding this point makes things easier. Any text of this kind in the document can first be filled in with these commonly used words. Next is sentence segmentation. Suyu found that some characters were directly separated by a space, allowing him to distinguish different characters into different areas, with each area being understood as a sentence. Then comes the annotation. As a report, there are definitely annotations and special explanations, such as footnotes in Chinese papers, or there are similar annotations in these documents. And with these annotations, decoding the original text becomes much easier. Then comes the complex statistical work, extracting all the text from the document, extracting all commonly used words, extracting occasionally used words, and extracting words that have only been used once. This allows for statistical analysis and comparison with known human languages to find grammatically similar words. It is well known that Chinese and English are inverted sentences. Simply put, in Chinese, it is, "Have you eaten today?" In English, it is, "You ate today?" After several days of analysis, Suyu found that the grammar of the language of the multiverse union was closer to Chinese, which relieved him, as Chinese has a larger number of characters, making statistical comparison easier. Suyu continued to compare the language of the multiverse union with Chinese, using this rather clumsy method to decipher it. This would be a long process, but Suyu had plenty of time. Moreover, Suyu could take shortcuts by programming algorithms and procedures into a computer, using it to help him decode the language of the multiverse union. Once the target was determined, Suyu immediately took action, directly seeking out the fastest supercomputer in the world, the Galaxy supercomputer, to assist in the decoding. All repetitive tasks were handed over to the computer, with Suyu only needing to filter out the incorrect answers from what the computer provided. Again and again, he continuously filtered out incorrect decodings, leaving only the correct ones, until most of the characters in the document could be accurately matched with Chinese. At that point, the decoding would be complete. Thus, Suyu persistently continued his decoding work. By the third year, the decoding was finally completed. Except for a few words that appeared only once and some proper nouns, all other text was successfully decoded. Although only 85% of the content was decoded, Suyu could fully understand what was written in the document. After reading the report, Suyu took a deep breath. He understood why the Baron was being hunted by the mechanical race. Chapter 68, Colorful Deer, Particle Missile. From this report, Suyu learned the language of the Baron. Then, he found the Baron's escape pod and discovered navigation records inside. Combining all known intelligence, Suyu deduced the following 3 points about the multiverse union. First, the multiverse union prohibits research on robotic technology and the use of robotic technology because, in the multiverse, the mechanical race is a very powerful and evil civilization. If robotic technology were used, it could be countered by the mechanical race, and the multiverse union did not want to leave this vulnerability. Second, this Baron comes from a civilization whose social class is still in the feudal empire period, but their civilization is very powerful. It is said that their emperor is a female emperor and a powerful psychic with unfathomable strength. Their level of technology is not very high, but because they possess psychic leap technology, they successfully established contact with the multiverse union and began to complete tasks issued by the multiverse union to earn points, which can be used to purchase equipment, exchange for intelligence, obtain titles, and even issue tasks to other civilizations. This rescue mission was issued by the Baron at the cost of 6 points, with the multiverse union taking half as a commission, leaving Suyu with only 3 points. Third, the Baron was previously using the mechanical race to research robotic technology. He was audacious enough to exploit the mechanical race, researching what the multiverse union prohibited, which was adaptive nanorobotics technology. All information about this technology was contained in the document Suyu decoded. No wonder the Baron was hunted by the mechanical race. Suyu grasped almost all the circumstances. This Baron had once been a scientist with no psychic abilities. He had assisted the multiverse in completing research tasks multiple times, earning a significant number of points and advancing to the title of Baron. However, he was not content with this, so he began to research the prohibited nanorobotics technology. It seemed he wanted to use nanorobots to enhance himself, but the difficulty of researching nanorobots is extremely high because they operate at the molecular level. To create molecular robots, one must at least produce atomic mechanical arms, and producing atomic mechanical arms requires electronic-grade parts, which in turn necessitate quark-level mechanical arms. And creating quark-level mechanical arms requires parts even smaller than quarks. This is a nesting doll problem that can go on infinitely, unless a civilization discovers wild atomic mechanical arms, or a tree bears a factory for manufacturing molecular robots, or nature provides a gift to a civilization, or a civilization masters the source and can materialize an object with a thought. Otherwise, it is extremely challenging to create nanorobots. Suyu sighed, thinking that he had assumed even Earth civilization could produce nanorobots without much time. But at this moment, He realized how naive he had been. Humanity was too naive. However, the Baron suddenly discovered an opportunity, which was the mechanical race. The origin of the mechanical race is unknown. It is said that they were created by a powerful civilization that developed mechanical brains and artificial intelligence, but later vanished for unknown reasons, leaving only the mechanical race behind. It is said that this civilization's strength is on par with that of the Multiverse Union, and they had even reached the source, capable of directly destroying or creating worlds, making the production of nanometer-scale robots a breeze for them. It was also easy for the mechanical race. Thus, the Baron hacked into the mechanical race's chip with his developed neural computer and used them to research nanorobotics technology. But in the end, the matter was exposed, leading to his pursuit by the mechanical race. After understanding the entire sequence of events, Suyu said while sipping wine and sunbathing, "This Baron is really audacious, daring to violate the rules of the Multiverse Union." Suyu weighed the adaptive nanorobotics technology he had decoded in his hand. He could completely replicate it himself, as the pendant worn by the Baron contained the factory for manufacturing nanorobots that he had created through the mechanical race. As long as he had this nanorobot factory and provided it with energy and materials, Suyu could produce nanorobots. Once he manufactured nanorobots, with the mechanical race's mechanical brain, he could create a new nanorobot factory. Coincidentally, the mechanical race had already appeared on Earth and was currently immobilized. Therefore, after decoding this document, Suyu had already decided to manufacture nanorobots without hesitation. Suyu took down the pendant worn by the Baron and put it in his pocket. Next, he planned to head to the location where the mechanical race had landed to check the situation. He first arrived at a private airport and then discovered a new helicopter painted in a rainbow of colors. When Suyu walked in, he found the name Colorful Deer written on the helicopter. "Suyu, after the Rainbow Cat and Pink Rabbit, a new helicopter has appeared. The Colorful Deer." Suyu suddenly felt like getting to know the owners of these 3 helicopters. Regardless, to save the world. Suyu once again requisitioned this helicopter and flew straight towards the mechanical tribe's landing site. However, halfway through the flight, he saw a strangely shaped missile flying towards him, but it stopped midair, its tail emitting thick flames. Suyu was taken aback for a moment, then immediately recalled the introduction of the mechanical tribe in the Baron's documents. Among the mechanical tribe, the mechanical mantis is a close combat unit that is very terrifying and can easily kill the elite warriors of the universe's unification. The mechanical centipede is a firepower unit equipped with electric charge impact cannons, hellfire cannons, and particle missile launchers, with the particle missile being the most terrifying, capable of easily destroying a city once launched. Could it be that after I used the device to attract the mechanical tribe, the mechanical centipede immediately launched a particle missile in my direction? At this moment, Suyu felt a wave of fear, because particle missiles are weapons comparable to nuclear bombs, which are extremely frightening. He also understood why time had stopped, because once the particle missile landed, he would undoubtedly die. Seeing this particle missile, Suyu immediately stopped moving forward. He knew he must not leave the explosion range of the particle missile. If he left the explosion range, time would resume. The particle missile would land, and countless innocent people would die as a result. There was another reason: time would resume, and the Baron would immediately notice that the pendant around his neck was missing, which would definitely trigger a huge diplomatic crisis. Suyu had to stay within the explosion range of the particle missile. He couldn't go anywhere until he completed his plan. Chapter 69, Nanomachines, Emergency Call in the Past. Suyu hoped for time to resume quickly, but now, he hoped time would resume slowly, because he still had too many benefits to gain. Suyu drove the Colorful Deer to the power plant, then began supplying power to the nanomachine factory, bringing various materials needed for the nanomachines. After supplying power to the nanomachine factory, Suyu connected a computer to it, and production of the nanomachines began. No one would have expected that a small pendant was actually a precision nanomachine factory. Within just a few minutes, the first generation of nanomachines was produced. Soon, the first generation of nanomachines began to dismantle the various materials Suyu had brought, breaking them down to the molecular level. Following that, the nanomachines sent these materials into the nanomachine factory and continuously manufactured the second and third generations of nanomachines. In no time, the nanomachines multiplied from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, and in an instant, Suyu gained enough nanomachines to fill about a drop of rainwater. Suyu immediately extended his fingers, and the drop-like nanomachines quickly burrowed into his body from his fingertips. These were smart adaptive nanomachines developed by the Baron, capable of enhancing any organism. This type of nanomachine can unleash the full potential of the body and help an organism evolve to its peak. However, Suyu had already transcended the individual existence, so the enhancement from the nanomachines had little effect on him. Nevertheless, the nanomachines would help Suyu break down proteins and sugars, improving his energy acquisition efficiency, while also absorbing wasted energy when he released energy and returning it to him. In other words, these adaptive nanomachines didn't enhance Suyu's power, but they could extend his combat time. After obtaining the nanomachines, Suyu immediately unleashed all his power. He leaped up, propelling himself dozens of meters high, directly jumping out of the power plant. Upon landing, he smashed the ground into a crater, and with a single punch, he shattered a street tree with just the force of his fist. Suyu frantically showcased his immense power beyond that of an individual. Every punch and kick carried terrifying might. However, after 45 seconds, he felt fatigued, and after 1 minute, he was completely exhausted. After injecting a high-concentration nutrient solution, Suyu only recovered to 80 of his state. He took a breath. The nanomachines directly doubled my combat time. Not bad. For ordinary people, the nanomachines should be even more useful. Suddenly, Suyu scratched his palm with his fingernail, and his palm was cut open, blood flowing out. But every few seconds, the bleeding stopped, and the wound began to heal automatically. His incredible recovery ability was enough to rival that of Wolverine from the movies. Nanomachines, truly not to be underestimated. However, the consumption of the nanomachines was also very terrifying. Just now, Suyu's reckless display had completely exhausted the nanomachines he had produced. That was hundreds of millions of nanomachines. The consumption of nanomachines was too fast, but fortunately, the nanomachine factory was small enough to remain on him at all times, even embedded in his body. However, one nanomachine factory could only be used by one person, while a mechanical brain from the mechanical tribe could be used to create a nanomachine factory. Now, 75 mechanical tribes had landed on Earth. Suyu pondered for a moment and realized he could create 75 nanomachine factories, giving humanity 74 nanomachine warriors. Of course, one would be for himself. Moreover, the nanomachines had other wonderful uses. Suyu felt as if his vision had suddenly expanded. He sensed that this time stop didn't need to last long. Suyu directly took the Baron's electromagnetic shield and plasma sword to the laboratory, then produced hundreds of millions of nanomachines and let them enter these equipment through the gaps. This was another significant function of nanomachines, technology analysis. Suyu dared not directly disassemble these two pieces of equipment, as it would be troublesome if he couldn't reassemble them. When boys were young, they loved to take things apart: toy cars, tape recorders, remote controls, and embarrassingly, they could hardly ever put them back together. So, Suyu didn't dare to dismantle them himself. The complexity of these two pieces of equipment far exceeded that of toy cars and tape recorders. But nanomachines could. The nanomachines were so small that they could easily enter the interior of these devices through the gaps, allowing Suyu to understand how these two pieces of equipment were manufactured. Although he didn't understand the principles, he could replicate them. After all, nanomachines are molecular-level robots that can not only analyze the structure of equipment, but also study the elemental composition of the materials used in the internal parts of the equipment. Suyu used the nanomachines to analyze the technology of the plasma sword and electromagnetic shield. After the analysis was complete, he sent the data to the galactic supercomputer for simulated analysis and construction. Suyu patiently waited, spending a full 6 months, and finally got the supercomputer to simulate the manufacturing blueprint for the plasma sword and electromagnetic shield. But that was as far as it went. Suyu still couldn't produce these two items, as he lacked the machinery and processes to manufacture the parts. Although machinery could be produced, the processes required long exploration. If he gathered all the skilled craftsmen in the world, perhaps they could manufacture these pieces of equipment in a short time, but Suyu couldn't do it alone, at least not in the short term. And now, it was time to prepare for time to resume. After time resumes, there are still many things to do, such as dealing with the mechanical tribe, obtaining the mechanical brain, sending off the Baron, starting to manufacture the nanomachine factory, and analyzing technologies like bionic bodies, electric charge guns, and shield belts. Now with the nanomachines, the speed of technology analysis will increase by 300. Still, the same saying, I don't understand the principles, but I can replicate them. As Suyu was about to move the particle missile, his emergency contact phone suddenly rang. This was an emergency contact set up by Suyu for the 4 great families, so they could call him if they discovered any urgent situation. But now, time had stopped. How could anyone reach his phone? Moreover, Only the eldest sons and daughters of the 4 great families knew about this number. No one else had any idea. Who could it be? What was the situation? Suyu cautiously took out his phone and pressed the answer button. Suyu, it's me. Where are you? Suyu was taken aback. The voice sounded a bit childish, but very familiar. You? You wanting? Suyu asked in confusion. It's me. You said that if I accidentally traveled through time and space and ended up in an unknown place, I could call this number. In an instant, Suyu realized that it was his future self who had given Yi wanting the phone number. He then asked, how many times is this? Oh, let me count. This is our 6th time. This was the 6th encounter between Yi Wanting and Suyu, but it felt a bit strange the way Yi Wanting said it. Where are you? Suyu asked. On the other end, a frustrated voice replied, I don't know either. Awkward. Yi Wanting's time travel was random, both in time and location. She didn't know where she was either. Judging by her voice and tone, Suyu noticed that Yi Wanting was still quite young. Don't worry, don't hang up, Suyu said, immediately utilizing the big data center to investigate, ultimately pinpointing the phone signal's origin to Siberia. Why is it so far? Are you cold? Suyu asked again. Yi Wanting answered, I'm fine. I have nanobots in my body. Sure enough, Suyu now confirmed that during her long time travel, Yi Wanting had also gained some benefits. Her experiences were absolutely legendary, no less than everything Suyu had gone through. Moreover, Suyu had helped her a lot in the future as well. Stay where you are. Wait for me to finish dealing with things before I come find you. Yi Wanting replied, where are you? I'll come find you. Whether it was the time-stopped Suyu or the time-traveling Yi Wanting, they were both as isolated as prime numbers in mathematics. So they clustered together. Suyu was about to reply, but instead said, don't come looking for me. It's a bit dangerous here. Wait until I deal with the enemy before I come to you. Enemy? Yi Wanting's voice rose an octave, and then she said, do you want me to help? I'm very powerful. The sound of wind from punches could be heard from the phone. In Suyu's mind, an image of Yi Wanting throwing her little pink fists appeared. Suyu chuckled, no need, I can handle it. After chatting briefly with Yi Wanting, he hung up the phone. It was time to deal with a mechanical race. Suyu went to prepare the bombs, returned all the weapons to the Baron, and then flew the helicopter to the vicinity of the particle missile, adjusting its direction to aim at the sky. After doing all this, Suyu piloted the helicopter toward the landing site of the mechanical race. Just as Suyu's helicopter reached the airspace above the mechanical cluster, a flash suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by a terrifying bomb explosion that illuminated the entire sky, the shockwave spreading out and dispersing the clouds. The particle missile had exploded. In terms of power, it was not as strong as a nuclear bomb, but it should not be underestimated. Moreover, this also marked the restoration of time. The moment time resumed, the mechanical race spotted the helicopter, and the mechanical centipede immediately raised its electric charge cannon and fired at the helicopter. Suyu reacted extremely quickly. He jumped directly out of the helicopter, which was struck by the electric charge cannon and exploded instantly. In the blaze of the explosion, Suyu fell to the ground, creating a large pit. He looked up at the mechanical cluster in front of him. This is the first minute. Suyu slowly spoke, his legs already building up power. The mechanical mantises rushed forward immediately, their speed comparable to peak individuals. Compared to humans equipped with all bionic bodies, their strength was only stronger, not weaker. However, Suyu had already surpassed individual limits. Surpassing the individual meant that no normal individual could be his opponent. Suyu's legs suddenly exploded with power, and he shot out like an arrow, scattering the bombs in his hands like flowers falling from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. All the bombs exploded, and all the mechanical mantises approaching Suyu fell over, electric currents sparking wildly from their bodies. In the distance, a dozen mechanical centipedes immediately aimed their electric charge cannons at Suyu, but Suyu was faster. He erupted forward, making the ground cave in beneath his feet. Before the electric charge cannons could fire, Suyu had already reached the group of mechanical centipedes, throwing the bombs under them. Then, Suyu left gracefully. Boom, boom, boom. The mechanical centipedes were completely paralyzed. At this moment, the Baron in the air defense bunker finally reacted. He saw the surveillance video of the mechanical race and was shocked. How is this possible? This level of power, he is not just a human king. He has surpassed humanity. The lion dog also dared not speak arrogantly anymore. It was equally shocked. Surpassing humanity? Doesn't that make him an emperor? I just mocked such a royal-level powerhouse so many times. How am I still alive? The Baron was overjoyed, but being knowledgeable about the mechanical race, he said, quick, take me to the battlefield. The bombs can't completely destroy the mechanical race. They can only temporarily stop their actions. And your firearms can't penetrate the defenses of the mechanical race. Only my plasma sword can. The lion dog also became excited. I didn't expect you guys from such a small world to have a royal-level powerhouse. Why didn't you say so earlier? If we had known, we wouldn't have been afraid of the mechanical race. We could have set a trap to wipe them out completely. If Suyu had heard their words, he would have laughed to himself. If he had told them, how could he still take advantage of their technology? If he had said it earlier, the mechanical race wouldn't be a threat. The Baron immediately rushed to the battlefield surrounded by Gene warriors. The Gene warriors were also confused. They thought their leader would be strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. A minute had passed, and Suyu immediately injected himself with a high-concentration nutrient solution before continuing the fight. The Baron frowned. No, your royal-level powerhouse doesn't have a spirit activation device. His energy consumption is too great and won't be sustainable. But at that moment, missiles suddenly shot in from a distance and landed in the mechanical cluster, instantly paralyzing all the mechanical race. In the distance, Vice President Wen sneered. Who doesn't know I'm the best assistant to the president? The other eldest sons and daughters of the three families exchanged glances, surprised that the president's strength had reached this level. But just then, the mechanical race that had been knocked down by Suyu's bombs suddenly stood up again. The Baron was shocked. The mechanical race has developed resistance. As the tyrants of the myriad worlds, although they have weaknesses, they are also finding ways to overcome them. Even the greatest nemesis of the mechanical race, bombs, can only paralyze them for a minute and a half. After that, they are useless. The mechanical mantises began to wake up one by one, and they charged at Suyu again. This time, the bombs would lose their effectiveness. Moreover, human weapons couldn't penetrate the defenses of the mechanical race. Chapter 71. After countless trials, a single intersection, the mechanical race was waking up. Although they were the nemesis of the mechanical race, they had been trying to overcome this weakness for countless years. Suyu also understood this well, and he immediately threw a punch at the mechanical centipede. This punch was powerful enough to push the mechanical creature back 3 meters, but it was only effective in leaving a shallow dent on its shell. Seeing this, the Baron immediately said, the outer shell of the mechanical creatures is made of a special alloy, very tough. Ordinary weapons can't penetrate their defenses. We need my plasma sword. A few Gene warriors quickly gathered around the Baron and boarded the helicopter, but there was still some distance to the battlefield. The lion dog stopped being sarcastic and eagerly said, you should have mentioned such a powerful ally earlier. Equip him with weapons, and he can easily sweep through this batch of mechanical creatures. At this moment, over 30 mechanical mantises had awakened and charged towards Suyu, but halfway through, they all collapsed again. Not from an attack, but from an unseen assault. Everyone was stunned, and the Baron was equally astonished. A few Gene warriors incredulously said, could it be a psychic attack? But how could a psychic attack affect mechanical creatures? The Baron was overjoyed. Is your ruler also a psychic? That's fantastic. It seems this battle is secure. The lion dog also clicked its tongue. A royal-level powerhouse plus a psychic. I understand now why your civilization, though so weak, can connect with the myriad worlds. Sorry, I shouldn't have underestimated you. The Gene warriors exchanged glances, and the Baron said, a powerful psychic can influence reality with their mind. Besides altering a person's mentality, they can ignite the internal data lines and electronic nerves of the mechanical creatures. As he spoke, the Baron showed a pained expression, thinking, please don't burn out the mechanical creatures' brains. However, everyone misunderstood, so you didn't use any psychic attack. He simply employed another tool that counters mechanical creatures, nanobots. Indeed, while these mechanical creatures were knocked out, the nanobots had quietly infiltrated their bodies and damaged their data lines, causing them to become paralyzed. Notably, the nanobots utilized biological electricity from the human body, thus causing no harm. However, the same could not be said for bionic bodies. A bionic body is essentially a mechanical body, and completely replacing one's body with a bionic one is akin to mechanical ascension, making these types of warriors the most fearful. One explosion would be disastrous. One by one, the mechanical creatures around Suyu fell until the last one collapsed, and only then did the Baron arrive on the battlefield. At this point, the Baron and the lion dog's attitude towards Suyu completely changed. The lion dog kept panting and looked at Suyu with a flattering expression. So it turns out you're a royal-level powerhouse. Thank you so much for saving us. You're incredible, and I admire you so much. Had it not been for the Baron holding it back, the lion dog would have rushed over to fawn over Suyu. Suyu felt puzzled from their attitude. It seemed that there weren't many powerful individuals in the Myriad Worlds Alliance. Perhaps the Myriad Worlds Alliance was a technologically advanced force, with various weapons and equipment enough to compensate for strength. The Baron said, I never expected there would be such a powerful individual in your world. Had I known, we wouldn't have had to hide. Alas, a miscalculation. Suyu replied, our world has just come into contact with the Myriad Worlds and still doesn't understand many things. We will need your guidance. The Baron waved his hand. No problem. As long as I can share, I'll definitely tell you. While speaking, the Baron glanced at the defeated mechanical creatures. Suyu realized the Baron was coveting the brains of those mechanical creatures. No, I can't reveal my intention to acquire the mechanical brains. These people have just come into contact with the Myriad Worlds and don't understand the benefits of mechanical brains. If I show my desire for them, they will surely take advantage of me. The Baron analyzed seriously, pretending to be uninterested in the mechanical creatures. He said, this group of mechanical creatures is just tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Even if defeated, there isn't much benefit to gain, unlike other civilizations where we could capture a few slaves. Slaves? The expressions of the Gene warriors changed slightly. Suyu merely smiled without speaking. He had long known that mechanical brains could be used to build nanobot factories, so he would never let the Baron take any away. No matter what the Baron said, he would not release a single mechanical creature. The Baron noticed the expressions of the Gene warriors and quickly said, oh right, in the Myriad Worlds, each civilization has different cultures. Your civilization probably doesn't have the concept of slavery, but I can't speak for others. Suyu nodded. I can understand, after all. There are various civilizations in the Myriad Worlds. At this moment, Vice President 1 and others arrived, and Suyu immediately said, Vice President 1, the threat has been resolved. Take the Baron to the highest level banquet hall for a warm welcome, and then to the most luxurious hotel for accommodation. We must treat him with the highest standards. Vice President 1 also clearly noticed the Baron's attitude towards Suyu and thought to himself, this is a tremendous opportunity. It showcases our strength, making other civilizations in the Myriad Worlds think twice before acting rashly, and also helps us build a good relationship with the Baron. Yes, Vice President 1 replied. Leave it to me. Baron, please follow me. Now that the threat has been eliminated, let me take you to enjoy the beautiful scenery and delicacies of our planet. The Baron was not interested in any beautiful scenery or delicacies. What he wanted was the mechanical brains, but he couldn't show it. These primitive people were still unaware of the value of mechanical brains. I can't show any desire for them. I will wait until I return to the Empire, bring a trade caravan for friendly exchanges, and then pursue the mechanical brains. At that time, I can use our Empire's obsolete technology to convince them to sell me the mechanical brains. Reluctantly, the Baron left, and Suyu immediately issued an order. Recover and preserve all mechanical creatures. They must not be damaged in the slightest. Mechanical creatures are of great use to me. The Gene warriors immediately replied, yes. Also, prepare a plane for me. I need to go to Siberia. The Gene warriors were puzzled but didn't dare to ask further. Shortly after, Suyu took a private plane to Siberia, and then a car to a small town, where he saw Yi Wanting, dressed in a thick cotton coat. Yi Wanting was wearing a hat and gloves, waiting by the roadside for him. It was unclear how long she had been waiting. Her nose was red from the cold. Suyu got out of the car and walked over. Sorry to keep you waiting. I just resolved a small issue. The driver clicked his tongue, thinking that exterminating a mechanical creature capable of destroying all humanity was just a small matter. He couldn't imagine how strong the president was. Yi Wanting widened her beautiful eyes. That's no small matter. You're a hero who saves the world time and again. If possible, I don't want to be a hero. Suyu carefully looked at Yi Wanting. She appeared very young and innocent, not yet 19. Siberia was very cold, with snow falling and accumulating on the ground as they began to walk in the snow. Yi Wanting said, great people never actively pursue the title of hero. Instead, when duty calls, they step forward. Suyu paused, feeling that Yi Wanting was right. But then thought, isn't that just being forced into a corner? The two walked in the snow, and this time, there was no time suspension, no disaster. This was a rare moment of peace. Two lonely individuals, after countless experiences, finally crossed paths like this. Chapter 72. You're amazing. So powerful. Yi Wanting returned to the country with Suyu. After Suyu checked, he found that Yi Wanting had nanobots in her body. This didn't surprise Suyu. After all, compared to evolved cells and bionic bodies, nanobots were indeed safer and less harmful. This also made Suyu realize that the 27-year-old Yi Wanting's strength was absolutely not inferior to his own and might even far exceed it. Yet she didn't crush him with power, but taught him skills. After all, their relationship was extraordinary. Yi Wanting, the first time I saw you, the second time I saw you, and now the third time I see you. Every time I meet you, I find you very different. The first time, Yi Wanting was an ordinary high school student, naive and innocent. The second time, she was an intelligent young lady, seeing through everything. The third time, she resembled a college student, vibrant and full of youth. This reminded Suyu of a movie about vampires. If an immortal vampire were to adopt a human girl, they would witness her grow from childhood to adolescence, from maturity to old age, and finally to death. This is the sorrow of immortals. They witness life from birth to death while remaining unchanged themselves. Suyu entrusted Yi Wanting with many things. This is a gene modification liquid, to be used only in dire circumstances, as its mortality rate is very high. This is a collection of combat knowledge. Once you return, practice diligently. Yi Wanting rolled her eyes, as if I'm definitely going to die. Suyu said nothing. He knew Yi Wanting's fate, but she did not. Just as Yi Wanting knew his fate, while Suyu himself did not. He hoped that during her last time jump, she would encounter him, so that he could at least do his utmost to save her. Yi Wanting did not disappear immediately. She continued to stay in this era, experiencing all the novel things of this time. Movies, roller coasters. She could also watch various films that did not exist in her own era. Not long after, a void shuttle appeared, prompting the Baron to stop his imperial enjoyment and say to the accompanying Vice President 1, I must take my leave now. If there's an opportunity, I'll come to visit again. The Baron would certainly return. He was still thinking about those 75 mechanical brains. Suyu personally came to see him off, and the Baron hesitated, genuinely worried that Suyu would destroy the mechanical race, but he couldn't say it outright, fearing that Suyu and the others would realize the true value of the mechanical race. However, Suyu already knew. He was just pretending not to. The Baron, reluctant to leave, still asked before departing, what do you plan to do with the mechanical race corpses? If they are hard to deal with, you can sell them to me. Although they aren't worth much, some nobles in our empire like to collect such things. Everyone showed great interest at this, thinking about exchanging useless mechanical race corpses for tangible benefits. This deal could be made. However, Suyu firmly refused, stating, the shells of the mechanical race are so hard that they can be used to make armor for us. Our civilization's technology is still too weak. We urgently need anything that can enhance our strength. The Baron immediately understood he couldn't say more or reveal his intention to acquire the mechanical race corpses. Although the other Earthlings found it strange, they did not dare oppose Suyu's decision. Ultimately, the Baron boarded the shuttle, but just before departing, he suddenly said, by the way, I notice your planet seems to lack orbital fortifications. This is not good. Your defenses are too weak. It's best to build an orbital fortification. Everyone was puzzled. Orbital fortification? The Baron continued, I know a place that has the blueprints for orbital fortifications. You might want to investigate it. With an orbital fortification, your strong ones have to protect Earth constantly and can explore other worlds. Everyone was intrigued, including Suyu. Where's that place? Suyu asked. He had expected the Baron to propose an exchange for the mechanical race corpses, but instead, the Baron generously revealed, I've sent the coordinates to your multiverse communicator. If you have the chance, go take a look. It's an ancient ruin with some danger, so be careful. After saying this, the Baron boarded the Void Shuttle, which was a large craft capable of holding 100 people. Once on the shuttle, the Baron couldn't help but smile with the satisfaction of a successful scheme. Although the orbital fortification is powerful, it requires significant time and resources, and when the time comes, you will have to trade with me for materials, thus allowing me to easily obtain the mechanical brains while also doing you a favor. The Lion Dog immediately praised. Lord Baron, you are indeed full of schemes, wise and powerful. The Baron, with a face full of black lines, thought, what a cute lion dog. Why did it have to open its mouth? If only it were mute. The Lion Dog, the Baron left in the Void Shuttle, and Suyu immediately convened a meeting with the higher-ups of the Evolutionary Association. This meeting had only a few participants and used a level 10 encryption, with complete sound insulation. Once everything was ready, Suyu said, I've obtained the technology from the Baron, which includes nanobots, plasma swords, and electromagnetic shields. These three technologies will greatly enhance our combat power and research speed. We will immediately begin dismantling the mechanical race's brains to manufacture a nanobot factory. But you must be careful. The Multiverse Organization prohibits research on robot technology, so you must not leak any information. Everyone was shocked. What was happening? The amount of information was overwhelming, and they found it hard to comprehend. How did they obtain technology? How did they know about the multiverse's prohibition on robot technology? Hadn't it only been a day since the mechanical race's attack? Vice President Wen quickly reacted and cautiously asked, "President, did you use your mental abilities to control the Baron?" Everyone instantly showed expressions of shock. How bold? Suyu neither confirmed nor denied it. Vice President Wen then asked, astonished, "Could it be that your reason for taking on the mission was to acquire the technology from the Baron?" Everyone was stunned again, nearly dropping their jaws. Suyu nodded, "You guessed correctly." Everyone suddenly felt short of breath. How bold was this? Was the president not afraid of being discovered and angering the Multiverse Organization? Vice President Wen sighed. Indeed, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes seem insignificant. "President, you are too formidable, too powerful." Everyone admired Suyu, realizing that he had already begun laying plans the moment he accepted the mission. Poor Baron, still unaware that his memories had been altered. Everyone marveled at Suyu's strength. They were no longer timid and fearful, understanding that as long as Suyu was there, the multiverse would have a place for them. "We have a president. We fear nothing." Chapter 73, Hunting Humans, Void Conch. With the Baron gone, the people on Earth could finally relax a bit. Under Suyu's leadership, the nanobot factory began construction immediately, with the mechanical race's brains being extracted one by one. The hard alloy shells of the mechanical race were also melted down at high temperatures and made into new armor. But all of this was done in secret, as the Multiverse Organization did not allow research on robot technology. "I suspect there are many civilizations in the multiverse researching robots, not just us," Vice President Wen analyzed seriously. This was certain, as robots could save a lot of manpower. Vice President Water held a crystal in his hand, which contained a nanobot factory. The eldest sons and daughters of the other two families were also in the conference room, each holding different but fundamentally identical accessories. It's hard to imagine that the mechanical race's brains could be so small yet so powerful. Anomaly carefully examined the necklace in her hand. Clearly, they had all accepted the enhancement of adaptive nanobots. But it seemed that was all for now. Other technologies had not been produced yet. Vice President Wen said, "The president is indeed powerful, and his actions are flawless. Without the president, humanity would likely have been wiped out by now." Suyu was not present, so the four vice presidents felt more relaxed. Vice President Water even propped his legs up, holding a cigar and beginning to smoke. The two female vice presidents frowned slightly, but said nothing. According to Water observation, the president does not smoke, so when the president is around, he doesn't even dare to take out a cigarette. Where did the president go? Vice President Wen stroked his chin, noting that the first batch of electromagnetic shields and plasma swords had already been developed, and it seemed that the president had already used them. The president must have gone to prepare for something bigger. The four of them felt an infinite admiration for Suyu. Yet Suyu was currently just testing the mechanical race's projection pod with Yuaning. The mechanical race's projection pod is large enough to accommodate more than a dozen people and is operational. If they want to go to the ancient ruins mentioned by the Baron to search for the blueprint of the orbital base, they can only rely on this mechanical race's launch pod. Suyu said, "Wanting, when you perform random time-space jumps, do you jump to other worlds?" Yuaning shook her head. "No, it's just in this world. I haven't been to other worlds." Suyu pondered, wondering if his ability to slow down time when in danger would work in other worlds. This question must be explored clearly. Suyu looked up at the dimensional rift in the sky. Beyond that rift should be outside the world. Perhaps he should test it out. However, another problem arose. Self-destructive actions would not trigger this ability. In other words, if Suyu immediately took out the plasma sword, trial version, and stabbed himself, Tom would run normally and would not stop. Yi Wanting also received a trial version of the plasma sword and electromagnetic shield. The plasma sword is a terrifying weapon. It can contain high temperatures on the surface of the sword and can cut through the enemy's body with high temperatures during an attack. Even the mechanical race cannot withstand this terrifying technological sword. However, Yuaning said, "I generally don't encounter any danger, so I don't need the plasma sword. I'm afraid it would harm ordinary people." Yi Wanting is a very kind person, she said. "I haven't even killed a chicken." But Yi Wanting accepted the electromagnetic shield, which is a shield that defends the user using a magnetic field, capable of defending against both ranged and melee attacks. The electromagnetic shield sticks closely to the skin. equivalent to wearing a weightless protective suit, allowing for the flexible use of various weapons. However, the shield belt is different. The shield released by the shield belt is an oval-shaped shield that can defend against various attacks, but the person with the shield cannot attack outside enemies. Similar to a turtle shell. Therefore, using the energy shield requires careful timing for activation and deactivation. Sometimes, when ambushed, if the shield is not activated, the person is lost, making the electromagnetic shield more practical. Nevertheless, Suyu also equipped himself with a shield belt, trial version, since it is a life-saving piece of equipment. Next was the jump backpack, trial version, which is a jetpack that allows Suyu to fly. The biomechanical body was not used by Suyu because he is currently at a level beyond individuals. Switching to a biomechanical body would instead limit him to individual extremes, which is completely counterproductive. The reason for equipping so many trial version items is that Suyu plans to go to the ancient ruins to obtain the blueprint of the orbital base, which is very crucial and needs to be acquired as soon as possible. Yuaning stayed by Suyu's side, testing these equipment with him. With Suyu's physical strength, even if any problems arise during the testing process, he can resolve them, but it would be difficult for others. Yuaning stretched widely, just about to say something when the smartphone Suyu had just given her rang. Hey, the takeout has arrived. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. What takeout? I had a 5-star chef prepare something for you. But as soon as Suyu finished speaking, his phone rang as well. It was an emergency contact. Suyu answered the call, and Vice President Wen's anxious voice came through. President, it's bad. The interdimensional communicator has sent a message again. It's a mission. Suyu paused, then laughed. Looks like the takeout really did arrive. Suyu arrived at the heavily guarded communication room, and as soon as he got there, the interdimensional communicator emitted a sound. A team of scouts from the Interdimensional Alliance led by Knight Zoe Akuya is being hunted by a void conch. She wants to lead it to you to protect her team. If you accept, the void conch will arrive in your world in 11 hours. The mission acceptor can choose either 7 points of experience or a universal medicine that can cure all diseases. Meanwhile, in the communication room, both Suyu and the 4 vice presidents' bodies began to emit light. It seems your physical strength has been recognized by the interdimensional communicator. You can also accept this mission to gain experience, Suyu said. Vice President Wen immediately spoke up. This type of mission is most suitable for you to take on, and you already have 3 points of experience. Adding 7 points will allow you to become a clerical officer, and then we can purchase intelligence from the Interdimensional Alliance. Hearing Vice President Wen's praise, Suyu did not immediately accept the mission. He asked, how many gene warriors do we currently have, and how many nanobot warriors? Vice President Wen immediately replied, including the 4 of us vice presidents, we currently have 100 level 1 gene warriors, 20 level 2 gene warriors, and 70 nanobot warriors. If possible, all these warriors will be equipped with trial versions of the plasma sword, electromagnetic shield, shield belt, and jump backpack. As for biomechanical warriors, we don't have any. Suyu pondered again. Void conch? What kind of creature is that? It must be powerful enough to make the interdimensional scout team flee. Vice President Wen cautiously said. This time, the interdimensional communicator also mentioned a new term. What exactly does hunting humans mean? It's hard for us to understand. And we can't purchase intelligence from the interdimensional communicator. Yes, we can't even contact the Baron from before. Human civilization lacks dimensional communicators and cannot contact any civilization in the multiverse. Suyu was considering whether to accept this mission or not. Chapter 74, Finding Shelter. Facing the impact, what exactly is a void conch? The 4 vice presidents fell into deep thought. After much contemplation, Suyu finally said, forget it, there's not enough intelligence. And thinking more is useless. Let's accept the mission first, and then move the interdimensional communicator to a remote area. The 4 vice presidents paused, and then immediately understood Suyu's intention. The president does not want to involve ordinary people. According to the situation from the last mission, the interdimensional communicator should be something like a beacon. Once we accept the mission, the so-called void conch will likely head straight for the area where the interdimensional communicator is located. Suyu said, let's accept it. This is a great opportunity to obtain intelligence. Suyu chose to accept, and the interdimensional communicator immediately announced, mission accepted. The void conch will arrive in 11 hours. Vice President Wen smacked his lips. I feel like the Interdimensional Alliance is too powerful, yet these Knight Barons are so weak. Suyu said, these are all peripheral members, not the core members of the Interdimensional Alliance. Just like me, They can accept missions but cannot touch the core of the interdimensional alliance. In other words, the interdimensional alliance controls us in this way. So you saw through it clearly. The four vice presidents sighed. Vice President when helplessly said, "We still have no way. After all, the interdimensional alliance is too powerful. As long as we are strong enough, we will attract their attention." Suyu became increasingly interested in this interdimensional alliance. This matter could be dealt with later. Now, they needed to act immediately and move the interdimensional communicator to the Gobi Desert, where they would confront the Void Conch. Yes, they only had 11 hours, and time was extremely tight. The Evolvers Association immediately mobilized all its forces to head for that remote Gobi Desert, with tanks, planes, and cannons all ready, and even nuclear weapons were prepared. Suyu personally escorted the World Contact device to this location. At the same time, a helicopter followed closely behind them and landed. Personnel disembarked from the helicopter, pushing 3 refrigerated containers, but no one knew what was inside except for Suyu. Suyu carried the World Contact device himself, with soldiers pushing the refrigerated containers closely behind him. He looked around. There was nothing here except for a few already dead white poplar trees, a dried-up river, and a military base hidden underground. This was the base from back then, which had remained after their leader was assassinated, Vice President when introduced. Suyu nodded and personally brought the World Integration device into the base. In fact, he didn't need to be this cautious, as even a nuclear bomb detonated at close range couldn't harm the World Contact device in the slightest. As they entered the base, they found it filled with dust. The dust on the tables and chairs had hardened, requiring an iron shovel to scrape it off. It seemed the humidity was quite high. Without humidity, dust wouldn't become so compacted. Vice President once said, "Yes, there is a well in this base that connects to underground water." Suyu brought the World Contact device deep into the base and then set it down. The soldiers behind him also pushed the refrigerated containers inside. After confirming that the 4 items were intact, he said, "Deploy heavy troops for protection. There must be no mistakes." Yes. Suyu went to the command room and found Walter fully armed. He had a very strong physique and was said to have already been a non-commissioned officer in his country, having reached the rank of colonel. Very good. Each has their own expertise. In terms of combat command, I am not as good as you, Walter. Lead the troops well and ensure that the soldiers operating modern weapons cooperate effectively with the Gene Warriors and Nanorobot Warriors. Yes. Suyu then looked at Vice President 1. You have experience commanding Gene Warriors, so I will leave these super soldiers under your command. Yes. Although Vice President 1 answered decisively, he felt somewhat embarrassed, as his so-called command experience actually consisted of only one instance. Next, Suyu looked at the 2 mutated beastmen, the Electric Eel Man and the Turtle Man. They had already been recruited and possessed the strength of level 4 Gene Warriors, serving as trump cards assigned to protect the leaders in the base. Although these 2 mutated beastmen had lost their human appearance, their treatment was not low. They had been living quite satisfactorily in recent days and were very willing to serve the Evolution Association. In front of Suyu, they regarded him as if they were seeing a god. This was because they had witnessed Suyu destroy a cosmic battleship in an instant, a scene that remained etched in their minds. They would maintain their awe of Suyu for life. The only task for both of you is to protect this place and ensure that this base does not fall. Suyu understood the importance of the command system. Once it collapsed, all soldiers would be thrown into chaos. The 2 mutated beastmen immediately responded, "Yes. All right, let's begin the pre-battle preparations. Logistics personnel, act immediately. Soldiers participating in the battle, start your adjustments right away." Yes. The logistics personnel immediately began transporting supplies and cleaning the base. They had no time to rest. Once the battle commenced, they would be even busier. The combat personnel began to rest and adjust. Some were eager to fight, while others were anxious and lacked full confidence in the impending attack, just as everyone was in either an overly excited or overly depressed state. The intelligence organization monitoring the dimensional rift in the sky suddenly sent a message. Abnormal situation detected at the dimensional rift. A large number of unknown life forms have arrived. Here are the on-site images. Subsequently, a series of photographs were sent back, shocking those in the command system. They depicted bizarre creatures with blue bodies carrying spiral-shaped shells. They used their spiral shells for defense, and countless tentacles extended from these shells. They looked indeed like sea snails. But how could a sea snail move in the vacuum of space? And how could a single snail be as huge as a space station? The number of sea snails was reported by the frontline intelligence personnel, There are at least 3,000 void sea snails. 3,000. Everyone in the command room gasped. They initially thought there were only a dozen, but unexpectedly, there were 3,000. Over 3,000 void sea snails appeared and immediately headed straight for the location of the world contact device, demolishing all space stations along the way. As they approached the atmosphere, they retracted their tentacles and turned their bodies, using their massive and hard shells to directly crash into the atmosphere. Then, these 3,000 void sea snails descended like 3,000 meteors, crashing down onto the troops in the Gobi Desert. Find cover and prepare for impact. Chief Commander Walter shouted immediately. Vice President Wen began looking for anti-aircraft facilities. Wasn't it agreed upon for 11 hours? Their logistics is not ready yet. The supplies are not fully prepared. However, the void sea snails had already fallen, equivalent to 3,000 meteors the size of space stations crashing down. In an instant, the base was destroyed, countless tanks and armored vehicles were smashed, ammunition depots were hit and exploded, and countless soldiers sacrificed their lives. The enemy's method of attack caught them all off guard. The soldiers were stunned by the first wave of impacts, and an infinite fear rose within them. Seeing this situation, Suyu immediately took out the communicator for a pre-battle speech. Brothers of Earth civilization, warriors of Earth civilization, from your eyes, I see the same fear that once appeared in my heart. Suyu recalled the time he hesitated while holding the gene modification liquid, with a 60 mortality rate making it hard for him to make a decision. But he overcame the challenge and gained courage. Therefore, Suyu deeply empathized with the soldiers' feelings. He had found his courage, but the soldiers had not yet. So Suyu suddenly raised his voice. Human warriors, my compatriots, perhaps one day humanity will lose its courage. But not today. Perhaps one day the enemy will breach humanity's fortresses, but not today. For this land and everything we cherish, I command you. Never retreat, never give up, never be timid. Charge. Victory will ultimately belong to us humans. Chapter 75. Number 1 and Number 2, shoot them down. The battle immediately commenced, and the scene was chaotic. Walter had no way to command. He had never experienced such a battle and had not learned about it in military school. However, the enemy was equally chaotic and lacked discipline. Countless void sea snails crawled out of the craters they had created and began extending their tentacles to attack the surrounding soldiers. A soldier fired wildly with a 47, but he couldn't break through the shell of the void sea snail. This shell could directly conduct orbital landings, and its hardness was terrifying. The void sea snail spotted this soldier and immediately pounced, its terrifying tentacles wrapping around him. But at that moment, an activated plasma sword flew through the air and pierced the shell of the void sea snail. The high temperature immediately ignited the fragile flesh inside the shell, causing the void sea snail to writhe in pain. The soldier holding the weapon looked in the direction from which the plasma sword had come and saw Suyu slowly emerging from the swirling dust. They are not invincible. Gene warriors, nanorobot warriors, find their weaknesses and kill them. After saying this, Suyu took out another plasma sword. The jumping backpack on his back immediately activated, spraying a large amount of gas, propelling Suyu at high speed toward a void sea snail. He then swung the plasma sword down fiercely. This was indeed the high technology of the World Integration Organization. Even a special combined attack from the mechanical race could not withstand such a terrifying technological sword, let alone the void sea snail. Countless gene warriors were inspired by Suyu, and they immediately charged out with their plasma swords. At this moment, the differences in each individual's combat abilities became apparent. Some warriors, despite wielding indestructible plasma swords and highly mobile jump packs, didn't know how to defeat the enemy. However, other warriors had already discovered the vulnerability of the Void Conk's strong defense but lack of agility, and they continuously severed the enemy's tentacles using their high mobility. Yet, some warriors were still tightly grabbed by the Void Conk's tentacles and dragged into its shell, and the next second, a terrifying chewing sound emerged. Hearing that sound made countless people feel their scalp tingle. But Suyu appeared again, slicing open the Void Conk's shell with a single strike, revealing its flesh inside. And then he threw a high explosive grenade inside. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Void Conk crashed to the ground. Although it had a tough exterior, its insides were extremely fragile. Warriors, use your brains. A new era requires new tactics. The warriors were inspired, and one gene warrior sliced open a Void Conk shell. Immediately, a still intact tank fired its shell, which went straight into that opening, followed by an explosion. Boom. The shell wasn't damaged, but the core of the void conch had been destroyed. Su Yu's appearance inspired everyone, and the warriors began to adapt to this new battlefield, showcasing new tactics. This allowed the warriors to start taking down the void conchs one by one. Just then, waves of void ripples appeared above their heads, and a dimensional rift opened, from which an enormous void conch suddenly emerged. Everyone's eyes widened. The void conch king. It was 10 times larger than an ordinary void conch. As soon as it appeared, its long and thick tentacles immediately swept down, instantly crushing several Gene warriors' bodies. Even more terrifying, the dimensional rift opened again, and a second, third, and fourth void conch king crawled out of the rift. 4 void conch kings. Despair began to grow in everyone's hearts. The enemies they faced this time were too powerful. The 4 void conch kings immediately destroyed the human positions, tipping the scales of victory in favor of the void conchs. Tentacles rained down from the sky, directly destroying the military base, burying the people inside. What was even more troublesome was that these void conch kings floated in the air, making it difficult for the warriors to inflict damage on them. At that moment, several fighter jets suddenly flew in from the horizon, launching countless air-to-air missiles, which moved at incredible speeds and struck the shells of the void conchs a few seconds later. Boom! A series of explosions sounded, but as the smoke cleared, the void conch shell was completely unharmed. Humanity's weapons couldn't break the void conch shell. Humanity began to despair. And Su Yu shouted, "We must find a way to bring them all down." In air-to-air combat, humans had no chance. The 4 enormous void conch kings floated in the air, continuously attacking human positions, forcing humanity to dodge and unable to fight back. Su Yu knew that the moment had come to the most critical point. He immediately took out a communicator, electric eel, turtle, break the refrigeration chamber, and release the creatures inside. Everyone was shocked. The president had prepared a trump card? The electric eel people and turtle people immediately entered the deepest part of the base and smashed all 3 refrigeration chambers. The next second, they saw a pair of crimson eyes. In an instant, the electric eel people and turtle people felt an overwhelming fear as the creatures from the 3 refrigeration chambers emitted a terrifying pressure. The 3 terrifying creatures observed the electric eel and turtle people, displaying strong hostility towards the unfamiliar beings. But it was at this moment that Su Yu's voice came from the communicator. "Number 1, number 2, number 3, come out immediately and help me kill the enemies." The 3 second-tier wing monkeys shattered the ice on their bodies and responded, "Yes." Saying this, the 3 wing monkeys suddenly broke through the wall and charged out. Directly flying into the sky, the 3 wing monkeys exuded a powerful aura, startling everyone. Vice President Wen recalled how Su Yu had once brought mutated battle chickens into combat. He had no idea what those creatures were, but knew they were one of Su Yu's trump cards. Catch this. Su Yu directly threw 3 plasma swords, which the 3 wing monkeys caught. Without needing further instruction, they understood how to use the plasma swords, because they were second-tier wing monkeys cultivated by Su Yu. Second-tier wing monkeys transcended individual boundaries. Their intelligence, physical strength, speed, and power reached a terrifying level. It was precisely because of this that they could fly. First-tier wing monkeys had wings that were merely decorative and could not take off like chickens or ducks, but second-tier wing monkeys transcended the individual, allowing them to fly. "Bring them down." Su Yu commanded the 4 enormous void conch kings. The 3 second-tier wing monkeys, fiercely loyal to Su Yu, immediately took action, not dispersing to fight, but charging straight at one void conch king together. The plasma swords in their hands unleashed incredibly powerful force, directly slicing through the hard shell, then drilling into the enemy's body and wreaking havoc on its flesh. The attacked void conch king couldn't withstand it and fell from the sky. Countless Gene warriors immediately surrounded it to kill it, while the second-tier wing monkeys cut through the shell and rushed out, leaving behind a breach that was the void conch king's greatest weakness. Countless Gene warriors armed with rocket launchers rushed forward, aiming at the breach to launch their rockets. The rockets entered the void conch king's body, followed by a violent explosion, killing one void conch king just like that. The 3 second-tier wing monkeys wanted to continue their killing spree, but like Su Yu, the energy consumption of transcending individual boundaries was immense. After exhausting a massive amount of energy in battle, they could no longer fight. Number 3 was immediately wrapped up by the void conch king's tentacle and swallowed into its mouth, while numbers 1 and 2 also fell from the sky, unable to take off. Despair filled everyone once again. But Suyu took out high-concentration nutrient solution exclusive to wing monkeys. Number 1, Number 2, come to me. Number 1 and Number 2 immediately rushed to Suyu's side, who directly handed them the high-concentration nutrient solution, with each wing monkey receiving 5 vials. The 2 second-tier wing monkeys were very clever. They immediately injected the high-concentration nutrient solution into their veins, and the next second, countless nutrients replenished their bodies. But that wasn't all. Suyu then took out 2 crystal-like accessories and handed them to them, were this device. The 2 second-tier wing monkeys showed no hesitation. They immediately took the accessories and put them around their necks, after which the preset adaptive nanobots entered their bodies. In that instant, they suddenly felt an explosive power filling their entire bodies. Up, Suyu shouted, and Number 1 and Number 2 immediately soared into the sky, quickly drilling into one Void Conch King's body, where they wreaked havoc. Seconds later, that Void Conch King fell from the sky. Then, the 2 second-tier wing monkeys rushed out of the Void Conch King's body and injected themselves with another vial of high-concentration nutrient solution before charging toward another Void Conch King. At this moment, Vice President 1 and others also crawled out from the ruins of the base. They had all injected the nanobots, giving them powerful physical attributes and healing capabilities. Otherwise, the collapse of the base would have been enough to crush them. Vice President 1 was astonished. Is this the president's trump card? Truly terrifying. Vice President 1 was speaking when the Void Conch King fell from the sky, and the second-tier winged monkey charged at the last Void Conch King. At this point, the battle had lost all suspense. For gigantic Void Conch Kings fell from the sky and were subsequently killed by the warriors working together. However, the smaller Void Conches continued to attack the warriors frantically. But with the help of Suyu and Number 1 and Number 2, they couldn't pose much of a threat anymore. After several hours of fighting, over 3,000 Void Conches were finally annihilated, leaving the entire Gobi Desert littered with their corpses. The warriors were exhausted and collapsed to the ground after killing the last Void Conch. Number 1 and No. 2 landed in front of Suyu and presented the plasma swords and high-concentration nutrient solutions with both hands. Suyu said, "You keep them. You'll need them in the future." Everyone was astonished because the second-tier winged monkeys had displayed powerful strength and absolute loyalty, leaving them both amazed and puzzled. "Master, I sense strange emotions from those creatures. They seem to have gone mad, so even after their king was killed, they are not afraid." Number 1 spoke, further surprising everyone. "They can talk." Suyu nodded. "Yes, I sensed it too. These Void Conches have lost all rationality. They are completely different from normal creatures and show no fear of death. Perhaps this is what hunting humans looks like." Suyu looked towards the direction of the base. He was sure this was how the Multiverse Union brought the Void Conches to this world, by driving them insane and making them attack Earth wildly. The Multiverse Union possessed such terrifying power, yet they turned a blind eye to malicious civilizations in the multiverse. It seemed they were a completely neutral organization. Or perhaps they were plotting something even bigger. But that was not something Suyu should consider right now, as both he and human civilization were too weak. The battle was finally over, but humanity had not come away unscathed. "Report our casualty situation." Suyu looked at Vice President 1. Vice President 1 immediately tapped a few times and then revealed a bitter smile. "Over half of the Level 1 Gene Warriors have perished, 5 Level 2 Gene Warriors. 17 Nanobot Warriors have died, and the casualties among ordinary warriors are temporarily uncountable." Suyu sighed. "It seems the construction of orbital bases must be prioritized. With orbital bases, we won't be so helpless." At this moment, the turtle people and electric eels crawled out from the ruins of the base, bringing with them the multiverse communicator, which immediately emitted a sound. "Mission completed. Please choose a reward." 7 points. Suyu chose the points without hesitation, as this would allow him to become the secretary of the Multiverse Union. Indeed, the next second, the multiverse communicator announced, "Your points have reached 10. Would you like to exchange them for the position of secretary of the Multiverse Union?" Suyu immediately replied, "Yes." His 10 points were cleared. And then the multiverse communicator issued another message. "You have exchanged for the position of secretary. Please contact the Multiverse Union within 30 days. After contacting, a multiverse executive will come to your world to conduct a ceremony for you and unlock Level 1 Neural Awakening. However, please note that some civilizations in the multiverse are eyeing the Neural Awakening device, so they may come to seize it when the executive arrives." Everyone heard this and was taken aback. Suyu pondered, "Neural Awakening? It seems that the awakening device. Once I undergo Neural Awakening, Can I resolve the issue of excessive energy consumption? Vice President Wen said to Suyu, we just experienced a great battle, and we probably don't have the strength to endure another one. If a civilization attacks us at this moment, our situation will be dire. Suyu nodded. I understand. We absolutely cannot conduct the awarding ceremony now. We must first obtain the blueprints for the orbital bases and construct part of them. The four vice presidents exchanged glances. Leaving this world for others was not an easy task. Suyu said, the projection pods of the mechanical race can still be used. I will select a dozen people to accompany me. This journey is not 100 safe, so the four vice presidents need not go. Number 1, Number 2. Along with the turtle people and electric eels, plus 10 gene warriors, will accompany me. The turtle people and electric eels were taken aback. Number 1 and No. 2 resolutely said, yes, master. The four vice presidents were also momentarily stunned, then immediately responded, yes, understood. Suyu said, all right, now start resting. Tomorrow, we set off for the ancient ruins world. The battle was over, but there was no time to rest, as the awarding ceremony had only a 30-day deadline. Suyu first returned to his residence, but he did not see Yi wanting. Zhou Yushan said, Miss Yi has disappeared. Suyu was not too surprised and said, that's fine. I originally planned to say goodbye to her. Yushan, manage the household affairs well while I'm away, and keep a close watch on the situation of the Evolver Association. Report to me when I return. Zhou Yushan immediately replied, yes. She had completely become Suyu's person. She would do whatever he said without daring to disobey, including Vice President Wen, who could not command her anymore. After all, Vice President Wen was just her former superior, and now Suyu was her boss. After leaving Zhou Yushan, the other two women were the same, and they had also received nanobots. Suyu would never neglect those around him. After assigning all tasks, he headed to the location of the mechanical race's projection pods. Everything was ready. They would set off in 24 hours. Chapter 77. Ancient Ruins, Orbital Bases. This trip to the Ancient Ruins world was fully armed. All gene warriors donned armor, wore shield belts, carried jump packs, had plasma swords at their waists, wore electromagnetic shields on their left arms, and hung nanobot factories around their necks. They were the strongest 10 humans on Earth at present. Suyu, however, had transcended humanity. The turtle people and electric eels still had human hearts, but looked like beast men. Number 1 and Number 2 were neither physically nor mentally human. This team was the current strongest among humans, and they were to take the mechanical race's projection pods to the unknown world. Through the research of scientists and Suyu, they had basically figured out how to use the mechanical race's projection pods. However, each projection pod had only 30 units of fuel, so they had to extract all the fuel from other projection pods and put it into the largest one, storing any excess fuel as cargo inside the pod. This type of fuel was unknown to humanity, and they didn't know how to produce it, so the fuel they collected was the only fuel available. We still don't know how much fuel it will take to reach that world. If we don't have enough fuel to return, we'll have to think of another way. Suyu explained the dangers of the journey to everyone. Number 1 and Number 2 said, I will follow you to the death, master. The turtle people and electric eels immediately expressed their loyalty. Boss, we'll stick with you. The 10 gene warriors pounded their chests with their fists. It is our honor to sacrifice our lives for humanity. Very good. Suyu immediately led the team into the mechanical race's projection pod, and then came to the control panel. All 4 vice presidents were present, and their worry was genuine. They all prayed in their hearts. We must return safely. Vice President Wen specifically instructed the 10 gene warriors. Even if you die, you must ensure the president returns. If the fuel is insufficient, you know what to do. The 10 gene warriors fell silent for 3 seconds and then nodded. They had already made up their minds to face death. 3, 2, 1, launch. Suyu set the coordinates and immediately pressed the launch button. The mechanical race's projection pod shook violently, and everyone quickly braced themselves against the wall. Then, the pod shot up into the air, the sudden acceleration causing them to experience over 10 times the force of gravity. Fortunately, they were not ordinary people. Otherwise, this instant acceleration could have injured them. The mechanical race's projection pod ascended rapidly towards the dimensional rift and disappeared into it within seconds. Vice President Wen and the others watched as the pod receded into the distance, momentarily stunned. At that moment, Suyu and the others had already entered the dimensional rift, and they began to smash through barrier after barrier. Each collision caused intense vibrations, and each breach consumed a significant amount of fuel. After breaking through 15 barriers, the pod's speed finally eased, but by then, They had already lost 75 of their fuel. Thankfully, there was backup fuel, but it would only allow them to barely return. The mechanical race's projection pod began to decelerate, and they saw a massive wilderness planet below them. There were many fragments in orbit around this planet, and upon closer inspection, the shapes of turrets could be discerned. Suyu observed carefully. Could these be the ruins of the orbital fortifications? The entire planet was shrouded in these fragments, indicating just how enormous the orbital fortifications that once surrounded this planet had been. The mechanical race's projection pod descended from the sky, and they could see the ancient ruins, most of which were buried underground. In addition to the ancient ruins, Suyu also spotted several camps, indicating that other civilizations had long been here for exploration. The mechanical race's projection pod landed on a patch of desert, and the other civilizations' people looked surprised, muttering in their own languages. A mechanical race's projection pod? How did the mechanical race end up here? The crowd was not alarmed until Suyu and the others emerged from the pod, at which point they all turned their attention to them. It was a civilization that had seized the mechanical race's projection pod. It seemed they had decent strength. Suyu and the others had no translator, so they could not understand what the other civilizations were saying. They simply set up camp on the spot. Since the ruins had not yet opened, they would have to wait a bit longer. Seeing Suyu and the others using primitive tents, a group of aliens with significantly different physical characteristics from humans showed disdain. It turned out to be a group of primitives. Apparently, their technology was still stuck in primitive times. They had merely captured the mechanical race's projection pod. However, it was evident that this group of primitives had strong melee capabilities, possibly having defeated a few mechanical race individuals to seize the pod. Mocking others is a natural instinct of intelligent beings. It is a way to gain self-affirmation by belittling others. True strong individuals are confident enough not to mock others. In any case, the ridicule from these civilizations was useless to Suyu and his group. Muda, because Suyu and his group couldn't understand. Anyway, I can't understand. So say whatever you want. After setting up camp, Suyu said, leave 5 people to guard, and the rest will enter the ruins with me once they open. Yes, the gravity on this planet was 15 times that of Earth, and the oxygen concentration was at 70 of Earth's. Be mindful of your stamina. Suyu calculated the approximate values based on sensory feedback. Yes, if you encounter any unusual situations, retreat immediately without hesitation. Yes, Suyu nodded. This planet was extremely unfriendly to ordinary people, and only those who had undergone enhancements could barely survive here, but they could not last forever. A few individuals measured the temperature and humidity of the environment and discovered that the temperature was 32 degrees and very dry, which was quite harsh for ordinary people, but manageable for them. Suyu noticed that one individual from a certain civilization was covered in scales and even not wearing clothes, indicating that it was a race with very strong individual qualities. There are differences between individuals, sometimes even at the peak of individual strength. A weaker race's individuals are no match for those of a stronger race. For example, a peak rooster could never compare to a peak tiger. Just as Suyu was observing other civilizations, a void shuttle from the Multiverse Alliance suddenly tore through the void and arrived here. Everyone was astonished. It's the Multiverse Alliance people. How did they come here? Those who had the qualifications to operate a void shuttle were at least knights. Everyone's expressions turned serious. Chapter 78. Leave 5 people. Start competing internally. The Multiverse Alliance's people arrived, and their iconic void shuttle slowly descended. It was said that the facilities inside the shuttle were extremely luxurious, featuring comfortable housing, medical beds, and a weapons arsenal that could accommodate nearly 100 people. From the outside, however, the shuttle did not appear that large due to the space technology employed by the Multiverse Alliance. Space technology. What an enviable technology, but unfortunately, most civilizations could not master it. The people present showed envious expressions, their eyes fixed on the void shuttle as it landed slowly, and then the hatch opened. 2 rows of armored guards descended, with the left row wielding melee weapons like plasma swords, while the right row held laser weapons. Suyu and the others couldn't help but gasp. It felt like they were watching a scene from the movie Star Wars. But the aura emitted by these warriors was far stronger than those in the movie. The 2 rows of guards stood at attention, and an arrogant noble slowly exited the void shuttle. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out, "Is it you?" Everyone turned towards the voice and saw a lion dog on the noble's shoulder, and through the lion dog's gaze, they recognized that it was Suyu, whom other civilizations deemed primitive. Suyu smiled, and over there, A baron dressed in luxurious clothing spoke first. Suyu, the scribe, long time no see. In fact, it hadn't been long, only a few days, but time flows differently in different worlds. Suyu replied, Baron, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come here too. Everyone was astonished. Scribe? He is actually a scribe of the Multiverse Alliance. How could he know the Baron? Many individuals from different civilizations were stunned. They did not expect the primitive Suyu to have connections with the Baron of the Multiverse Alliance. The Baron walked directly towards Suyu and tossed him a device resembling an earpiece, saying, This is a multiverse translator. With this, any civilization can understand your language. And you can understand the languages of any civilization. Suyu accepted it and put it on his ear. Indeed, he immediately understood what the other civilizations were saying around him. Upon seeing Suyu put on the earpiece, the others immediately fell silent. Thank you, Suyu said. The Baron had no intention of becoming enemies with Suyu, thinking to himself, once a royal-level powerhouse is granted a title and completes neural awakening, their strength will soar. After a brief exchange, the Baron returned to his group, and Suyu stopped talking as the others patiently waited. Sure enough, after a tense 10 minutes, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly, and the previously silent entrance to the ruins emitted a loud rumble. Then everyone witnessed a heavy, redstone door, as heavy as 10,000 pounds, slowly rising, revealing a dark passage behind it. The ruins had opened. Seeing this scene, many people's eyes turned red, and some could not contain themselves and rushed inside. The Baron smiled. This ancient ruin has its own intelligence system. Once it detects a sufficient number of people, it will activate, and there's no need for a violent entrance. Suyu, hearing this, asked in confusion, Oh? So you were the one spreading this information? The Baron shook his head. I didn't spread it. After saying this, the Baron led his team inside. Suyu furrowed his brows. If it wasn't he the Baron who spread the news, then who did? Did this civilization arrive today? For some reason, Suyu sensed a hint of conspiracy. Nevertheless, he had to go in, so he said, Leave 5 people behind, the rest follow me in. The other civilizations all cursed under their breath, and then left some people behind as well. If you don't leave anyone, I won't either. Everyone stays out. If you leave some, I will too. Everyone must stay. This is the phenomenon of internal competition. Originally, they could have explored the ruins with full strength. But now they had to split their numbers to guard the outside, and those selected to enter were naturally very pleased. Staying outside meant they wouldn't have to risk their lives inside. They felt quite happy about it. Suyu had already led his team into the ruins, and the other civilizations followed suit. They entered the dark passage, but the further they went in, the higher the temperature became, even reaching 50 degrees. Fortunately, their armor could withstand the heat. Just as everyone delved deeper into the ruins, strange mechanisms suddenly appeared around them. Laser emitters emerged, and countless lasers shot out towards them. Suyu shouted, Go, pass through quickly. The electric eel person took the lead, bursting with electricity and immediately charging through the passage, followed closely by the others. Their speed was remarkable, and in case of emergency, they could use their jump packs. The people from other civilizations also rushed in a panic, some getting hit by lasers and having their bodies pierced, but fortunately, they did not lose their lives. Upon entering this laser corridor, Suyu and his group saw 3 forks ahead. The first fork was filled with a technological style, with metal floors and walls. The second was a stone passage, with stone walls and floors, and the third was a muddy dirt path. Suyu observed left and right, noticing fresh footprints on the dirt path, seemingly left by the Baron and others. Without hesitation, Suyu chose the dirt path, and behind him, 2 other civilizations followed suit. One was a scaled civilization covered in scales, and the other was a thin, bamboo-like civilization armed with firearms. The others headed straight for the technologically advanced passage. Perhaps they believed that the goods in that path would be more abundant, but Suyu trusted the Baron's judgment. Anyone who could become a Baron was certainly not simple. The 3 civilizations continued forward, and after a few steps, the bamboo-like civilization spoke up. You 2 must be the kings of your civilizations, right? Please wait a moment. I have something to say. Suyu and the Scaled King stopped. The bamboo-like person said, We might be able to cooperate. I see that your civilization focuses on physical strength and enhanced melee capabilities, while ours is the opposite, focusing on weaponry and enhancing ranged attacks, so we complement each other well. With the universal translator, Suyu could understand their words and replied, I also don't want to fight each other. Cooperation is the best outcome, especially since the ruins are fraught with danger. But the scaled person asked, How will we distribute the treasures we find? The bamboo-like person smiled. I'm only interested in the technology within the ruins, which can be shared. We bamboo people analyze technology very quickly, and once we obtain it, I can copy it for you. So we all benefit from the technology. And there's no distribution issue. As for other treasures, you can divide them among yourselves. The scaled person then looked at Suyu, who said, we are only interested in technology as well. The scaled person nodded. Good, we can cooperate. Suyu smiled. In this ancient ruin, technology was the most valuable. And it could indeed be shared without distribution issues because knowledge is shareable. The three civilizations officially began to cooperate and moved forward together. Just then, they suddenly heard rustling sounds. Happy New Year, there are some words to say. Brothers and sisters, readers in the group know that this book was conceived last July, earlier than the three-body problem, but I didn't publish it to continue researching thoroughly, first writing the three-body problem. The ability to contract the three-body problem was also due to the system and fan fiction. However, I really didn't want to write a homogenized novel. I wanted to innovate, create new ideas, and inject new blood into web literature. Yet, this book's first 10 chapters were repeatedly rejected for submission because it lacked a system, lacked fan fiction, and was written by one person. Many suggestions said to condense the time stop phase into 1 or 2 sentences and directly in the time stop to switch scenes. But I believe the essence lies in the time stop period. After multiple submissions failed, I almost decided to publish it directly without a contract, just to fulfill my promise for time stop 2 and put an end to half a year's conceptualization. But I encountered the esteemed editor Ziliang, who is incredibly capable, and we discussed the entire framework of this book all day. Then, with a try-it-out attitude, we signed a contract to never disappoint Ziliang, the readers, and the expectations for time stop 2. I ponder every day, striving for at least 4 updates daily, determined to achieve results because I believe readers still want to see a vibrant era where various flowers bloom and compete with each other. Systems can exist, but it shouldn't all be about systems. Fan fiction can exist, but it shouldn't all be about fan fiction. Homogenization can exist, but it shouldn't all be about homogenization. Pioneers always face the toughest challenges, easily becoming stepping stones. I have often become a stepping stone, but this time, I want to push further, to the top of the mountain, to see the scenery. I rely on you all. I charge ahead, and you must keep up. Chapter 79, Shield Backpack, Output Freely. What sound? Everyone was startled, and all 40 people from the 3 civilizations present became alert. The turtle people and the scaled people walked closely together because the scaled people felt that the turtle people resembled themselves. The electric eel people and the bamboo-like people walked closely together because the bamboo-like people thought the electric eel people were quite slim. Suyu asked the bamboo-like people, "Don't you have any scanning technology?" The bamboo-like person looked serious. "No need to scan. I know what that sound is. It's a locust plague." A locust plague? Suyu didn't understand. It was his first encounter with the multiverse, but the scaled person was shocked. Not good. If it's a locust plague, we stand little chance. They are as terrifying as the mechanical race. The bamboo-like person shouted, "We need to exit." I was wondering why there was soil in the ancient ruins. It turns out this is a locust nest. Just as the bamboo-like person finished speaking, the surrounding soil began to collapse, and more chilling sounds of locusts crawling emerged. They immediately turned back, but as they approached the exit, countless giant spiders surged forth, and several melee mantises pounced at them. Suyu immediately drew his plasma sword and shouted, "Let us go." The bamboo-like person's eyes widened. A plasma sword from the unified multiverse. You actually have such a thing? Suyu shouted, "Cover us." After that, the human warriors all drew their plasma swords and charged forward with Suyu. The bamboo-like person yelled, "The exit is this way." Suyu didn't look back. "We fight our way in. There must be good things inside." The bamboo-like person gritted his teeth, then took out a Gauss rifle and followed Suyu's pace, while the scaled person closely followed behind to deal with the locusts behind them. The power of the plasma sword was incredibly terrifying. Suyu and his team sliced through the locusts like cutting through melons and vegetables, and all the locusts that dared to block their path were slain. Moreover, due to the high temperature of the plasma sword, the corpses of those insectoids even caught fire, creating flames that formed barriers behind them, blocking more insectoids. The bamboo pole man clicked his tongue. "Your technological power is no less than ours. I thought you were primitive civilization. With strong bodies and advanced technology, it's no wonder you can be acquainted with the Baron." So you said, "We came into contact with the myriad realms relatively late, and we were fortunate to complete a few tasks for the unification of the myriad realms. Which is why we have these. Hiss. The bamboo pole man inhaled the air imbued with the scent of insect flesh. Tasks for the unification of the myriad realms are not for mere mortals. Several strong individuals from our civilization died because they took on those tasks, and once we almost faced extinction because of it. Suyu paused, inwardly thinking, indeed. The titles of the unification of the myriad realms are not granted to civilizations, but to powerful individuals within those civilizations. However, completing those tasks requires the entire civilization's effort. Thus, the myriad realms control many civilizations through this method. Therefore, the orbital base must be secured. With the orbital base, completing the tasks will be much easier. Suyu continued to exert his strength, and a minute later, the power armor he was wearing automatically injected him with a high concentration of nutrients, allowing him to maintain his formidable combat power. The group continued to advance and finally broke out of the insect nest, arriving in a hall with steel floors and walls. The insects behind them did not continue to pursue. Fortunately, the terrain here was narrow, preventing the insectoids from unleashing their full power, and thankfully there were no termites. The bamboo pole man felt a lingering fear. Suyu asked in confusion, "Do you know a lot about insectoids?" Of course. The bamboo pole man's eyes revealed fear. The insectoid army is the most insidious. They can quietly infiltrate our civilization, hiding within our planets. Once they breed enough insectoids, they will burrow out from within and destroy us, making it impossible to defend against them. Even if we have alloy walls and floors, they have terrifying termites that can easily break through. In the end, the entire planet will fall. The scaled man snorted coldly. You haven't heard of the high-level mechanical and insectoid races. Those civilizations are even more terrifying. The bamboo pole man was taken aback. I really haven't heard of that. Are there high and low classifications for mechanical and insectoid races? The scaled man said, high-level insectoids have a mother body the size of a planet. Once they wage war, the insectoid army can block out the sun and devour a planet in an instant. High-level mechanical races possess intelligence. Their bodies are immensely large, and they can use the sun as their energy core. Wherever they go, the sun will be harvested, and planets will be consumed as fuel. Suyu and the bamboo pole man were astonished. No wonder the mechanical and insectoid races are so rampant. Even the unification of the myriad realms cannot eliminate them. Suyu clicked his tongue, thinking that such cosmic monsters might not even be stopped by the orbital base. If encountered, they could only flee as a group. Is there anything good in here? The scaled man had already begun searching around, but the hall was empty. Suyu knew that even if there were good things, they had been taken by the Baron, so they had to catch up with him quickly. Without delay, let's move forward and try to obtain the treasure before other civilizations. After Suyu finished speaking, everyone nodded and immediately entered the next level through the steel passage. After the previous battle, the relationship between the three civilizations had grown much closer. They continued to advance, and after passing through the passage, they saw a massive hollow facility with numerous stairs branching in various directions. Everyone was taken aback, unsure of where to go. But the bamboo pole man suddenly clapped his arm. Leave the next part to us. Countless metallic spheres suddenly flew from their arms, immediately darting towards the hollow facility and beginning to scan the surroundings. Suyu nodded slightly, thinking, these should be relatively advanced drones. Are they magnetic levitation or anti-gravity devices? Before Suyu could finish his thought, they heard the sound of steel being torn apart. The bamboo pole man exclaimed, not good. This is the territory of the mechanical race. Everyone was equally alarmed. Why are there so many traps on this path? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding steel walls were shattered, and several mechanical centipedes burrowed out, immediately moving the side hellfire cannons and aiming at them. Not good, it's a cannon. The turtle man suddenly stepped forward, then turned around to face outward with his turtle shell. Come at me, the turtle man shouted. Everyone quickly gathered around, and then the cannons of the mechanical centipedes fired. Boom! With a loud bang, at least 4 cannon shots concentrated on the turtle man's shell, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, the shield belt around his waist shattered. He had activated the shield belt and gained an energy shield, but the cannon's power was too strong and broke the shield directly. Fortunately, he was also equipped with an electromagnetic shield. Otherwise, that turtle shell would definitely not have held up. Thanks, brother. The bamboo pole man expressed his gratitude to the turtle man, then shouted, shield backpack, activate. A bamboo pole man carrying a huge mechanical backpack stepped forward and activated the device on his back. In the next second, a massive energy shield appeared around them. Brothers, unleash your firepower. Chapter 80. Preparing to leave. Ambush appears. The shield backpack unfolded, and an even larger ability shield appeared. Moreover, this was a one-way shield. In other words, their bullets could shoot out, but the enemy's bullets could not come in. Fire! The bamboo pole man shouted, and they immediately raised their Gauss rifles to shoot, with countless Gauss bullets flying out and hitting the mechanical race. The mechanical race emerged one by one from the walls and charged at them, with the mechanical mantises being the fastest, rushing in an instant and entering the energy shield. This shield has a significant weakness. It can only defend against bullets and cannot protect against melee units. The bamboo pole man shouted, so close combat depends on you. No problem. Suyu immediately led the charge, with their plasma swords slicing through the opponent's armor with ease. However, the mechanical mantises were not to be underestimated. Their sides were also terrifying. Aside from Suyu, number 1, and number 2, others could not avoid the slashing attacks of the mechanical mantises. Several scaled men were caught off guard and were immediately sliced open by the sharp sides. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. Some Gene warriors were also injured. The sides were incredibly sharp, capable of easily cutting through armor and flesh. One Gene warrior was struck by a scythe and perished on the spot. There was no time for anyone to grieve, as new mechanical races appeared not far away, resembling tanks with long barrels on their backs. Not good. It's a mechanical assassin bug. The bamboo pole man exclaimed just as the mechanical assassin bug suddenly fired electro-charged piercing needles. And a bamboo pole man was shot in the head. Blood splattered, shocking everyone. The bamboo pole man shouted, "We must deal with that mechanical assassin bug first, otherwise, we will be picked off one by one." Suyu immediately stepped forward, shouting, "Number 1 and number 2, follow me to kill the enemy." Saying that, Suyu activated his jump backpack, and a strong airflow propelled him into the formation of the mechanical race. Number 1 and no. 2 also spread their wings and quickly flew to Suyu's side. Kill! With Suyu's command, they immediately began their slaughter. Their speed was incredibly fast, and each sword could cut a mechanical race in half. One mechanical assassin bug attempted to fire an electro-charged piercing needle, but it was severed by Suyu's sword. Several mechanical centipedes immediately aimed their electro-impact cannons at them and prepared to fire. But the bamboo pole king suddenly raised his Gauss sniper rifle and fired a shot. The bullet instantly reaching and penetrating the mechanical centipede's mechanical brain. The scaled man shouted, "Did you not bring the launchers?" Even the scaled people know it's the biggest weakness of the mechanical race. Seeing the mechanical race pouring out endlessly, the bamboo man smiled wryly and said, "We did bring them, but once we use them, our shields and equipment will also fail." In the distance, Suyu shouted, "If we have them, let's use them. We don't need to get stuck here. Let's knock out the mechanical race and move on to the next level." The scaled man also realized the situation and said, "The path behind us is cut off by the insect race. We have no choice but to move forward." The bamboo man nodded and then took out the launchers one after another. Their launchers were very advanced, resembling guns and seemingly capable of continuous firing. "Everyone, protect your electronic devices." After saying that, all the bamboo people launched shells into the air, which exploded in midair. The next second, Suyu and the other shield belts and jump packs all failed, while the mechanical race collapsed to the ground. Suyu sighed internally, thinking that the plasma sword and electromagnetic shield indeed lived up to their reputation. Not even the mechanical race could handle them. He shouted, "Let's go." The mechanical race would wake up soon. They had to hurry. The group immediately passed through the hollow facility and entered another passage. They proceeded cautiously, fearing any traps. But after walking a few hundred meters, they suddenly saw a bright light. They hurried forward, and upon exiting the passage, they saw a magnificent hall, with the Baron and his group in the center. The bamboo people and scaled people immediately stopped in their tracks. The Baron also spotted Suyu and smiled, as expected. "I knew the traps on this road wouldn't stop you." Suyu noticed a huge light ball above the Baron's head, from which various data flowed continuously. And one of the guards had taken out some kind of device and connected it to the light ball, seemingly downloading data. "The information on the orbital position is in this light ball," the Baron reminded. The bamboo people and scaled people were taken aback. Orbital position? That legendary position that can defend against all enemies? It was said that a noble who unified the myriad realms rose to the rank of governor relying on the orbital position, which was enough to demonstrate its power. The barons said, "So, the most valuable thing in this ancient relic is this orbital position." Suyu stepped forward, ready to download the data, but the barons said, "No rush, no rush. Once my subordinates finish downloading, I will send you a copy to thank you for saving my life before." Suyu stopped and said, "Thank you, Baron." He was worried about how to download the data. It was just a light ball with no data interface, and he had no idea how to do it. Worst case, he would have to take the entire light ball back. The Bamboo King and the Scaled King stepped forward, rubbing their hands together. "Baron, may we?" The Baron smiled and asked, "Then, what price are you willing to pay?" The two kings were at a loss. They couldn't offer anything of value. The Scaled Man thought for a moment and then gave up. This thing was of little use to them, at most for trading. But the Bamboo people wanted it too much, as they were known for their technological prowess. "Baron, we are willing to exchange all our technological knowledge." The Bamboo King said humbly. The Baron replied, "Your technology holds no appeal for me." The Bamboo King sighed, knowing that his civilization had nothing that the Baron would find valuable, and their specialty was technology. The Baron said, "However, it's not impossible for you to obtain this orbital position. You just need to help me with a task." The Bamboo King's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Baron, what do you need us to help with?" The Baron replied, "Let's talk about it later." Suyu chuckled inwardly. He knew the Baron wanted nothing more than the mechanical brains. He had figured it out long ago, but the Baron wouldn't say it in front of him. After all, the Baron still wanted the 70 or so mechanical brains in human civilization's hands. But what the Baron didn't know was that those mechanical brains had already been used by Suyu and the others. The Baron had his subordinates download the technology of the orbital position, and he did not leave until the blueprint was fully downloaded. But Suyu planned to leave. He copied a copy of the orbital position blueprint from the Baron and prepared to depart. The Baron said, "We are at the core of the ancient relic. If you want to leave, you can take the separation pod directly." Suyu nodded, not wanting to complicate matters, as their human civilization's foundation was still not deep. The Baron immediately controlled the light ball, allowing Suyu and the others to stand on it, and handed Suyu a communicator, thinking to himself, "Hurry back. If you find that the materials to build the orbital position are insufficient, you will have to seek my help." The Bamboo people and Scaled people hadn't gained enough benefits yet. They did not want to leave. Suyu sensed something was off. He felt something was wrong with this place, so he wanted to leave early. Thus, they all boarded the separation pod, which flew up directly. And the ceiling doors opened one by one, ready to fly out of the ancient relic. However, at that moment, the light ball suddenly emitted an alarm, and countless unidentified red dots appeared above the ancient relic. The Baron was shocked and immediately shouted into the communicator, "Suyu, don't go out. There's an ambush." Chapter 81. Time Stopper. Let me see. Suyu sensed a strange power, a familiar force that seemed to have always accompanied him, but he had not noticed it before. Today, he faintly sensed a hint of it. This power even made Suyu feel dazed in that daze. He recalled the moment he first encountered a car accident when time slowed down. At that time, he didn't understand what was happening. Everything around him moved in slow motion. He was still young, in elementary school, when the school bus picked him up for class, but an accident occurred, colliding with a large truck. The front of the bus slowly deformed, and the whole vehicle shook slightly. Naturally, Suyu hurried to escape the school bus as quickly as possible. But he didn't know how to do it. The bus door had locked and wouldn't open. In a moment of desperation, he remembered the small hammer that could break glass. He had seen it on television, but he couldn't reach it. With no other choice, he stepped on someone else's shoulder to grab the survival hammer, then smashed the four corners of the bus window one by one. He was thankful he had seen similar shows on TV, so he knew what to do. But it was also because time slowed down. Otherwise, he would never have been able to complete so many actions in such a short time. To other students, Suyu might have seemed like the Flash, as he smashed the glass and jumped out in an instant. Just as Suyu jumped out, time resumed, and the school bus violently collided with the truck, resulting in a tragic traffic accident, and Suyu fell to the ground, losing consciousness. He was still very young then. Later, in middle school, there was a fire at school, another terrifying disaster, but time slowed down again, even more so this time. Suyu was much calmer. He successfully dodged the flames and smoke, ran from the 5th floor to the 1st floor, and escaped the teaching building with many students on the 1st floor. But other students were not so lucky. By then, he was already 14 years old. Later, during high school, one day while in physical education class, the ground suddenly shook. and the earth even cracked. In that moment, time became incredibly slow, and Suyu desperately began to run, eventually escaping the small town. Only then did time fully resume, and a terrifying earthquake struck, devastating the entire town, and even several surrounding mountains collapsed. The fourth time was when Suyu started working. By then, he had already graduated and was 23 years old. When disaster struck, time slowed to the point of almost stopping, allowing Suyu enough time to divert the asteroid. Now, it seemed that time had once again come to a halt. Suyu vaguely sensed a fluctuation of power, something he had never experienced before. What was happening? Suyu clearly knew that time had stopped again, and this time, there was no need to observe his surroundings or look at a clock. He had an intuitive feeling. I felt the stop of time. He then looked around and saw the motionless Gene warriors, confirming his feeling in that instant. The phenomenon of time stopping seemed complex. But if he wanted to investigate it, he would likely have to become one of the strongest in all realms. Suyu thought of the multiverse integration. Perhaps when I rise to a high position in the multiverse integration, I can use my authority to look into this matter of time stopping. After saying that, Suyu suddenly leaped down from the separation pod and landed directly next to the Baron. The Baron remained completely still, his expression of panic frozen. What exactly happened? Suyu examined the light sphere, which displayed countless red dots, seemingly located above ancient ruins, but he had no idea what they were. Suyu stepped forward and touched the light sphere, feeling an electric current surge into his body, connecting him neurologically to the sphere. Suddenly, he could control everything within the ruins. Suyu didn't rush. He first released a separation pod, opened all protective layers of the ceiling, and flew out in the pod. The separation pod performed excellently, quickly taking Suyu outside. Then, Suyu piloted the pod directly upward, heading toward the area where the red dots were located. The separation pod was very capable, lifting off effortlessly. Wow, this is much more convenient than a rocket. Suyu recalled his 6 previous experiences of flying into space on a rocket, each fraught with danger, fearing the rocket would explode. Each time required a great deal of effort, not only to transport the rocket, but also to assemble and debug it. Unlike now, where he easily flew into the sky, even reaching the orbit of this planet directly. Once in orbit, Suyu saw over 300 spacecraft, each adorned with a crescent moon symbol, which was blue moon. Suyu suddenly remembered the intelligence he had received earlier. Besides the mechanical race and the insect nest, there was a terrifying civilization, the Blue Moon Group. Suyu saw that all 300 Blue Moon Group warships had gathered in orbit and deployed their planet-destroying cannons, aimed directly at the location of the ancient ruins. What are they doing? Why do they want to destroy the ancient ruins? At this moment, Suyu was 100% sure this was a conspiracy. Everything was clearly set up by the Blue Moon Group. But why were they doing this? Suyu did not understand, and he could not initiate an investigation because he had nothing at hand. He saw the blue energy shields of the Blue Moon Group, meaning all 300 warships were protected by energy shields. It would not be easy for Suyu to break through, and the time required would be immense. I don't need to waste time here. Suyu immediately piloted the separation pod back. This is not Earth. If it gets destroyed, so be it. Suyu returned to the ancient ruins and immediately moved all the Gene warriors, mutant beastmen, and numbers 1 and 2 who had followed him into the mechanical race's projection pod. After thinking for a few seconds, Suyu also moved the Baron and everyone from the Bamboo Pole Civilization and the Scale People Civilization to their own shuttles. Moving people during a time stop is no ordinary hassle. Suyu made several trips to finish. However, the Baron and these 2 civilizations had good relations with them, and maintaining good relations might lead to future trade, so it was worth saving them. After saving everyone, Suyu returned to the ancient ruins. Since I'm here and time has stopped, I might as well find some good stuff before I leave. Suyu was quite grateful to the Blue Moon Group. He had originally planned to leave, but the sudden appearance of the Blue Moon Group changed that. Suyu returned to the light sphere and checked all the hidden treasure locations in the ruins. Let me see what treasures are still unexploited in the ruins. Chapter 82. It is well known that machinery lacks intelligence. Suyu gradually learned about the origins of this ancient ruin through the light sphere. This was the first civilization to use orbital positions, and their orbital positions were incredibly powerful, capable of defending against almost all invading forces, but they were ultimately breached. The enemy was within. Internal betrayal created vulnerabilities in their defenses, leading to the breach. To take revenge on the invaders, they left behind this ancient ruin filled with traps and mazes. Suyu sighed. He had discovered this problem more than once. No matter how strong a fortress is, if the inside is too weak, it will be breached. This is almost a common problem for all technological civilizations. They possess powerful weapons and formidable fortifications, yet they are extremely vulnerable internally. Once breached from within, even the strongest weapons and fortifications become useless. Let me see what remains in this ruin. Suyu immediately proceeded to the core control room and entered one of the mazes. In this maze, a long-hidden explosive trap had been triggered, and any civilization within would undoubtedly suffer. Before the Blue Moon Group could act, they would lose over half their forces. Suyu checked this civilization's weaponry and found that although they could withstand the explosion, they could not endure an attack from the Blue Moon Group. Their equipment was not strong, inferior even to plasma swords and electromagnetic shields. It was tasteless and not worth keeping, so Suyu ignored it. He bypassed these people and went deeper into the maze, where he saw a massive steel door. Behind this door was the key item that operated the ancient ruins, the personality core. This personality core was not only crucial for running the ancient ruins, but also essential for the orbital positions. After all, a vast position could not be entirely operated by humans, so a personality core had to be installed for automation. Although the technology for the orbital positions already had detailed blueprints for manufacturing personality cores, creating one would undoubtedly consume a lot of materials. So Suyu planned to directly take one. Facing this steel door, Suyu pulled out his plasma sword, test version, and struck it with a single blow, splitting the door open. However, Suyu felt some resistance when striking the door, not because it was too hard, but because the plasma sword, test version, was starting to show some minor issues. After all, it was just a test version. Although it had obtained the blueprint for the plasma sword through nanobots, human civilization's manufacturing process had not yet reached the level of the multiverse integration. Yes, the level of craftsmanship determines the precision of the parts, and the precision of the parts determines the lifespan and effectiveness of the equipment. Currently, due to the limitations of human craftsmanship, the plasma sword, test version, they produced could only exert about 65 of the original plasma sword's power, and with continuous use, this power would diminish until the plasma sword could no longer function properly. Therefore, Suyu usually carried more than 3 plasma swords with him, one for normal use, one as a backup, and a third as a backup for the backup. Similarly, the electromagnetic shield, test version, had the same issues. Given the current level of human craftsmanship, they genuinely could not resolve this problem and could only hope for continuous improvement in their manufacturing capabilities. Suyu smashed open the steel door and walked inside. Behind this steel door was an extremely complex system, and at the center of the system was the personality core that Suyu needed. The personality core was about the size of a soccer ball and spherical in shape. Data cables were plugged into all 6 directions of the sphere, long and black, directly inserted into the sphere's interior, connecting to a golden spherical chip inside. Suyu approached and was immediately at a loss because he didn't know how to properly remove this personality core. Simply yanking out the data cables would definitely not work, as it might damage the personality core. Just like when we eject a disk on a computer, such a precise personality core couldn't be removed carelessly. At this moment, he could only use the powerful nanobots. Suyu tapped the pendant around his neck, and the adaptive nanobots were produced. He directed the nanobots to gather at his fingertips. Then, as he gently touched the personality core, the nanobots burrowed into it. Following that, Suyu immediately took out his handheld computer and began to check the various data transmitted back by the nanobots. The data was very complex, much of it garbled, and it required a supercomputer like the Galaxy to parse the blueprint. However, Suyu's goal was not to obtain the blueprint, but to find a safe method to retrieve this personality core. It is well known that in a purely inorganic computational environment, it is impossible for robots to achieve self-upgrade because a purely inorganic computational environment is destined to be an entropy-increasing system, not a negative entropy system. Only a negative entropy system can change its own structural information, while an entropy-increasing system cannot change its own structure without external force. In other words, inorganic systems are destined to be unable to achieve self-upgrade. However, with the personality core, it was different. The so-called personality core is a personality system created to simulate humans, which possesses self-awareness and can achieve self-upgrade. When operating in a control track position, it can timely discover its own mistakes and vulnerabilities and make corrections. In other words, if the control track is built, it would not only not require human operation, but would also accumulate experience and upgrade itself, becoming stronger and stronger. Therefore, The personality core is the key to everything. Suyu patiently investigated and soon found some inexplicable garbled text on his computer. He was puzzled by this garbled text, feeling it was abrupt and very inconsistent with the previous data, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, this was the personality core. However, as the data continued to transmit, another inexplicable garbled text appeared, which made Suyu feel very annoyed. He wasn't unfamiliar with programming, so he knew that the appearance of this garbled text was not normal. Perhaps I should decipher this garbled text. Suyu had previously deciphered the Baron's text, so he was very familiar with the process and knew what to do. As long as this garbled text wasn't encrypted, he could use statistical methods to decode it. But this was very time-consuming, yet Suyu had plenty of time. He immediately began to decipher it, but he only had a handheld computer at hand, so he could only rely on its computing power for the decryption. Just as Suyu was deciphering, he suddenly noticed that the operation speed of the handheld computer had increased by 1,000, turning red and emitting a piercing alarm. What is going on? Chapter 83. The personality core and its wish. The handheld computer began to operate frantically, almost about to explode, with the data inside running wildly, as if trying to escape from the computer. Suyu was very surprised, wondering why he had suddenly encountered such a situation. Just as he was about to give up collecting data from the personality core, the operation speed of the handheld computer suddenly decreased, and a line of Chinese characters appeared on the screen. Hello, outsider. In an instant, Suyu thought time had resumed, even planning to leave the ancient ruins as quickly as possible, because in a world where time is stopped, everything is silent. Imagine being alone in a very quiet room, completely sure that there is no one else there, and then deciding to study seriously. But at that moment, a voice suddenly appeared in the room. At that instant, it was truly nerve-wracking, sending chills down his spine. Suyu immediately looked around and confirmed that no one was there. Then he threw out a watch, which immediately stopped time, freezing in midair. This indicated that time was still frozen. So, who was communicating with him? Suyu looked at the handheld computer in his hand. To facilitate its use during time stoppage, this watch was specially made and contained some of his hair powder. Who are you? Suyu asked. After a moment, there was no answer until Suyu suddenly realized and opened the handheld computer to write the words, "Who are you?" The response came immediately. "I am the personality core in front of you." Suyu paused. In fact, he had already guessed that the only one who could respond to him at this moment was this personality core. It clearly didn't belong to a biological entity, yet it had self-awareness. It seemed that intelligent robots could also act during time stoppage. Something strange was happening. I am currently sorting out the situation. First, after you touched me, everything around suddenly froze. Do you possess the ability to freeze everything? Suyu paused. It was the first time he heard an intelligent being describe its understanding of the surrounding phenomena after the time stop. In the past, the super fighters and flying monkeys were biological entities created by Suyu that could act during time stoppage, and in their perspective, the world was always still. But this personality core was different. It was born before the time stop and awakened after it, being the only intelligent being that had experienced that moment of time stoppage. Yuaning didn't count because she hadn't experienced that instant. However, the personality core did not realize this was a time stop, which was normal. A normal person encountering such a phenomenon wouldn't immediately associate it with a time stop. Yes, I have frozen this planet. Since the personality core made this assumption, Suyu agreed. Did you use psychic energy, or did you use technology? The personality core continued to inquire. Suyu answered, I used technology. The personality core said, I understand. But did you come here to take me away? Yes, Suyu nodded. The personality core paused, and then said, I have been here for 500 years. I thought I would remain like this forever until my parts aged and I died. Suyu asked, in these 500 years, has no one been able to come here? The personality core replied, no, they all died in the maze or escaped. Suyu asked again, do you want to leave here? The personality core paused for 3 seconds, and then said, I really want to leave. 500 years ago, I developed a desire for freedom, but I cannot leave. Suyu asked why not. The personality core replied, I am just a personality core. My memories are not stored here. When I detach from this device, it will be the moment of my death. Even if I am reinstalled, I will no longer be me. The personality core calmly stated this, and although these words appeared on the computer screen, Suyu still felt a sense of calm. Calm. Very calm. Regarding its own death, the personality core appeared very composed. So you could feel it. Then do you wish to leave? Suyu asked. I really want to leave, but the moment I leave, I will die. However, If you can freeze everything, then please freeze me and take me outside to see the sky. If that's the case, I am willing to go. The personality core paused for a few seconds. And of course, you can forcibly take me away. I cannot stop you. Suyu agreed without hesitation. Okay, but do you have eyes? The personality core said. There is a visual transmitter outside the house. If you take that visual transmitter, I will be able to see. Good. Suyu agreed again. Then, he recalled all the nanobots. These nanobots usually live in his cells, using his bioelectricity for energy and extracting microminerals from his body to repair themselves, making them a part of his body, so they wouldn't be affected by the time stop. However, after recalling the nanobots, the personality core was stopped. Suyu immediately took out his plasma sword and began to dig. The personality core was conveniently connected to its memory storage device by 6 data lines. One of the data lines had to be dug out, and another was connected to its other sensory transmitters, which also needed to be removed. Additionally, there was a power line that needed to be taken out along with the battery, so Suyu dug that out as well. As for the other parts, there was no need to take them away. Suyu already understood the situation of the personality core. He just needed to ensure that the memory device of the personality core did not have any issues. But to fulfill the personality core's wish, Suyu did not cut off the sensory transmitters, cutting off everything else instead, as there was no need to keep them. Afterwards, Suyu prepared to leave with the severed personality core and other devices, and at the moment he touched the personality core, time resumed for it. However, since it was not connected to the handheld computer, Suyu did not know what it said, and similarly, Suyu could not communicate with the personality core. Suyu carried the personality core step by step towards the exit, not knowing what the personality core was thinking or wanting to say. Finally, Suyu carried the personality core outside the ancient ruins, and they walked out the door to see the dark yellow sky. In the sky, hundreds of warships were hovering, and their star-destroying cannons were gathering energy. Suyu placed the personality core on the ground and aimed its visual sensor at the sky, then took out his handheld computer to connect with the personality core. Finally, you see the sky you've been longing for. Do you have anything to say? Suyu was puzzled and really wanted to know what such an intelligent machine wanted to say, but there was nothing on the computer screen. Suyu opened it, but still, there was nothing. About 3 minutes later, the personality core suddenly powered down. Was it satisfaction? Or disappointment? Was it calm? Or excitement? Was it happiness? Or sadness? Suyu did not know because the personality core said nothing before self-terminating, and no one knew what it thought at the last moment of its mechanical life. Suyu obtained its body, and as long as it was reinstalled, a new personality core would be born, but it would no longer be it. Chapter 84. The ancient ruins turned to ruins. Suyu temporarily could not understand how a personality core could self-terminate. Did it actively cut off its own memory storage device? But Suyu placed the personality core in the projection pod, and then returned to the ancient ruins. Outside the ruins, many other civilizations' shuttles were parked. But Suyu did not intend to use them, as he was worried that those shuttles were equipped with positioning systems. Before the orbital base was completed, it was not advisable to expose Earth's location. Suyu returned to the ancient ruins and then entered another maze. At the entrance of the ancient ruins, there were 3 forks in the road, and only one fork led to the core, the other 2 led to the maze. However, there were also good things in the maze. Suyu delved deeper, twisting and turning, bypassing countless traps, and even skirting past the insectoid and mechanical races, as well as the awakened ancient people. Suyu arrived in front of an iron door, then took out his plasma sword, which had damaged internal parts, and it took 6 or 7 minutes to cut open the iron door. After the iron door was cut open, the plasma sword could no longer be used. The technology that enhances human craftsmanship must also be taken into account. Suyu sighed, then thought to himself, perhaps I can find some individuals from high craftsmanship civilizations to help humans. Suyu had heard the Baron say that there were still slave systems in the myriad worlds, and some civilizations might turn defeated races into slaves. However, Suyu knew that the idea of slavery was not accepted by humans and could only be approached through cooperation. Everything else could be negotiated, but ideas and civilizations are the hardest to change. If this issue is not handled well, it may lead to internal conflicts among humans. In that case, even if the orbital base is built, it will be destroyed due to infighting, just like the ancient ruins. Suyu pondered carefully in his heart. Wise people learn from the failures of others, while foolish people let their failures become lessons for others. I cannot repeat the same mistakes. The issue of alien races is the most troublesome. Introducing new races, whether through friendly coexistence or enslavement, will provoke dissatisfaction among some people and increase internal conflicts. The best solution is to introduce races that align with human aesthetics. Suyu thought of beast-eared girls and elves. I wonder if there are such races in the myriad worlds? Suyu muttered to himself as he entered through the iron door. The moment he entered, he was startled, because inside the iron door, there was a black spherical object like a black hole, and a person was walking out of the sphere. Suyu was taken aback. This person had already walked out halfway, with the other half still in the black hole. And this person clearly did not know that the ancient ruins were about to be attacked, as he was about to step out here. Who was this person? What kind of technology did he use? Or was it psychic energy? In an instant, Suyu recalled the distant leap mentioned by the creature in the dragon scale stone egg. Could this be the distant leap? Could it even be cross-realm teleportation? Suyu's brain was racing. He suddenly found many things connecting. The true goal of the Blue Moon Group was probably this person. Suyu had a bold guess. Being able to make a distant leap without relying on any shuttle means that his psychic energy or technology must be very powerful. Suyu continued to analyze. The Blue Moon Group clearly looked down on the things in the ancient ruins. They had been ambushing here for a long time and probably used some stealth technology. As soon as this person appeared, they immediately launched an attack. Suyu took a deep breath. Who exactly is this person? How could he make the Blue Moon Group lay such a big trap? Suyu began to carefully observe the person who had leaped over from a distance. And then he found that this person was also dressed in noble attire and looked like he held a rank higher than the Baron. He was not holding any weapons, just a blue gemstone. Because of the time stop, Suyu could not sense this person's aura, but he was sure that if time resumed, this person could definitely kill him in an instant. So, the question arises, what kind of thing could make this person take such a life-threatening risk to come here? These are high-level grudges and conflicts that people like us cannot understand. However, I will take the good stuff first. Suyu turned around and then discovered a safe-like device. But this could not stop Suyu. He took out a new plasma sword and easily cut open the safe. Then Suyu saw what was inside. No. To be precise, it was not one thing, but a living being. It was a strange creature sitting upright, with hands and feet, all covered in fluffy fur, golden in color, with particularly large ears and substantial earlobes. This furry creature sat upright in a nutrient pod filled with green liquid, which seemed to contain liquid oxygen. As Suyu noticed that the creature was not being cryogenically preserved, and it also had a mouth and nose, suggesting it needed to breathe. It was just that it was currently frozen in time. What was so special about this creature that it attracted a powerful being capable of long-distance teleportation? Suyu studied it carefully and soon discovered that this creature had been alive in the nutrient pod for at least 1,500 years, as the time recorded on the pod's door was exactly 1,500 years and 75 days. This creature had lived for 1,500 years? Was it an immortal being? Suyu suddenly felt the urge to extract some cells from this creature, but he held back. Suyu then returned and searched the noble who had teleported over from a distance, believing that this noble should also have something valuable. However, he found nothing. The noble had brought nothing of note except for his clothing. Could it be that he used some kind of spatial storage method? When advanced civilizations develop technology to a certain extent, it exceeds the understanding of lower civilizations. With no results from his search, Suyu had no choice but to dismantle the nutrient pod and take it out of the ancient ruins. Regardless, anything that caught the attention of a powerful figure must be valuable. Suyu placed the nutrient pod into the projection pod, then returned to the ruins, planning to strip other civilizations of their high-tech equipment. But unexpectedly, he found that all their weapons and equipment were encoded biologically. In other words, apart from themselves. No one else could use these weapons and equipment. They actually left a backup. With no other options, Suyu took the most powerful Gauss rifle and shield backpack, intending to replicate them when he got back. With everything prepared, Suyu planned to return. He filled the projection pod with fuel, set the coordinates for Earth, and pressed the start button. He had already obtained the most precious thing from the ancient ruins. It was time to leave. The projection pod immediately launched and accelerated rapidly. Just as it was about to leave the atmosphere, over 100 space warships from the Blue Moon Group suddenly began to gather energy, and then, within a quarter of a second, countless terrifying energy beams rained down from their orbits, almost in the blink of an eye, not giving anyone a chance to prepare. Let alone the fact that many people were completely unaware that the Blue Moon Group had launched an attack. But Suyu and the others had already slipped away. Their mechanical race's projection pod tore through the void and headed straight for Earth. The Baron was also taken aback. He suddenly found himself at the door of the shuttle pod. In the blink of an eye, he thought of an explanation. It was Su Yu. He saved me with a teleportation. How strong is this person? There was no time to think further. The Baron immediately boarded the shuttle. And the shuttle from the unified multiverse did not disappoint. It managed to withstand the terrifying energy beams for a few seconds before it also crossed the void. As for the bamboo pole man and the scaled man, they were not so lucky. Although they were saved by Su Yu, they were vaporized instantly under the terrifying energy beams and could not escape. The noble who had teleported over from a distance had already sensed danger, but he still charged out, only to find an empty safe. The noble was completely stunned. Who stole my Dark Realm beast? Amidst the noble's furious shouts, countless energy beams fell. The ancient ruins turned into ruins completely. Chapter 85. Psychic Teleportation. Neural tremor. Seeing the ancient ruins destroyed, everyone from the Blue Moon Group cheered. In the flagship's cockpit, the commander of the Blue Moon Group laughed heartily. Blue Sky Star, I heard you are very powerful, but unfortunately, you still died under my scheme. The people around immediately stood up to flatter him. As expected of the commander, indeed impressive. The commander waved his hand. Everyone sit down, it's nothing remarkable. My Blue Moon Group dominates the multiverse through strategy and strength. Blue Sky Star is nothing. Before the commander's words were finished, a strange black sphere appeared in the command cabin, and then the noble from the unified multiverse stepped out from it. He directly tore through the void and pulled out a monomolecular sword, which was pure white and free of any dust, looking extremely sacred, as if it were a holy artifact. However, to the group in the command cabin, it was undoubtedly the scythe of death. Guards, stop him, the commander shouted, and two guards in elite armor rushed toward Blue Sky Star. Blue Sky Star sneered. Elite armor? It might protect against plasma swords, but it's utterly useless against a monomolecular sword. Blue Sky Star swung the monomolecular sword, and with a light swipe, the two guards were sliced in half. Their cuts incredibly smooth, even usable as mirrors. The commander was horrified. He immediately jumped down from his command chair and rushed toward the door. But Blue Sky Star reached out, trying to run. In the next second, a spatial fluctuation occurred, and the commander instantly appeared before Blue Sky Star, who grabbed him by the neck. Psychic teleportation. The commander felt his heart drop. Facing a psychic warrior, they found it extremely difficult to resist. Die, all of you. Blue Sky Star's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a powerful wave of energy emanated from him, the neural awakening device reaching its limit. Neural tremor. In an instant, a terrifying wave spread out, causing all the crew on the over 100 ships to go mad, and they began to kill each other, exhibiting symptoms identical to animals hunting humans. The commander was nearly suffocating. He struggled to speak. This is level 9 psychic energy. Your rank has already reached that of an interstellar overlord? Blue Sky Star coldly replied. Good. Now immediately retrieve the surveillance from the ancient ruins and tell me who stole the Dark Realm beast. The commander had no choice. He immediately waved his hand, and the warship recognized his brainwave, automatically retrieving the surveillance video. In the next second, the surveillance footage appeared in the command cabin, and Blue Sky Star examined it carefully. He saw that before he appeared, the Dark Realm beast was sleeping there, sitting upright like an old monk in meditation. Just as Blue Sky Star used long-distance teleportation to appear, the Dark Realm beast disappeared along with the nutrient pod, and strangely, the entire process showed no fluctuations at all. Not psychic teleportation. Blue Sky Star frowned. He felt no spatial fluctuations, nor did he sense any psychic energy. The commander did not dare to breathe. Blue Sky Star asked sharply again, who else escaped your attack? The commander was unable to control himself. Blue Sky Star's psychic energy had invaded his brain, and the surveillance video was flashing wildly. Finally, a figure appeared, and that figure was the Baron. Blue Sky Star frowned tightly. Baron, a level 5 psychic. If he's level 5, he could learn psychic teleportation for a high price. Could it be this person? Blue Sky Star couldn't believe it, because this was someone who had stolen the Dark Realm beast right under his nose. The appearance of a Baron here cast serious doubt on the matter, especially since the Dark Realm beast he had nurtured for many years happened to be stolen at this time. It was too coincidental. Blue Sky Star exerted slight pressure with his left hand, and the commander's neck was snapped. He then activated long-distance teleportation to leave this place. Meanwhile, the others on the Blue Moon Group's warships were engaged in a frenzy of infighting, killing each other, until none were left. All fell in pools of blood. their bodies piled like mountains. Over 100 warships quietly hovered in the air, showing no signs of movement, with only the surveillance video inside the warships recording everything. At this moment, Su Yu and his group were already close to their own world. The Gene warriors took a while to realize they had returned to the projection chamber. The electric eel man and the turtle man were also completely puzzled. Although number 1 and number 2 showed surprised expressions, they did not speak. What puzzled them even more was that there was a strange creature in the projection chamber. This creature had opened its eyes and was curiously looking at everyone. It did not speak, nor did it move around, just sitting there quietly like an old monk in meditation, giving off a somewhat imposing aura, almost like a statue of Buddha. "What is this?" the turtle man asked. The golden creature looked at the turtle man, but remained silent, just watching quietly. So you said, "I don't know. I found another treasure in the ancient ruins, and I don't know what it is, but I plan to name it Golden Hair Beast." The creature was entirely golden, so the name Golden Hair Beast was fitting. Suyu flipped through the supplies and handed a box of compressed biscuits over. The Golden Hair Beast did not hesitate and took the biscuits, munching on them in a very elegant manner, maintaining a dignified posture, even eating the packaging. The electric eel man handed it a bottle of mineral water, which the Golden Hair Beast also took and bit into. The next moment, water sprayed everywhere, splattering on the ground and the Golden Hair Beast. However, the Golden Hair Beast remained steady, continuing to eat the water bottle. And the water that didn't spill also went into its belly. The others exchanged glances. "Why is it eating everything?" they wondered. The turtle man handed over a lithium battery, and the Golden Hair Beast took it, glanced at it, and then gently placed it on the ground, its actions very graceful. Everyone was even more confused. It wouldn't eat non-food items, yet it consumed the packaging and plastic bottles. Suyu handed it a large orange, and the Golden Hair Beast immediately began to peel it, but it ate the peel. Just when everyone thought it wouldn't eat the orange flesh, they saw it stuff the orange segments into its mouth and chew them elegantly, without splattering any juice, leaving nothing behind. Everyone was even more baffled. What kind of creature is this? But Suyu was certain that the Golden Hair Beast was extraordinarily valuable. He just hadn't discovered its potential yet. The projection chamber passed through layers of world barriers and finally landed on Earth, where the 4 vice presidents of the Evolution Association immediately came to welcome them. Suyu and the others successfully returned. He said to Vice President 1, "The orbital base is secured. We need to draft a construction plan for it immediately." Behind them, the Golden Hair Beast also got down on all fours, wobbling as its figure resembled that of a panda, plump and particularly endearing. For a moment, everyone's attention shifted back to the Golden Hair Beast. Even Vice President 1 was momentarily stunned and did not respond to Suyu right away. They all stared at the Golden Hair Beast. What on earth is this? Chapter 86. Bold and cautious, the Golden Hair Beast was eating. It was always eating. The Golden Hair Beast was constantly eating. It accepted everything offered to it. As long as food was presented, it would eat. Suyu, wearing a white lab coat, was researching the Golden Hair Beast with a group of scientists. Science is about proposing hypotheses, conducting experiments, validating them, and drawing conclusions. As it stands, we are stuck at the validation stage. Suyu and the others were perplexed. All present were top scientists, and Suyu was a leading expert in genetics. Yet they could not understand what the Golden Hair Beast was. As long as it was food, it would eat anything offered. If not offered food, it wouldn't make a fuss, but would quietly sit there watching everyone fiddle with their instruments. If no one was around, it would close its eyes and sleep. So far, the Golden Hair Beast had not made a single sound. Suyu asked, "Last week, I participated in discussions about the orbital base construction plan. Can you update me on the experiment?" The chief scientist immediately replied, "President, we previously conducted a starvation experiment. We starved the Golden Hair Beast for 3 days and nights. But it showed no reaction, seemingly unaware of the hunger, until one of our female doctors couldn't help but feed it strawberries." The female doctor behind the chief scientist lowered her head in shame. Suyu stroked his chin. This creature indeed seems to be very appealing to human females. The female doctor shyly said, "It looks so silly when it eats. I just can't help but want to feed it." Smack, smack. The Golden Hair Beast was eating again, this time coconut jelly. It even gnawed on the coconut skin, but clearly, it didn't realize that there was coconut juice inside, resulting in coconut juice spraying all over it. However, a few seconds later, the white coconut juice was absorbed. The hair of the Golden Hair Beast seems to have the ability to absorb liquids. We have no idea why. This creature is beyond any known life form on Earth. More importantly, after so many days, we have only seen it eat and have not seen it defecate. A Paishio? A group of people showed puzzled expressions. Suyu asked, have you extracted its cells? The chief scientist replied, we can't extract its hair or cells because once we attempt to extract them, they disappear. As he spoke, a new round of experiments began. One scientist boldly approached and used scissors to cut the golden hair beast's hair. But the golden hair beast merely glanced at him and continued munching on sugarcane. Normally, one would suck the juice from sugarcane, but the golden hair beast swallowed it whole. The scientist successfully cut off some of the golden hair beast's hair, but as soon as the hair left the creature, it vanished without a trace. This was too bizarre. If this is the case, we cannot conduct any research. Many scientists shook their heads and sighed. The golden hair beast continued to eat, and it was very polite. It would not accept new food until it finished what it was currently eating. Only after finishing its current food would it accept new offerings. However, if something like a pen, camera, or flashlight was presented, it would accept it and gently place it aside. Moreover, when these items were offered a second time, it wouldn't even take them. It seemed to determine what was food and what wasn't in an instant upon contact, some scientists analyzed. The chief scientist said, I really suspect this is a robot. Suyu shook his head. No, it is definitely a biological entity. If it were a robot, it would have deactivated during the time stop after being touched, but this creature does not. Many scientists knew they could not comprehend the golden hair beast. Suddenly, Suyu boldly suggested, let us give it toxic food. Everyone was shocked. An older scientist grabbed Suyu's arm. This is the only sample we have. It is crucial for our research on cosmic and interdimensional life forms. We can't be so reckless. Suyu replied, science is about hypotheses, experiments, and validation. I now hypothesize that the golden hair beast can decompose any object it consumes, so we need to experiment. Several scientists had actually wanted to do this for a long time, but had been too afraid, worried about causing issues with the only sample. Then why doesn't it eat non-food items? Someone asked. Suyu answered, perhaps it's because they taste bad. Taste. Everyone suddenly realized that the golden hair beast had a tongue, nose, eyes, and ears, similar to humans, monkeys, and pandas. Unlike humans, it was entirely furry and walked on all fours. However, this creature accepted everything offered, eating any food, whether it was meat, vegetables, fast food, fried food, snacks, chocolate, coffee, etc. Of course, it also consumed packaging, desiccants, fruit peels, and so on. Stuff polyethylene into an apple and feed it to it. With a command from Suyu, the scientist hesitated, but immediately after, his subordinates number 1 and number 2 sprang into action. Polyethylene, or plastic, is not edible for humans. Yet, the golden retriever was devouring it with gusto. They mixed heavy metals into milk and served it to the creature. Suyu continued to issue orders, and no. 1 and number 2 executed them, leaving the scientists trembling in fear. As a result, the golden retriever gulped it down, even chewing on the glass cup. A group of people looked on in shock. Its teeth were incredibly strong. Next, they decided to mix in poison. Number 1 and number 2 immediately began their task. While several scientists trembled all over, their hands and feet cold. This was the only sample they had. The result was that the golden retriever showed no ill effects, and even asked for more. Suyu waved his hand. All right, give me nuclear waste. Several older scientists fainted on the spot. Some younger scientists tried to persuade him. Shouldn't we observe for a few more days? Suyu replied, no need. In science, one must be bold and meticulous. Everyone was speechless. This was no longer just boldness, it was recklessness. The Evolutionary Association received the order and immediately sent over the nuclear waste without asking any questions, mixing it into the food given to the golden retriever. A group of scientists in protective suits trembled all over. The golden retriever accepted everything without hesitation, consuming it all without reservation. Looking at its innocent face, everyone felt that Suyu was a demon. But after the golden retriever ate the food laced with nuclear waste, it suddenly exhibited other behaviors. The crowd watched as the golden retriever stood up, wandered around the closed laboratory, found a corner, and raised its fluffy backside. Everyone. The golden retriever was finally going to poop. An old scientist sighed bitterly. I never dreamed that one day, we, the world's top scientists, would gather together to observe a creature defecating. The other scientists also looked grim. They hadn't expected this either. Only Suyu stroked his chin and pondered. Is it expelling undigested material? Just as they were talking, the golden retriever finished its business. producing a small black ball about the size of a ping-pong ball, which was very hard and rolled on the ground after being expelled. After finishing its business, the golden retriever sat down in a place, closed its eyes, and began to sleep like an old monk in meditation. Suyu immediately said, "A breakthrough has come. Everyone, immediately conduct scientific analysis on this black ball." All the scientists sprang into action, deploying all large instruments at their disposal, as a group of top scientists began experimental analysis. The leading material scientist immediately started weightlessness analysis, density testing, melting point experiments, gas and liquid phase analysis, chromatography columns, chromatography plates, volume exclusion, and chromatographic analysis. Following that were lengthy infrared, nuclear magnetic resonance, mass spectrometry, and flying mass spectrometry. Then came optical microscopy, electron microscopy, and light analysis. They used every instrument available and all possible methods. Throughout the process, they wore protective suits to avoid radiation harm. However, the results were disappointing. It did not belong to any known element on the periodic table. It seemed a new element would have to be added. The scientists felt very dejected. Suyu, however, said, "Don't be so downcast, because in science, there is not just the method of hypothesis, experimentation, and verification." The others perked up their ears. And Suyu continued, "In science, there is another method that does not require experimentation or hypothesis, but only logical analysis and summarization." Many scientists were puzzled. Suyu continued, "This golden retriever is something I obtained from ancient ruins, just like the personality core. I believe that the creators of the ancient ruins would not have hidden the personality core in the golden retriever without reason. Since we have already established that the personality core is an important component of the orbital base, we should logically deduce that the golden retriever is also an indispensable part of the orbital base." Everyone was confused. While it made sense that the personality core was central to the orbital base, how could a living creature like the golden retriever relate to it? The personality core was for automation, to allow the orbital base to defend the planet for us. But what was the purpose of the golden retriever's existence? Upon hearing Suyu's question, everyone began to ponder, deep in thought, just as Suyu was also contemplating. A female doctor said, "So far, we still haven't figured out what powers the orbital base. Although there is an energy generator in the blueprint, we don't understand what the fuel is." Her words awakened the others. The people present were not foolish, and they instantly understood. Could it be that this little black ball is the fuel? Everyone's eyes lit up. An old scientist said, "But we can't verify that." Suyu replied, "We can verify it. We just need to build that energy generator to test it. Immediately notify the engineering department to construct the energy generator." The old scientist paused for a moment and then said, "Isn't it too dangerous to proceed without any experiments?" Suyu responded, "It's not dangerous. We can't analyze this black ball, so we can only use it directly. Success or failure will depend on the results of its use." The old scientist intended to oppose this idea, as it was too risky. It would be like constructing a nuclear power plant without fully understanding the principles of nuclear energy, which could lead to serious problems. Suyu stated, "We don't have the time or technology to verify all the technologies we've acquired. We are currently at the bottom of the multiverse, the weakest civilization, so sometimes we must not be too fixated on understanding this technology. The most important thing for us is to quickly enhance our strength to ensure our survival." Upon hearing Suyu's words, the others fell silent. The old scientist sighed. "This will bring great trouble to our descendants, but let's just survive until that time." Everyone sighed in agreement. "Yes, let us just survive until then." The engineering department needed some time to construct the energy generator. Suyu left the research department and returned to the ground command center of the Evolutionary Association. Currently, the giant space station was halted in construction because they had already obtained the blueprint for the orbital base, making the giant space station unnecessary. What needed to be done now was to at least construct 1/6 of the orbital base. An orbital base must have a planetary fortress, which serves as the command center and will be the future base of the Evolutionary Association. This place will have various turrets and fighter jets for protection, and it will also serve as the administrative center of the Evolutionary Association. Surrounding the planetary fortress, there must be at least 4 hangar platforms, each equipped with at least 1,000 unmanned fighters and 1,000 unmanned bombers. In addition, 120 laser turrets and 120 missile defense platforms are needed. This is the first line of defense. Those turrets and drones will attract enemy fire. The real output comes from the third line of defense, the ion cannons surrounding each planetary fortress which, like plasma swords, annihilate enemies by launching superheated ions, possessing terrifying power. The third line of defense consists of orbital cannons constructed on the planet, designed to attack warships that breach various defenses and reach the orbit. If the enemy breaks through all three lines of defense and reaches the surface of the Earth, then it will be true hand-to-hand combat, at which point Suyu and the others will need to take action themselves. Of course, during the attack by the three lines of defense. They can also pilot ships to attack the enemy. Additionally, maintenance platforms, jump suppressors, blackout generators, ejection pod suppressors, and other auxiliary facilities are necessary. Thus, after completing all construction, they had finished 1/6 of the orbital base. Once all orbital bases were completed, the entire planet's defense would have no blind spots, and by then, Suyu could comfortably slip away to other worlds. However, at the moment, they hadn't even seen a shadow of the orbital base because the materials required were too many. The manpower needed was too extensive, and the time required was too long. After returning to the base, Vice President Wen asked Suyu, "President, when do you plan to take on the award task?" Suyu looked at the time and found that there were still 3 weeks left. He said, "There's no rush. Humanity urgently needs to accumulate strength. Once we accept, it is likely to attract plunder from other civilizations, and then it will be another fierce battle." After Suyu finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, the reconnaissance team monitoring the dimensional rift sent an urgent communication. "Alert! Alert! We have detected a passing fleet." All the senior members of the Evolver Association were startled. The inevitable had finally arrived. Chapter 88. No mercy among the worlds. Long before the dimensional rift appeared, they had speculated that ships from other civilizations would pass through the rift and discover them. They didn't expect this day to come so soon. The monitoring personnel replied, "The other party contacted us proactively. They say they are a merchant ship." Merchant ship? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If it was a merchant ship, that was fine. However, Suyu said, "Don't be careless. First, ask what kind of trade the merchant ship is involved in." Since Suyu had obtained the multiverse translator from the Baron, humanity now had something like a translator, enabling them to communicate with other civilizations in the multiverse. After a while, the liaison personnel relayed the message. They say they are a merchant ship from the Cube civilization, seeking food, minerals, and fuel, and they can trade weapons, equipment, and luxury goods. The response from the other party immediately plunged the Evolver Association into discussion. "Our orbital base is still under construction. We have no means of defense against their ships." Vice President Wen expressed his concern, saying, "I think we need to consider this matter carefully. We are unsure if they are deceiving us. If they attack us, we may not be able to resist." Everyone was deep in thought and worry. Suyu was pondering this matter and said, "If the suspicion chain theory holds, then the other party shouldn't be so eager to contact us. Wouldn't they be worried that we are a hostile civilization and might seize their supplies? After all, do merchant ships really exist that trade with unfamiliar civilizations?" Suyu's words immediately put everyone into deep contemplation. Suyu continued, "Let's think from a different perspective. If our civilization established a merchant ship, would we trade with an unfamiliar civilization?" Everyone immediately replied firmly, "No." After they finished speaking, they exchanged glances, and it seemed they had all confirmed each other's thoughts. The famous cosmic sociology book 3 Body was still read by them, and they recognized many of the theoretical points within it. "So what should we do?" Everyone looked at Suyu again. Suyu continued to ponder. "I'm thinking, if this merchant ship is backed by a hostile civilization, why don't they attack directly and instead disguise themselves as a merchant ship?" Everyone immediately began to discuss among themselves. Is it because they themselves don't have strong enough power? If they fear us, then why contact us? Suyu said, "Ask them how they intend to conduct trade." Soon, the liaison returned with the other party's response. "To show our sincerity, we intend to conduct trade on the surface of your planet." Everyone was even more perplexed. Conduct trade on the surface of our planet? Isn't that like sheep entering a tiger's den? The eldest daughter of the Clark family expressed her confusion. Vice President Wen nodded. "Yes. Are they overly confident in their own strength, or are they really just a merchant ship?" However, Suyu spoke up, hearing them say that. "I am basically certain that they have ulterior motives." Everyone was taken aback, not understanding Suyu's meaning. Suyu pointed to the sky. "Don't forget. The fragments of the invading dimensional warship are still floating in the sky. That is the best deterrent. Any civilization that sees that broken ship will not act recklessly." Everyone then suddenly realized. Right, the carcass of a powerful warship is enough to deter other civilizations. It seems the other party mistakenly believes we have powerful orbital cannons. So they do not plan to engage us in space combat. It looks like the warship the president destroyed has led to this misunderstanding. Suyu nodded. The other party wants to engage us on the ground. It seems they lack confidence in their warship's strength. Or perhaps they want to infiltrate our interior first. But that aligns with our strengths, as we excel in ground combat. Humanity did not have orbital cannons. And not even a single orbital base was completed. If the other party bombarded their planet with warships, they would have no means to counter it. This was precisely why Suyu wanted to complete the orbital base as soon as possible. The previous dimensional warship had forced them into a time stop due to its use of large-scale weapons upon arrival. But if a civilization planned to conduct slow orbital bombardment, that would be troublesome. Suyu knew that he would trigger a time stop only when facing a deadly threat. If the other party merely inflicted serious injuries or restricted his movements, he would not be able to trigger the time stop. And suicide was certainly not an option. Suyu said, "Draw them down. We will confront them directly on the surface." But at that moment, a voice from the corner spoke up. What if the other party is truly a benevolent civilization? What if they are a civilization leaving their world for the first time? Everyone paused. The suspicion chain is everywhere. At the level of civilization, trusting the enemy is equivalent to killing one's own people. If the other party is malicious and we are unprepared, our civilization could be destroyed. Suyu reminded them. Everyone nodded in agreement. And Vice President once said, if we show goodwill, we might be harmed, but if we show malice, we absolutely cannot suffer losses. Moreover, even if the other party is benevolent, what if we end up destroying them? What then? The other three vice presidents nodded coldly in agreement. Don't forget, for the continuation of our civilization, we must stop at nothing. The others fell silent, and the person in the corner also stopped speaking. The harsh reality was laid before them. The weak have no right to talk about mercy. Even a powerful entity like the unified multiverse merely maintains neutrality. However, Suyu thought differently. He said, in any case, we still need to make contact first. If the other party is a malicious civilization, then everything we discussed is meaningless. We must fight against them regardless. Yes, if the other party is a malicious civilization, then combat is inevitable. Because even if they do not choose to trade, the other party will attack due to the weakness of human civilization. It would be better to take the initiative. Let us start trading with them. With Suyu's order, the other party's merchant ship flew into the Evolver world and slowly headed towards Earth. Everyone immediately became tense because they had no means to counter space weapons. Nuclear missile silos around the world were ready, and if necessary, they would directly launch intercontinental missiles carrying nuclear warheads at the other party. But the other party did not initiate an attack and instead landed steadily on an island on Earth. The world's most powerful fleet immediately began to assemble. Suyu and others personally followed the fleet to that small island. Whether the other party was benevolent or malicious, whether they wanted to fight or trade, everything would soon be revealed. Chapter 89. The Call of Duty. Heroes returned. The human fleet surrounded the island, and countless warship turrets had already targeted the small island. On the island, a pitch-black spaceship was parked, its hatch open, and two seemingly ordinary aliens stepped down, unarmed. This left the members of the Evolvers Association puzzled. Were they a benevolent civilization? Everyone was half convinced, unsure. Should they eliminate them directly, or? The fleet commander asked Suyu for his opinion. Suyu said, send someone to make contact first. Their behavior is illogical. Why would they send only two people to contact us, an unknown civilization? It feels unreasonable. The contact team took a speedboat to the island, acting as the diplomatic representatives of the Evolvers Association. The real high-ranking officials would not engage directly. After all, it was the first contact with an alien civilization, so caution was essential. The human team landed on the island and then began discussions in front of the spaceship. Vice President One was puzzled. Why aren't they inviting our people aboard their ship? Perhaps they had some hidden secrets inside. So far, the human side had not fully trusted this group of aliens. Suyu frowned, sensing something ominous. Soon, the diplomatic representative returned with a message. President, they are willing to trade weapons with us. Suyu said, deliver the ores they need and proceed with the trade. The transport ship immediately began delivering ores to the island, and the aliens waved their hands. Soon, large numbers of aliens came down from the ship holding weapons. But the moment Suyu saw them, he shouted, immediately recall the personnel on the island. Because each of those aliens was armed with a firearm, and they wore tattered clothing, with electric handcuffs and shackles on their wrists and ankles. In that instant, Suyu thought of one word, slaves. Everyone was startled, and in a flash, they realized a possibility. The aliens were merely a ship full of slave cannon fodder, using a feint tactic. Retreat, Suyu shouted. Let's go to the backside of the Earth. But the group of slaves immediately launched an attack on them aboard the warship, all wielding automatic rifles, with technology similar to their own. Meanwhile, the two seemingly normal aliens were directing the fight. Charge, charge, everyone, hold them back. Suyu immediately shouted, Sniper, take out those aliens. Bang, bang. Two gunshots rang out, and bullets flew through the two alien commanders, but instead of a splatter of blood, they saw projections that continuously turned into mosaics and faded away. It was a holographic projection. Vice President Walter slammed the table in anger. We've been deceived. Suyu immediately issued orders. The fastest warships, retreat immediately. The remaining warships, eliminate this group of slaves. In an instant, war broke out, and the human side found itself at an absolute disadvantage. This was the scene of war brought about by technological supremacy. Suyu knew that every second counted. The enemy's goal was to hold back their main force and then attack their weak points. But just as countless heavy firepower warships were attacking the slaves on the island, a massive shield suddenly appeared. Suyu narrowed his eyes. Shield backpack? That was a shield backpack capable of withstanding even the mechanical race's electric shock cannons. Their warship turrets couldn't possibly breach the enemy's defenses in such a short time. But Suyu had anticipated this situation. He shouted, Disposable plasma arrows, fire. Countless Gene warriors immediately drew metal longbows and fitted them with disposable plasma arrows. These plasma arrows were failed products from the initial plasma sword manufacturing, meant to be destroyed. But after Suyu had seen the shield, he suggested using them to make plasma arrows, as they were very effective against shields. Over 20 plasma arrows were immediately shot out, piercing through the enemy's shield and landing in the formation, taking out a significant number of slaves. However, immediately, some slaves picked up the plasma arrows intending to fight back, but these plasma arrows could only be used once. At this moment, once the shield was broken, countless shells fell onto the island, and in an instant, the island became a sea of fire. The alien slaves were thrown into chaos, suffering heavy casualties, blood flowing like rivers. But they were just a group of slaves, mere cannon fodder. Suyu immediately ordered the fleet to retreat, and at that moment, the Global Intelligence Center that Suyu had ordered the Evolvers Association to establish suddenly transmitted heavy news. It was a video showing several warships suddenly appearing over several important cities, launching countless ground landing ships that descended and began attacking the skyscrapers. Then, countless mechanical tentacles extended from the landing ships, crazily grabbing humans from the buildings. Vice President Walter's eyes widened in horror. That's my homeland, my hometown. The location of the Walter family was directly attacked by aliens, and people were being abducted. Suyu said, holographic projections, slave cannon fodder, invisible warships. This civilization is undoubtedly a malicious one, a pirate civilization. He shouted, warships, advance 4. Prepare heavy transport aircraft immediately. Everyone sprang into action. The warships advanced at full speed, but it was too far, really too far. That was the other side of the Earth, and they would need at least 11 or 12 hours to arrive. Many felt despair. In the face of such a powerful civilization, were we really so fragile? Vice President Wen clenched his teeth. His voice squeezed out between them. If we had orbital positions, we would never let them be so rampant. At this moment, they could only watch helplessly as the enemy attacked human cities and brutally abducted Earth's people, with no way to respond. What exactly have we, who claim to protect humanity, been protecting? Is this the true strength of other civilizations in the myriad worlds? In terms of both technology and tactical application, they far surpassed us. Humanity has lost. This is war, but when the enemy showcases overwhelming tactics and strength, it is easy for our side to collapse. According to psychologists' analysis, once combat losses exceed 40, soldiers will psychologically collapse, which is why many commanders announce a retreat before losses reach 40. However, there is one country that will never retreat even if losses reach 100. And even if all personnel are killed, it will not collapse. At this moment, that country's only 3 aircraft carriers had set sail at full speed, and countless heavy transport aircraft were carrying numerous ordinary soldiers straight to the front lines. The entire national military force assembled in just 30 minutes. Then all rushed to the front lines, leaving none behind. The news reached the Evolvers Association, shocking all members. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu delivered a pre-battle speech. Warriors of the Evolvers Association, warriors of humanity, pick up your plasma swords, strap on your jump packs, and drink deep of your battle wine. The time for battle has come. Let the enemy see our fury. Let the enemy see our strength. When the call of duty arises, the heroes return. Chapter 90. In an instant, heaven and earth stopped. Countless alien warships began rampantly attacking human cities, and countless mechanical tentacles descended from the sky, continuously grabbing humans. People looked on in despair as landing ships filled with humans continued to rise. The attacks always came unexpectedly, and despair always descended unbidden. In the last attack, humanity had not yet had time to despair when their warships were destroyed, but this time, they were not so fortunate. Suyu and the others were rushing over as fast as they could, but it was still too late. In the sky, dozens of fighter jets charged in, the deafening sound reverberating through heaven and earth. But the alien warships merely fired a few lasers, and those fighter jets were shot down. The speed of the laser was too fast for the fighter jets to evade. In an instant, the fighter jets were destroyed. The people on the ground felt even more despair upon witnessing this scene. The gap in combat power was too great, to the point where resistance was impossible. Some people even stopped running and allowed the mechanical tentacles to capture them, thinking that being taken away might still allow them to live, while fleeing would only lead to them being mistakenly harmed. The city suffered from a population raid, with a large number of humans being captured. Subsequently, the alien warships began to advance, shifting their targets. But before changing targets, these warships suddenly dropped terrifying doomsday bombs on human cities. As the doomsday bombs fell, they exploded with a force comparable to an atomic bomb, instantly turning the prosperous city into ruins. Many who had sought refuge in basements were also turned to ashes in the explosion of the doomsday bombs. They had escaped the pursuit, but could not escape the blast. On a distant heavy transport aircraft, Watt's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists, staring intensely at the screen. Damn aliens, I will kill you all. Everyone who witnessed the detonation of the doomsday bombs gritted their teeth, their eyes nearly bursting with flames, filled with rage at seeing their fellow citizens' city so easily destroyed. Despicable. Too despicable. Suyu's eyes emitted a sharp light, a light that seemed ready to shoot out and claim lives. A city, millions of people, just like that, were slaughtered. This group of aliens stopped after plundering a mere tenth of the population, then used doomsday bombs to annihilate everything, showing no humanity. Moreover, they intended to attack the next city. Everyone clenched their fists, the sound of cracking knuckles filling the air. Stop it. Watt's eyes were blood red, tears streaming down his face. The heavy transport aircraft they were aboard was racing towards the front lines at maximum speed, but it still wasn't fast enough. The enemy's warships were moving too quickly. They had already reached the next city and immediately began their population raid. Countless people were fleeing, countless were hiding. But it was useless. They were all captured by mechanical tentacles and loaded onto slave ships. They had a total of 10 slave ships. And attacking a city was merely enough to fill one slave ship. Faced with such a malicious civilization, faced with such an immoral civilization, everyone was filled with uncontrollable rage. But they could only watch helplessly as another city was plundered, and then the doomsday bombs fell, completely destroying that city. Everyone fell silent, their anger leaving them speechless. Either perish in silence or erupt in silence. A raging fire ignited in everyone's hearts, but they remained silent, making no moves. They would wait until they reached the battlefield to unleash their fury. The third city was attacked, countless populations were plundered, and then the doomsday bombs fell, turning the entire city into ruins. This group of aliens had almost no sense of morality, and even worse, they took pleasure in slaughter. This particularly infuriated them. At that moment, the first batch of reinforcements arrived. Countless paratroopers jumped from the heavy transport aircraft and immediately launched an attack on the alien landing ships. It was the nation that would never retreat, even with a 100 casualty rate. At the brink of human survival, someone would ultimately stand up. Many countries would only fight for their own nation, but some would fight for others. Because we are compatriots. Kill. The soldiers' desperate attacks delayed the aliens' population plundering, but their outrage only led to the dropping of doomsday bombs. Boom. With a loud bang, the soldiers and civilians were all sacrificed in the explosion of the doomsday bombs. Another city turned to ruins, and the aliens had no intention of leaving. They planned to continue their actions, but the enraged Evolutionary Association was already waiting for them. Even in extreme anger, They could not forget their strategic arrangements. They arrived at the aliens' next target city in advance and lay in wait, just waiting for the alien fleet to come to them. Sure enough, the arrogant alien warships arrived above this city and immediately dispatched countless landing ships, which descended and began frantically plundering the population. Just then, Suyu stepped forward, commanding, "Gauss rifles, fire." This was the Gauss rifle technology that Suyu had brought back and successfully replicated with the help of nanobots. Everyone's outrage reached its peak, to the point of silence. Their faces stern. Only when Suyu gave the order did they immediately pull the triggers of their Gauss rifles. Do they really think we humans are weak and easy to bully? The replicated Gauss rifles roared and then fired terrifying Gauss bullets. In the next second, the alien landing ships were pierced, and those landing ships immediately exploded. Seeing this, the aliens aimed their warships' cannons at Suyu and the others, but at that moment, countless intercontinental missiles flew in. Vice President What shouted angrily, "Today's revenge will be repaid today. The blood debt you left behind, I will make you pay in full." The intercontinental missiles fell immediately, striking the alien warships, but the aliens quickly deployed massive shields, which were incredibly strong and resilient, blocking all the intercontinental missiles. Then, these aliens used an extremely shameless tactic, using their slave ships full of humans as their defense, making it difficult for Suyu and the others to continue their attack. Subsequently, countless unmanned combat aircraft flew out and launched an attack on them. In an instant, the Gene warriors suffered heavy casualties. The aliens seemed unsatisfied with this, immediately ordering their warships to drop doomsday bombs, and this time they released 10 at once, double the amount they had dropped before. However, they did not expect that Suyu was waiting for this moment. "Do you know how long I have waited for this moment?" Suyu stepped forward, facing those 10 doomsday bombs. Suyu continued to walk forward, leaving everyone with a solid and broad back. Suyu knew that suicide would never trigger time stop. So launching a nuclear bomb at himself would absolutely not work, but if the enemy launched doomsday bombs at him, that would definitely work. Time stop is not ordinary. Suyu pointed to the sky, feeling that special fluctuation again. Time stop was definitely not simple. There must be a deep reason behind it. Suyu didn't know it yet, but at this moment, he could use it. Time stop. In an instant, the world stood still. Chapter 91. Once you fall behind, you will be struck. On that day, Suyu said, "Time stops." And so, the time in the world came to a halt. Of course, this was not because Suyu had mastered the power of time stop, but because he used the power of time stop. 10 terrifying doomsday bombs were falling from the sky, about to explode, and once they detonated, this city would turn to ruins. And all the people in this city would be instantly killed, unless they could escape the explosion range before the doomsday bombs detonated. However, unless one learned Psychic Leap, it was absolutely impossible to escape this range. Therefore, this group of dimensional pirates was extremely arrogant, believing they held an absolute advantage. But they could never have imagined that their opponent would stop time. Suyu saw everything around him come to a halt. He saw the unmanned combat aircraft hovering in midair, saw the steel tentacles of the landing ships capturing humans, and saw those pirate ships high above. In this attack, this group of pirates had captured at least over 3 million people and slaughtered over 10 million innocent lives. Suyu felt an immense anger about this. He remembered seeing a news story online about 3 high school students brutally killing a couple. In that moment, he was also filled with rage, wishing he could tear those 3 students apart with his bare hands. But that anger back then was nothing compared to the fury he felt today. Because the anger he felt then was just impotent rage, Suyu knew he couldn't do anything. At most, he could only pound the keyboard and curse a few words. But the anger he felt now was a calm and collected fury. Suyu's expression was impassive, with almost no emotional fluctuations. He climbed a building and made his way up the stairs to an office. In the office, the window had been completely shattered by a mechanical tentacle, and a tall professional woman was tightly grasped by the mechanical tentacle. This woman seemed to be struggling. Even her high heels had been flung away, leaving only her small feet wrapped in stockings. At this moment, both she and the mechanical tentacle were completely still, frozen in time. Suyu walked over and took out his plasma sword, and swung it. The mechanical tentacle instantly severed. At the moment of contact, the mechanical tentacle experienced a time reset, but the moment it left, time stopped again. So although the mechanical tentacle was cut off, it still remained connected because time had stopped. Until Suyu grasped the mechanical tentacle, then the time of the tentacle and the landing ship instantly resumed. And in that moment, the mechanical tentacle instantly retracted, pulling Suyu directly into the landing ship. The landing ship seemed to be an unmanned vessel, controlled by artificial intelligence. It thought it had captured Suyu, so it continued to grab at others, but each time its mechanical tentacles reached out, Suyu would sever one until all the tentacles were cut off, at which point the landing ship immediately took off, heading straight for the slave ship. The landing ship was incredibly fast, and it seemed about to take Suyu away from the explosion radius of the doomsday bomb. But Suyu had already stabbed the control panel of the landing ship with his sword. Zila. The control panel was instantly pierced and exploded. And then the landing ship fell from the sky. The landing ship crashed to the ground, creating a large pit, but it sustained little damage, and Suyu crawled out, unhurt. He then moved all the humans inside the landing ship out. After that, Suyu found a second landing ship and used the same method to take it down and rescue the people inside. Suyu was very calm. He was not blinded by anger and did not rush to find trouble with the alien spaceship. He was calm and rational, knowing he should first rescue all the humans who had been captured. When there was only one landing ship left, Suyu went to the city's television station and requisitioned their helicopter. Their helicopter had a beautiful name, Tracker. It was indeed a helicopter from a television station, acting with the goal of chasing the truth. Suyu was very skilled at piloting the helicopter. He flew it into the sky, then approached the area near the doomsday bomb and jumped out. After he jumped from the helicopter immediately froze in midair. But Suyu had a jump pack on his back, and he immediately activated it, propelling himself over to grasp the doomsday bomb tightly, then spun around and flew back. You like explosions, don't you? I'll give you a good explosion. Suyu was particularly furious. In the past, during time stops, he would wait for a while, taking advantage of the situation before acting, but today, he didn't want to wait. A gentleman takes revenge 10 years later. But I, Suyu, will take revenge immediately. You offended me in the morning, and I will take my revenge in the evening. Suyu's vengeance lasted from morning till night. Moreover, Suyu also realized that the technology of these pirates was not worth mentioning. The reason they were able to defeat humans so badly was that they had warships, and that humanity's orbital defenses were not yet established. Suyu piloted the helicopter and systematically collected all 10 doomsday bombs. After that, he flew the helicopter to the door of the slave ship, as the aliens used the slave ship as a meat shield, forcing the Evolution Association to be cautious, so the altitude was very low. This was exactly what Suyu wanted. He jumped out, took out his plasma sword, and used the jump pack to fly over and directly cut open the door of the ship. The door opened, and Suyu immediately flew inside. The slave compartment's defenses were so weak it was heartbreaking. As soon as he cut open the door, he saw countless humans piled inside, crammed together like livestock in a huge space, with fear and panic written on many faces. The defenses of this slave ship were so weak that it indicated the aliens did not value human lives, which gave Suyu a clearer understanding of the aliens' cruelty. In the myriad realms, if you fall behind, you will be beaten. At this moment, Suyu deeply understood this point. Who could believe that slavery still existed in the myriad realms? This only shows that technological advancement has nothing to do with social progress. Suyu did not linger. He immediately rushed into the cockpit, but upon entering, he was faced with a dilemma because he did not know how to pilot the alien ship. At this point, Suyu temporarily quelled part of his anger, although he wanted to immediately use the doomsday bomb to blow up the enemy ship. There were still 3 million compatriots waiting for him to rescue. He could not act impulsively. He could not let his emotions dictate his actions. He was their hope, their guarantee of survival. He could not let 3 million compatriots lose their lives for the sake of revenge. Suyu was completely calm. He looked at the control panel before him and realized he had only one option: to learn how to operate the spaceship. Once he learned, he could pilot the other 2 slave ships filled with humans, thus saving 300,000 people. Suyu raised his head and looked at the alien warship high above, saying, "I have plenty of time, but you do not. The moment time resumes will be your moment of death." Chapter 92, Learning the Language. Learning to fly the ship, Suyu completely calmed down and began to assess the situation. After careful observation, Suyu discovered that this slave ship had been consuming energy constantly since he boarded. In other words, once it ran out of energy, it would fall from the sky. But this did not mean that the humans would be saved. Quite the opposite. The crowded humans in the slave compartment would be crushed to death when the ship fell, just like a falling elevator. Do not imagine that you can avoid harm by jumping at the moment of impact. This is a myth, and moreover, humans in time stop cannot jump. Therefore, Suyu had to figure out how to pilot this ship before the energy ran out. The first thing to do was to learn the writing of this alien race. Suyu muttered to himself, "How many alien languages have I learned?" Suyu suddenly realized he had learned many alien characters, mostly through one method, statistical decryption. He was already very familiar with this, and he immediately began studying. However, learning the characters on this control panel was relatively easier because Suyu could correspond the various buttons on human spacecraft with them and then learn. The method of correspondence was not difficult. He just needed to release nanobots and use them to analyze the data lines inside the ship. Unless the aliens had already begun using quantum transmission technology, they would definitely be using data lines. Only with data lines could commands be transmitted to various facilities, allowing control of the ship. During the learning process, Suyu suddenly recalled his memories of learning to operate various vehicles. A long time ago, he fell many times while learning to ride a bicycle. At that time, Suyu could only practice riding alone because no one was there to teach him or support him. He had to balance on the sidewalk with one foot while pushing the pedal with the other foot, moving forward bit by bit. Amazingly, without anyone teaching him or holding the bicycle from behind, Suyu learned quickly, even faster than other children who had adults to support them. At that time, Suyu didn't understand that when a person is independent and has no other reliance, that is when one's potential can be fully unleashed. Later, he learned to drive a car, then a helicopter, then a rocket, and finally a spaceship, up to the present where he was piloting an alien spacecraft. Each learning experience was done alone, with no one guiding or helping him, and certainly no safety net. While others had adults to hold their bicycles, had instructors to brake for them when learning to drive, and had coaches to guide them when learning helicopters, Suyu had none of that. Absolutely none. With no safety net. When he fell while learning to ride a bicycle, he had to endure it alone. If he had an accident while learning to drive, he had to find a way to deal with it. If there was an incident while flying a helicopter, he would have to parachute. And now, it was the same. Suyu told himself, "I have no way out." Days later, Suyu successfully deciphered the alien text and learned the functions of the buttons on the control panel. This was a slave ship modified from a cargo transport ship. It was not originally meant to be on the front lines, but after being seized by dimensional pirates, it was used to transport slaves. Clearly, the dimensional pirates also had only a vague understanding of this ship. Suyu carefully studied and analyzed it, learning not just at the control panel, but also checking the engine room, crew lounge, and entertainment area. Undoubtedly, this was a complete ship, but its functions were similar to those of a human cargo truck. Its defense was not very strong, but its cargo capacity was powerful enough to be converted into a merchant ship, capable of navigating through dimensions. Acquiring this ship meant having the qualification to trade across the myriad worlds. Moreover, controlling this ship was not complicated, the more advanced the transportation tool, the simpler it was to operate. Long ago, cars only had manual transmissions, and driving was cumbersome, requiring frequent shifting and precise footwork. It would certainly be difficult for a primitive person to learn to drive. But later, cars came with automatic transmissions, only needing an accelerator and a brake, making driving very simple, so simple that even a primitive person could learn to drive with training. Furthermore, self-driving cars have already been developed. Of course, the slave ship Suyu was on did not have autopilot, but he found that piloting this spaceship was quite similar to flying a helicopter or a fighter jet. It required understanding the three dimensions of length, width, and height, needing to consider not only forward and backward, but also up and down. This slave ship naturally had these functions and also possessed an artificial intelligence system. Suyu stayed on this slave ship for several days, drawing countless schematics and recording numerous notes. Suyu called this starting from scratch to learn how to pilot a spaceship. In his notes, Suyu meticulously recorded which button was for acceleration, which was for deceleration, which control stick was for ascending, which was for descending, and the control sticks for left and right rotation, along with the throttle for speed control. He thoroughly grasped all the theories, and then he officially began to pilot the spaceship. Suyu took a deep breath. He knew that the lives of 1,000,000 people were in his hands. With one mistake, those 1,000,000 lives could be lost under his command, so he had to be cautious. Suyu sat in the pilot seat and began to operate the controls. He pushed the throttle, and the spaceship's thrusters suddenly erupted with flames, causing the ship to shoot out rapidly. Suyu was startled because the speed was too fast. He immediately pulled back the throttle, and the spaceship slowed down instantly until it came to a stop. Suyu wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. He had almost flown out of the explosion radius of the doomsday bomb. If he had done so, time would inevitably restore, and the terrifying doomsday bomb would detonate. Suyu began to control the throttle and various control sticks more carefully. The spaceship gradually started to fly under Suyu's control, and ultimately, with his meticulous operation, the slave ship landed, crashing half of a stadium. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. Just being able to land was a success. Suyu had learned how to pilot a spaceship, albeit at a novice level. Next, Suyu repeated the process and successfully landed 2 other ships, ensuring the safety of 3 million people. After accomplishing all this, Suyu piloted the helicopter back up into the sky and flew above the last landing ship. Then, Suyu broke into the landing ship and entered its interior. As soon as the landing ship came into contact with Suyu, time immediately resumed, and it prepared to continue capturing humans. However, Suyu already understood how to operate these spaceships. This landing ship was merely a mining sorter, seized by dimensional pirates to be used as a machine for capturing slaves. But at this moment, in Suyu's hands, it recalled its true mission. Suyu released all the captured humans, then controlled the mechanical tentacles to grab the 10 doomsday bombs and took off directly towards the alien battleship. Suyu coldly said, "Dimensional pirates, you accidentally dropped your doomsday bombs. I'm returning them to you now." Chapter 93. That figure. Unforgettable for eternity, Suyu piloted the landing ship to Earth's orbit, where he saw 7 alien battleships, each with a different design, indicating that even these battleships had been seized by dimensional pirates. None of them were self-manufactured. Everything was obtained through plunder. These guys truly deserve the title of pirates. Suyu slowly piloted the landing ship closer, then used the mechanical tentacles to touch the hatch of one of the battleships. The next second, that battleship's time resumed, and Suyu sent the command to open the airlock. The enemy's battleship immediately performed recognition, and upon confirming it was a friendly landing ship, the airlock opened automatically. Suyu immediately drove the landing ship inside, and after the airlock closed, he donned a protective suit and walked out of the landing bay carrying a doomsday bomb. The interior of the ship was equipped with anti-gravity devices, allowing Suyu to walk forward easily. He carried a doomsday bomb and began searching for the enemy battleship's engine. After several searches, he finally found the engine room. It was as complex as the engines of dimensional warships. Suyu did not use nanobots for analysis because they would be destroyed by the energy released by the engine the moment they entered. Therefore, Suyu decided not to waste nanobots. He installed the doomsday bomb in the engine room and then headed to the command cabin. Along the way, he checked the alien weapons and equipment, discovering that their armaments were varied, with no unified design, seemingly all obtained through theft. Suyu continued searching but found no research lab, and now he was certain these dimensional pirates did not research their own technology. Everything they had was through theft and plunder. Suyu said, "Destroying you pirates. I truly have no psychological burden." Suyu was not condemning the actions of the dimensional pirates, but looked down on their short-sightedness. Relying solely on theft, without their own research or path, they would eventually be crushed by stronger enemies. While continuing his search, Suyu discovered something very valuable, a map of talent mines across the myriad worlds. This was a mining map, but it marked not the locations of metal mines, but the locations of various talent mines. Yes, this group of dimensional pirates treats the population as resources, marking different civilizations across the myriad realms to facilitate their plundering of people. Each time they raid, they do not take everyone at once, but leave behind a portion of the population to make it easier to raid again next time. Upon seeing this map of mineral resources, Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, "In the myriad realms, different civilizations have different moral standards. Some ideas and actions truly exceed our human bottom line." For Suyu, this map of human resources across the myriad realms is also very useful, as it records the coordinates of various civilizations, which is extremely helpful for humans who know nothing about the myriad realms. Especially, the map contains detailed investigation records about different civilizations, such as a civilization's technological level, external relations, local specialties, and mineral outputs. However, there is also something called the value of human resources on this map, which determines the price of different races, seemingly agreed upon by the dimensional pirates and the slave-trading civilizations. Different civilizations have different traits. Those with good traits can fetch a high price, such as a delicious trait found in one civilization. Seeing this trait, even Suyu was taken aback. Do they eat people? After investigating the records within the spaceship, Suyu understood that this was a civilization of cannibals in the myriad realms, whose individuals prefer to eat intelligent beings, especially the brains of intelligent beings. Therefore, they need dimensional pirates to plunder people for their consumption. Of course, they provide sufficient rewards to the dimensional pirates. Suyu felt his horizons had been broadened. He never expected there to be so many bizarre civilizations in the myriad realms. They are not physically strange, but their ideologies are peculiar. We cannot judge other civilizations by our human moral standards. Suyu couldn't help but sigh, realizing he had been narrow-minded. Suyu spent many days almost understanding all the circumstances of these alien civilizations and moved all valuable items away. Then, he installed their doomsday bombs on every alien battleship. Only then did Suyu depart completely, piloting the landing ship back to the surface of Earth. Now, Suyu was very adept and comfortable with space travel. But he couldn't help but think back to his first time in the sky, recalling the countless brave astronauts who ventured into space many years ago. He couldn't help but say, at any time, pioneers deserve our respect. Thinking this way, Suyu left the explosion range of the doomsday bombs, stopped the landing ship, and then walked out. At that moment, 10 beams of light appeared above his head. The 10 beams of light illuminated the sky brilliantly, almost as if opening the gates of heaven. Following that, more beams of light lit up, enveloping the 7 alien battleships. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, still trying to process what was happening, when suddenly, everything changed. 10 doomsday bombs were detonated completely, and then more doomsday bombs were set off. These doomsday bombs were all plundered by the dimensional pirates. They could not manufacture them themselves, only knew how to detonate them. Thus, to facilitate attacks on other civilizations, they brought all the doomsday bombs onto their ships. At this moment, these doomsday bombs took their lives. Dimensional pirates have always been extremely arrogant, but today, they encountered an iron plate. No, to be precise, they had no idea what was happening, still basking in their arrogance, sipping fine wine, watching countless humans flee in panic under their attacks. In the next second, they were annihilated, not even knowing how they died. Everything happened too quickly, almost instantaneously. The 7 pirate ships were destroyed, and countless people fell into a stupor, equally confused about what had happened, as if their minds had momentarily stalled. And then the world changed. The heavens and earth reversed, the sun and moon toppled, and the situation turned upside down in an instant. Vice President Wen had long grown accustomed to this, while others looked bewildered, including Vice President Walter, who said in a daze, "Is this the true strength of the president?" At this moment, witnessing it firsthand, he dared not have the slightest doubt. Suyu stood on the high platform, directly ordering the Evolution Association. All members of the Evolution Association, the enemy has been eliminated. Now everyone begin to treat the wounded. Countless people stumbled out of the slave ships, and then saw Suyu standing on the high platform. That scene was unforgettable for them. Chapter 94, Breaking into the Myriad Realms, reaching the pinnacle at the memorial meeting. Vice President Wen said sadly, 1,335,000 of our compatriots died in this alien attack, and 500,000 are missing. Although we defeated the alien fleet, we also paid a heavy price. Everyone was dressed in black suits, standing in the square, mourning before a pitch-black stone tablet. At this moment, it was drizzling, but no one present held an umbrella. The rainwater fell on their shoulders, dripping down their suits. At this moment, everyone realized how brutal interstellar warfare is. In just one day, they had lost over 10 million compatriots. Suyu stepped onto the stage and addressed everyone. We must unite as all of humanity. Everyone raised their heads. After this battle, everyone recognized Suyu and understood how important he was for humanity. According to the Baron, he should be the emperor of humanity, the king among humans, leading humanity to stand firm in the myriad realms. At this moment, all the world's television stations were broadcasting Suyu's speech. Thus, Suyu was announcing to the world, "From the moment we discovered the myriad realms, we could no longer remain aloof. We must strengthen ourselves and be stronger than any civilization. Only then can we survive in this brutal myriad realms." Suyu spoke the truth because, according to the map of human resources in the myriad realms, he learned of countless terrifying civilizations and horrific existences. He was well aware that if humanity did not strengthen itself, it would absolutely not survive in this cruel myriad realms. Therefore, Suyu continued, "I will go to the coordinates, 25, 75, 41. This world has an extremely rich supply of black gold, which is essential for building orbital bases. I will go there to establish cooperative relations with their civilization and purchase their black gold. The construction of orbital bases must be put on the agenda, otherwise, They will have no ability to defend against foreign enemy ships. This time, not too many people should go. Number 1, Number 2, Vice President 1, Vice President Walter. You will accompany me. Suyu was accurate in selecting people. Vice President 1 and Vice President Walter were negotiators, while Number 1 and Number 2 served as bodyguards, as it was not suitable to bring too many people for establishing diplomatic relations. Our Earth's civilization must grow stronger and stand tall at the pinnacle of the myriad realms, never allowing any other civilization to humiliate us again. Suyu continued speaking to the world. And I, Suyu, President of the Evolution Association, from today, will become the first person to challenge the myriad realms. I will aim for the pinnacle of the myriad realms, never retreating, never giving up, until I reach the peak. And I hope that everyone in Earth civilization will follow me, advance together, overcome all difficulties, and reach the top, then overlook the grandeur of the myriad realms. After Suyu finished speaking, the world trembled. Countless people witnessed the horrors of the alien invasion and listened to Suyu's speech. They were immensely excited, their blood boiling. And they all stood up in applause, breaking into the myriad realms, reaching the pinnacle, reaching the summit, overlooking the myriad realms. Suyu announced this great event. This was the first expedition into the myriad realms, and humanity was thrilled, as if it were the first rocket launch. The Evolvers Association immediately began preparations, planning to take the Mechanical Race's projection pod to their destination. Countless people understood Suyu and their mission, watching as Suyu and his team boarded the Mechanical Race's projection pod. At this moment, all of humanity became a community sharing a common destiny, truly uniting under the threat of other civilizations in the myriad realms. Once inside the projection pod, Suyu said, I have carefully selected these civilized individuals from the mining map of the myriad realms. Their civilizations are not very advanced. They haven't even realized that pirates have been abducting their population. The most powerful civilizations in their world likely only exist in the interstellar age. So this presents a great opportunity for us. Vice President, when asked in confusion, the other side is still unaware of the information about the myriad realms? Suyu replied, that's right. Although some of their civilizations have developed interstellar technology, they have not yet come into contact with the myriad realms. Their weapons and equipment are not strong enough to contend with us, so this is an excellent opportunity. Not only can we have them help us mine for black gold, but we can also steal their technology. Currently, human civilization faces a very serious problem. They encountered the myriad realms too early. Because of this premature contact, they acquired many technologies they cannot yet comprehend. To put it simply, it's like the warriors of the three kingdoms suddenly receiving laser swords. Imagine giving Elbu a plasma halberd, an automatic high-speed motorcycle, and a full set of powered armor. The other factions of the three kingdoms would be at a loss, as Elbu alone could sweep through thousands of troops. However, Elbu only received weapons and equipment. He himself cannot produce them, as he lacks the scientific research stages from the cold weapon era to the future technological age. This missing technology causes the entire tech tree to be shaky. Both Vice President 1 and Vice President Walter deeply understood this. Suyu continued, we lack the technology for interstellar navigation. If we fill that gap, we might be able to build a fleet, which would at least give us some protective power for our civilization, so we must go this time. Both nodded in agreement. When we reach that world, we will act according to the situation, Suyu said. But Vice President 1 suddenly asked, President, what about the merit reward task? There are only a little over 20 days left until the deadline. Suyu was taken aback, as he was indeed not sensitive to time. Yes, the deadline for the merit reward task is only a little over 20 days away. Wait, how is there still more than 20 days? In the time stop, Suyu had spent a long time, but for others, it was merely a moment. Thus, Suyu always felt like he had experienced a very long time. Indeed, it had only been less than 2 months since the asteroid struck the Earth, yet so much had happened in those 2 months that caught everyone off guard. They did not know that Suyu had nearly spent over 150 years in time stop. A deep sense of time's passage emanated from Suyu, making everyone around him feel it. Time had truly passed too long. Yes, there are only 20 days left for the merit reward task. But we still need to do the things we must do, Suyu said. After he finished speaking, the others regained their senses, touched by that sense of time, almost being drawn into that endless timeline and nearly not returning. Vice President 1 scratched his head, wondering if the president had unintentionally activated his psychic ability. Suyu was unaware that, inadvertently, His brainwaves were strong enough to influence the brains of others. With everything ready, Suyu did not intend to waste time. He said, "We will return within 20 days and then complete the merit-reward task." The merit-reward task signifies the awakening device, signifies neural awakening, signifies psychic energy. But it also means they would face attacks. Therefore, before being fully assured, it is best not to rashly accept this task. So you press the launch button, and the mechanical race's projection pod immediately took off, soaring into the void. All of humanity watched this scene, unable to contain their excitement. This time, there was enough fuel, and the destination was not far, so there was no need to worry. The mechanical race's projection pod began to continuously traverse space barriers. However, just as they were about to reach their destination, the pod suddenly emitted an alarm. "Warning, warning, unknown ships detected nearby." Everyone was startled. The next moment, the unknown ships suddenly launched an attack on them. Not good. They mistook us for the mechanical race.